Upon awakening, one finds that a zombie virus has erupted, plunging the world into chaos and shattering human civilization. As a survivor, the sole desire is to endure. Question: how does one survive in the apocalypse? Answer: firstly, one must be resolute. Chapter 1. Everything was so beautiful. The moonlight was serene, and the shadows of the trees danced softly. In the city of Qin, at 10 o'clock in the evening, the main road was occasionally graced by the swift passage of vehicles in a city where housing prices rival those of second-tier cities. Consumption approaches that of first-tier cities, and incomes lag behind those of fourth-tier cities. The nightlife is rather meager. Most shops lining the streets had long since closed, yet a brightly lit convenience store at the corner stood out, one of the few still operating around the clock. 46 yuan 8. Miss, you can scan the red envelope code for mobile payment. Zhang Su placed a box of golden packaged gunduji into a shopping bag and pushed it toward the girl, who dared not raise her head. With a smile, he tapped the red envelope code affixed in the corner, showing no hint of surprise at the girl's choice of purchase. This was merely a matter of professional integrity. The girl, dressed in a short JK skirt and white stockings, radiated an air of disciplined cleanliness. Thank you. No need for change. Throwing down a crumpled 50 yuan note, she seized the shopping bag and hurriedly dashed out. Ah, real cash. Zhang Su placed the money into the POS machine, folding his arms on the counter as he gazed curiously out the door. The girl quickly reached the curb beside a Kawasaki H2, casting the shopping bag into the embrace of a handsome young man perched on the motorcycle. The young man appeared quite pleased with the girl's actions, effortlessly lifting her onto the back seat of his bike, then waving goodbye to Zhang Su. Zhang Su smiled and nodded back in farewell, watching as the roar of the motorcycle faded into the distance, the tail light disappearing around the corner. Perhaps another game of truth or dare gone awry. Zhang Su recognized the motorcyclist as a wealthy second-generation youth, known for frequenting university areas at the start of the school year. The JK girl, naturally, was a freshman at one of the universities, T28. Zhang Su had just concluded a passionate short-term romance, with no new prospects on the horizon, enjoying a leisurely interlude. I'll scroll through my phone for a bit. With no customers in sight, Zhang Su took out his phone to peruse short videos that a certain superstar makes an unexpected appearance at a crazy cow show. The Meteorological Bureau issues a cold wave warning, a massive scale covering the entire nation. Streamlining hero. Do you know why boys love black stockings? It's because the night shift at the 24-hour convenience store was exceedingly tedious, especially after the departure of the girl who had bought gunduji. After only 2 customers, Zhang Su scrolled through his phone, smoked a cigarette, and engaged in some minor exercise before the shift change arrived. Welcome! The mechanical greeting echoed from the speaker 0.5 minutes before midnight. A youth with dark circles under his eyes entered the convenience store. Brother Su restocking? I must say, Brother Su is quite diligent. No wonder the boss made you manager. Haha. With that, the frail young man scanned the store, noticing the absence of customers, and unabashedly grabbed a bottle of gum from beside the POS machine, opening it and tossing a few pieces into his mouth, chewing noisily. Zhang Su observed the actions of the frail youth, his eyebrows twitching slightly as he admonished. Lazy, once again you're taking advantage of the store's goods. The owner treats you like family, yet you regard him as a fool, do you? Come on, it's just a few bucks. Our boss wouldn't sweat the small stuff. The frail youth, Wu Lu, turned and walked towards the counter, casually tossing a piece of gum to Zhang Su. Chuckling, Brother Su, what does our boss actually look like? Is it a man or a woman? And how old? I've been here for a year, have only chatted with the boss in the group, yet I've never seen their true face. It's so mysterious. Zhang Su, a man of agile physique due to his years of training, deftly caught the gum thrown by Wu Lu and replied earnestly, Lazy, while I have no issue treating you to food and drink as a buddy, I cannot overlook the accounts. How am I to explain this to the boss? With that, Zhang Su scanned the gum and said, $9.90. Make it quick. All right. With a resigned sigh, Wu Lu pulled out his phone, muttering as he paid, It's just a manager, not the owner. Why be so particular? Not the owner. Upon hearing Wu Lui's words, a smile crept onto Zhang Su's lips. How do you know I'm not the owner when you've never met them? Indeed, Zhang Su was the proprietor of the Yale Warm convenience store, having long posed as the manager, that he managed the hiring process and communicated in the group using a different WeChat account, which left the other employees completely unaware of his true identity. It's not a matter of being the owner or not. Luazi, this is a matter of principle. As he spoke, Zhang Su popped over 10 pieces of gum into his mouth, utterly indifferent to Wu Lu's pained expression. I must say, Zhang Su chewed on the gum, playfully pointing at Wu Lu, teasing, "You're a decade younger than I am. Stop trying to emulate your teacher. Look at how weak you've become. Your dark circles are almost as prominent as a panda's." Wu Lu rubbed his eyes and chuckled, not bothering to retort, as there was no argument to be made. With such a charming teacher, I wouldn't dare skip class. Just as expected of you, Zhang Su, bemused by Wu Lui's unyielding demeanor, placed the remaining half a pack of cigarettes on the counter, stating, "There's 300 and change left in the register. Come, help me load some goods onto the vehicle." "Sure thing." Wu Lu swiftly tucked the cigarettes into his pocket, donning his uniform vest as he followed Zhang Su towards the storage room. "Wait, Brother Su, can I return these cigarettes to you?" Wu Lu gazed at the flatbed cart piled high with at least a cubic meter of goods, feeling utterly speechless. Zhang Su instinctively gave Wu Lu a playful tap on the back of his head. Wu Lu stood at 1.73 meters, while Zhang Su towered at 1.85 meters, the perfect height difference making Zhang Su enjoy tapping the back of Wu Lui's head. Seeing Zhang Su already busy with the cart, Wu Lu ceased his hesitation, ran to open the large door, and while assisting in pushing the cart, inquired, "Brother Su, are these goods from that big client you mentioned the other day?" Zhang Su casually nodded, his hands diligently at work. After more than 10 minutes, the two had loaded the items from the cart into a somewhat new Wuling van. The frail youth Wu Lu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and glanced at the cargo within the vehicle, perplexed that, "Sugo, are we stockpiling so many convenience foods and drinking water for a company camping team-building event?" During the loading process, Wu Lu observed that although there was an abundance of goods, they essentially comprised merely of consumable various flavors of self-heating pots and meals alongside a considerable amount of bottled water, beverages, and snacks. Bang! Zhang Su slammed the car door shut, clapped his hands, and remarked, "A streamer, it appears, has promised his fans a challenge to spend an entire month in his room without stepping outside. That's the plan. Luazi, don't doze off tonight. Stay safe." "I'm off." After patting Wu Lui's arm, Zhang Su settled into the driver's seat and started the engine. As he sped down the desolate road, Zhang Su lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke while gazing at the city he had called home for the past decade, which still offered him little sense of belonging. That he was not originally from Qin City. Had it not been for the unfortunate event a decade ago, he would not have found himself residing here. 10 years ago, after completing his college entrance examination, Zhang Su received distressing news his parents had divorced and cast him aside. Fortunately, they possessed a semblance of conscience, leaving him a sum of money, which he then took to start anew in a distant land. Lost in thought, the vehicle came to a halt at an intersection. Sugo. Truly, Sugo. "Good evening, Sugo." At that moment, a group of raucous young gangsters, indulging in drinks and merriment by the roadside, spotted Zhang Su and greeted him with exuberant waves. A lively gathering of about 10 men and women filled the air with cheer. Zhang Su smiled and waved back at the group, then retrieved 2 boxes of cigarettes from the glove compartment and tossed them over. Without pausing as the traffic light turned green, he departed the intersection amidst their grateful shouts. Zhang Su maintained amicable relations with the gangsters from a few nearby streets, primarily due to business dealings with their boss, which allowed him to become acquainted with several of the younger members. He often sold them unsharpened iron blade knives and hollow baseball bats, occasionally shared a smoke during their encounters, and given Zhang Su's commendable prowess in combat, the young gangsters treated him with respect, frequently patronizing the convenience store he operated. Chapter 2. A sudden onset. Zhang Su's residence was situated approximately 3 kilometers from the Yaowen convenience store. Nestled within the distinguished Chichin Gardens, a 12-story edifice that boasted a relatively low population density, complemented by its modest floor area ratio, thus categorizing it as a mid to high-end locale within the realm of Qin City apartments. In building number 3, apartment 801, as Zhang Su opened the door, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent odor. In the living room, a girl clad in a loose-fitting t-shirt sat cross-legged on the sofa. A steaming bowl of snail noodles placed upon the coffee table, accompanied by a white porcelain bowl and spoon, clearly indicating her intention to share with Zhang Su. Zheng Xinyu was the very streamer Zhang Su had mentioned, who planned to challenge herself to remain sequestered within her room for an entire month, However, Wu Lu remained oblivious to the fact that this captivating streamer was in fact Zhang Su's housemate. The spacious two-bedroom apartment, spanning over 80 square meters, featured distinct public areas aside from the bedrooms, ensuring that the coexistence of genders would pose no issue. Having just concluded her broadcast, Zhang Xinyu's makeup was still intact, rendering her both enchanting and adorable. In her early 20s, she exuded a vibrant youthful aura, her long legs emerging from beneath her oversized t-shirt, appearing particularly fair and striking under the illumination. After all, you do work out every day, honestly. Zhang Xinyu slurped her noodles, murmuring softly, perplexed as to why she could never seem to capture Zhang Su's attention. If she were sharing a space with a younger male, he would undoubtedly be utterly enchanted, hesitant to even glance elsewhere, unlike this seemingly oblivious gentleman. At times, Zhang Xinyu even questioned the normalcy of Zhang Su's preferences. By the way, noticing Zhang Su's indifferent demeanor, she sought to initiate a conversation. Did the landlord inform you that the rent will increase by 10% next year? Zhang Su inhaled sharply from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray, casting a nonchalant glance out the window as he replied, "Of course, I was notified. Rent increases are commonplace, given the annual rise in living costs. I sensed something amiss. A few days prior, I had just expressed my comfort in residing here, stating that even if the rent were to rise, I had no intention of moving. Then, the landlord promptly announced the rent hike. Don't you think it's peculiar?" Zhang Xinyu set down her bowl, her expression taking on an air of mystery as she gazed at Zhang Su. Peculiar in what way? Zhang Su felt a flutter in his heart from Zhang Xinyu's whimsical gaze, yet maintained an unflappable exterior, casually inquiring, "Could it be that the landlord has installed a listening device?" Zhang Xinyu widened her eyes and scanned the room, her brow furrowing in earnestness as she exclaimed, "A friend of mine, a streamer in Shanghai, encountered such a situation. She ended up suing the landlord and received compensation of 800,000. Brother Su, I believe we ought to thoroughly inspect the apartment. It would be prudent to utilize specialized detection equipment, akin to what one sees in films. It is indeed essential. And who knows, we may strike it rich." As she elaborated, Zhang Xinyu grew increasingly convinced of the possibility. Listening device? Beyond mere eavesdropping, it could entail surveillance. The technology is remarkably advanced, composed of over 3 billion base pairs, capable of intelligently detecting, identifying, and analyzing various useful information. Paranoia, perhaps? Huh. Zhang Su chuckled, rising to remove his short-sleeved shirt, shaking his head as he headed towards the bathroom, remarking, "Feel free to investigate if you wish. I, however, lack the time for such frivolities. I'm off to shower. Ensure that the living room is tidy after you finish eating, and do not leave any lingering odors." "Oh, very well." That, as Zhang Su was about to enter the bathroom, Zhang Xinyu couldn't help but call out once more. Upon seeing the puzzled look from Zhang Su, she felt a bit embarrassed and said, "The weather alert indicates a cold wave. Do remember to wear more clothes and avoid catching a chill." Zhang Su, sensing her concern, smiled and nodded, responding, "You should also keep warm." I know. Go take your shower." "I and Appos, V had my fill and will tidy up." And Appos. After saying this, Zhang Xinyu stood up, stretching comfortably, with more than half a bowl of snail rice noodle remaining. Having grown accustomed to a nocturnal lifestyle, even after completing her duties as a broadcaster, it was difficult for her to calm her mind and drift into slumber in a short span of time. A sudden gust of wind swept through the open window, and Zhang Su, still adorned with droplets of water, instantly felt a chill. Indeed, the temperature had dropped. It was rare for a weather alert to be accurate. Muttering to himself, Zhang Su approached the window and gazed into the distance. With the floor not being particularly high, the night view was far from dazzling. A security guard was patrolling the vicinity with a flashlight, while landscape lights illuminated a corner, casting a soft and tranquil glow. He relished this orderly lifestyle, not the conventional early-to-bed and early-to-rise routine of office workers and students, but a rhythm that belonged solely to him. He typically slept around 2 or 3 in the morning, awakening naturally around 11 or 12, enjoying 8 or 9 hours of rejuvenating slumber. However, this time, Zhang Su was not destined to awaken at his leisure. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered his dreams, followed by a series of loud knocks on the door. Su Gu, are you awake?" Zhang Su, open the door quickly." The frantic cries from outside revealed the terror of the voice's owner. Zhang Su, glancing at the time on the bedside table, realized it was 10:30. "Zhang Su, hurry up and get up. Something has happened, something serious." The knocking and panicked shouts persisted. What on earth was this girl up to? Zhang Su frowned, throwing off the covers and noticing that the temperature had noticeably dropped compared to when he had risen the previous day. Responding that he was coming, he hastily slipped on his pants. He flung open the door, barely having the chance to question Zhang Xinyu before she pointed towards the window, her chest heaving and face pale with fear, exclaiming, "Murder, murder, there has been a killing downstairs, and not just one victim." After that, Zhang Xinyu, unusually distracted from admiring Zhang Su's physique, grasped his wrist and raced towards the living room window. A murder case? Zhang Su's heart skipped a beat. Given the generally good public safety in the country and the excellent security system of Shangqin Garden, how could a murder occur, especially with multiple victims? He wondered if Zhang Xinyu was playing a prank as he followed her to the window and peered down. From the 8th floor, approximately 25 meters above the ground. In the bright daylight, Zhang Su quickly discerned the scene below and couldn't help but curse. In the garden below, blood stained the white pebble path. Severed limbs and suspiciously organ-like clumps of blood were scattered about, and someone was performing CPR on a victim. Moments later, Zhang Su dismissed the ludicrous thoughts swirling in his mind. This is not artificial respiration. It is clearly a gruesome feast. The individual hunched over the corpse buried their head between its neck, their movements causing chunks of flesh to be lifted with each rise and fall. Startled, Zhang Su's expression transformed from horror to a smile as he turned to the terrified Zhang Xinyu, comically raising his hands in a gesture of disbelief. What a surprise. I actually witnessed cannibalism. I think I shall take a little nap. With that, he sauntered toward the bedroom, secretly contemplating that he had likely become too immersed in the zombie mode of CSGO the previous night, thereby conjuring such a bizarre scene. Chapter 3. The Unfamiliarity of Theory Not. Zhang Xinyu grasped Zhang Su and Appo's arm, her eyes brimming with tears as she shook her head. "Sugu. This isn't a dream. It's real, it truly is." Zhang Su swallowed hard, feeling the icy tremor of Zhang Xinyu's hand. He understood in that moment that he was indeed awake. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the corridor, as if someone had forcefully shut the emergency exit's safety door. Before either of them could react, there came a series of heavy knocks upon their entry door. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled, chaotic sounds resonated in Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu's ears, causing their scalps to tighten in unison. "Sugu, what should we do?" Zhang Xinyu, already pale, now appeared completely drained of color, her eyes filled with terror as she feared that the monstrous entity from the floor below was at their door. "Shoo." Zhang Su steadied his nerves, gently patting Zhang Xinyu's tightly clenched hand to signal her to remain silent. He then crept cautiously toward the door. Zhang Xinyu obediently stayed quiet, her fists clenched protectively over her heart, her gaze fixed on Zhang Su's back. As the knocking persisted, Zhang Su suppressed his growing unease and edged closer to the door. Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the ability to move forward despite it. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless pounding continued. Zhang Su lightly pressed his palm against the door, feeling the force of the knocks reverberate through it. Though they had not yet reached the point of breaking in, the doorframe quivered slightly under the pressure. The peephole, a standard feature of the entryway. Zhang Su leaned forward to peer through it, though he was reluctant to do so, for he had no inkling of what awaited him on the other side. Yet, both out of obligation and reason, he felt compelled to look. First and foremost, he was the owner of this apartment, the very perverse landlord Zhang Xinyu had mentioned, who installed listening devices. Furthermore, as a man, he couldn't possibly allow the girl to face the danger alone at such a moment. "Let us see what manner of creature you are." Zhang Su steeled himself, adjusting his focus, and in an instant, the scene beyond the door became clear. A man stood outside, or rather, one might say he had once been a man. His skin was a ghastly gray, his face smeared with blood, and one side of his mouth was grotesquely torn, creating a terrifyingly wide grin reminiscent of a movie clown, though this clown did not possess bits of flesh in its mouth, nor did it drip with fresh blood. His beige t-shirt, drenched in blood, had turned a dark crimson, and in his right hand, he clutched a severed arm. His left hand moved stiffly and mechanically, pounding against the door with a slow yet powerful rhythm. A low, instinctual howl emanated from him, reverberating through the door with a haunting intensity that pierced Zhang Su's very soul. Zombies. Connecting this with the scene he had witnessed in the garden below, Zhang Su quickly reached a conclusion. The themes of zombie films and games were among Zhang Su's favorites. Theoretically speaking, he was no stranger to such creatures, having dispatched numerous ones just 8 or 9 hours prior in a game. Fear is not exclusive to women, When confronted with the incomprehensible, especially in the face of unknown dangers, all humans experience trepidation. Zhang Su was no exception, as his muscular arms trembled slightly from the grip of fear. As Zhang Su stared blankly at the peephole, he felt a gentle tap on his back, which brought him back to reality. Simultaneously, the man outside ceased his knocking, and the world fell silent. Peering through the peephole, Zhang Su beheld a zombie-like figure aimlessly surveying his surroundings. After failing to locate any targets, it began to linger at the door, dragging a trail of blood behind it, a sight that was utterly chilling. Even the well-sealed entrance could not contain the overwhelming stench of blood. At that moment, Zhang Su finally felt the churn of his stomach. The leftovers from the previous night began to take their toll. He hurriedly sat on the floor, feeling an abundance of saliva and swallowing repeatedly. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, while the metallic tang of blood lingered in his nostrils, though he found himself oddly unrepulsed by the scent. "Brother Su, what's outside?" Zhang Xinyu, kneeling beside him, inquired softly, hesitantly reaching out to stroke Zhang Su's forehead, her fingers threading through his short hair. She was curious about what Zhang Su had seen, but lacked the courage to look herself. Feeling Zhang Xinyu's comforting presence, Zhang Su exhaled deeply and whispered back, "It's Brother Li from the City Construction Bureau on the 9th floor. Xinyu, you know about zombies, right? Brother Li has turned into one." As he spoke the last words, he turned to Zhang Xinyu, his expression grave. "A zombie? I understand," Zhang Xinyu replied, her mind racing with disbelief, as if she had suddenly witnessed cars on the street transforming into giant robots. Zhang Su recalled how Zhang Xinyu had hurriedly knocked on his bedroom door earlier, and he realized her capacity to accept such shocking news was commendable. After a quarter of an hour, she was no longer panicking. The seemingly fragile girl was not merely one to act cute in front of the camera. "Is it because my voice was too loud, attractingly, the zombie?" Zhang Xinyu asked, a look of guilt crossing her face as she remembered how loudly she had called for Zhang Su to wake up. "It seems so." Zhang Su nodded slowly, not blaming her. He gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "It's not too late to realize this now. Just be more careful in the future." "What do we do now?" Zhang Xinyu, although less frantic than before, still felt lost, unsure of their next steps. The scene below was horrifying, limbs strewn about. A zombie blocking their exit, as if the sky itself had fallen. Based on our current situation, it appears to be a zombie infection. Let's call it a zombie virus. Yes, we need to check online for any related information. After the initial shock, Zhang Su gradually regained his composure. The hairs on his arms lay flat as his fear diminished. Pushed aside by rational thought. "Right, I'll grab my phone." Zhang Xinyu nodded emphatically, grateful for someone to guide her actions. If she were alone, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Remembering that zombies are attracted to sound, she tiptoed lightly. While Zhang Xinyu went to fetch her phone, Zhang Su leaned out again to observe the community, taking note of further developments. In the southeast corner of Building 8, tongues of fire danced, extending from the 7th and 8th floors and twisting into grotesque shapes in the wind, a sight as fearsome as the zombies themselves. The site of the tragedy extends beyond merely the garden nestled between Building 3 and Building 4. The adjacent roadway bears witness to a significant amount of blood and dismembered limbs. Trash bins have been upturned, scattering refuse across the ground, while ornamental shrubs have been crushed in clusters, leaving unmistakable signs of a fierce struggle. Upon closer inspection, one can count at least 20 or more zombies wandering aimlessly. Among them, the most astonishing is a creature that, despite having lost its legs, continues to drag itself along the ground, leaving a long streak of blood in its wake, a testament to its incredible resilience that is almost moving. It is difficult to fathom the extent of the brutal massacre that must have transpired here, had it not been for the community's design that separates vehicles from pedestrians. The number of corpses lying on the ground might have been several times greater. Chapter 4. What on earth? Upon awakening from a deep slumber, the world seemed utterly transformed. But why was it so eerily silent? Zhang Su furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping around, and the unsettling quietude felt far more terrifying than chaos. Such a grave incident had occurred, yet there was no sound of emergency vehicles. Where were the police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks? This was exceedingly abnormal. As Zhang Su scanned the distant street, a window on the 4th floor of the building opposite shattered, and 3 figures plummeted from the sky, followed by piercing cries of agony. The descent was rapid, and Zhang Su could discern that among the trio was a child, accompanied by what appeared to be an elderly couple. The foliage obscured his view of their impact, but the muted thuds of their landing reached his ears, causing his lips to tremble involuntarily. "Help! Get away, you lunatic!" Run. Zhang Su felt a surge of concern for the young man. As if fueled by Zhang Su's silent encouragement, the young man took off at a frantic pace, quickly vanishing around a corner, pursued by a horde of zombies. His fate uncertain. Help, is anyone there? Darling, no, please. Zhang Su pressed his face against the glass, straining to see the young man's plight. When a desperate cry shattered the air, chilling him to the bone, he recognized the voice of a charming young woman from downstairs, often seen walking her fluffy samiyette around the neighborhood, seemingly carefree and enjoying life. Help, ugh. Her pleas morphed into horrifying wails, soon reduced to faint sounds of gnawing. Throughout it all, there was no bark of a dog. Perhaps it had perished earlier. Is this hell? Have we descended into hell? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xinyu had arrived beside Zhang Su, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed out at the horror unfolding outside. She had no concept of what hell might look like. The scenes before her were the most gruesome she had ever witnessed. Yet if she were to glimpse the current state of hospitals, boarding schools, and factories, she would realize how superficial her understanding of hell truly was. What on earth has happened? After forcibly powering on, Zhang Su was struck by such overwhelming shock that he had no time to ponder. Slumping to the ground, he grasped his hair and muttered, "This is madness. It must be madness. Everything is utterly insane." It was not he who had lost his sanity, rather. It was the world around him. But if the entire world had succumbed to madness, then who was truly deranged? Zhang Su's thoughts roared within him. His life had once been quite pleasant. He owned a home, had possessions, and a modest car that catered to his daily commute. He was debt-free and earned over 10,000 yuan a month, enjoying the indulgence of changing girlfriends twice a year, relishing in life's pleasures without constraints. He had no plans for marriage or children, envisioning a travel-filled life by 30, exploring diverse cultures both domestically and abroad. Yet, all of this had evaporated into thin air upon his awakening. The apocalyptic narrative was not meant for him. Zhang Su's brow furrowed tightly, his heart heavy with agitation and a profound sense of desolation for the future. "Sugu, please don't be like this," Zhang Xinyu said. Her heart aching at the sight of Zhang Su's expression, it was a revelation that the once formidable man had his moments of vulnerability. She crouched down and embraced Zhang Su's shoulders, offering silent solace through her gentle touch. After a brief moment of collecting himself, Zhang Su inhaled deeply and asked in a somber tone, "What is the situation? Any news?" "No, there is no internet." "No internet?" Zhang Su released his grip on his hair, incredulity tightening his brow further. Attempts to make a phone call were futile, let alone accessing the web. There's no wired network. Zhang Su thought to himself as he hurriedly switched on his computer, only to be greeted by a red X in the corner of the screen, which deepened his sense of foreboding. "I checked. The computer can't connect to the internet either." Zhang Xinyu approached Zhang Su's bedroom, speaking in a hushed tone, her voice laced with helplessness. For those accustomed to gathering information online, the absence of internet connectivity felt like having their vision obscured and their hearing blocked, an overwhelming blow. Zhang Su could not fathom what circumstances could lead to a city's complete communication and network failure, but he understood that it was dire, extremely dire. To put it bluntly, the internet had become an essential lifeline for a city, indeed for a nation. The cessation of communication networks could yield catastrophic consequences. The thought that such a calamity could devastate a city's infrastructure in such a short span was beyond Zhang Su's comprehension. Growing impatient, he fiddled with his phone. But to no avail. He tossed the device onto the bed, donned a piece of clothing, and spoke with a measured pace. "Let us not dwell on the news reports for now. We need to sort this out. Xinyu, when did you wake up?" "I just got up when you called. I haven't even brushed my teeth." Zhang Xinyu replied, feeling a sense of calm wash over her as she witnessed Zhang Su regaining his composure. "Well, given the current circumstances, it's evident that the entire Shangqin garden is in ruins." Zhang Su paused momentarily before continuing, "Normally, at this hour, Ocean Avenue is bustling. Just now, I saw only one car pass by, and most alarmingly, there were no sirens." With such a significant occurrence and no sirens, coupled with the network failure, "I believe." At this juncture, Zhang Su stood up and lit a cigarette from the table, speaking gravely. "I fear that the whole of Qin City is in peril." He refrained from using the weighty term collapse, perhaps unwilling to confront that grim reality. "Please, don't frighten me," Yang Xinyu said, her hand gently covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Even a major epidemic could instill profound unease among those affected, let alone witnessing their kin inexplicably transformed into monstrous beings. How could one not feel panic? Zhang Xinyu fervently wished that only the Shangqin garden had faced calamity, hoping that soon military forces or special police would arrive to restore order, or at the very least, that officers would come to rescue survivors. Yet, after hearing Zhang Su's analysis, her heart sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 5. The terrifying truth. Zhang Su shook his head, speaking with unwavering certainty. I'm not trying to scare you. In a standard prefecture-level city, the occurrence of such a horrifying event should warrant the presence of helicopters, military forces, ambulances, and police cars, creating a veritable fortress of protection. Yet, the current silence is haunting. If the entire city is not in turmoil, what else could it be? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Zhang Su felt his nerves slightly settle. He whispered to Zhang Xinyu beside him, rescue is reliant on external forces. We must not place our hope of survival on the unknown. Before his parents' divorce, Zhang Su enjoyed a life of comfort. However, following their separation, he wandered in a foreign land, experiencing much. The lesson that relying on oneself is far more dependable than relying on others was a costly one he learned upon entering society. Zhang Xinyu wiped away a tear. Suddenly enlightened by Zhang Su's assertion that they must not place their hope of survival on the unknown. With a slight sob, her eyes tinged with red, she inquired, "Then what shall we do?" Zhang Su offered her an encouraging glance and replied, "I believe it is crucial to understand why those individuals have turned into zombies, the source of infection and the means of transmission." Zhang Xinyu nodded vigorously in agreement, her nervous fingers creating a dent in her oversized t-shirt. Her voice trembled as she said, "I've seen it in television shows. Being bitten by a zombie causes infection." Realizing she had perhaps stated the obvious, she quickly added, I feel that the air cannot possibly be the vector. Otherwise, we would not have escaped. Given the extensive outbreak, it is very likely related to the water." This conclusion, both sensible and evident, did not receive immediate affirmation from Zhang Su, who thoughtfully posed a question. "If the water source is compromised, I bathed last night, why was I not infected? That might necessitate direct consumption. You wouldn't deliberately drink tap water while bathing, would you?" Zhang Xinyu queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhang Su nodded, "Certainly not. And it and oppos, it's worth noting. We typically do not drink tap water." As a convenience store owner, Zhang Su usually consumed various bottled waters, and he had cleverly persuaded Zhang Xinyu to indulge in bottled water and beverages daily in order to boost his store's revenue. "Wait." Zhang Su suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "You cooked snail noodles last night, using purified water as well." Zhang Xinyu patted her chest, a wave of anxiety washing over her. "I see." Zhang Su furrowed his brow and declared, "All right, regardless of its truth, let us provisionally consider the water source as the means of transmission." This was a reality difficult to accept. Should the water source indeed serve as the vector, the challenges of survival would escalate dramatically. In this dire situation, beep, beep, beep. Just as Zhang Su was about to speak, Zhang Xinyu's tightly clenched phone suddenly erupted with a series of notification sounds. "We have connectivity." Zhang Su reacted swiftly, snatching his phone from the bed. However, upon illuminating the screen, he discovered the signal remained pitifully weak. "Haha." Zhang Xinyu managed a strained smile, stating, "Su Gu, our service providers differ. Since I have regained connection, yours should follow suit shortly." Zhang Su chose to disregard the unchangeable circumstances and tossed his phone aside, urging Zhang Xinyu, "Quickly, check for any news." Without the prompting of Zhang Su, Zhang Xinyu had already unlocked her phone. Rather than immediately checking the news, she opened WeChat, eager to see if there were any messages from her parents. Like Zhang Su, Zhang Xinyu was not a native of Qingqing. She hailed from a small city in the south. Previously, she had attended a third-rate university in Qingqing but had dropped out, a fact unbeknownst to her parents. Naturally, she had also concealed her career as a streamer from them. A swift glance revealed her parents' messages were still and quiet, the conversation stagnant for the past few days. Zhang Xinyu was uncertain whether this was a good or bad sign, and quickly sent a message asking if they were available. She then opened a short video app. In this age, news consumption has transitioned from the era of web pages to that of short videos, with information disseminated at speeds far surpassing traditional websites, truly showcasing the advantages of 5G networks. However, the once swiftly opening video application had become exceptionally sluggish, leaving her to wonder if it was a problem with her phone's network or the platform's server. After buffering for over 10 seconds, the first video finally began to play. Bold letters filled the screen, devoid of sound, imparting a solemn sense of impending doom. Multiple regions in the Celestial Empire have erupted in an unknown virus, causing infected individuals to lose their sanity and attack the living. Citizens who see this message must evade immediately, evade immediately, evade immediately. The repeated phrase evade immediately glowed fiercely in red, standing out ominously. Both turned their gaze to the user who posted the video. It was a state-run media outlet. Leaving them in stunned silence. Jiangsu exhaled a plume of smoke, a chill creeping into his heart. It seemed this incident was far more severe than he had anticipated. Zhang Xinyu remained silent, attempting to click on the 380,000 comments displayed, but the app merely spun in circles, refusing to load. Frustrated, she scrolled to the next video. In this clip, the camera operator was invisible, yet the shaky footage revealed a horde of zombies chasing a crowd. Blood spraying and limbs flying amid the cacophony of screams, a scene so harrowing that it rivaled special effects in blockbuster films. Just as the zombies charged towards the camera, the video abruptly cut off. The chaotic spectacle was disconcerting, but the very existence of the video suggested that the shooter had avoided disaster, perhaps capturing a precious moment at the cost of their own safety. It was posted just after 8. Let us see if this person has any follow-up videos. Jiangsu urged, anxiety lacing his voice. Zhang Xinyu complied, clicking on the author's profile. After about 10 seconds of buffering, her heart sank as she remarked, "It's gone. This person is from Anhui. Where is Anhui?" While focusing on the video, she glanced at the user's IP address. 1,000 miles away. Qingqing lay to the north of the Celestial Empire, near the northeast, while Anhui was situated in the central region, confirming the state media's claims of multiple affected areas. Jiangsu felt a dryness in his mouth, a bitter taste lingering. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyu's expression froze. She hastily opened her contacts to call her parents, only to be met with a busy signal. Realizing her phone had completely lost signal, panic surged within her. "Oh no, I don't know how my parents are doing," she cried, tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Xinyu contemplated the fate of her parents back home, uncertain of their well-being. Tears welled up in her eyes and ultimately cascaded down, staining her oversized t-shirt in a floral pattern. Jiangsu recalled the parents who had relinquished custody of him, deeming him a burden. With a slight grimace, he advised, "Xinyu, try not to dwell on it too much. Regardless of your parents' safety, you must prioritize your own well-being to ascertain the outcome. Let us first check the messages we received on WeChat." Zhang Xinyu, unable to stem her tears. What does she grasped her phone? The screen blurred, rendering it difficult to see, and she wiped her eyes vigorously before opening the WeChat group. Having neglected group messages for an extended period, she was met with an overwhelming number of notifications, some groups boasting 4-digit message counts. It was dire, indeed, a nationwide outbreak. The moment she glanced at the messages, her despair deepened. Her social network was vast, encompassing beauty, purchasing agents, group buys, gaming, and more. With hundreds of groups filled with voices from across the nation, all lamenting the local devastation, none spared. "Wait, Sugu, this disaster is global," Zhang Xinyu exclaimed. Opening one group and pointing at a participant, in this group, various international purchasing agents are reporting that Europe, America, Australia, and Africa are all engulfed in the zombie virus chaos. As she spoke, she attempted to open a video, but the network had faltered, leaving her with only a frozen frame depicting a blonde woman, bloodied and frenzied, lunging toward the camera. Chapter 6, It Is Not Our Turn, A Global Outbreak. Jiangsu was momentarily taken aback, initially pondering whether it might be a bioweapon deployed by a certain nation. However, it now appeared that this possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Those who unleashed Pandora's box may not escape unscathed. The once serene life was undoubtedly a thing of the past. The exact cause of the calamity was not worth delving into. His primary concern was the situation in Qin City, and more urgently, his own survival. For the time being, the outside world was irrelevant. They were likely confined within the community, so he suggested checking the owner group for any news. "You've joined the owner group, haven't you?" Jiangsu rubbed his temples and shook his head in resignation. "Yes, I have," he replied. Zhang Xinyu accessed the owner group of Shangqin Jiyuan. Finding that the unread messages were not too numerous, totaling over 70, including several from the previous days, she began to sift through the messages starting from today. At 6:37 a.m., a message from Unit 8-2-702 read, "Good morning, September 27th, 2023, Wednesday, the 13th day of the 8th lunar month. The morning is the dawn of hope. May your hearts be filled with sunshine as you greet the rising sun, and may fortune embrace you fully." The first message appeared to have been sent around 6:30. It seemed that everything was still calm at that hour. Zhang Xinyu inquired. Jiangsu remained noncommittal, gesturing for her to continue reading. At 6:45 a.m., Unit 11-1-201 messaged, "Whose car is the license plate XCXXXXX? Hurry down and move it." It's blocking my way out. Everyone. At 6:48 a.m., another responded, 11-1-201. You're not a group admin. Tagging everyone is pointless. I suggest you seek assistance from the group owner. At 6:50 a.m., Unit 11-1-201 replied, Thanks for the reminder. A kind stranger helped me move it. At 7:03 a.m., a message from Unit 7-1-601 read, Hello, could everyone keep it down early in the morning? My husband just had surgery and needs peace to recuperate. Let us be understanding. At 7:06 a.m., Sister Fruit sent a message that was evidently unfinished. At 7:07 a.m., Unit 301 wrote, Everyone, I heard an explosion. Whose house was it? It's so terrifying. At 7:10 a.m., tomorrow will be better warned. Everyone, there has been a brawl downstairs. Come see, there is blood everywhere. At 7:11 a.m., Seafood Wong from Building 10 lamented, There is someone going insane on the road, biting people. A car crashed into a crowd. Hyben Road is completely blocked. The seafood delivery 1T arrive on time today. At 7:13 a.m., Unit 3-1-402 expressed outrage. Who is so uncouth to shout in the garden so early in the morning? Next time, just call the police. At 10:55 a.m., Winter Plum Blossom exclaimed, There has been a murder. A monster is biting people to death. Simultaneously, Unit December 3rd, 1101 sent a voice message that could not be read. Following that, a dozen or so messages were all voice notes. Although the content was inaudible, one could infer the general situation from the context. Zhang Su took Zhang Sinyu's phone and scrolled through it, noting, It appears the zombie virus erupted around 7 in the morning. Shortly after, the internet went down. The community group chat holds little of value. We can only deduce the outbreak time through the timestamps of messages, which provides limited assistance to us. 7 o'clock. Zhang Xinyu pressed her lips together. That coincides with the morning rush hour, when adults head to work and children go to school. My goodness, it's almost unimaginable. The community comprises approximately 700 residences. From my previous inquiries regarding parking fees, I learned the occupancy rate hovers around 60%, translating to just over 400 households. Assuming an average of 3 individuals per household, our community likely harbors around 1,200 souls. I wonder how many of them still live. Zhang Su refrained from mentioning the infection rate. The number of infected was inconsequential, as being uninfected did not guarantee safety from the zombies. Surviving was paramount. Zhang Xinyu contemplated the grim scene below and shook her head sorrowfully, perhaps no more than half. Zhang Su mused inwardly, recognizing the girl's surprising optimism. Based on his observations, he estimated that only about 10 to 12% of the population might survive, meaning it would be fortunate if 200 individuals managed to escape unscathed. Suddenly, he recalled 2 of his employees. The convenience store's morning shift changed at 8. Yet the day shift girl, unlike the night worker Wu Lu, often arrived early to ensure a meticulous handover. Perhaps. Xinyu, let's think carefully about our next steps. Yes, Su Ge, I'm all ears. As the two strategized within the confines of the room, occasionally, chilling wails echoed outside the window, fortunately. The excellent soundproofing kept the noise at bay, and they tacitly chose to disregard it. However, an explosive sound shattered their composure, and they exchanged grave glances. Suddenly, an unusual noise pierced their ears. What is that? A helicopter. Zhang Su swiftly realized, dashing to the bedroom window and drawing back the curtains. His eyes were immediately drawn to the distant plumes of black smoke, remnants of the earlier explosion. He barely had time to look up before spotting 3 helicopters flying in a triangular formation across the sky. Is that a military helicopter? Zhang Xinyu inquired, her voice laced with hope. In the face of calamity, it is only natural for ordinary people to place their faith in the military, the government, and their nation. Zhang Su shook his head, responding, No, it's a SWAT helicopter. Although far away, its markings suggested it was not military. SWAT? That is still good news. It seems the police force is safe. This is wonderful. They will surely come to rescue us, right? Zhang Xinyu clasped her hands, her expression earnest, resembling a devotee praying for divine intervention. Consider the vast number of people in Qin City. When do you think it will be our turn? Zhang Su looked at Zhang Xinyu with an inscrutable expression. No longer the naive student sheltered in her ivory tower, Zhang Xinyu had navigated the complexities of the internet world, witnessing the fickleness of human nature and the harsh critiques that had opened her eyes to many truths. Previously, it was merely a moment of panic that led her to embrace an optimistic illusion. However, once Zhang Su awakened her to the reality, she naturally grasped the essence of the situation. Brother Su, you are indeed correct. Even if there is a chance of rescue, we must endure until the moment help arrives. Zhang Xinyu wiped away her tears and sniffed, instantly feeling considerably stronger. Damn it! Zhang Su suddenly clenched his teeth and cursed. Zhang Xinyu glanced at him with a hint of confusion. Zhang Su, overwhelmed with frustration, lamented, "Last night, I should have moved those items you purchased upstairs." Chapter 7. A dismal situation. Zhang Su, engulfed in despair, lamented, "I should have brought up those items you purchased last night." Zhang Xinyu sighed softly, her face reflecting regret. "Indeed, Su Gu, if only we had those supplies. With them, we could at least sustain ourselves for a month. Surely, within that time, help would reach us." In response to her fans' requests, Zhang Xinyu had challenged herself to remain in her bedroom for an entire month, meaning she would not open the door. And everything would have to be accomplished within the confines of her room. She had procured a significant amount of supplies to ensure the success of this endeavor, essentially preparing for 50 days' worth of necessities. For this challenge, she had invested all her savings from the past year, hoping to transform her modest bicycle into a motorcycle. The challenge was set to commence tomorrow, but an unforeseen calamity had shattered all her plans. Though a tinge of resentment lingered in her heart, Zhang Xinyu refrained from excessive complaining, aware that this was no time for negativity or despair. Zhang Su, after raking his fingers through his hair in frustration for a while, suddenly realized that such brooding was futile. He slapped his cheeks and declared, "We have lost our external supplies. Let us first inventory what remains at home." As he spoke, he instinctively glanced towards the door, pondering whether their gatekeeper, Li Gu, had departed yet. "Yes," Zhang Xinyu readily agreed. "Let us fetch some water," Zhang Su exclaimed, springing to his feet. "Even if it's not drinkable, there are many other uses for water. We must get some containers." However, when the two entered the bathroom with buckets and basins in hand, they were taken aback. Turning on the faucet yielded only a few drops, reminiscent of a prostate patient. Before it fell silent, "The water is shut off." Their earlier discussions about the water situation had proven utterly futile. "Please, continue your discussions. I am leaving," seemed to echo in their minds as they exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of their predicament. "Charge everything that can be charged," Zhang Su urged. With the network and water supply cut off, electricity and gas would likely follow suit soon. The only devices that could still be charged were their phones and power banks. But without signal, what use were the phones? Zhang Xinyu expressed her frustration, her dependence on the internet far surpassing that of Zhang Su. She was immersed in the online world daily, ensnared by its allure. The sudden absence of connectivity left her feeling listless. On the brighter side, what if the internet returns? And let us not forget, phones have many other functionalities that may yet prove useful. While conversing, Zhang Su busied himself as he had promised, plugging in every chargeable device: phones, power banks, razors, clocks, nightlights, and even electric toothbrushes were not spared. "Oh dear," Zhang Xinyu exclaimed, her face clouded with distress. "What is it?" Zhang Su inquired, intrigued. Zhang Xinyu gestured towards the bathroom, saying, "There's no water. What are we to do about using the restroom?" Zhang Su facepalmed. "Is it really worth such alarm over something so trivial? For small matters, we manage as usual. For larger ones, we can use garbage bags. It's hardly a catastrophe. How utterly revolting. Is there no alternative?" Zhang Xinyu grimaced, contemplating the prospect of being unable to use the toilet in the future, which filled her with dread. With no way to exit, she could only resort to this. Sealing a garbage bag and tossing it into the toilet would suffice. Zhang Su remained unfazed, believing there were far worse predicaments to endure. Zhang Xinyu pouted, scratching her rear, her heart heavy with despair. "Stop dawdling, draw the curtains, and inventory our supplies," Zhang Su urged, initiating the most crucial task, assessing their provisions. With a swift motion, as each curtain was drawn, the room was enveloped in darkness. She couldn't fathom the reasoning behind this action. Wouldn't it be better to let others know there were survivors here, thus prompting a rescue? Zhang Su nodded, explaining, "We are not the only ones cut off from the internet and water. Every household's supplies are finite in this brief span. One must remain vigilant." "Would you willingly part with life-saving provisions to strangers?" Zhang Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. She prided herself on her benevolence, often feeding stray cats and dogs. Yet the thought of her hard-won sustenance being snatched away tightened her heart, and she shook her head vigorously. "Excellent." Zhang Su commended her, then continued. "The dilemma of survival can arise at any moment during a disaster. Xinyu, remember, your life must always take precedence. Do not succumb to misplaced compassion." The usually generous and kind Zhang Su harbored a ruthless side, in which persona he displayed depended on the circumstances. "I understand, Su Gu." I shall not be a foolhardy do-gooder. Zhang Xinyu's somewhat haggard face, lacking makeup, revealed a newfound resolve. Though she was unaware of how challenging such decisions would become when faced with reality. After securing the doors and windows, Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu meticulously cataloged their most vital survival supplies, primarily focusing on food and drink. Since most of the items were piled in Zhang Xinyu's room, Zhang Su decided to relocate all the remaining food to her bedroom. Having never been here before, he remarked, "Honestly, your room is in worse shape than mine." With his hands on his hips, he surveyed the disarray. Discarded clothes and socks lay in a corner, various items scattered around the trash can. Remnants of snacks littered the computer desk, and the bed was a chaotic mess, with cheap plush toys from a claw machine strewn about. "Hey, I didn't have time to clean up, so focus on the task at hand." Zhang Xinyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Su clicked his tongue, shaking his head. He found it rather unsurprising. Many young women's rooms resembled this, and he had encountered far worse chaos. Let us take inventory, including beverages and alcohol. We have approximately 75 liters of drinkable supplies, 12 packs of instant noodles, an astonishing 22 bags of snail noodles, 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot, and 8 boxes of self-heating rice. Fortunately, all the food consisted of convenient options, eliminating the need for extensive preparation and alleviating many unnecessary complications. Most of these provisions belonged to Zhang Xinyu, with Zhang Su only contributing 2 5-pack instant noodles and 2 boxes of self-heating rice. Zhang Xinyu gazed at the gathered water and timidly inquired, "Su Gu, I believe this water may not last even half a month. Does that mean we won't be able to wash up?" Indeed, Zhang Su had entirely overlooked the necessity of washing during his planning of resource consumption. It was not that he had not considered it, but rather that he had subsequently dismissed the thought. Strictly speaking, their remaining water was quite limited, mostly comprising various beverages, rendering the water exceedingly precious. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyu's words, Zhang Su was about to raise his voice, but suddenly remembered the large container at the entrance and quickly lowered his tone, saying, "At a time like this, let's not think about washing up. We might as well embrace the smell. With no means to relieve ourselves or wash, soon enough, we will both become rather odorous." Chapter 8. Attentive Fanzug. It stinks. Well, Zhang Xinyu pouted, feeling that it was somewhat excessive to request to freshen up during a time of water scarcity. However, she truly yearned for some cleanliness. After all, she had just awakened and had only taken a sip of water, leaving her feeling quite unpleasant. Suddenly, an idea struck her. During a previous live stream while playing a game, she had been ambushed and retaliated with fervent outbursts. To her surprise, the individual who had ambushed her was also watching the stream and commented on her breath being rather foul, promptly sending her 2 bottles of mouthwash. Recalling her embarrassing incident lightened the tense atmosphere, and an involuntary smile crept onto her face. Zhang Su teased her. "Aren't you supposed to be the adorable and charming character?" As he spoke, he picked up the mouthwash to examine it, peach-flavored, with each bottle containing a generous 1,500 milliliters. Indeed ample for prolonged use. "Please, you know that S just a persona, not the true me." "That's rather annoying." Zhang Xinyu rolled her eyes, revealing a hint of bloodshot in her eyes. "By the way, what other delightful gifts have your fans sent you? Anything useful at the moment?" Zhang Su inquired. Glancing at the corner of Zhang Xinyu's room where numerous packages lay stacked, at least a dozen, large and small, Zhang Xinyu made a peculiar expression, shaking her head. "Just a bunch of bizarre items. If you're interested, feel free to sort through them. I doubt they'll be of much use." She vaguely recalled some titles such as Postpartum Care for Sows and Military Boxing, along with an unusually long spoon, masquerade masks, and a demon-slaying cross. While there were a few legitimate items, most had already been consumed or utilized by Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Su nodded thoughtfully, believing he should take a look when time permitted. After all, many seemingly useless items could prove unexpectedly beneficial in critical moments. With the mouthwash at hand, they managed to address the issue of bad breath, while the slight oiliness on their faces would have to be endured. Zhang Xinyu gestured towards the window, saying, "Someone was just calling for help again. It seems to be from the neighboring unit, quite close to us. The louder they scream, the quicker they perish. It won't be long before we're surrounded by zombies." Zhang Su rolled his eyes, thinking some individuals truly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xinyu pouted, "I wish this were all just a figment of imagination. I'd be happily slurping noodles, and you'd come out from the bedroom to scold me. And I'd rushed to tidy up. How wonderful that would be." "Indeed, how splendid," Zhang Su mused, glancing up at the ceiling. "I still feel as though I'm in a dream. It all seems so unreal." With a soft chuckle, Zhang Xinyu unexpectedly laughed. Zhang Su looked at her. Bewildered by her seemingly carefree demeanor, how can you still find joy in this? What are you thinking about? I was pondering, Sue Good. If this lovely apartment were to be abandoned due to the landlord perishing in this calamity, would it then belong to us? Who would dare raise the rent then, She concluded with a slight crinkle of her nose, inwardly cursing the landlord. Cough. Jiangsu was momentarily taken aback, casting a stern glance at Zhang Xinyu. If you continue to curse me, do you believe I will strike you so hard that you won't sit comfortably for a week? He retorted. Wait. You don't mean to tell me that you're the landlord, do you? With a palpable sense of defeat. Jiangsu spread his hands and bent down to rummage beneath the coffee table. An inconspicuous drawer slid open, and from within, he retrieved 2 red property titles. 8 years prior, when this community was completed, he had purchased the unit outright for a mere 3,000 per square meter, totaling around 400,000 with renovations included. As he spoke, he handed the documents to Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Xinyu's lips parted slightly as she numbly took the property deed, flipping it open to reveal, indeed, Zhang Su's name inscribed upon it, authentic and irrefutable. So it was you who forbade durians in the apartment, and you're also the one who prohibited pets, charging me 150 per kilowatt hour. What a nerve. In an instant, a wave of resentment surged through Zhang Xinyu as she recalled the myriad demands the landlord had placed upon her, prompting her to raise her fist in indignation and strike at Jiangsu. Jiangsu effortlessly caught her fist with one hand, and in a fluid motion, drew her into his embrace. Noticing her cheeks flush with embarrassment, he quickly gestured towards the door and cautioned, Don't yell. Feeling the strength of Zhang Su's arms, her heart raced uncontrollably, and surprisingly, she relinquished her struggle, finding a sense of security in his hold. Yet as she surrendered, his grip loosened, and she felt a sudden smack on her rear. Smack. Jiangsu chastised with an exasperated tone, You're quite hefty, and yet you sit on others. You nearly broke my ribs. There is no hospital around for this. Zhang Xinyu glared down at Jiangsu, whose expression remained unflappable, and her anger surged anew. She tugged her oversized t-shirt back, accentuating her figure, and pointed at her own curvaceous silhouette. 5'5", 114 pounds. Open your eyes and see clearly. Jiangsu was fully aware of Zhang Xinyu's appealing physique. Just as he intended to continue his playful banter, he noticed a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The temperature is dropping. Don't just wear that t-shirt. Put on something warmer, he advised. Upon hearing Jiangsu's elongated tone, Zhang Xinyu instantly grasped his meaning. Her furious expression froze before she turned and dashed towards her room. Her movements somewhat comical as she tried to tread lightly. Left alone in the living room, Jiangsu fell into a contemplative silence, the only sound breaking the stillness being the shuffling of footsteps outside the door belonging to Zombie Li. The scratching continued, an ominous reminder of the precarious situation at hand. Jiangsu mused to himself. Keeping Zombie Li lingering at the entrance was not prudent. Should something fall to the ground, it would surely incite a frenzy of banging. While a single zombie knocking at the door was manageable, the arrival of others drawn by the sound would spell disaster, as the door was not impervious. How to resolve this dilemma? Jiangsu pondered. At that moment, a series of ink-blotted words unfurled in his mind. How to deal with the zombie outside. A. Capture alive. B. Eliminate. C. Lure away. Chapter 9. BBBC. How to deal with the zombies outside. A. Capture alive. B. Kill. C. Lead away. What is this? Jiangsu vigorously shook his head, only to discover that the words in his mind remained intact, and a new row of text appeared below. Please make a selection before the countdown ends. If time expires, a random choice will be made. 001. 29. Ah, I see. Jiangsu suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him. Given the absurdity of a zombie outbreak, it was only reasonable to have a few additional aids at his disposal. This was not the time to ponder why these words had manifested in his mind. He needed to make a decision within a minute and a half. First, he dismissed the option of capturing alive. Jiangsu gazed at option A in silent contemplation. He was aware that some films depicted the capture of zombies for specific purposes, but that was far from what he needed to consider at this moment. To lead away or to kill. Jiangsu found himself in a quandary. He had no doubts about how to eliminate a zombie, based on his exposure to relevant media. It was merely a matter of aiming for the head or severing the connection between the brain and the body, essentially decapitation. I perceive leading them away as far more challenging. His understanding of the outside world was nearly non-existent, coupled with the lack of suitable equipment. It would be reckless to attempt to lure a zombie away. No matter the monstrosity, eliminate them all. Yes, extermination was the most prudent course of action. He had anticipated that completing his selection would lead to the announcement of a reward for the task, but unexpectedly, there was a second prompt. Completion time limit. A. 1 hour. B. 1 day. C. 1 week. 001. 30. Wait. If I fail to complete the challenge, what will happen? Jiang Su anxiously pondered. But after waiting for 10 seconds, the words in his mind remained unchanged. I should make a choice for now, given the time constraint. Jiang Su tightened his fist and declared, B. 1 day. An hour felt too rushed, while a week seemed excessively prolonged, likely leading to countless unforeseen complications. The longer he waited, the more perilous the situation might become. 1 day was the most suitable duration. After making his selection, he deliberately set a 24-hour countdown on the large mud king on his wrist, only to find that the time remained static after pressing start. Time paused. This technology was remarkable, often depicted in films from the islands, representing an exceedingly advanced science. Moreover, he had no idea how this phenomenon had been triggered in his mind. Before Jiang Su could continue his contemplation, the text in his mind flickered once more. Completion members. A. Alone. B. Collaborating with others. C. Entrusting to others. 001. 30. Goodness. This is rather meticulous. Jiang Su couldn't and Oppose. Help but mutter. Since there was now an option concerning the members involved in completing the challenge, it was certain to have some implications, though he was unaware of their nature. Entrusting to others was out of the question. Who could he possibly entrust at this moment? With that thought, Jiang Su's gaze drifted toward the slightly ajar door of Zhang Xinyu's room, and a spark ignited within him. He silently declared, B. I choose B. Jiang Su contemplated within himself, if the outside world had devolved into such a dismal state as the Shiqin Garden, coupled with the apparent absence of any potential rescue, it was inevitable that he would have to confront the undead. Zhang Xinyu would either become a valuable ally or, even if he could not bear to abandon her, she would undoubtedly be unable to keep pace. Challenge initiated. Collaborate with others to eliminate the zombies outside within a day. Difficulty, C. Timer starts at 23:59, 59 C. Jiang Su mentally noted, pondering the implications of the second option that had surfaced. He suspected it would correlate with the challenge's difficulty, yet he had not anticipated that 3BS would ultimately yield a C. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. After all, he had no other information at his disposal and could only make decisions based on his own circumstances. It was imperative to act with caution. Was there truly such urgency? Jiang Su gazed in resignation at the relentless countdown in his mind. Without any introduction, explanation, or communication, the challenge commenced. Hey, are all survivors participating in this challenge? Jiang Su questioned internally, receiving no response. Is there a reward for success? What are the penalties for failure? Hello? Is anyone there? His repeated inquiries were met with silence, compelling Jiang Su to abandon this futile line of questioning and instead focus on the challenge at hand. Setting aside his trepidation, Jiang Su believed he was more than capable of dispatching the zombies at the door while ensuring his own safety from bites, based on his understanding and previous observations. Being bitten would certainly lead to infection. As for scratches, that remained uncertain. Overcoming his inner fear was of utmost importance. Jiang Su fixed his gaze on the door, taking a deep breath as he prepared to press his eye against the peephole for a better view. At that moment, Zhang Xinyu emerged from her room. Casting a curious glance at Jiang Su, who seemed transfixed as he approached the door. What are you doing? She inquired. Jiang Su paused, turning to look at Zhang Xinyu, who was already dressed in her undergarments. He cautiously asked, is everything all right? Faced with Jiang Su's unexpected and peculiar question, Zhang Xinyu shook her head in confusion, spreading her hands in a gesture of reassurance. It's nothing. Oh, as long as it's nothing. Jiang Su reassured himself, confident that Zhang Xinyu did not share the same frantic thoughts swirling in his mind. Otherwise, her temperament would never allow her to remain so composed. He pointed towards the door. I'm going to observe the zombies. With that, he leaned closer to the peephole. What do you intend to observe the zombies for? Zhang Xinyu trailed closely behind him, whispering, those creatures are terrifying. Perhaps it would be better not to provoke them? What if we are faced with no choice but to confront them? Jiang Su turned to whisper in Zhang Xinyu's ear. Caught off guard by Jiang Su's probing question, Zhang Xinyu felt a rush of unease. Are we truly unable to escape? The skin of her bare arms, exposed from her sleeves, felt parched, her muscles taut, as if perpetually coiled with tension, embodying a sense of strength. It was evident that the zombies possessed considerable power, as demonstrated by the force with which they pounded against the door. Next came the grotesque transformation of their mouths. The teeth of the zombies bore no resemblance to human teeth. They had become sharp and elongated, resembling those of certain sharks. Their unique structure enhancing their capacity to tear and chew. The nose, slightly sunken and with enlarged nostrils, appears somewhat comical against the backdrop of a terrifying visage. The scarlet orbs of the eyes blur the distinction between pupil and sclera, and even in moments of stillness, a faint aura of ferocity can be perceived. Confronted by monsters born from the aberrations of their own kind, a primal trepidation stirs deep within the soul, not solely due to fear of the zombie striking force, biting power, or tearing strength, but rather a profound dread of becoming ensnared in that grotesque fate oneself. Chapter 10. Do you have a secret crush on me? What if I become infected? I must ensure a swift end for myself. Jiangsu gazed at the grotesque figure of the zombie, internally resolving that should the opportunity arise, he would prepare a bullet of honor for himself. If that moment truly arrived, at least he could depart with dignity. As he pondered, he meticulously observed the scene. After 4 or 5 minutes, he heard Zhang Xinyu's voice. Let me take a look too. Jiangsu turned to see the complex emotions swirling on Zhang Xinyu's face, her curiosity intertwined with reluctance. Despite her evident hesitation, she made the decision to try. The conflict evident in her brow. He nodded in silence, slowly stepping aside to allow her a view. Zhang Xinyu cautiously approached the peephole, tucking away the hair that obscured her line of sight. When she finally laid eyes on the zombie, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. In that instant, her hand flew to her mouth, stifling an almost scream. Ugh, huff, huff. She emitted a faint, muffled sound, followed by rapid breaths as she leaned against the wall, attempting to calm her racing heart, her face betraying her overwhelming shock. Jiangsu had no time to soothe her. He hastily moved closer to the peephole, noticing that the zombie remained unresponsive, continuing to circle aimlessly like a blindfolded old donkey tethered to a millstone. The sound they had made was indeed minimal, but in such a tranquil environment, even he should have been able to hear it. Remarkably, it had not reacted, suggesting that the zombie and Appo's hearing was not as acute as he had presumed. Jiangsu scrutinized the zombie and Appo's ears. Apart from their unusual color, their shape had not changed. Are you feeling better? He asked, observing Zhang Xinyu, whose demeanor had calmed considerably. Let me have another look. Zhang Xinyu pressed her palm against her chest, her face a mixture of fear and determination. Without waiting for Jiangsu's consent, she leaned in once more. Jiangsu braced himself to cover her mouth, but found that Zhang Xinyu's composure had improved significantly. Other than her rising chest and slightly trembling fists, there was no other extreme reaction. He chose instead to stand quietly beside her, contemplating strategies to deal with the zombie. Thus, they remained in silence, one observant, the other contemplative, as time slipped by imperceptibly. While Zhang Xinyu confronted her fear of the zombie, she remained oblivious to the pair of eyes watching her from just behind the peephole of apartment 802. Jiangsu's unit comprised 2 households on the same floor, with 802 being slightly larger than 801, featuring a layout of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, spanning over 120 square meters. A young woman clad in a satin nightgown stood at the door, her fair face even more luminous than the bare legs peeking from beneath her gown, resembling a large gecko clinging to the door in an amusing manner. As she observed the zombie wandering the hallway, the terror in her eyes was palpable. Zhang Xinyu, uncertain, nodded slightly. I still feel a bit scared, but I can manage it now. At least I won T-freeze in fear. That's quite an achievement for such a short time. Since you're not afraid, how about we take that creature down together? Jiangsu proposed. Take it down? Is that really appropriate? Zhang Xinyu furrowed her brow, revealing her inner conflict. Jiangsu, puzzled, inquired, what makes it inappropriate? Do you really think he is still human? Still Arligo? Zhang Xinyu blinked and retorted, Isn't it so? Of course, he is not. Jiangsu sharply flicked Zhang Xinyu's fair and glossy forehead, leaving a small red mark, and continued. From the moment the zombie virus took control of him, he ceased to be human. Zhang Xinyu, perplexed, nodded. Even if you are right, why do we need to eliminate him? Are you planning to go downstairs for something? It's unnecessary. We have enough provisions to last us half a month. Please don't take any risks. Killing a fish seemed feasible to Zhang Xinyu, but slaying a zombie felt utterly outrageous. It was already a considerable feat to observe a zombie from behind a door without succumbing to fear. She couldn't guarantee her composure when facing one directly. Just as they conversed, the sound of helicopters filled the sky once more, this time with greater intensity. Zhang Xinyu hurried to the window, pulling it open a crack to gaze upward, and then exclaimed excitedly to Jiangsu, There are more than 10 helicopters. It must be the special police reinforcements. Zhang Su did not confirm her assertion. His eyes, now mostly composed, were fixated on the helicopters sweeping by in the distance. Brother Su, let us remain here quietly. The reinforcements have arrived. They will likely regain control of the situation swiftly, and perhaps the rescue will occur sooner than we anticipate. Please do not engage in any perilous actions. No one informed Zhang Xinyu that those in the sky were indeed reinforcements, yet she deceived herself into believing it wholeheartedly. Are you worried that our food is insufficient? Don't fret. I'll eat less and share with you. Please, do not take any risks. Zhang Xinyu implored. At that moment, two things provided her with a sense of security. One was Zhang Su, and the other was the firmly shut entrance door. In her eyes. Once that door was opened, an endless wave of terror would flood in, ultimately engulfing her in a sea of blood. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyu's words, Zhang Su felt a subtle stir within, his serious demeanor softening into a gentle smile as he replied, "You're willing to eat less to leave food for me? How kind of you. Could it be that you have a secret crush on me?" Zhang Xinyu was taken aback by Zhang Su's teasing amid such tension. She shot him a glance, her gaze briefly wavering, but upon contemplating the current circumstances, she felt resolute. "Yes, I've taken a fancy to your muscular physique." "What is wrong with that?" "You're a dead eunuch." "A dead eunuch? I change girlfriends every 3 months. The joy I experience is beyond your imagination." Zhang Su scoffed dismissively. If what Zhang Su claimed was true, that he changed girlfriends every 3 months, Zhang Xinyu believed that for such a flirtatious man, there would be no reason to refuse food presented to him. She had no aversion to a rogue, only the fear that he might be inclined the other way. Many of a man's actions are primarily based on personal gain. When faced with two benefits, one must choose one, and the inclination is often towards the greater advantage. Zhang Su naturally sensed Zhang Xinyu's affections, but in his view, transforming a tenant into a girlfriend would entail not only losing rent but also incurring additional expenses. This transaction seemed inherently unprofitable. Chapter 11. The opportunity arises. You are a good girl. Hey. Zhang Su casually bestowed a good person card upon Zhang Xinyu. How dare you? Zhang Xinyu was taken aback by the unexpected issuance of such a card, her frustration boiling over as she glared at Zhang Su, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Enough of this nonsense. Let us focus on how to deal with the zombies at the door. Zhang Su immediately regretted his playful banter and shifted to a more serious tone. You can handle it yourself. I want to go. He understood that coaxing or pressuring her at this moment would yield little benefit. Glancing at his watch, he noted that after a flurry of activity, it was past noon. He patted his stomach and inquired, "Aren't you hungry?" "Starving." Zhang Su, accustomed to such scenarios, approached Zhang Xinyu and gently patted her head. "I'll go prepare a meal." Watching Zhang Su retreat, Zhang Xinyu lifted her head, her lips pursed in a pout of grievance. Preparing an elaborate feast was a challenge for Zhang Su, yet he could manage a variety of self-heating pots and convenient meals with ease. Which would you prefer? Sichuan-style cured meat or mushroom beef? Though her feelings of discontent and anger lingered, hunger prevailed. "I want the Sichuan cured meat." The aroma of the mushroom beef and Sichuan cured meat wafted through the air. The self-heating pot took nearly 15 minutes to warm the food, while Zhang Su skillfully finished his preparations in just 5. The remaining time was spent beside Zhang Xinyu, gently persuading her to join him in eliminating the zombies. Blah, blah, blah. Zhang Su, I had no idea you could drone on so much that you've completely sapped my appetite. With that, Zhang Xinyu pushed the remaining 2/5 of the clay pot rice towards him. "I can't eat any more. If you don't mind, please don't waste it." Zhang Su was pleasantly surprised by Zhang Xinyu's prompt fulfillment of her promise, feeling a touch of gratitude. He took a bite and then returned it to her. "Don't eat too little. I'm serious. Let us prepare ourselves to take care of the zombies outside together." "Brother, Su Go, my dear brother. Can you please stop pressuring me? Change the request. I'll agree to anything, truly anything. Just don't make me kill zombies." When she said anything, Zhang Xinyu emphasized the words, her meaning clearer than daylight. Zhang Su pondered, unsure if the post-war rewards counted as collaborating in the effort. "Xinyu, this situation has exceeded our expectations. In Qin City alone, not counting other counties, the population exceeds 800,000. Even if those helicopters were indeed reinforcements, how many can they truly save? You must consider that the entire world is in turmoil, not just one city or province, but the whole globe. We must confront the reality, let us not resist it. We are 1,000,000 times luckier than those who have perished inexplicably. Gather your courage and face the hardships." After the meal, a bowl of chicken soup nourished the soul. "Ah, let us eat." Slurp. Zhang Xinyu obediently finished her meal, setting down the pristine lunchbox. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Brother Su, you are not wrong. I have witnessed the harsh reality myself. However, could you grant me a few more days? What if the zombies outside were to disperse? Sighing, Zhang Su gestured for her to join him by the window. He opened a small crack, and two pairs of eyes peered out. In a hushed tone, he whispered to Zhang Xinyu, do you see the situation outside? Count for yourself how many zombies are wandering below. Zhang Xinyu looked down and, after a rough estimation, discerned at least 20 to 30 zombies roaming about. With only a limited view of a particular area, she could only surmise the condition of the entire neighborhood. There must be hundreds of zombies lurking. Now do you comprehend the severity of our predicament? In times like these, passively awaiting rescue is one approach, but as I always say, rather than placing our hopes for survival in the hands of others, we must strive for it ourselves. Having navigated the complexities of society for years and interacted with countless individuals, Zhang Su's eloquence surpassed even that of the streamer Zhang Xinyu. Whether it was to persuade or to motivate, he had an arsenal of words at his disposal. All right, Brother Su, Brother Su, look at the top floor of Unit 2 in Building 4. Zhang Xinyu was about to respond when she suddenly noticed someone waving in their direction. Did they see us through such a small opening? They've been watching us for quite some time. Zhang Su muttered thoughtfully, following Zhang Xinyu's gaze. A young man was kneeling on the windowsill, desperately waving his arms, clearly trying to greet them. Don and Apos, mind him. We have no time to concern ourselves with irrelevant matters. Zhang Xinyu did not disagree. With the internet cut off, it felt as if they were imprisoned, unable to step outside. Although the distance between the two households was less than 100 meters, collaboration for survival seemed implausible, let alone any effective communication. Brother Su, we don't even have weapons. How can we defeat the zombies? Zhang Xinyu pointed towards the entrance, having finally summoned the resolve to act. Suddenly, as if sensing an impending threat, a zombie in the corridor let out a primal, bloodthirsty roar that reverberated through the mind. Without a moment to spare, Zhang Su dashed to the door, peering through the peephole. He could clearly see the agitated zombie violently pounding on the door of apartment 802, each blow seemingly more forceful than the last. Ah no. Help! Save me! Please, don't kill me! A series of piercing cries for help emanated from the opposite door, their muffled pleas barely reaching Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu's ears. The specifics of the cries were unimportant. What mattered was that there was indeed someone on the other side. An opportunity. Zhang Su had no time to ponder the situation unfolding across the way. He recognized it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Chapter 12. What are you hiding under your bed? What opportunity are you referring to, Su Gu? Zhang Xinyu inquired. Following Zhang Su into the bedroom, a hint of perplexity in her voice. The chance to eliminate the zombies. Zhang Su and Apos. S tone rose slightly, his expression brimming with tension, urgency, and exhilaration. Initially, zombies were meandering in the corridor. The sound of opening doors would undoubtedly attract their attention, leading to an unavoidable confrontation, which would be quite challenging. Now that someone had drawn the zombies' focus, they could stealthily approach from behind, ambushing rather than confronting head-on. Any reasonable person would recognize which approach was more manageable. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before Zhang Xinyu could voice her curiosity again, Zhang Su adeptly unfastened the latch and lifted the box's lid, a faint scent of industrial oil wafting through the air. Inside the box lay a collection of weapons, a machete, a hatchet, a hefty wrench, and a baseball bat. Wait, Su Good. Why are you hiding these things under your bed? Zhang Xinyu could somewhat comprehend the baseball bat, being a piece of sports equipment. But the oddly shaped machete and the sharp hatchet left her questioning their purpose. Her peculiar gaze at Zhang Su seemed to suggest, you can end Apos, possibly be a murderer. Can you? Ignoring Zhang Xinyu's bewilderment, Zhang Su retrieved a short-handled axe and hefted it in his hand, the blade glinting with a cold sheen. While the hammer's solidity instilled a sense of security, he then pulled out the longest baseball bat and handed it to Zhang Xinyu. Here, use this. Oh. Zhang Xinyu nervously accepted the bat, fully aware of the impending confrontation, her scalp prickling and heart racing. From room 802 came a piercing cry for help. The zombies, akin to lecherous old wolves, pounded on the door with increasing fervor, revealing their thirst for fresh prey. When did a woman arrive at that door? We need to hurry. If she keeps screaming like that, it might attract even more zombies. Zhang Su was filled with frustration, unable to comprehend why women tended to scream at the slightest provocation. Whether in joy or distress, it seemed to be ingrained in their very nature. Zhang Xinyu refrained from voicing her thoughts, acknowledging that if not for Zhang Su's leadership, she would not fare any better than the woman outside. Her swift adaptation to the situation was largely due to Jiangsu's influence. Prepare yourself. In a moment, we will stealthily approach the zombies and strike at their heads. You've seen zombie films, right? Aim for the head, understand? Jiangsu suppressed his irritation, gesturing towards his own head to illustrate. Understood, understood. Uncertain. Jiangsu stepped aside and instructed Zheng Xinyu. Come, show me how you would do it. Sugu, this baseball bat feels a bit heavy and I'm worried I might miss my target. What should I do? Unlike the typical baseball bats sold to local ruffians, this bat was custom crafted by Jiangsu's master. Made from special materials with reinforced treatment, even incorporating ergonomic patents from top weapon companies abroad. A regular baseball bat weighs about 900 grams, while the one in Zheng Xinyu's hands weighed a hefty 2 kilograms. While it suited Jiangsu's build and strength perfectly, it proved somewhat cumbersome for Zheng Xinyu. Only with weight can one wield true power. A light touch against a zombie is akin to merely caressing it. Visualize the zombie's head as a wooden post, and raise the baseball bat as if chopping firewood. Come now, strike for me to observe your technique. Jiangsu encouraged. All right. Zheng Xinyu responded with determination, channeling her energy into her core as she brought down the bat with a swift motion, the air slicing as she struck with considerable force. Jiangsu was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Your strength is impressive. Where does it come from? Well, I do engage in exercise from time to time, Zheng Xinyu replied, glancing around with a hint of shyness, avoiding direct eye contact with Jiangsu. She wouldn't confess that she had been secretly practicing in her room, inspired by his daily antics in the gym. Although her training was not intense, it had evidently paid off. With strength, one can achieve miracles. However, your movements earlier were slightly off. Observe me closely. When exerting force, it is crucial to synchronize your waist and back to generate greater power. Moreover, after striking, be prepared to evade. Do not squander your energy. Zhang Su, a disciple of the unrestrained Master Chun, demonstrated practical, yet seemingly erratic combat techniques. Zhang Xinyu bit her lip, diligently absorbing the instruction. Given the limited time, she could not expect immediate mastery but focused on remembering the fundamental principles of exertion. All right. Now wait, what are you searching for? Zhang Xinyu inquired as she noticed Zhang Su rummaging through the wardrobe. I'm looking for something for protection. The woman across the hall has ceased her cries. Based on previous calculations, the zombies will abandon their pursuit after 4 to 5 minutes of silence. Quickly, over there. Grab those magazines. We can fashion makeshift arm guards. Zhang Su exclaimed, tossing 2 black wrist guards to a bewildered Zheng Xinyu. Arm guards? Zheng Xinyu understood the concept of protective pads, but was at a loss regarding how to create arm guards, holding the wrist guards awkwardly. I'll help you put them on. You just watch and assist me afterward. Zhang Su swiftly wrapped the promotional magazines around Zheng Xinyu's forearms, securing them with the wrist guards. Now move your arms and see how it feels. Zheng Xinyu waved her arms, finding the makeshift guards securely held the magazines in place. This is great. It doesn't hinder my movements at all. Excellent. You see how it's done? Just like that. Zhang Su promptly helped her secure the other arm. Zheng Xinyu, no fool, quickly learned the process and adeptly assisted Zhang Su in donning his own makeshift armor. In the event that a zombie lunges at us, use your arms to block, then push and kick like this. Understand? Zhang Su demonstrated the blocking technique. This is so dangerous. Do we truly have to do this? Zheng Xinyu asked, a pained expression on her face as she mimicked Zhang Su's movements. Could we not just wait until after we've killed the zombies? If one bites me, I know it will be the end. Right now, we are full of energy and uninjured. If we do not practice killing zombies while we can, what will we do when resources dwindle and we are weak from hunger, facing zombies? Shall we use our heads to fight them? Zhang Su questioned sternly. This is an exceedingly pragmatic concern. Zheng Xinyu is capable of envisioning the scenario described by Zhang Su. It is akin to a frog being boiled in lukewarm water. When one finds oneself at the end of the road, the strength to make a final stand may be elusive. Without Zhang Su's guidance, Zheng Xinyu feels akin to the individual Zhang Su refers to as passively awaiting fate. All right, I shall heed your words. Zheng Xinyu's gaze has become resolute, and her defensive movements have begun to take on a semblance of form. Chapter 13. The first drop of blood opportunities are fleeting. Prepare yourself. Zhang Su peered through the peephole, his hand poised on the doorknob, ready to spring into action. Wait. Zheng Xinyu's voice trembled as she stammered, her utterance of just 2 words transforming into a quivering string of 6 or 7. What is it now? Zhang Su cast an impatient glance at her, clenching her fists. She steadied her racing heart and urged, brace yourself. We can do this splendidly. While encouraging Zhang Xinyu, Zhang Su also silently bolstered his own resolve. Having engaged in countless brawls, even once participating in a cage match, he now found himself confronting the undead for the very first time. Here, failure bore the grim weight of death. Although the likelihood of defeat was minimal, it did little to quell the anxiety and trepidation swelling within him. Zhang Su felt his mouth grow parched. In the biting cold, beads of sweat formed on his back, dampening his grip on the axe. Though its anti-slip design offered some reassurance. Taking a deep breath, he gestured 3 fingers to Zhang Xinyu, then 2, and finally 1. With a click, accompanied by the relentless thuds of the zombies outside, Zhang Su turned the lock, pressed down the handle silently, and pushed the door open. Behind him, Zhang Xinyu, clutching a baseball bat, felt her heart leap into her throat. Oh my goodness, I can barely handle cockroaches, and now I'm expected to slay zombies? This is madness. As the door creaked open, a pungent waft of blood filled the room, an unsettling scent that seemed ingrained in her very DNA, signaling the likelihood of injury or death. Zhang Su's expression was one of unprecedented seriousness as he lowered himself into a crouch, signaling Zhang Xinyu to follow him, and stepped toward the zombie. The cries for help from room 802 had ceased, yet the relentless pounding of the zombie continued, echoing like the drumbeats of war, resonating in both Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu's hearts. The distance from room 801 to 802 was merely 5 or 6 meters. Yet it felt as if Zhang Su had traversed a century. As he drew closer, within a meter of the zombie, his heart raced at an estimated 150 beats per minute. Roar. The zombie howled like a beast, its right arm flailing, while the left swung back and forth, revealing gruesome white bone fragments, soaked in blood. Zhang Su did not dare glance at Zhang Xinyu's state. He couldn't divert his gaze from the zombie. After mimicking a chopping motion with his left hand, he raised the short axe high. The dark blade gleamed ominously, sharp enough to sever hair. Zhang Su envisioned the moment the axe would cleave through the zombie's skull, a mix of fear and determination propelling him forward. Clang! Just as Zhang Su lifted his arm, a sharp metallic sound erupted. The axe collided with the baseball bat. The zombie halted its assault on the door, its movements stiff yet swift as it turned its head with alarming speed. Their eyes locked in a chilling confrontation. The zombies could hardly have anticipated the sudden emergence of 2 audacious individuals behind them, leading to a momentary pause, their mutated nostrils flaring as if to capture the surrounding scents. For an instant, time seemed to freeze. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Zhang Su locked his gaze onto the blood-red orbs of the zombie, which exuded nothing but a frenzied thirst for blood, devoid of any rationality or intellect. To hell with it. He had never been a compassionate saint and was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. This was not a game. And there was no time for hesitation or regret. With a resounding thud, the sharp axe struck the zombie's skull with unerring precision, even as resilient as the cranium was. Zhang Su's powerful blow, combined with the keen edge of the axe, cleaved it open. The blade lodged itself in the zombie's visage, slicing from the center of the brow to the left corner of the mouth, leaving a gruesome trail of torn flesh and exposed bone. Dark blood splattering against the wooden door in a thick, nauseating mess. Damn it, it got stuck. I need to strike with the other end. The zombie, though devoid of pain, emitted a furious roar as it prepared to retaliate against the intruder but was met with another assault. A heavy baseball bat struck the zombie's right temple with a resounding thwack. Ingeniously designed for ergonomic ease, the weighty bat was surprisingly manageable. Zhang Xinyu, caught in the heat of the moment, did not anticipate her ability to hit the zombie, as she had not noticed Zhang Su had nudged it forward slightly. Otherwise, her swing would have missed entirely. With the force of the blow, the zombie lost its balance, toppling backward, a testament to the strength Zhang Xinyu had summoned in that critical moment. Well done, Zhang Su praised her, exerting force as he prepared to unleash a powerful kick. To hell with you. With the immense force pushing backward, the axe finally came free, accompanied by a string of viscous fluid. The zombie was no weeble. Struck on the head and kicked in the torso, it swayed unsteadily, collapsing against the door of room 802, awkwardly propped up as it howled mindlessly, as if venting its inner turmoil. The already terrifying visage of the zombie became even more grotesque, resembling a flower in bloom. Without granting the creature a moment's respite, Zhang Su turned the axe to wield the hammer side toward the zombie, raising it high before bringing it down with tremendous force upon the top of its skull. The hammer delivered a solid blow. A guttural howl erupted from the zombie. Thud, thud, thud. I'll finish you off, damn it. Zhang Su muttered under his breath, veins bulging on his forehead, his muscular arms swinging as bits of flesh, blood, and bone fragments were sent flying, splattering against the walls and ceiling. Even the lampshade was not spared. Panting heavily, he paused after delivering more than a dozen strikes. Stepping back to lean against the wall, warily observing the disfigured zombie before him. Ugh! Zhang Su and Apos. S response was a cacophony. As he observed the convulsions of Zhang Sinyu's abdomen beside him, a torrent, mingled with rice, Sichuan-style cured meat, and peas, erupted from her mouth, drenching the zombie before them. Under the relentless assault from Zhang Su, the zombie and Apos, S cranium had become grotesquely deformed, resembling a bowl with a mouth affixed to its neck, its internal structure laid bare. The edges were a gruesome blur of flesh and blood, delivering an unparalleled visual shock. Chapter 14. The Taste of Regret. Ugh. Initially, I did not find it particularly nauseating, but your retching has made me feel queasy as well. The metallic tang of blood mingled with a sour odor, compounded by the gruesome scene before us, truly tested one's nerves. In the face of such carnage, Zhang Su had his own method of coping. The mere thought that he could be bitten by this creature and transformed filled him with a desire to strike a few more blows, instantly alleviating his revulsion. Zhang Xinyu turned her head to gaze at Zhang Su, her chin smeared with gastric mucus and a few grains of rice. Just as she was about to speak, the urge to vomit surged again, and she hurriedly leaned against the wall, retching. I feel so unwell, so unwell. Zhang Xinyu clutched her chest and abdomen, her tone peculiar, as if she were both attempting to speak and fight the urge to vomit, feeling as though her stomach might erupt. My dear aunt, if you continue to heave like that, no amount of food will suffice for your needs. Zhang Su gently patted Zhang Sinyu's back while his gaze drifted towards the door of room 802. The commotion at the entrance could not have escaped the notice of those inside. Now that the zombies had been dealt with, were they truly reluctant to emerge? As far as he knew, room 802 was unoccupied. The owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, had not been seen for 2 years since a chance encounter in the elevator, where not a word had been exchanged. The sudden appearance of a woman from 802 bewildered him, yet he had no intention of investigating further. Suddenly, the sound of mechanical operation broke the silence. Zhang Su stepped closer to the elevator and was astonished to find it in motion, ascending from the 3rd floor. The elevator is moving. Let us go inside, quickly. He was uncertain about the elevator's status. Perhaps someone was coming up, or a zombie inside had accidentally pressed a button, or maybe someone had called the elevator. It was impossible to tell. In any case, remaining exposed was perilous. Woo, woo. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Zhang Xinyu pouted and began to cry, looking at Zhang Su with immense grievance. She felt a peculiar pride in having accomplished something monumental, yet simultaneously a deep sense of being coerced into confronting something she dreaded. To an outsider, it might appear as if Zhang Su had wronged her. As Zhang Su leaned out to assess the elevator's situation, hearing Zhang Sinyu's sobs, he gently nudged her with his foot, silently urging her to stop crying. The elevator has stopped on the 6th floor. Sinyu, do you think it is a person or a zombie? A serious inquiry was the best balm for her distress. Indeed, upon hearing his question, Zhang Sinyu's crying diminished, transforming into soft sobs as she replied, it must be a person. Humans use elevators, not zombies. What if there is a zombie trapped inside the elevator? Inadvertently pressing a button? Zhang Su pondered seriously. After voicing his thoughts, he cautiously pushed the door open and stepped outside. Where are you going? Zhang Xinyu seemed to spring into action, grabbing his arm tightly as he opened the door. I'm going to the stairwell to listen for any sounds and secure the safety door. Zhang Su reassured her, gently patting her slightly trembling hand. With the immediate danger at the door averted, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, allowing for an expansion of their limited range of movement. Zhang Xinyu stood within the door, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Su as he slowly approached the safety exit. Unable to suppress her imagination, she envisioned a horde of zombies bursting forth from the stairwell to pounce upon him. Suddenly aware of her own vulnerability, she swiftly crouched down to retrieve a baseball bat, a small gesture that offered her a modicum of security. As Zhang Su walked towards the exit, he cast another glance at the earlier battleground, where a zombie lay lifeless against the door of apartment 802. Initially, he contemplated dragging the corpse away, but upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, feeling exasperated by the resident's lack of effort. Upon reaching the stairwell, Zhang Su surveyed his surroundings. An eerie stillness enveloped the space, so profound that he could hear distant cries filtering through the window, their meanings ambiguous. Were they pleas for help, or the lamentations of those facing death? Below him, a jar of pickled vegetables lay shattered, releasing a faint metallic scent mingled with the brine, a dissonance that unsettled the senses. The silence was oppressive, instilling a sense of dread. Typically, the emergency exit was quite deserted, with few individuals inclined to ascend the stairs, save for the janitors who would occasionally tidy up. However, under the current ominous atmosphere of a zombie outbreak, the vacant staircase provoked boundless speculation. The absence of any sound suggested the absence of life. Jiangsu furrowed his brow in contemplation. If anyone had used the elevator to reach the 6th floor, or if someone on that floor had summoned the lift, there would surely be some noise. Yet, now, the air remained as still as an ancient well. Midway up the staircase, he peered down through a narrow gap and was alarmed to spot two swaying arms on the ground floor, their movements unmistakably characteristic of zombies. It was not safe. There was no secure place outside. Is there a problem? Zhang Xinyu inquired as Zhang Su entered the room. She promptly closed the door behind him, locking it with a decisive click, her racing heart beginning to settle. I didn't hear anything unusual, Zhang Su replied gravely, shaking his head. Silence can be good. Silence can be good. Zhang Xinyu swallowed hard, her lips paling slightly. Let us go inside and rest. Just a bit on my chin and neck. Will it? Will it matter? Zhang Xinyu asked anxiously. Zhang Su shook his head as he removed his protective gear. I don't know. It should be fine. But it's best to wash it off quickly. He frowned at the thought of using water, unless absolutely necessary. He was reluctant to squander such a vital resource. Right. Zhang Su exhaled softly, disregarding the bloodstains as he turned back towards the door. What are you going to do? Zhang Xinyu hurried to keep up, tightly gripping the baseball bat, quickly developing the habit of never letting her weapon out of reach. Zhang Su peered through the peephole, gently opening the door. Looting. Looting. Zhang Xinyu momentarily lost her train of thought, but as she saw Zhang Su approach the lifeless zombie, she comprehended the meaning of his words. Once more confronting the grotesque, bowl-shaped head, she felt the urge to retch and hastily redirected her focus to Zhang Su, who deftly retrieved a set of keys from the zombie's corpse. Chapter 15. Insight tags. Upon returning home and securely closing the door, Zhang Su, with a radiant smile, shook the keys in his hand. With Li Ji's entire family residing together, there was bound to be some stock at home. If his family were to be absent, it would not be wasted. It was not that he wished for Li Ji's family to meet with misfortune. Rather, the current circumstances suggested such a possibility. Zhang Xinyu gazed at the blood-stained keys, feeling a weight in her heart. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she pointed towards her bedroom. I forgot. I have wet wipes. Plenty of them. Wet wipes? Zhang Su placed the keys on the shoe cabinet and turned to Zhang Xinyu. How splendid. They can serve as a substitute for water to cleanse oneself. How did you forget them before? As he spoke, he unceremoniously made his way towards her bedroom. I'm not trying to challenge myself to stay in the room for a month without supplies. For personal hygiene, I can only rely on wet wipes. I bought quite a few, including alcohol disinfecting wipes, but I left them piled up and forgot to unpack. Zhang Xinyu followed Zhang Su with a light step, feeling a sense of relief at the thought of maintaining her hygiene without wasting water. One can endure hardship, but not seek out suffering. Rather, one should continuously seek comfortable ways to alleviate distress. Soon, the two of them opened the delivery box, and indeed, as Zhang Xinyu had mentioned, there were a total of 20 packs of ordinary wet wipes, each containing 80 sheets, along with 300 alcohol wipes. Haha. Zhang Su couldn't help but laugh, immediately tearing open a pack and pulling out a sheet to clean the bloodstains from his chin and neck. Zhang Xinyu, equally delighted, cherished the opportunity to contribute during this challenging time. Joyfully, she took a wipe to assist Zhang Su in cleaning the mist bloodstains. After Zhang Su had cleaned himself, he took the extra step of using an alcohol wipe, regardless of its efficacy, as it provided a sense of psychological comfort. After tidying up, they had consumed about 10 wipes, leaving them with a considerable supply of 1,600 sheets to last a long while. I'm going to get some water, Zhang Su announced as he headed towards the bathroom, casually tossing his soiled short-sleeved t-shirt into the trash. The shirt, stained with zombie blood and unsalvageable without water, was of no concern to him. He had plenty of clothes at home and wouldn't be taking any with him when he left. As he stepped out of Zhang Xinyu's line of sight and entered the bathroom, a message appeared in his mind: collaborated with others to slay zombies outside the door within 1 day. Difficulty: C. Completed. Time taken: 1:33:25. It seemed that the notifications would only appear when he was out of sight. Previously, Zhang Su had pondered why there was no follow-up regarding the challenge, but with so many matters at hand, he had brushed it off. Just then, As the previous message faded, a new line of text emerged. Reward. Insight tags 20 insight tags? The multiplication by 20 was straightforward, indicating he could use this special ability 20 times. But how was he to comprehend the concept of insight tags? Dear expert, could you elucidate how to utilize these insight tags? Zhang Su's mind was fervently questioning, akin to an eager student yearning for knowledge. Alas, as the scene shifted, the subtitles vanished, replaced by a fleeting glimpse of Insight Tag 020. It felt somewhat perfunctory, this insight tag. Meanwhile, Zhang Su stood perplexed in the restroom, while his two subordinates huddled in the dark confines of the Yaowen convenience store, trembling in fear. Within the gloomy store, Wu Lu and a young woman cowered beneath the counter, scarcely daring to breathe. As Zhang Su had anticipated, Zhao Shui, who was to take over Wu Lu's morning shift, arrived as usual, but today she limped in with a look of horror, having lost one of her shoes. Wu Lu, who had been dozing, was startled awake by the sudden commotion, never imagining that a brief nap would lead to such chaos. Though weakened, his mind remained sharp. Upon witnessing the zombies frantically attacking and tearing at passers-by outside, he instinctively lowered the shutter, finally closing the convenience store that had never once shut its doors. Even during the new year, Shuijia, how are you holding up? Zhao Shui, barefoot and cradling her ankle in a corner, quietly sobbed, her eyes vacant. The hours felt like centuries, with the sounds of car crashes, agonizing screams, and desperate cries relentlessly assaulting her psyche. She looked up at Wu Lu's shadowy outline and weakly inquired, Is there any internet? No. At this thought, Zhao Shui began to weep softly once more. Thank goodness you didn't go through with that. Otherwise, you surely would have perished on the way. Wu Lu sighed heavily. When the network briefly restored, I attempted to call the police, but it was utterly futile. The situation outside must be dire. Xiao Wu, what exactly are those man-eating creatures? Zhao Shui asked quietly, her nose sniffing back tears. What else could they be? Just like the zombies portrayed in television dramas. No wonder the zombie genre has proliferated in recent years. It seems they were laying the groundwork for when the zombie virus truly erupts, so that people won't be caught off guard. Wu Lu's whimsical analysis was evident. Yet it was clear that the populace had not heeded the warnings embedded in various zombie narratives. I don't know. Wu Lu licked his lips and replied, regardless of the cause, we must find a way to protect ourselves. Shuijia, how's your foot? Can you walk? Zhao Shui rubbed her swollen ankle and lamented, it hurts terribly when touched. It's quite swollen. My thick sock spared my soles from injury, but my sprained ankle is severe. Su Gu. Upon hearing Wu Lu mention Zhang Su, Zhao Shui gently pressed her lips together, envisioning his tall figure, always adorned with a warm smile. Her eyes reddening. Yes, I remember, Su Gu has some medicinal ointment in the warehouse. I will go retrieve it. Chapter 16 Wow. Zhang Su, this knife is exquisite. May I use it? The sharp blade gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the sunlight that streamed into the room, while the hefty spine of the knife instilled a sense of reliability and trust. You truly have an eye for quality. At that moment, Zhang Su observed a change in Zhang Xinyu. 3 labels floated above her head: stubborn, indecisive, fortunate. After acquiring the special ability to discern labels, Zhang Su immediately employed it on Zhang Xinyu, gaining deeper insight into this girl. Although the labels of being stubborn and indecisive may seem negative, Zhang Su did not necessarily view them as such. Indecisiveness is preferable to prejudice. After all, ignorance is more terrifying than bias. Those lacking strong opinions tend to be more compliant, at least based on her previous behavior. Being stubborn was not particularly admirable in the past, suggesting a certain recklessness. However, in a world overrun by zombies, such tenacity is far superior to timidity. Zhang Su preferred to team up with someone bold and headstrong, willing to take orders, rather than with a teammate riddled with doubts and fears. A compliant fortune bringer. This was Zhang Su and Appo's assessment of Zhang Xinyu, which aligned well with her labels upon reflection. He felt quite satisfied with this special ability. Although it did not directly enhance combat prowess or provide resources, in these chaotic times, understanding a person clearly holds great significance. He believed that he would not navigate this apocalyptic world alone. Therefore, knowing one's companions intimately was crucial. Encountering someone with the label innately rebellious would be akin to courting disaster. After employing the insight ability on Zhang Xinyu, Zhang Su attempted to use it on himself while looking into a mirror, but to no avail. He genuinely wished to gain insight into himself, as he felt he did not fully understand who he was. Please, what does that have to do with discernment? Surely, this knife is superior to a baseball bat or a large wrench. Zhang Xinyu regarded Zhang Su with a peculiar expression, as the box now contained only a half-meter-long wrench. What of the large wrench? It is a specially crafted weapon, Zhang Su retorted, flicking the blade of the knife in Zhang Xinyu's hand, producing a pleasing hum. The blade was forged from L6 bainitic steel, showcasing remarkable hardness, shock resistance, and toughness. The most expensive, indeed? Why such an unappealing name, dogleg? But never mind, expensive is good. I want to wield this knife. Upon hearing its high value, Zhang Xinyu suddenly felt the knife in her hand grow lighter. Just as she prepared to stand and try a few swings, Zhang Su snatched the knife away. This knife is not suited for you. Recalling the harrowing moment when an axe became lodged in a zombie's skull, Zhang Su learned from experience. The dog-leg knife is meant for dealing with people. While saying this, he patted the knife sheath. Oh, very well, Zhang Xinyu replied somewhat dazedly, acquiescing to Zhang Su's reasoning, even if she did not fully comprehend it. If only we could venture to Erwin. There are surely treasures to be found there. Zhang Su, somewhat disheartened, pursed his lips, realizing that most of his cherished weapons resided in the convenience store. Isn't this axe a fine weapon? Zhang Xinyu pointed to the nearby axe hammer. Zhang Su picked up the local axe for inspection. The dark-hued axe hammer, forged from T10 tool steel, was indeed of exceptional quality. However, following their recent skirmish, it bore slight wear, and despite his attempts to wipe it clean, faint scratches remained. A testament to the fierce yet fleeting battle they had just endured. It appeared quite sturdy, but considering the intensity of their earlier confrontation, never mind. Let us not dwell on that. Xinyu, you vomited after lunch. Should we consider replenishing your strength? Zhang Su inquired upon hearing Zhang Xinyu's stomach rumble. Zhang Xinyu patted her belly and shook her head. I'm hungry, but I lack appetite. Perhaps later. Very well. Zhang Su glanced at the clock. It was 3 in the afternoon, not far from dinner time. Typically, he would be preparing to head to the convenience store for his shift, yet at this moment, he found himself confined at home, unable to venture out. Seizing this time, he intended to engage Zhang Xinyu in some genuine exercise, beneficial for both body and mind. When suddenly, a gentle knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock. The soft tapping was a stark contrast to the violent pounding of zombies. Zhang Su exchanged glances with Zhang Xinyu, and without a word, they both grasped their weapons and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, Zhang Su's lips involuntarily twitched. At that moment, the door to apartment 802 was ajar, revealing a woman clad in a mask and sunglasses, glancing nervously from side to side, her body trembling. The woman from the opposite door. Zhang Su turned to Zhang Xinyu with a furrowed brow. Zhang Xinyu wore an awkward expression, choosing to remain silent. Hello? I'm your neighbor from apartment 802. May I have a word? The woman's voice trembled. Could you please respond? I won't take your phone for free. I'll pay. Is there something off about her? Zhang Xinyu asked, puzzled. If the person from building 4 had been too distant for conversation, surely this woman, just a door away, could manage a few words. Zhang Su shrugged indifferently, leaning against the headboard. Whether there's a problem or not, I believe it unnecessary to open the door. We cannot offer her assistance, nor does she have anything to provide us. That does make sense. Zhang Xinyu nodded quietly, finally grasping that Zhang Su's companionship was not due to her allure nor his benevolence, but simply a circumstance of sharing the same roof. Contemplating this, Zhang Xinyu curiously asked, Zhang Su, if, hypothetically, I were surrounded by zombies, and you had the chance to save me at great risk, would you? Zhang Su cast a sideways glance at Zhang Xinyu, having encountered countless peculiar inquiries from various girlfriends throughout his life, and this was far from the most absurd. You women are truly amusing. When there's nothing going on, you ponder whom to save if one falls into a river, and now you're posing such childish questions. Instead of indulging in such musings, perhaps you should reflect on why you just missed that shot. What would I be if it weren't for my pulling the zombie over 10 centimeters towards us? Do you truly believe you could have aimed so accurately? Do you really think so highly of your own skills, my dear lady? Wake up. As he spoke, Zhang Su shook his head and rose to walk towards the window. He was acutely aware that the reason Zhang Xinyu managed to strike the zombie's head was largely due to sheer luck. Chapter 17. The woman next door. It was her first time, and naturally, she felt a pang of nervousness. After all, it was quite normal to be uncertain. Well, all she could do was practice more. Zhang Xinyu pouted as she strolled into the living room, brandishing the baseball bat according to the techniques imparted by Zhang Su. Soft knocks echoed intermittently, accompanied by the occasional voice of a woman from outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyu swung the bat vigorously in the living room. After about 4 or 5 minutes of persistent knocking, the person outside finally ceased their efforts. Thank goodness they had left. Zheng Xinyu let out a sigh of relief and resumed her practice. She wasn't particularly inclined to help others, but she could be swayed by pleas. However, she understood that her compassion at this moment was futile, as she lacked the ability to assist anyone. Even her own survival was a challenge. As she felt the strain in her arms after merely a short while of practice, Jiangsu emerged from the bedroom. Pondering aloud, a few vehicles are heading out to the suburbs. Moreover, I suspect that the zombies might possess some form of cognition. What do you mean? Zheng Xinyu gasped. Startled. Are you suggesting that zombies have intelligence? Based on her limited experiences thus far, she felt she had little advantage over the zombies. If they were capable of thought, what hope did she have? Might as well surrender and join them. I surmise that in their current state, they channel more energy into their sensory organs, enhancing their ability to hunt. Once they identify a target, their speed dramatically increases. Doesn't and oppose that resemble the behavior of many wild carnivores? Zhang Xinyu nodded, still bewildered. Before she could contemplate how this research might aid her current predicament, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom, rumble. The thunderous noise penetrated even the soundproof glass, causing Zhang Su's head to throb, and the house trembled slightly. A souvenir basketball toppled from the shelf and crashed to the floor. Zheng Xinyu, terrified, covered her ears and crouched down, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed towards the source of the sound. Over there. Zhang Su pointed towards Zheng Xinyu's room and hurriedly pulled back the curtains. A chain of shops blazed with fierce flames, black smoke billowing skyward. The street was utterly unrecognizable, littered with debris, and fragments even flew into the residential area. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of zombies, engulfed in flames, weaving among the vehicles. While some were trapped inside burning cars, flailing their arms in a desperate struggle, a veritable scene from hell. Oh my goodness. Zheng Xinyu leaned closer to Zhang Su, her gaze fixated on the gaping fissure in the concrete road, her jaw dropping in shock. If the zombies instilled a sense of dread in her heart, the explosion instilled a profound terror in her very soul. At least we're on a higher floor. The lower levels must have had their glass shattered. Zhang Su, still shaken, peered down but could see little due to the angle. Brother Su, I suddenly feel that being indoors may not be as safe as we thought. Look at Building 8. Half of it is ablaze. What if an explosion occurs in our building too? Oh dear, what would we do if the fire spreads downstairs? Zheng Xinyu asked, her expression one of despair. Zhang Su felt a sudden jolt in his heart and playfully slapped Zheng Xinyu's rear, urging her sternly, say something positive. The label indicated that Zheng Xinyu was in good fortune, and if both good and bad omens were potent, it would surely be troublesome. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so hands-on? Perhaps having participated in a zombie apocalypse, Zheng Xinyu's mindset had strengthened considerably. Zhang Su and Appo's playful antics quickly alleviated her anxiety triggered by the explosion. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed, louder than before, reverberating through the cracks of the door. Due to the layout of the room, they could only glimpse a portion of the toppled wall, rendering them unable to see the explosion site directly, which heightened their unease. Zhang Su furrowed his brow and hastily approached the entrance. Perhaps frightened by the blast, the woman stepped out without wearing a mask or sunglasses. Her beautiful face twisted in fear, her eyes filled with panic. Please, kind stranger, I mean no harm. I am just a woman. I implore you. Assist me with a small favor. I will pay you. I will give you all the money I have on me, and my gold jewelry too. Sensing that her cash was insufficient, she quickly began to remove her earrings and necklace. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, just as she feared being knocked down. A large hand forcefully yanked her inside. Thud. Her head collided with the door frame. Ah, ugh. Her hoarse cry was muffled before it could fully escape. Zheng Xinyu, following closely behind, observed with curiosity as Zhang Su pulled the woman inside and swiftly shut the door. Are you a siren reincarnated? Why do you enjoy screaming so much? Zhang Su pinned the woman against the wall, firmly covering her mouth, his eyes gleaming with menace, showing no mercy simply because she was a woman. The woman, feeling utterly wronged, raised her hand to soothe the spot where she had bumped her head. But Zhang Su's fierce gaze intimidated her, causing her to tremble and weep profusely. Miss, you mustn't scream. It will attract the zombies. He means no harm. Please don't be afraid. Zheng Xinyu, noticing the woman's terror, felt a pang of compassion and spoke up. The woman, paralyzed by fear, had not even registered Zheng Xinyu and Appo's presence until she spoke, her gentle gaze bringing her some solace. She nodded repeatedly in understanding. Are you still going to scream? Zhang Su demanded fiercely. The woman had been nodding but quickly switched to shaking her head, her eyes instinctively darting toward Zhang Xinyu, seemingly too frightened to meet Zhang Su's gaze. Feeling the man's rough grip on her, she dared not resist, tears streaming down her face. That's enough. Don't take advantage of her so much. Zhang Xinyu whispered into Zhang Su's ear, her lips barely moving as she spoke softly. Chapter 18. Private care. Moments later, Zhang Su escorted the woman into the living room, where she took a seat, clutching a tissue in her hand, resembling a wronged wife. Softly weeping. She was still adorned in a silk nightgown, with her slightly long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Her slender figure, with its alluring curves, epitomized the type of physique that men admire and women envy, accompanied by a delightful scent of perfume. Her skin was well maintained, yet her demeanor and aura suggested she was around 30, often referred to as a light mature woman. Wow, you two are impressive. You actually managed to defeat the monster in the hallway. May I inquire about what transpired? The woman expressed her curiosity, genuinely admiring Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu. Witnessing their battle against the creature had nearly terrified her to the point of losing control. Zhang Su was reluctant to engage with her, but he feared that if she continued her antics, the commotion might attract zombies from higher floors. Handsome. I am, the woman stammered, seemingly grappling with an unspeakable secret. After a moment, she waved her hand, attempting to dismiss him. Wait, brother, handsome. Realizing the man's displeasure, she hurriedly stood up and grasped Zhang Su's arm, forcing a flirtatious smile. Please refrain from any inappropriate advances. State your name, age, and occupation. I recall that room 802 was unoccupied. Where did you come from? Zhang Su withdrew his hand, unimpressed by her clinginess, as he would only tolerate such behavior from her if he initiated it. I am Zhong Xiaoshan, 29 years old, and I used to be a nurse at the 3rd hospital. Now, I am a private caregiver. As she spoke, her voice diminished, revealing a hint of guilt. Private caregiver? Zhang Su squinted his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sounds rather sophisticated. You mean to say you're a mistress, don't you? Xiaoshan indeed. You live up to that name. Zhang Xinyu stifled a laugh, surprised by Zhang Su's sharp tongue. Zhong Xiaoshan awkwardly chuckled, feeling embarrassed. Is 802 your residence, or that of your client? Zhang Su pressed on with his inquiry. Since the subject had been broached, Zhang Xiaoshan no longer hesitated and replied candidly. It and Appos, S director who and Appos, S residence. This is my first time here. Is the director who you mentioned around 50 years old, tall and thin, with thick glasses? Zhang Su retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and peering through the smoke at Zhong Xiaoshan. Director who doesn't wear glasses, handsome. You must have mistaken him for someone else. Zhang Su nodded discreetly, recalling that he had seen a man who must have been the director who described by Zhong Xiaoshan, deliberately misrepresenting the glasses to test her. Perhaps. So, where is Director Who now? Yesterday afternoon, Old Who handed me the keys and told me to wait for him here. However, he called me later in the evening to say there was an emergency at the hospital that required him to work overtime. I woke up and couldn't reach him. So, you initially intended to come here to meet him, but instead found yourself trapped, correct? Zhang Su regarded Zhong Xiaoshan with a hint of amusement. It's not truly nursing, not a collapse of the system. The expression on Zhong Xiaoshan's face was peculiar, as she found the term rather bizarre. Handsome. What on earth has transpired? The internet is down, the water supply has ceased, and those monstrous creatures that attack anyone in sight have emerged, resembling a scene from a zombie blockbuster. It and Appos, S utterly terrifying. As she spoke, Zhong Xiaoshan crossed her arms in front of her, gently squeezing. Zhang Xinyu observed the femininity exuding from Zhong Xiaoshan and secretly pouted. Initially, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the woman, believing she was helpless in the face of calamity, but now, witnessing her flirtatious demeanor, she found it somewhat detestable. With a chuckle, Zhang Xinyu finally succumbed to laughter. Hastily pressing her lips together, but unable to stifle another giggle, her gaze peculiar as she looked at Zhong Xiaoshan, who seemed at a loss for where to place her hands, secretly thinking Zhang Su was rather wicked. You mentioned it yourself, didn't you? It resembles a zombie film. We also suspect a zombie virus outbreak, but as for the origin of the virus, why it erupted, or how it spreads, we are completely in the dark. In any case, this is the bewildering situation we find ourselves in. Zhang Su raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Do you know the extent of this zombie virus outbreak? I see chaos all around. Could the entire port district be affected? Zhang Xiaoshan inquired, her expression tense. Zhang Su licked his lips and took a shallow sip of water, stating, prepare yourself mentally. The scope of this viral outbreak is far beyond the port district. Oh. Zhang Xiaoshan gasped, incredulously exclaiming, Is it possible the entire Qin city is involved? Zhang Su nodded in silence, saying no more. If it weren't and Oppos, T for Zhang Xinyu and Oppos, S brief restoration of network access on her phone, coupled with the multitude of online users worldwide, he would remain oblivious to the current situation. Knowing does not necessitate sharing. No wonder after such a lengthy period, I've only heard 2 police sirens and 2 waves of helicopters. It appears the entire Qin city is in disarray. Zhang Sheshan clutched her nightgown, her face growing increasingly pale as she leaned weakly against the sofa, her expression turning ashen. Some answers had long been nestled in her heart. She simply refused to acknowledge them until someone else articulated the truth, compelling her to confront reality. Your observations are quite astute, Zhang Su thought to himself, reflecting that he had not even heard a single police siren. Fortunately, my parents are in the countryside. The population density there is low, so they should be relatively safe. Zhang Sheshan mused, sounding almost as if she were speaking to herself. Or perhaps inquiring of Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Su waved his hand, saying, Miss Zhang, we have already discussed what needs to be said. Your parents' situation is something you must ascertain for yourself. You all. Zhang Sheshan recognized Zhang Su's subtle hint to leave, yet she remained seated, her gaze wandering until it landed on a box of self-heating rice in the trash. She swallowed nervously. Do you have any food left? I would like to buy some if I may. To be honest, I haven't eaten anything for quite some time. In order to maintain her figure, Zhang Xiaoshan diligently adheres to a nutritious regimen of 2 meals each day, meticulously crafting a balanced diet, which, in more colloquial terms, resembles bird feed. From yesterday until now, she has endured an impressive 27 hours without consuming any sustenance. Chapter 19. Refusal to accept scrap metal. Zhang Su perceived that this woman, named Zhang Xiaoshan, possessed a certain level of discernment, at the very least. She understood the principle of value exchange, rather than immediately appealing for sympathy with a lament of her plight. How audacious of director who to send you here for amusement without preparing any sustenance. Are you not concerned about fainting from low blood sugar? Zhang Sheshan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Handsome, beautiful, it is evident that you two are kind-hearted individuals. I do not require much food. A few boxes of self-heating rice would suffice. And I shall offer you these. As she spoke, she removed her rings, earrings, and necklace, placing them upon the coffee table and pushing them gently towards Zhang Su to demonstrate her earnestness. Typically, Zhang Su was generous, but this was merely due to his ample resources, enabling him to trade what he had in abundance for social favors and to cultivate relationships. It did not signify that he was a benevolent soul. In truth, Zhang Su was a rather selfish individual, undertaking actions solely for his own benefit. Having ventured alone into a foreign city upon reaching adulthood, despite possessing a fair amount of money, he treaded carefully, gaining a clear perception of the coldness and warmth of human relationships. How could this be? Zhang Xiaoshan was taken aback by Zhang Su and Oppo's response, her expression frozen in confusion. Had he truly forgotten his previous words? Zhang Su exhibited no inclination to compromise. However, he refrained from collecting the jewelry, as he deemed such items worthless. And no, I haven't forgotten, but I am truly very hungry, Zhang Xiaoshan implored, her eyes reflecting desperation. Ironically, those who typically indulged in gluttony, bemoaning their hunger at the slightest inconvenience, could endure days without food without a second thought, as long as they had water, displaying resilience akin to that of camels. Madame Zhang, do we strike you as culinary experts? Our supplies are barely sufficient for 2 or 3 days, and we cannot ascertain what lies beyond that. Regrettably, we are unable to extend assistance. Zhang Su remained unmoved, until he had a clear path ahead. He would never extend a hand frivolously. Zhang Xiaoshan felt utterly powerless in the face of Zhang Su's implacability. Were it not for Zhang Xinyu seated nearby, she would have been tempted to unleash a torrent of persuasive tactics upon him, if only to secure a single meal. Upon recalling Zhang Xinyu, Zhang Xiaoshan swiftly shifted her pleading gaze toward her, realizing that if her male counterpart was unyielding, perhaps she could appeal to the softer heart of the young woman. Beautiful sister, I implore you, I feel faint even while seated. If I do not eat soon, I may not survive much longer. Please, save my life. Zhang Xiaoshan had never anticipated that prolonged hunger could be so agonizing. Zhang Xinyu's face reflected her inner conflict. Just moments ago, she had harbored disdain for this woman's flirtations with Zhang Su. Yet, when confronted with Zhang Xiaoshan's genuine desperation, she found herself unable to turn her away. Nevertheless, she would not hastily acquiesce, for she understood who held authority in the room. Even though the majority of the supplies belonged to her, she lacked the authority to decide. He is correct. We truly have little left. I apologize. During the live broadcast, the articulate Zhang Xinyu never anticipated the arduousness of deception in reality, particularly when confronted with matters of life and death, wherein misleading another becomes an even greater challenge. Her conscience weighed heavily upon her. Yet she refrained from acting on her own volition. Zhang Su was quite pleased with Zhang Xinyu and Apos' reaction, but the subsequent words of Zhong Xiaoshan left him thoroughly displeased. In the face of calamity, should we, as survivors, not unite in solidarity? Why? Why is it that you possess an abundance of food yet refuse to share even a morsel with me? Does witnessing my starvation not cause your conscience to ache? Zhong Xiaoshan pointed towards Zhang Xinyu and Apos' room, her expression sorrowful and her voice feeble. Zhang Su furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Zhang Xinyu. Suddenly recollecting that in their haste to quell Zhong Xiaoshan's foolish outburst, they had forgotten to close the door upon leaving the room. I forgot to shut the door. Zhang Xinyu made a face. Madame Zhong. Zhang Su abruptly rose, his demeanor turning cold as he remarked, there are far too many dead outside. If there are vengeful spirits, the sky must be shrouded in darkness. Do not expect others to rescue you with life-saving supplies unless you can offer something of value in exchange. A tangible value, not these worthless scraps of metal. Zhang Su pointed dismissively at the gold trinkets on the table. In times of turmoil, gold may hold some worth, yet if humanity's civilization faces a severe upheaval, the intrinsic value of gold will dissipate, rendering it mere refuse. Overwhelmed by emotion, Zhong Xiaoshan felt dizzy, yet she steadied her resolve, asserting, I am of value. I was a nurse, and I possess extensive knowledge of emergency care. In these times, the hospitals are overwhelmed. With me here, your safety is greatly enhanced. Zhong Xiaoshan fervently promoted her skills. Zhang Su, with a sincere shake of his head, replied, Madame Zhong, I acknowledge the utility of your abilities, yet I currently have no need for them. To barter with a skill of uncertain utility would imply that we are to sustain you indefinitely. If circumstances allowed, I would not mind having a nurse by my side, particularly one as pleasing to the eye as you. However, the situation is dire. Our apparent safety is but temporary, and countless zombies roam the hallways, with danger lurking everywhere. No, handsome, and Apos. That's not just one skill: cardiopulmonary resuscitation, basic breathing techniques, various injections for different situations, splinting fractures, and so much more. I possess knowledge of many ailments and pharmacology. I can be invaluable. Please, I only need a little food each day, just a small amount. Once rescue arrives, I will repay you 1,000-fold. I have savings, over 300,000. I will give it all to you later, just save me. In her fervor, Zhong Xiaoshan slipped from the sofa, collapsing to her knees, tears streaming as she gazed up at Zhang Su, her face pale with desperation. Since beauty could not entice him, it seemed her tears might sway him instead. Ahem, I shall go close the door. Zhang Xinyu realized that hardening her heart was far more challenging than she had previously imagined. In her mind, the villains wielded knives, guns, and clubs, ruthlessly attempting to seize food, and she would undoubtedly resist with all her might, feeling no remorse even for taking a life. Yet now, faced with a woman who possessed only the strength of a bound chicken, it was indeed challenging to drive her away. At this moment, she felt a sense of relief, grateful that she was not the one making the decisions. Otherwise, she would surely be engulfed in turmoil. Chapter 20. You truly know how to play. Zhang Su observed Zhang Xinyu, who dashed away, and understood her thoughts. She was indecisive. Thus refraining from voicing any opinions seemed prudent. On the ground, Zhong Xiaoshan gazed intently at Zhang Su, fully comprehending the situation. The man before her was her lifeline. Brother. Handsome. Zhong Xiaoshan took a few steps forward, clutching Zhang Su's thigh, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Handsome, save me. If you allow me a meal, I promise to do anything for you, even share your bed. Zhang Su silently rolled his eyes. It appeared that she had some principles, yet she was willing to forsake almost everything for food. However, she still had the sense to avoid discussing this matter in front of others. At this moment, I hardly possessed the inclination for such distractions. Stand up and lead me to your place. If there's something worth exchanging, I might provide you with some food, he stated, pulling the woman up and gesturing for her to walk. He was fond of women, but not particularly loyal. Having experienced much, their allure had diminished significantly, especially in this apocalyptic crisis. All right, then. Xinyu, I will go to the opposite side to see what useful items I can find. Please open the door for me later. Zhang Su said as he pushed open Zhang Xinyu's bedroom door. Ah, no, I want to go with you. Zheng Xinyu exclaimed, having been seated on the floor unpacking an absurd gift sent by her fans. The thought of being left alone in the room was utterly terrifying. Zhang Su shrugged and replied, "Bring a weapon." Upon learning that Zhang Xinyu intended to accompany them, Zhang Xiaoshan's expression shifted, and she anxiously waved her hands, saying, Beautiful lady, you really don't need to come along. There's not much to find. Let the handsome guy go alone." Zhang Su's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that this woman was intent on sending Zheng Xinyu away. Could it be that she planned to indulge in some intimate care at 802? He pondered whether he should accept, or perhaps simply acquiesce. Coincidentally, Zheng Xinyu shared this sentiment, suspecting Zhang Xiaoshan of harboring ulterior motives. She stole a glance at Zhang Su, hoping to gauge his thoughts, only to find him seemingly lost in thought. A sense of disappointment washed over her, and she silently cursed. Indeed, men are creatures of base desires. Dejectedly, she declared, "You two go ahead. I shall stay behind." The indecisive often succumb to manipulation. This was a crucial lesson. Zhang Su contemplated, recognizing the importance of instilling a mindset of obedience. Oh, very well. Zheng Xinyu's previously heavy heart lightened slightly, and she smiled, nodding eagerly as she grabbed a baseball bat and hurriedly followed suit. Though they spoke of the same matter, their minds were utterly misaligned. The trio stepped out of 801, and after confirming he had the keys, Zhang Su gently closed the door. The short distance was fleeting, as they passed by the bodies of the zombies. Zhang Su felt Zheng Xinyu's grip tighten slightly, indicating she had yet to fully adjust. To his surprise, however, Zhang Xiaoshan, walking ahead, exhibited no signs of discomfort whatsoever. When she exited, Zhang Xiaoshan neglected to close the door, and once the group entered, they gently shut it behind them. While alive, your frightful demeanor was enough to echo through the 3 stories above. Yet, now, as you lie battered and bloodied, are you no longer afraid? Upon entering the room, Zhang Su inquired of Zhang Xiaoshan. I was truly a nurse before. I have witnessed numerous horrific accidents in the hospital, some even more tragic than the fellow outside. As you said, when alive, they are like flesh-eating zombies. How could one not fear them? Yet, becoming a corpse somehow brings a sense of safety. Zhang Su found some merit in Zhang Xiaoshan's words. After all, those with missing limbs or head injuries were routinely sent to the hospital, and he had long since built up an immunity to such sights. Zhang Xiaoshan then gestured towards the room and said, "You too, feel free to take what you need. I only wish to eat something. This place is truly rudimentary." Zheng Xinyu curiously surveyed her surroundings, aptly describing it as bare of furnishings. The shoe cabinet at the entrance was empty, save for a pair of shoes on the floor, while an electrical safe stood exposed. In the living room, 2 chairs leaned against the wall, cluttered with odds and ends, and a broom and dustpan stood in the corner, the curtains drawn tightly shut. Damn it, even a thief would leave $5 behind. Zhang Su hardly lingered in the living room, making his way directly to the kitchen, only to find the situation there no different. Absurdly, the gas had not even been connected. Forget about storage. There were no cabinets, just a raw, unfinished space. Frankly, one could say that even cockroaches would avoid this place. All the supplies are in the bedroom. Observing Zhang Su's grim expression as he emerged from the kitchen, Zhang Xiaoshan pointed to the only room with a door. "You are all far too pragmatic. Even if this is merely a nursing room, wouldn't it warrant some decor?" Zhang Su grumbled as he proceeded towards the direction Zhang Xiaoshan indicated. The open door revealed an unobstructed view of the interior, and Zhang Su, accustomed to the battlefield, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "You truly know how to indulge." The entire apartment had only the bedroom before him adorned. The blush-tone decor tantalizingly teased the senses. A grand circular bed occupied the center, and the ceiling boasted not only splendid lighting but also several hooks. A swing and a net dangled from above, the net containing an array of intriguing nursing tools, still in their packaging, adorned with invigorating designs. In one corner stood a reasonably sized dressing table, cluttered with bags, water, keys, and other miscellaneous items. "This is truly remarkable," Zhang Xinyu exclaimed, raising her hand to cover her mouth, an odd glint in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Xiaoshan, director who has certain difficulties. He specially designed this space for therapeutic care, aiding in recovery, yet before treatment could commence. Zhang Xiaoshan had anticipated their reaction to the room and wore an embarrassed smile as she explained. "Stimulating physical therapy, indeed. Quite effective. However, I shall not concern myself with that. If we cannot find anything useful, then I must apologize." As Zhang Su entered the room and turned on the light, images from Wu Lu's computer inadvertently flashed in his mind, igniting a warmth in his lower abdomen. However, recalling the gruesome scene of corpses dancing below quelled his desires. Chapter 21. The strange accumulation of knowledge here. There's something wonderful, she exclaimed, hurriedly shoving it into Zhang Sinyu's embrace, her face alight with a smile. Sister, your skin is exquisite, but no woman ever complains about her skin getting better, right? Wow, thank you. While it was true that she harbored no fondness for Zhong Xiaoshan, Zhang Xinyu found herself utterly enamored by the radiant Langmi gift box cradled in her arms, especially with its price tag of 1,999 euros. An expense far beyond her previous earnings. Yet, before she could warm the gift box in her grasp, it was swiftly snatched away by Zhang Su. This is utterly useless now, unless we can receive aid in the short term and restore order completely. Otherwise, Zhang Su tossed the gift box onto the bed. This doesn't even equate to 2 bottles of mineral water. But I think this is quite nice, Zhang Xinyu stammered under Zhang Su's piercing gaze. Awkwardly clutching the gift box, feeling anxious, and holding it tightly to her chest, Zhang Su couldn't help but shake his head. Yet he refrained from denying Zhang Xinyu and Appo's wish again. After all, they were under the same roof, and he had to consider her feelings to some extent. Fine. Then let us regard this gift box as half a box of rice. What? Zhong Xiaoshan, upon hearing Zhang Su agree to take the Langmi gift box, felt a surge of joy, as if she could already smell the fragrant rice, only to find it was worth merely half a box. After tax, it should be around 14 to 15,000. Handsome, half a box of self-heating rice costs just over 10 bucks, right? Is this a serious exchange? Zhang Su's gaze fell once again on the dressing table as he shook his head at Zhong Xiaoshan. Times have changed. You cannot assess today's commodities by the values of the past. According to your calculations, the gift box is worth over 10,000. While self-heating rice is merely 20 or 30. That gift box could sustain you for months. Can you really eat it? No, you're right. Zhang Xiaoshan sighed helplessly. The thought of self-heating rice reignited her hunger, making her feel as if an army of ants was crawling in her stomach, gnawing at her insides. Well, handsome. Just take a look for yourself. Take whatever you find appealing. Zhong Xiaoshan completely capitulated, realizing there was no alternative. Hunger prevailed. One must toil for sustenance, Zhang Su muttered, pulling open the drawer of the dressing table, only to be taken aback. I am utterly amazed. After rummaging through, Zhang Su beheld a drawer brimming with Bai Yuntao. Is that director who you mentioned truly incompetent or extraordinarily capable? Surely, even a breeding boar wouldn't require this much. Zhang Xinyu stealthily leaned closer to peek inside the drawer, a peculiar expression crossing her face as she stifled her laughter beside him. Well? Bai Yuntao has many other uses. It can indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. Zhong Xiaoshan interjected quietly from the side. Huh. Zhang Su chuckled in disbelief, gesturing for Zhong Xiaoshan to elaborate. I must admit my ignorance. Please, do enlighten me. I and Appos, am not speaking nonsense, handsome. Besides its conventional uses, Bai Yuntao can also be employed to start a fire in the wild. Just fill it with water and tie a knot, and it can serve as a magnifying glass. With sunlight, it can ignite a fire. Zhang Xiaoshan introduced earnestly, in the midst of the current chaotic circumstances, my sister's beautiful long hair might actually be a hindrance. If a hair tie cannot be found promptly, this can serve as an emergency substitute. Furthermore, it can be utilized for water storage. The Baiyento is sturdier than one might anticipate, typically able to hold 2 to 3 liters of water without issue, surpassing even a large soda bottle in capacity. It can also function as a shoe cover, a sealing bag, and yes, it can serve as a tourniquet for life-saving purposes. Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a sense of disbelief at the versatility of these items. Where did you learn all this? Zhang Su inquired of Zhong Xiaoshan. As a senior nurse, one must cultivate an aura with seemingly sophisticated hobbies, for the affluent often disdain the mundane. All right, if we assume your proposed uses are plausible, those are for survival in the wild. If we venture outside, there are plenty of these in the vending machine downstairs. What value do they hold now? Zhang Su raised his eyebrows, acknowledging the knowledge gained while deeming the Baiyento not particularly vital. Of course, there is a value, Zhong Xiaoshan exclaimed. If a handsome man desires a moment of joy, it can immediately come into play. She was willing to go all out. Zhang Xinyu rolled her eyes dramatically. She believed herself to be quite lewd, but in comparison to the sister, she felt rather trivial. At that moment, she could not fathom Zhang Xiaoshan's perspective, as she had not experienced hunger to such an extent. That justification you provided is truly remarkable. Fine, I concede. Let us count you half a box, thus completing a box of self-heating rice. Zhang Xinyu shot Zhang Su a strange look, her mind evidently pondering something. Despite her scornful gaze, her actions were swift. Zhong Xiaoshan felt a pang of bitterness. She had exerted immense effort only to acquire a single box. Resolutely, she approached the vanity, retrieved a set of keys from her bag, and declared, "Handsome, I possess a haranda that I acquired just 3 months ago. Regardless of whether assistance arrives, I shall offer it to you in exchange for 20 boxes of self-heating rice and 10 liters of water. Is it a deal, haranda?" Zhang Su stroked his chin, shaking his head. What use is an SUV that cannot even traverse a cross-axle? No, thank you. You. Zhong Xiaoshan nearly gasped in disbelief, feeling dizzy once more. Gripping the vanity, she gritted her teeth, 15 boxes and 8 liters of water. Noticing that Zhang Xinyu had already packed the items, Zhang Su replied to Zhong Xiaoshan, "Just wait, I will fetch the self-heating rice for you." As the other party remained unresponsive, Zhong Xiaoshan, frantic, raised her arm to block the doorway, saying, 10 boxes. 5 liters of water, consider it, it's worth over 300,000. Zhang Su looked at the starving Zhong Xiaoshan, their eyes locking. With a sigh, he conceded, "In the end, I am soft-hearted. Just this once, I shall show mercy. I do not have that much self-heating rice. I will give you 3 packets of instant noodles, 1 pack of snail noodles, and 2 liters of water in exchange for the car keys. Deal? This. I cannot cook." Zhong Xiaoshan was not concerned with the quantity. Her focus was solely on the cooking issue. "I have gas at home, and you can use pots and pans for free. Deal." Zhong Xiaoshan, with great resolve, placed the car keys firmly against Zhang Su's robust chest. A sudden spark ignited in her eyes as she fervently implored, "Promise me. If you plan to leave this place, take me with you." Zhang Su furrowed his brow slightly, feeling the cold pressure of her hand upon his chest. His lips parted, and with a parched throat, he managed to utter, "Look again." A peculiar smile graced Zhang Xiaoshan's face as she then gracefully slid down to the ground. Leaning against the door frame, falling silent, embodying the demeanor of someone reluctant to move after a satisfying lesson. Chapter 22. Survive like the devil. What is your opinion of the woman, Zhong Xiaoshan? She's ostentatious and shameless, but she possesses a certain awareness. If I were a man, I might prefer such a woman. Zhang Xinyu expressed her thoughts candidly. Zhang Su scoffed. To be a mistress, one must certainly be perceptive. Otherwise, how can one navigate the circles of the wealthy? By the way, what flavor of food do you fancy? Huangmin chicken, braised pork, or mushroom beef? Zhang Xinyu was taken aback by the breadth of Zhang Su's conversation. After a moment's contemplation, she hesitantly replied, "Anything but the mushroom beef would suffice." "Very well. Let us offer the dish we dislike to Zhong Xiaoshan." Zhang Su chuckled, rising to fetch the mushroom beef as he headed towards the door. The sunset, drenched in crimson, illuminated the sky, casting a delicate rosy veil over the entire city, reminiscent of blood and tears. In October, the daylight in Qingqing gradually waned. Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu sat together, gazing through the narrow slits of the curtains at the blazing red horizon. As time passed, the chill of the season began to manifest. Zhang Xinyu had donned her loungewear, while Zhang Su had changed into a long-sleeved t-shirt. It had been ages since she had observed the sunset with such earnestness. It was truly beautiful. Zhang Xinyu gently leaned against Zhang Su, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. In previous evenings, she had mostly been seated before her computer, oblivious to the beauty of nature. Normally, at this hour, the streets were bustling with traffic, the incessant honking of horns creating a cacophony. Yet now, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow in sight. How ironic. Zhang Su offered a wry smile. A lingering sorrow etched upon his brow. The scene outside evoked a sense of despair, demanding immense fortitude to endure. How many individuals, untouched by the undead or bitten by zombies, find themselves unable to survive in this apocalyptic world, crumbling from within? "Everything will be all right, won't it?" Zhang Xinyu inquired softly, fully leaning against Zhang Su. Feeling her warmth, Zhang Su's tone softened. "We hold on to the belief that things will improve. Yet we must prepare for the possibility that they may never do so, and strive with all our might." "Do you understand what I mean?" As the sun descended beyond the mountains, leaving a lingering hue of red at the horizon, the sky gradually dimmed. The two remained entwined, seemingly frozen in time, as if this embrace could last an eternity. "You mentioned I was heavy enough to break your arm. Are you really going to slay zombies to protect me?" Zhang Su remarked gently. "Such a nuisance," Zhang Xinyu retorted, sitting upright and playfully punching Zhang Su, unwilling to let the enchanting atmosphere be so easily disrupted. For dinner, Zhang Su decided they would prepare a pot of river snail rice noodles together, accompanied by 2 marinated eggs and a sausage. He saved the self-heating pot for last. in case the gas ran out, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry immediately, and for easier transport should they need to relocate. Despite his disdain for the pungent aroma of the river snail noodles, Jiangsu set aside his reservations and greedily finished the last drop of broth. Satisfied as he let out a contented belch, Zheng Xinyu managed to eat only to a modest fullness. Finally, Jiangsu resolved to open a bag of sea salt puffballs, deeming them a fitting dessert for the meal. Brother Su, if we continue to remain in darkness, what if a rescue team passes by and fails to notice us? The dim glow of a small nightlight cast a shadow over Zheng Xinyu's face, filling her with discomfort. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaoshan, having endured a day of hunger, was eager to strip and dance for a meal, oblivious to the grim reality of starvation. Hunger is indeed a vile catalyst. Henceforth, we must be wary not only of zombies, but of humans as well. After all, people can be far more terrifying. Jiangsu remarked earnestly. Zheng Xinyu's expression hardened in the gloom as she recalled countless historical tragedies, suddenly engulfed by a sense of uncertainty about the future. She approached the window and pulled back a curtain. By day, it was imperceptible, but at night, the city was ablaze with fierce fires. The sky painted crimson as if it had just endured the ravages of war. The streets lay desolate, with only the undamaged streetlights and the flickering hazard lights of abandoned cars illuminating a corner. Not a single living soul was in sight, only stiff shadows meandering about, evoking a sense of suffocation. In the distance, buildings 4 and 8 were brightly lit, yet a closer inspection revealed no signs of life. As the outbreak of the zombie virus had occurred in the early morning, when many households had their lights on. In reality, a vibrant city would be filled with the movements of people within their rooms, shadows dancing against the curtains. Yet, all that remained now was a deathly silence, punctuated by splatters of blood on shattered windows, forming grotesque patterns of demise. Despair was palpable as one gazed upon the silent dead city. Jiangsu, do you think it holds any significance for us to merely exist like this? Zheng Xinyu asked in a subdued tone. Are you already despairing? Jiangsu flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. To survive is to live. That alone is meaningful. Why overthink it? Let me ask you, what was the purpose of your daily live streams? Showing off for your fans? How dare you? I was a gaming streamer, not a dancer. Zhang Xinyu retorted, her irritation flaring. What games do you even play? Something risky. Perhaps? Jiangsu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Can one even stream that kind of game? I play PUBG, you know, the Battle Royale. Zheng Xinyu shot back, rolling her eyes at Jiangsu. Battle Royale? Huh. I play CSGO, and I could obliterate you in seconds. Rookie. Jiangsu noted, observing Zheng Xinyu's chest rise as she inhaled, preparing for a verbal spar. Regardless of what kind of streamer you were, from now on, you shall become a fitness streamer. Jiangsu declared. What do you mean? Zheng Xinyu asked, bewildered, as Jiangsu donned a pair of gloves. As he moved towards the bedroom, he explained. Your physical condition was barely adequate before, but now, I fear you won't make it out of our building alive. Thus, while we have the chance, I shall subject you to rigorous training. Not only must Zheng Xinyu undergo rigorous training, but Jiangsu himself must also enhance his own capabilities. He diligently engages in fitness routines daily, yet in the past 2 years, he has reduced the intensity, merely maintaining his physique. However, a well-toned body is evidently insufficient. Strength, speed, resilience, and flexibility are paramount for survival. The notion of arduous training sends a shiver down Zhang Xinyu's spine. Devilish training. In order to survive amidst a sea of zombies, one must transform into a devil. Come, follow my lead. Jiangsu proclaimed without further ado, handing Zheng Xinyu a pair of small dumbbells while he himself grasped a pair weighing 20 kilograms to commence his warm-up. To endure in a world overrun by zombies, one must evolve into a devil, not only in body but also in mind. Chapter 23, A Heroic Sacrifice After More Than Half an Hour. Jiangsu instructed Zheng Xinyu to pause for a rest while he continued his training. It was neither out of chivalry nor a strict self-discipline that allowed him to be lenient with others. Rather, it was the understanding that one must not exhaust oneself completely in the face of potential danger, and it was essential to retain a measure of strength for resistance. How do you feel? He inquired, as he wiped himself down with a wet towel after the training session. Zheng Xinyu, already changed into a clean set of pajamas and seated nearby with a bottle of energy drink in hand, shrugged and replied, I think I could handle a bit more intensity. It's not too exhausting. Though she was indeed fatigued, she sensed Zhang Su's efforts and felt an inexplicable tension in her heart. As a PUBG streamer who frequently participated in squad games, she was acutely aware of the frustration that arose from being unable to carry her teammates, often. It was not a lack of desire to assist, but rather an insurmountable inability to do so. She despised the thought of becoming that one player who crawls in the grass, merely surviving. All right, let us gradually increase the training intensity, otherwise, injuries are likely to occur. Zhang Su remarked, moving towards the window to observe the surroundings. He contemplated aloud, it's becoming increasingly quiet outside. By the way, Sinyu, while I was fighting zombies today, something crossed my mind later that night. Past 10 o'clock, Zhang Su lay in bed, wide awake. Earlier, Zhang Sinyu had roused him from a deep slumber, leading to a day that could only be described as chaotic, with no end in sight. He pondered briefly about his two employees, who were among the few individuals he truly knew in this world. Occasionally, thoughts of a former girlfriend would flicker through his mind. Turning over, Zhang Su suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Sitting upright and directing his irritation toward the door, "Are you a ghost? You're making no sound as you walk." In the darkness, a figure stood at the doorway, clutching a blanket. Zhang Sinyu. Zhang Su had intentionally left the door ajar, as if anticipating her arrival. "I heard noises, and I'm scared." Zhang Sinyu's voice trembled softly. Her bedroom was located at the end of the building, and the open environment coupled with the night's silence allowed her to hear many unsettling sounds. Heart-wrenching cries, hoarse pleas for help, agonizing moans, and the feral howls of zombies. Attempting to wear headphones to drown out the world only heightened her fear in the darkness. Zhang Su shifted his position on the bed, patting the space beside him. "Come here, I'll take in this vulnerable young lady, but I might get a little handsy." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Sinyu leaped onto Zhang Su's bed, exhaling in relief, and then teased, "As if I wouldn't be a little handsy too. Huh, you're the one who's reversed." Zhang Su raised his hand to playfully swat her backside, but this time, he met resistance. Zhang Sinyu had anticipated his move and cleverly used a box to block his mischievous hand. As Zhang Su touched the plastic film atop the cardboard box, he instantly recognized its contents. The atmosphere was perfectly set. In the stillness of the night, it was indeed an opportune moment for a smoke. He took the cigarette box, extracted a stick, and ignited it with a spark, allowing the tense emotions to dissipate with each inhale and exhale, finally granting his frayed nerves a moment of respite. The first night of the zombie outbreak should have been the most difficult to endure, yet after the soothing embrace of nicotine, both he and Zhang Sinyu succumbed to a deep slumber, awakening only to the enveloping darkness once more. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the cacophony of gunfire, rat-a-tat-tat, followed by a resounding boom. The terrifying noise reverberated through the air, casting a crimson glow upon the curtains. Zhang Su and Zhang Sinyu opened their eyes almost simultaneously. "What is that noise?" Zhang Sinyu inquired, her voice laced with fear. The populace of the Celestial Empire was not particularly sensitive to the sounds of gunfire. Gunshots? Perhaps even artillery? "We must investigate." Without a moment to don his clothes, Zhang Su dashed to the window, discovering a distant street to the west of their community ablaze with fire and smoke, where many figures moved and fired their weapons. The flames intertwined with the night, forming a halo of light, desperately attempting to fend off the encroaching evil. The sporadic explosions, likely from grenades, echoed as if they were on a battlefield, an utterly staggering sight. That must be the military, deploying heavy weaponry to cleanse the zombies. "Huh, this is a relief," Zhang Su exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Despite the dire circumstances, his optimism remained unyielding. He yearned for the restoration of order, for his previous life had been rather pleasant. "Goodness, I think I just saw a tank." "Was that truly a tank?" Zhang Sinyu exclaimed, clutching Zhang Su's arm, her eyes glistening with exhilaration. "That's an armored vehicle. It seems it's not the military, but rather a special police unit. It's highly probable that those are the same individuals who arrived via helicopter yesterday. In any case, help has arrived." A look of relief spread across Zhang Su and Appo's face, as he believed that against such formidable weaponry, the zombies were destined to be obliterated. However, his smile soon faltered. The flames from the gunfire were gradually obscured by the buildings, revealing a vast, dark mass that filled the entire street. Those were hordes of zombies. Due to the distance and dim lighting, Zhang Su could not discern the precise details, but he was certain that what lay before him was a terrifying sea of the undead. A chill ran down his spine, and he gasped in horror. Even at a distance of 200 to 300 meters, the overwhelming sense of dread was palpable. There might be room for negotiation with human adversaries, but against an overwhelming tide of zombies, those bloodthirsty monstrosities were born solely for the purpose of slaughter and would leave no living creature a chance for survival. How could there be so many? This bodes ill, Zhang Su lamented. Both he and Zhang Xinyu longed to see the end of the ominous throng. But before they could glimpse the conclusion of the zombie horde, the gunfire began to wane. One could only imagine the vast quantities of ammunition required to sustain such relentless fire. Once it was exhausted, the firearms would become ineffective. Boom. With a blinding flash, the window trembled slightly. Following the explosion, silence enveloped the area. Apart from the roaring flames, it was as if nothing had ever transpired. Thud. Zhang Su, somewhat incredulous, sank to the ground, indifferent to the chill of the floor. Those special police officers? Zhang Xinyu asked, her voice trailing off in disbelief. They sacrificed themselves, came the weighty response. Those valiant souls transformed their lives into a brilliant radiance, striving to dispel the malevolent filth. Chapter 24 on the second day. I could not comprehend why even the most formidable weapons could not vanquish the zombies. Zhang Xinyu crouched on the ground, stifling her sobs, mourning for the fallen heroes. Lamenting the absence of rescue, and feeling despondent about an uncertain future. Previously, I had pondered the insignificance of carbon-based life forms in the face of artillery. However, my perspective had shifted. Zhang Su shook his head and continued. My hypothesis was predicated on the military and police systems functioning optimally, believing that overwhelming firepower could easily eliminate the zombies. Yet, if the zombie virus indiscriminately infects then, indeed, while humanity and Oppo's firearms are undeniably potent, even the mightiest weapons require human operators, living, uninfected individuals, who are the crux of the matter. If that is the case, then is there truly no glimmer of hope for rescue? Tears streamed down Zhang Xinyu's face as she gazed at Zhang Su, her eyes reflecting a profound despair. If even the powerful firearms falter, how can ordinary civilians, who have never even touched a gun, hope to resist? How can there be no hope? Zhang Su placed his hand on Zhang Xinyu's icy back, his tone resolute. To live is to have hope. We must strive with all our might to survive. And only when we reach the end of our resources shall we consider our next steps. I shall check on Brotherly upstairs. After breakfast, Zhang Su remarked as he observed Zhang Xinyu tidying the dishes. No one is at a disadvantage, nor is anyone truly losing. What exists is merely the solace of souls and bodies in times of peril. Zhang Xinyu wiped the dishes clean with a paper towel and nodded. Do you need me to accompany you? Had it been yesterday, she would have questioned Zhang Su and Oppo's urgency to search for supplies at someone else and Oppo's home. However, after witnessing the events of the previous night, she understood that this would be a protracted struggle requiring long-term planning. To take a step back. Even if the Shangqin community encountered no issues, their ability to search for supplies would be severely limited. Thus, starting from the nearest location was undoubtedly prudent. No need. I will go alone. You lock the door securely afterward and continue your training. Do not focus solely on upper body strength. Your lower body requires attention as well. As Zhang Su spoke, he approached the window and slightly parted the curtains to observe, noting the clear, cloudless sky. Had it not been for the billowing black smoke, it would have been a splendid day. Understood. I will help you put on your arm guard. Zhang Xinyu carefully assisted Zhang Su in donning the protective gear. Her concern evident. If there is any trouble, do not take unnecessary risks. Rest assured, I know my limits, Zhang Su replied, giving Zhang Xinyu's well-moistened face a gentle pinch before picking up the axe and striding towards the door. Peering through the peephole, Zhang Su was startled to discover that the zombies they had so brutally dispatched the previous day had vanished, leaving behind only dark stains trailing from the 802 door to the emergency exit. Initially, he had intended to survey the corridor before considering the removal of the corpses, but it seemed someone had already taken the initiative to dispose of them. The zombie bodies outside are gone. Zhang Su's scalp prickled with unease as he turned to Zhang Xinyu, who was not far away. Does this mean someone has been here? There are still living people in the building. Zhang Xinyu's expression was one of confusion. But even if there are others, what would they want with the zombie bodies? Zhang Su shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. I'm not sure. Perhaps you should ask Zhang Xiaoshan. He gently opened the door just a crack, intending to observe the situation in the stairwell before stepping out. At that moment, a sound of a door opening echoed from across the hall. Zhang Xiaoshan emerged, clad in jeans and a fitted knit top, a stark contrast to the nightgown she wore yesterday, her face bearing traces of fatigue. It's me, she said, approaching the door of room 801. Noticing Zhang Su's vigilant and suspicious expression, she pointed towards the security door and reassured him. I dragged the body away, so there's no need to be anxious. You. Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu exclaimed in disbelief simultaneously. He scrutinized the seemingly delicate woman before him. finding it hard to fathom that she could have done such a thing. Neither of them had ever considered that Zhong Xiaoshan would be responsible for it. But this revelation alleviated their doubts about whether someone had been there. That body was obstructing the doorway, which was troublesome, and with the weather not yet cold enough, it would start to decompose and breed bacteria, which is detrimental to us all. Zhong Xiaoshan spoke softly, her apparent frailty belied by a noticeable improvement in her state compared to the previous day. You possess quite a bit of courage and strength, Zhang Su remarked as he opened the door wider to let her in. Zhong Xiaoshan tucked a few greasy strands of hair behind her ear and smiled shyly. Thank you for the compliment. Working as a nurse in the hospital doesn't allow for any slacking off. It has provided me with good training. Impressive. So, are you here for a meal? Zhang Su inquired, recalling his promise to prepare instant noodles and river snail rice noodles for her. Zhong Xiaoshan shook her head. No, I came. I wanted to inform you that we might not receive rescue anytime soon. Are you referring to the gunfire on the street last night? Zhang Su frowned, gesturing towards the direction of the previous night's chaos. Indeed, such intense gunfire was unable to overcome the horde of zombies. I don't want to wait for death. I want to join you. Is that all right? Zhong Xiaoshan candidly expressed her intention, having barely slept the previous night. The sight of that tragic scene weighed heavily on her heart, as if a colossal stone were pressing down upon her. Zhong Xiaoshan had always placed her hopes in the military more thoroughly than Zhang Xinyu. Witnessing how even firearms could not withstand the zombie onslaught filled her with despair. While Zhang Xinyu found encouragement from Zhang Su and emerged from her hopelessness, Zhong Xiaoshan endured a night of torment. Ignited by the flicker of survival instinct amidst the enveloping darkness and fear, she understood that relying solely on her own strength as a woman would make it difficult not only to break out, but even to survive in the Shengqin community. Joining Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu would be a remarkably advantageous choice. Unfortunately, the decision of whether she could join them did not rest in her hands. Zhang Su meticulously assessed Zhong Xiaoshan from head to toe, suddenly realizing that her proactive disposal of the zombie and Apos' body was her way of demonstrating her capabilities. He had no desire for a woman who would scream at the mere sight of a zombie. At the mention of this, Zhong Xiaoshan's fair cheeks flushed slightly, and she pressed her lips together, assuring him, I promise it won't happen again. Yesterday was my first time. But I am quite resilient. Having spoken, Zhong Xiaoshan straightened her chest, as if to demonstrate her resolve to her superiors. Mere words would not suffice, if one wishes to prove their worth. Now presents a splendid opportunity. Zhang Su, witnessing Zhong Xiaoshan's transformation, set aside the notion of her being a mistress. Recognizing the merits in her ability to emerge from despair and ignite a fervent will to survive. This instinct for survival is paramount at this moment. Should one's heart be shrouded in desolation and pessimism, any endeavor will inevitably be tainted with negativity, drawing them perilously close to demise. Chapter 25. The test. Zhang Su sought to assess the capabilities of Zhong Xiaoshan. Should she meet expectations and demonstrate sufficient value, he would not hesitate to allow her to accompany him. He would never show leniency simply because she possessed an appealing appearance in a world ravaged by calamity. A fit physique and beautiful visage could only serve as supplementary advantages once competency was established. Noticing the enigmatic smile on Zhang Su's face, Zhong Xiaoshan felt a sudden tightening in her chest and nervously inquired, How do I prove myself? With a clatter, she gazed incredulously at the soiled key. Her mind entangled for several moments. Slowly, she reached out and took the key from Zhang Su's hand, her voice tinged with apprehension as she asked, Are there others in 902? Zhang Su was taken aback. He had anticipated that Zhong Xiaoshan would decline, yet she merely hesitated before acquiescing. It appeared he had underestimated her will to survive in dire circumstances. To his knowledge, Li Gu and his family of 5 lived together, but it was certain that his son had perished. The fate of the 2 elders and Li Ji's wife remained uncertain. Is it certain the child is gone? Zhang Xinyu murmured nearby, as if struck by a realization. She gasped quietly, covering her mouth, and said, What about that arm? Zhang Su nodded in silence, recalling that 3 months prior, Li Ji's child had suffered an accident while playing in the community, sustaining a gash on his arm from an iron decorative piece. The incident had caused quite a stir, with the property management compensating for the medical expenses, leaving a scar on the child's arm that mirrored the severed limb. Zhong Xiaoshan vividly remembered that arm as well. After all, she had just dragged the zombie's corpse to the stairwell, approaching 30, and despite not being married. The truth weighed heavily on her heart. There were far too many people outside being pursued and consumed by zombies. One could not afford to dwell on sorrow. Zhang Su offered a comforting word to both women and turned his attention back to Zhong Xiaoshan. Do you have any questions? Zhang Shashan furrowed her brow in contemplation before fixing her gaze on Zhang Su's arm and resolutely stated, I require protective measures like yours, and also a weapon. Absolutely. Zhang Su readily acquiesced to Zhang Shashan's reasonable demands. It would be utterly unreasonable to send others to forage without equipping them. Before long, Zhang Shashan was fully armed. Her arms wrapped in discarded publications and plastic bags, with both hands gripping a hefty iron wrench. This wrench, over a foot in length, had been crafted by Zhang Su's contacts as a self-defense tool. Though it resembled a wrench, any attempt to use it as a tool would surely elicit curses. As no screw would fit, it was solely a means to appease inspections. Zhang Su observed Zhang Shaoshan brandishing the wrench like an intruder in a village, feeling a mix of amusement and unease. Could a woman devoid of combat experience truly confront zombies alone? He was uncertain, yet he recognized that this was a challenge Zhang Shaoshan had to face. Out of a sense of responsibility, he instructed her on how to wield the wrench for effective strikes. As he watched Zhang Shaoshan step through the safety door, Zhang Su gently closed it behind her. Brother Su, is it not somewhat inhumane to send her out alone? Zhang Xinyu, peering through the peephole, watched Zhang Shaoshan vanish from view. Her heart heavy with concern as she questioned Zhang Su. Inhumane? Human civilization is on the brink of collapse. What is there left to discuss regarding humanity? According to your reasoning, if I venture out alone to procure supplies, it is deemed inhumane, yet if you accompany me, my actions become inhumane? Zhang Su was not idle. He rummaged through the wardrobe and unearthed several large backpacks, carrying them towards Zhang Xinyu's room. If it were just the two of us, I would certainly comply with your request, but if others are involved, I prefer not to venture out alone. Zhang Su paused momentarily, somewhat taken aback by Zhang Xinyu's response, yet he refrained from elaborating, simply stating, you keep watch, and if anything arises, call for me. With that, he crouched down and began to fill the backpacks with supplies. Throughout the night, Zhang Su contemplated extensively. He realized that leaving supplies scattered was impractical. In the event of an emergency requiring immediate relocation, it would be too late to gather everything. Thus, he methodically packed several backpacks according to the priority of survival needs. If all remained well, retrieving items from the bags would not prove cumbersome, but should an unexpected situation arise, he could swiftly grab the bags and evacuate. Once he finished his task, he glanced at Zhang Xinyu, who was keeping watch, only to see her shake her head. Zhang Su had spent nearly 20 minutes organizing the backpacks. If he had a clear plan, that duration was ample for scavenging supplies. The absence of any disturbances suggested that no incidents had occurred. Perhaps there was simply an abundance of items? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she inwardly chastised herself for entertaining feelings of jealousy at such a time. How foolish. I'll keep watch for a while. You go and exercise, Zhang Su suggested, taking over Zhang Xinyu's post. Another 10 minutes elapsed in silence, with not even a fly buzzing by. Could it be that this fellow has absconded with the belongings from Brotherly's place? Zhang Su murmured softly. Zhang Xinyu, having completed his set of exercises, her face flushed, heard Zhang Su's mutterings and shook her head. That's impossible. There are countless zombies lurking in the building. Zhang Shashan would never flee alone. Zhang Su nodded slightly. The rationale made sense, yet the timing felt amiss. More than half an hour had passed, and even if one were to thoroughly scour a convenience store, the amount one could carry was limited, unless one were afflicted by a decision-making paralysis, wanting this and that, or perhaps burdened by an excessive load. I can't wait any longer. I'll go check. With that, Zhang Su swiftly donned his arm guards, grasped his axe, and gently pushed open the door. The supplies from Brother Li's place were of utmost importance, as was Zhang Xiaoshan's safety. Come in quickly. Zhang Su's gaze darted around Zhang Xiaoshan, finding no signs of struggle, and he promptly opened the door. Thud. Zhang Xiaoshan placed her heavy bag on the floor, bending over with her hands resting on her knees, her chest heaving violently. Though the exertion had not been particularly strenuous, the intense tension had caused her breath to quicken. Chapter 26, New Difficulties. Are you injured? Zhang Su, although fairly certain that Zhang Xiaoshan had not been involved in any conflict, still inquired with concern. No, absolutely not. Rest assured. Zhang Xiaoshan fervently shook her head. She valued her life more than anyone else. That's good to hear. Please be cautious. A bite could be fatal, and scratches are no trivial matter, Zhang Su advised. Sit down and rest for a moment. Xinyu, pour her a drink. As Zhang Su commanded, he approached his backpack and unzipped it while asking Zhang Xiaoshan, what is the situation at Li Ji's house? Upon mentioning this, Zhang Xiaoshan's expression darkened. His home is in ruins. Zhang Su began to unpack the items from his backpack, glancing at Zhang Xiaoshan after hearing her words. Noticing her somber demeanor, he softened his tone and asked, "It shouldn't have taken long to gather these things. What delayed you? Did you encounter any difficulties? Drink slowly, don't choke." Zhang Xinyu handed a disposable cup filled with energy drink to Zhang Xiaoshan. "When I entered, I saw blood everywhere. I thought there was no one here, no zombies, that is. I found a backpack and went to the kitchen to gather supplies. But then a man who had turned into a zombie suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking my path in the living room. I had to hide in the kitchen and wait for him to leave before I could rush down." As she recounted her experience, Zhang Xiaoshan's heart raced, and her hand nearly crushed the paper cup, almost spilling the drink. Zhang Su had already emptied all the contents of his backpack onto the coffee table. Scratching his head, he remarked, "It seems you truly only went to the kitchen." The coffee table was filled with various kitchen items, ranging from a peeler, forks, and spoons, to plastic wrap, a kitchen scale, and a chef's knife. There were also 2 bags of noodles, a clump of frozen dumplings, over 3 pounds of flour, and an unopened bottle of peanut oil, marked 1.8L. Other items included luncheon meat, instant noodles, ginger, scallions, and fresh eggs, all exuding a strong sense of daily life. Starkly contrasting with Zhang Su's kitchen. Did I pass?" Zhang Xiaoshan asked hopefully after finishing her drink, her lips slightly stained with color. Zhang Su stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Xiaoshan before he abruptly declared, "Come, take off your clothes." What? Zhang Xiaoshan looked at Zhang Su in disbelief. The request was far too sudden. After rejecting her advances yesterday, he now wanted her to undress. What was going on? Zhang Xinyu was likewise taken aback. While she didn't harbor jealousy, it felt excessive for him to behave this way in front of her. Zhang Su shrugged his shoulders. Seeing no hint of lewdness in Zhang Su's eyes, Zhang Xiaoshan's mind raced, and she quickly understood his intent. Swiftly, she removed her knitted sweater, saying, "You want to see if I'm hiding something, right? I'm not hiding anything." With a swish, having grasped Zhang Su's intention, Zhang Xiaoshan stood in the living room, feeling a chill in the air as goosebumps formed on her arms. Zhang Xinyu stood awkwardly to the side, fully aware of the necessity behind Zhang Su's request. Yet she could not shake the feeling that he was rather cruel. There were clearly alternative methods to verify the situation, yet he insisted on having her disrobe. "All right, it's cold. Put your clothes back on." Zhang Su observed the shivering Zhang Xiaoshan with satisfaction, nodding as he introduced himself. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhang Su. And this is my, girlfriend, Zhang Xinyu." Moments ago, he had employed the insight tag on Zhang Xiaoshan, and now he could see 3 bubbles hovering above her head. Determined, interloper, grudges must be settled. The true reason Zhang Su was willing to accept Zhang Xiaoshan was not the qualities of determined or interloper, but rather, grudges must be settled. A vendetta spanning 9 lifetimes may still be avenged. A single meal's kindness must be repaid. If the insight tag proved accurate, such a person could indeed be welcomed. "Brother Su, Sister Xinyu, I hope to rely on both of you from now on," Zhang Xiaoshan thought excitedly as she dressed, flattering them internally. Finally feeling a sense of support. Although she was older than Zhang Xinyu, at times, the labels of sister and younger sister did not adhere strictly to age. Zhang Su chuckled and shook his head. "No one is here to look after anyone else. We all strive to manage our own affairs while offering assistance to our companions whenever possible. That is how I operate, and so does Xinyu. You shall not be an exception." "I understand, Brother Su. Please inform me of any rules. I am very well versed in decorum and will not cause any trouble." Zhang Xiaoshan replied earnestly. Soon, she had dressed completely, her cheeks tinged with a light blush from being seen by a stranger. Now that they had formed a group, Zhang Su picked up a clump of dumplings from the floor and smiled. "Let us boil these dumplings together to celebrate Nurse Zhang joining us." Yes, I will do it," Zhang Xiaoshan exclaimed with immense delight. She had strived for this moment, yearning for a meal in a safe haven. A bag of frozen dumplings that had been left at room temperature for over a day would have previously been disregarded as waste, but now, it was a rare and precious feast. "The gas is out," Zhang Xiaoshan announced nervously from the kitchen doorway. Zhang Su, taken aback, hurried into the kitchen, striking a match in quick succession, yet the gas stove remained unresponsive. A wave of frustration washed over him as he raised his hand, tempted to slap the pot, but he stifled his anger. With explosions occurring everywhere, it was hardly surprising that the gas was cut off. While it was understandable, the implications were dire. Not only could they not boil the dumplings, but their stock of river snail noodles was rendered nearly useless. Instant noodles could be soaked or chewed, but river snail noodles required boiling, with no alternative cooking methods available. given their supplies. The absence of fire would result in a sudden reduction of 70% in their edible provisions. The water is gone, the internet is down, and now the gas is out. Could this virus be damaging the infrastructure as well? Zhang Xinyu lamented in confusion. Zhang Su raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation and remarked, I once watched a scientific video discussing what would transpire after humanity's disappearance. The prevailing theory suggests that within a mere 5 days of our absence, all that you have mentioned would cease to function. The current situation is not dissimilar to a world devoid of humanity. Without human maintenance, numerous facilities would come to a standstill. Chapter 27 Greetings, everyone. I had previously purchased an electric hot pot, which was supposed to be delivered yesterday, Zhang Xinyu said with a sense of grievance. Having made ample preparations for the challenge. The electric hot pot, yes. Zhang Xiaoshan and Appo's eyes lit up as she pointed upstairs, exclaiming, 902 has a microwave and an induction cooker. Zhang Su decisively declared, I shall make a trip. In this world where water, electricity, and communication have faltered, only electricity stubbornly persists. Who knows when it too will vanish? Hence, if it is available, we must utilize it swiftly. Just as Zhang Xinyu was about to suggest joining him, she suddenly realized that times had changed, and it would not do to let the newcomer, Zhang Xiaoshan, see the abundance of supplies they possessed. Nodding, she turned to assist Zhang Su in gathering equipment. Be cautious of the ground in 902. It's quite messy and easy to trip. And do be extraordinarily careful of that zombie uncle. He walks silently, without shoes. Zhang Xiaoshan stood beside him, reminding Zhang Su, who was donning his arm guards. Okay. With that, Zhang Su wasted no time. After a brief observation of the surroundings, he opened the door and stepped out, reassured that someone had already begun clearing the area, though he remained vigilant. Xinyu, you are truly fortunate to be with such a reliable person as Shug, Zhang Xiaoshan remarked to Zhang Xinyu, who peered through the peephole. Zhang Xinyu stiffened slightly. Together? Would they have come together had it not been for this sudden catastrophe? Likely, they would still be oppressed by that unscrupulous landlord. Does Nurse Zhang have feelings for Shug? Zhang Xinyu asked candidly, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Zhang Xiaoshan. The straightforward inquiry left Zhang Xiaoshan feeling quite embarrassed. She averted her gaze, chuckling awkwardly as she responded, What are you saying, Xinyu? I have only just met Shug. How could I possibly have any thoughts? It wouldn't be surprising if you did. During times like these, we must avoid any discord that might displease Shug. As long as you can bring him joy, we will all benefit, Zhang Xinyu said with an inexplicable expression, continuing to glance through the peephole. Zhang Xiaoshan regarded Zhang Xinyu with a mixture of disbelief and understanding. After a moment, she comprehended the sentiments behind her words. In this precarious environment, many things had transformed, becoming unlike the past. In the face of survival, all internal conflicts must be avoided and resolved, while any external conflicts must be eradicated and addressed. Meanwhile, within the same unit, 2 men in room 502 were engaged in hushed conversation. Brother, we cannot go out. It's impossible to rush out with so many zombies downstairs. A frail man shook his head repeatedly, fear etched across his face, his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes resembling that of a zombie if seen at night. No, we must leave this place, Duan Wuhu asserted with unwavering determination. The water and gas have been cut off. Who knows how long the electricity will last? Even if we ration our remaining supplies to 2 meals a day, we barely have enough for 3 or 4 days. Once the food runs out, our condition will worsen, and we won't even have the strength to flee. Brother, even if we must depart from here, what will become of mother and sister-in-law? Duan Sihai gazed towards the master bedroom, his eyes clouded with despair. If one listened closely, the faint yet chilling sound of grinding teeth emanated from within, a sound so subtle, yet capable of instilling terror, as if a malevolent demon lurked just beyond the door. Everything appeared so warm and idyllic, yet calamity arrives without warning. Duan Wuhu lost track of time. He only remembered stepping out of the restroom and, upon entering the kitchen, discovering the pot of noodles boiling over, while his wife stood motionless, her neck twisting in a mechanical manner, oblivious to the chaos. He rushed to inquire, but upon seeing her face, his heart raced uncontrollably. Her pallid cheeks revealed the veins beneath, her eyes bloodshot and wild. She opened her mouth wide and lunged at him without uttering a word. Reacting swiftly, Duan Wuhu seized the rolling pin from the shelf, raising it defensively across his chest, narrowly evading disaster. He then wrapped his wife in cling film, managing to escape, yet before he could catch his breath, his mother approached him with the same unnerving gait. Chaos erupted throughout the neighborhood, and he knew something terrible had happened. He was an emotional man, yet also a rational one, well aware of the finality of death. Duan Sihai grasped at his disheveled hair, his face contorted with anguish. But what if? What if there is hope to cure mother and sister-in-law? If we leave like this, won't they die in vain? The prospect of restoring order seemed bleak. Water was cut off, gas was gone, and survival beyond a week appeared impossible. I too wish for mother and Stowland to receive treatment, but do you believe that is realistic? Duan Wuhu recognized his brother's temperament, realizing he was merely using these arguments as excuses for his own cowardice, nothing more. Any rational person could see the current predicament. Not only was it challenging to devise a strategy to combat the virus, but even finding a safe haven was fraught with difficulty. All right, brother, even if you are correct, where do you propose we go? The gunfire from last night has ceased. Do you expect us to be more formidable than the military? Duan Sihai's expression veered towards hysteria. We are not seeking a direct confrontation with those monstrous beings. If we cannot challenge them, must we not evade them? I want to ensure your survival, to live on. Do you understand? Duan Wuhu implored, desperately trying to instill courage in his demoralized brother. Chapter 28. The horde of the undead invades the community unless the authorities establish a refuge. I fear venturing outside will only hasten our demise. Nevertheless, if you are determined to go, I shall accompany you, Duan Sihai said feebly, his eyes devoid of hope. Upon hearing his younger brother's reluctant agreement, Duan Wuhu felt a flicker of relief. He patted his brother's frail shoulder and declared, Sihai, together we are stronger than the sum of our parts. We shall undoubtedly survive and find a secure haven. Let us head to Qing County. The population is sparse, and even if there are zombies, they will be few. The terrain is complex. We can seek out an uninhabited farmhouse, cultivate crops, raise livestock, and with access to well water and firewood, we shall surely endure. Do you have a plan? How do we escape the building? What route shall we take? If we do not strategize, rushing out could lead us to our doom. Duan Sihai pressed. Duan Wuhu nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude. Sihai, it is commendable that you have considered these aspects. I have devised a preliminary plan. Let us analyze it together and suggest any improvements. The two brothers gathered around the dining table, with paper and pen before them, engaging in a serious discussion about matters of life and death. Are you all right? Zheng Xinyu inquired, noticing the viscous liquid dripping from Zhang Su's axe, signifying that he had dealt with a zombie. Zhang Su handed the object to the slightly taken aback Zheng Xiaoshan and replied, I executed a surprise attack. It posed no difficulty. Is there no martial virtue in ambush? It is a non-existent concept, Zheng Xinyu remarked with a sidelong glance at Zhang Su. Zhang Su rubbed his forehead, wishing he had foreseen this day. He would have certainly procured a large freezer for his home. But it was too late for such thoughts. Let it be for now, regarding Li and his family. Alas, survival does not equate to happiness. Their demise is, in some sense, a release. In any case, their household is now empty. He mused, feeling the keys in his pocket. In the kitchen, Zheng Xiaoshan paused, her thoughts drifting to her parents in the countryside. Her heart heavy. Yet, she reminded herself that it was already a challenge to care for oneself. Worrying about distant matters only added to her burdens. A quarter of an hour later, the lump soup was served. The dumplings had congealed to the point that they could not be separated, resulting in the necessity to mash them all together into a thick soup. In just over a day, conditions had deteriorated dramatically. From the initial loss of internet to water shortages, and now even the gas supply had ceased. The prospect of a steaming bowl of lump soup had become a rare comfort. None of the three expressed dissatisfaction. The enticing aroma made their mouths water. Let us eat. No need to just stare, Zhang Su exclaimed as he served himself a bowl. The mutton dumpling lump soup was indeed delightful, and he added a spoonful of chili sauce he had found at Li's house, relishing the flavor immensely. Zheng Xiaoshan, being considerate, stopped after finishing one bowl, which made Zheng Xinyu, who was still eager for a second helping, feel slightly awkward. Observing their reactions, Zhang Su pointed to the remaining soup and urged, Everyone should have some more. We have training ahead. If we do not nourish ourselves, our training will suffer. Training? Zheng Xiaoshan inquired curiously, looking at Zhang Su. As Zhang Su spoke, Zheng Xinyu, feeling unrestrained, ladled herself another half bowl of the thick soup, relishing the warmth it bestowed upon her. Zhang Su, may I inquire about your previous endeavors? It is truly remarkable how you can face such a significant event with such composure, asked Zheng Xiaoshan. Her curiosity piqued as she continued to serve herself from the pot. With his mouth full, Zhang Su replied indistinctly, I am merely a landlord, but she is a celebrity. An internet sensation. Our calmness stems from nearly a decade of life experiences, matters that are hardly suitable for public discourse. It's just a few tens of thousands of followers, many of whom are bots. What's so special about being a celebrity? Zhang Xinyu interjected, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. On her busiest days, she had only managed to attract over 300 viewers, with some days seeing merely a handful. Those two are truly impressive, to be honest. I initially thought Zhang Su was a retired Special Forces soldier, Zhang Xiaoshan remarked, casting a flirtatious glance at Zhang Su while delicately consuming her soup. That's an exaggeration. I merely engage in some light fitness. I'm probably far from the caliber of a Special Forces operative. If you're not eating anymore, I shall finish it all. With that, Zhang Su, noticing the two ladies wave him off, proceeded to indulge himself. His training regimen was 3 times more intense than Zhang Xinyu's, necessitating a substantial intake of nourishment. Should food be scarce, he would reduce his intensity to manage daily challenges. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After a brief respite, Zhang Su was about to invite the two to commence their training when Zhang Xinyu, lifting the curtain to gaze outside, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, Zhang Su, come quickly. There's a situation." "What is happening?" Zhang Su's heart raced as he hurried to the window. "Look over there. Good heavens, there are so many zombies." Zhang Xinyu gasped, covering her mouth in horror, her body trembling slightly. Zhang Su followed her pointing finger, his eyes widening in disbelief. The street where the special police had clashed with the zombies the previous night was now teeming with the undead, surging through the breached walls of Shichin community. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were chasing a peculiar drone hovering above, which was equipped with a loudspeaker. Damn it, someone is luring zombies into our neighborhood. Zhang Su quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Although the distance was not insignificant, he could faintly hear the loudspeaker broadcasting something that had ensnared the attention of the zombies. My goodness, are those the same zombies from last night? Zhang Xiaoshan leaned forward to peer into the distance, her heart racing at the sight of the horde scaling the walls. In the darkness, the three had not truly grasped the oppressive presence of the undead. Now, they were confronted with a vivid reality. The zombies, in their frenzied pursuit, were not slow. Their savage demeanor rivaled that of a predatory tiger, relentlessly chasing the drone without fear of death. One could only imagine the horrific fate that awaited any living person who crossed their path, likely to be devoured within a minute. Chapter 29. The Path of Survival. Why would the one controlling the drone lure the zombies into the neighborhood? As Zhang Xiaoshan gazed at the swarm of zombies surging over the collapsed wall, a chill crept into her heart. Initially, the number of zombies wandering within the visible confines of the community was merely a handful, with more lurking between the unseen buildings. However, their scattered presence soon transformed into a densely packed horde, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. If there had been any hope of stealthily escaping the clutches of the undead, that hope was now extinguished, unless one could sprout wings like a drone. Even the mightiest warrior would be reduced to mere bones. Zhang Su, with a grim expression, remained silent. After a moment, he tilted his ear, asking, "Listen. What is the loudspeaker announcing?" As the drone approached building number 3, the trio finally discerned the message blaring from the loudspeaker. "Attention, survivors. We are establishing a safe zone on the route to Funing County. We welcome all capable survivors who can make it out of Qinqing. Let us unite and face this calamity together. Attention, survivors." The drone, carrying the loudspeaker, hovered overhead as the zombies in the streets were drawn into the community. At that moment, 3 vehicles sped past, and with their passing, the booming voice abruptly ceased. The drone veered towards the direction of the cars, disappearing into a blind spot. The zombies, previously clawing at the sky, suddenly lost their target, gazing around in confusion. The once crowded mass began to disperse, drifting in all directions, necks outstretched as they sniffed the air, evidently in search of new prey. What initially seemed like an exhilarating announcement turned into a source of great distress for the survivors in Shangqin International Community. A drone worth 200,000 truly deserved its title, indeed. Handing the drone to a companion behind him, the man in the leather jacket turned to the driver, saying, "Kai, we should lie low at Boss Lu's farm. Why should we bother with other survivors when the outside world is descending into chaos? Comfort is our priority." "Exactly. Those people are nothing but a waste of resources, utterly useless," chimed in a lean man in the back seat, his smile tinged with malice. The kind that would make even an old lady think twice before provoking him. "Huh, useless? How quickly you forget how we fought our way out," chuckled the driver, his voice gravelly. "Without the cannon fodder to shield us, would we have survived? Do you wish to be the expendable ones? In critical moments, It's not about outrunning the zombies. It's about outpacing other survivors to seize the chance of survival. The vehicle's occupants suddenly understood, and someone clapped their hands, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. We warmly welcome survivors." Laughter erupted within the car, sinister and chilling. In this apocalyptic world, every individual and group has their own means of survival. Within Xingqin community, any survivor still capable of movement peered cautiously from behind the windows. The unexpected news filled many hearts with hope, a rare smile gracing their faces. Given the current situation at Xingqin, breaking free from the community presents a formidable challenge. They proclaim a plan to establish a safe zone along the route to Funing. Zhong Xiaoshan, her expression brimming with excitement, eagerly exclaimed, "I am from Funing. My parents reside in Xiaopu village." Although she did not articulate her thoughts directly, Zhang Su could discern her intentions from the fervent glimmer in her eyes. Without hesitation, he doused her enthusiasm with cold pragmatism. To lure a multitude of zombies into the community merely to announce the establishment of a safe zone. Do you truly believe those individuals harbor good intentions? Observing the adept maneuvering of the drone, Zhang Su surmised that this group had likely engaged in such activities frequently during their journey. What appeared as benevolent communication about a safe zone for survivors was, in fact, a ruse to clear the path for their own departure from the city. Upon hearing Zhang Su's remarks, Zhong Xiaoshan paused, furrowing her brow in contemplation. As she gazed down at the significantly increased number of zombies below, she eventually acknowledged the validity of Zhang Su's words. Zheng Xinyu, observing the densely packed, occasionally colliding zombies, remarked helplessly, "Brother Su, if ordinary people possessed the capability to establish a safe zone, the authorities would surely have acted by now. Don't you think? Indeed, given the government's rapid response capabilities, it would not lag behind civilian efforts. I firmly believe that relevant departments would have promptly erected a safe zone, likely within a hospital." Zhong Xiaoshan, upon hearing Zheng Xinyu's assertion, quickly concurred. Zhang Su shook his head, stating, "You both exhibit a rather optimistic yet somewhat naive outlook. Firstly, that group merely claimed they intended to build a safe zone. No actual construction has commenced. It remains a mere idea, one that you and I can both entertain. Furthermore, they merely mentioned traveling to Funing, which spans a distance of over 20 to 30 kilometers, without specifying a precise location, indicating a lack of clear objective." Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan, no longer children, grasped the implications of Zhang Su's words. As the brief interlude passed, among the survivors in Xingqin, some shared Zhang Su's sentiments, while others were growing restless, and a few had already begun to take action. By 4 in the afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, Zhang Su and his companions concluded their exercises and, while replenishing their energy with snacks, analyzed various potential solutions to their circumstances, including the possible behaviors of the zombies. Suddenly, the sound of a horn pierced the silence outside. "Burn my calories, goodbye donuts." A popular song blared unexpectedly, jarring in the tranquil atmosphere. The trio hastily leaned against the window to investigate, but due to the window's orientation, they could not discern the source of the sound. Consequently, they rushed to room 802, where they finally caught sight of the unfolding scene from the southern window. Someone had replicated the earlier method, using a drone to dangle a loudspeaker to attract the zombies. However, this drone's performance was noticeably inferior. Its flight speed, altitude, and stability were all lacking compared to the previous model, wobbling precariously as if it might crash at any moment. Chapter 30. Do not be deceived by the divine perspective. Look over there, quickly. In Building 7, someone is controlling a drone. Whether it was sheer luck or keen eyesight, Zheng Xinyu swiftly spotted an individual crouched behind a window on the second floor of the central unit of Building 7, manipulating the aerial device. Just as Zhang Su turned his gaze towards Building 7, he suddenly noticed 4 figures appearing around the corner of the building. The person operating the drone, upon seeing his companion's approach, hastily placed the remote control on the windowsill and without hesitation leaped out of the window. The fluidity of their actions suggested a well-rehearsed plan, indicating that they had been preparing for this moment for quite some time. From the outset until now, everything had proceeded smoothly. However, the real challenge was only just beginning. Though the second floor was merely 3 meters high, a lack of proper technique could lead to severe injury or even death. Clearly, the individual who dared to jump was not reckless. As he landed, he executed a forward roll, landing with a thud that, while somewhat awkward, effectively mitigated the impact of his fall. The 4 rushed to his side, one woman helping him to his feet while another man handed him a backpack. Without uttering a word, The jumper donned the backpack and sprinted alongside his companions towards the crumbling wall. Soon, the five reached the dilapidated wall. But just as they prepared to vault over it, a small horde of zombies surged forth from the opposite side of the building. Danger struck in an instant, evidently. They had not anticipated that some zombies had not been lured away by the drone. In the ensuing chaos, two of the group stumbled and fell against the ruins. The zombies, despite their seemingly rigid movements, exhibited surprising speed, capable of matching a brisk human pace when pursuing prey. They quickly lunged at the two fallen individuals. It was perilous. Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan clenched their fists tightly, so tense that they dared not breathe, as if their own lives were at stake. Quick! Grab a brick and throw it. The bag is too soft and useless. Zhang Xinyu urged, observing a woman in the crowd strike a zombie's head with a travel bag. Desperation fueling her suggestions. It appeared that someone among the group heard Zhang Xinyu's words. A man bent down and picked up a sizable piece of debris, comparable to a watermelon, and hurled it at the zombie. However, an absurd mishap occurred. Perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety, he forgot to release the rubble in time, and the immense force sent him staggering forward, causing him to tumble off the crumbling ruins. Even a fall on flat ground posed a significant risk in the face of zombies, let alone from a height. Yet, his fall inadvertently collided with the zombies pouncing on his two companions, sending them sprawling, and the trapped pair seized the moment to scramble upward. Gasp! Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan drew in their breath sharply as they witnessed the man tumble down with the zombie. This is bad, Zhang Su murmured, a hint of despair lacing his voice. Given the circumstances, unless they united their efforts in a fierce struggle, only firearms could possibly rescue the man. The likelihood of wielding firearms is virtually non-existent, and confronting the undead in unison is a daunting task. In a scenario where organization and preparation are in place, one might stand a chance. However, if the event transpires unexpectedly, the response would be utterly inadequate. As he anticipated, the reactions of the few individuals amidst the ruins were even less instinctual than those of the zombies. The undead, drawn to the scent of blood, surged towards the source with unbridled excitement, while the individuals above merely stood frozen in confusion. Faced with a single zombie's attack, an ordinary adult male, provided he is not ambushed, may possess the potential to fight back successfully. Yet, when confronted by 3 or 4 zombies simultaneously, particularly after being thrown off balance, the outcome is predictably grim. The zombies closed in, and the man's terrified cries for help reached even Zhang Su and the others, nearly 100 meters away. He flailed his arms desperately, akin to a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, yet no one could rescue him. As a zombie bent down to sink its teeth into the exposed flesh of his neck, blood splattered with alarming intensity. Outside, a woman's frantic screams pierced the air. A woman clad in a windbreaker hurled stones at the creature gnawing on the man, but to no avail, her efforts did nothing to impede its relentless assault. The cacophony attracted other zombies, and soon, several turned their attention towards them, breaking away from the pack in pursuit of the sound, hastening towards the crumbling wall. One man covered the woman's mouth, while another dragged her across the street. A third individual clumsily attempted to fend off the zombies scaling the ruins before hastily following the others. Before long, their figures vanished behind the cover, leaving the man who had raised a stone to confront the zombie forever ensconced beneath the debris, merely scaling the collapsed wall of the community. Even with some semblance of planning and preparation, resulted in tragedy, a profoundly harrowing outcome. Those two individuals simply fled. Zhang Xinyu gazed in disbelief at the spot where they had disappeared, her expression vacant. The others, while indifferent to the fallen man, were appalled that the two who had been rescued did not extend a helping hand, leaving her to ponder the terrifying nature of humanity. Zhong Xiaoshan also found the situation hard to accept, murmuring there were only 6 zombies, and 2 had already fallen aside. While eliminating all the zombies would undoubtedly be challenging, the 4 individuals could have coordinated their efforts to save the one who perished. Indeed, Zhang Su replied, his tone grave. However, ordinary individuals are unlikely to make the most advantageous assessments and act upon them during a crisis. Fear and selfishness will invariably prevail. This is human nature. And I believe there is no need for guilt, unless one is a trained soldier. It is rare for anyone to instinctively sacrifice themselves for the sake of a team or the greater good. Let us not be deceived by an omniscient perspective. Should we ever find ourselves in a similar predicament, we may not fare any better than those who fled. Zhang Su spoke with utmost seriousness. Noticing the skeptical glances from Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan, he continued, as mere observers, we can conjure countless possibilities after an event occurs, often articulating the most advantageous scenario, convinced that we have made the wisest judgment. However, if we were to become participants, can you guarantee that you could react within a fleeting second? Before his words had fully settled, Jiangsu swiftly swung his arm, the blade of a hatchet slicing through the air to halt mere inches from the two. Oh, no. In perfect unison, both women instinctively closed their eyes and raised their hands to shield themselves. Did you see that? When true danger descends, there is no opportunity to analyze the situation from a godlike perspective. Only instinctual reactions remain, and such responses may not necessarily yield the optimal solution. Jiangsu lowered his arm and continued, if it were the three of us just now, I could undoubtedly escape on my own, yet given your current conditions, you would likely meet your end. If I were to assist you both in fleeing, there is a 50% chance that we would all perish. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan exchanged glances, their hearts a tumult of emotions as they bore witness to survivors being devoured by zombies, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping them. Is there truly no way out? I refuse to be a burden, Zhang Xinyu insisted, a flicker of defiance shining in her eyes. Training encompasses not only physical prowess but also the cultivation of courage, spirit, and reflexes. Chapter 31. Search of the building. The rigorous training accelerated the depletion of their supplies, prompting even the usually dinnerless Zhang Xiaoshan to indulge in a bowl of snail noodles. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse constellation of stars. The three gathered around a small tea table, illuminated by a dim lamp that cast a hazy glow, imbuing the scene with an air of mystery reminiscent of a clandestine meeting of a religious sect. Brother Su, the consumption of food and water seems to be quite rapid, Zhang Xinyu remarked, her expression tinged with concern. Jiangsu was acutely aware of this issue, which prompted him to alter their strategy. The accelerated depletion is a consequence of our intensified training. It is a necessary compromise. Food and water can be sourced externally, but without a relentless pursuit of strength, we risk being eliminated. Both women nodded in agreement, acknowledging that mere survival was not a sustainable strategy. Ultimately, when resources were exhausted, death would easily claim them. Therefore, we cannot remain confined to our home. We must commence the gathering of supplies and integrate practical combat into our daily training, Zhang Su asserted with conviction, raising a finger. Indeed, Zhang Xinyu's eyes brightened as she gestured toward the downstairs. Zhang Su understood she was referring to the van brimming with various supplies. But he shook his head slightly, cautioning, the situation in the underground parking lot remains uncertain. We should avoid it unless absolutely necessary. That is true. Zhang Xinyu pondered, then proposed, the unit door is locked. Perhaps we could begin our search with the other residents in our building? Jiangsu concurred, precisely. Our building comprises 24 units. Based on occupancy rates, approximately 7 or 8 should be vacant, excluding our floor and Li Ji's apartment. That leaves us with a maximum of 14 or 15 units. I have a method to ascertain the occupancy status of our building, exclaimed Zhang Xinyu. What a splendid idea. Sister Xinyu, please share, and I shall take notes. Zhang Xiaoshan eagerly opened her phone's notes app, eager to demonstrate her contribution. All right, let's see. The first floor is fully occupied, the second floor. Soon, a list was compiled. The first, third, and fourth floors are all occupied, while the second, fifth, and eighth floors have Unit 2 unoccupied. The eighth floor can be disregarded, and Units 1 on the 6th, 9th, and 11th floors are likewise unoccupied. The situation of the 7th, 10th, and 12th floors remains unknown, correct? Jiangsu inquired, reviewing the list. Exactly. But just because a unit is marked as vacant does not guarantee that no one resides there. They may not have updated their registration or might not even have joined the group, Zhang Xinyu clarified, closing her phone. Conversely, those who have changed their addresses may not reside here either. In any case, this list holds some reference value. For tonight, let us leave it at that. We shall commence our building search tomorrow. As their discussion concluded, Zhang Su cast a meaningful glance at the somewhat awkward Zhang Xiaoshan. Feeling his gaze, she sensed he did not intend for her to stay the night, leading to a slight unease as she rose to her feet. After seeing Zhang Xiaoshan off, Zhang Xinyu peered through the peephole and observed the door of Unit 802 closing. She tentatively inquired, shouldn't we let her stay here for the night? Not just yet. Zhang Su shook his head, then mischievously added, since you are so concerned for her, I could make the sacrifice to accompany her. Go away. Zhang Xinyu swiftly turned and struck Zhang Su with a punch. You said it yourself, so I shall not go against a woman's wishes. As she spoke, Zhang Su made to open the door. Zhang Xinyu immediately blocked his path and retorted, I misspoke. What I meant to say is, to hell with you. Such pettiness. After a long day, everyone is utterly exhausted. yet your mind remains so depraved. Jiangsu instinctively turned towards the bathroom, only to remember there was no water. With a resigned shake of his head, he headed toward the bedroom, waving his hand dismissively at Zhang Xinyu behind him. To hell with you. It was you who insisted on going over there, damn it. Zhang Xinyu, refusing to back down, followed closely behind Jiangsu, muttering under her breath. Unable to speak loudly, she had to lean in closely to make her words heard, lest she fall short of her intended impact. A man of principle like Jiangsu adhered to his word and truly accomplished nothing throughout the night, instead choosing to conserve his energy and enjoy a restful slumber. How utterly delightful. The following morning, Jiangsu opened the window to breathe in the crisp air, stretching languidly. In the past, he would lie awake until 2 or 3 in the morning, but now, utterly fatigued during the day, coupled with the absence of mental sustenance, he found himself asleep by 10 o'clock, with his rising time adjusted from the former 11 or 12 o'clock to 7 or 8 in the morning. At 9 o'clock that morning, Zhong Xiaoshan dragged her sore body to room 801. She had initially thought the workload at the hospital was intense, but it paled in comparison to the rigors of physical training. Fortunately, it remained within an acceptable range, preventing her from succumbing to exhaustion. Jiangsu was aware that both Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan bore significant physical burdens, yet the pressure of survival loomed larger, leaving little time for rest. I thought long and hard last night. We should first clear the upper floors. To ensure safety, we must barricade the stairwell on the 7th floor. Barricade our exit? Why? Zhang Xinyu questioned, somewhat perplexed. She had witnessed zombies chasing those fleeing the community, struggling to ascend the ruins. Zombies may be slow in climbing stairs, but they are not entirely incapable. Besides, fortifying against zombies serves one purpose. It also prevents others from taking advantage of the situation. Who knows if there are other survivors in our building? A fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable crossed Jiangsu's eyes. While massaging her arms, Zhong Xiaoshan chimed in. If there are other survivors, that would be splendid. We could have an additional pair of hands. Jiangsu scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head. In minor calamities, I would like to believe in the inherent goodness of humanity, but given the current circumstances, it is wiser to distrust strangers than to trust them. I am fortunate to have encountered 2 kind-hearted souls like you and Xinyu. Zhong Xiaoshan offered a well-timed compliment. No need for flattery. This is our plan. Now, let us proceed to barricade the passage. With that, Jiangsu rose and signaled for the 2 to join him in their task. The trio first attempted to wedge a sofa cushion into the stairwell, but the larger piece would not fit through the security door, while the smaller one could not hold its place. Reluctantly, they moved Zhong Xiaoshan's vanity table atop the sofa to effectively block the staircase. Jiangsu attached 2 iron spoons to the dressing table, which clanged together with a gentle shake, much to the satisfaction of several individuals regarding this rudimentary alarm device. With obstacles in place, ascending to the 8th floor proved to be exceedingly challenging. One need not mention the presence of zombies, for even if a person were to approach, the inevitable noise generated from clearing the corridor would be sufficient to elicit a response. As for the elevator, it has remained dormant since it halted on the 6th floor that fateful day. No one could ascertain whether it was simply malfunctioning or if other circumstances were at play. Chapter 32. The lifespan of an elderly couple. After Jiangsu and his companions had adequately prepared their protective gear, each shouldered a large, empty bag and descended to the 9th floor. They rapped on the door of Unit 901 with a hand axe, pressing an ear to the surface to listen intently. After a moment, he shook his head. Silence prevailed. Typically, they had not heard any footsteps from the upper floors, suggesting that indeed, no one resided there. Continuing their ascent, they noted the absence of any information regarding the owners of the 10th floor in Building 3, and the condition of the floor and the entryways confirmed the lack of any signs of habitation. As they reached the 11th floor and pulled open the safety door, Jiangsu tightened his grip on the axe handle. Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan swallowed nervously. The door to Unit 1101 was firmly shut, yet a pool of dark, congealed blood lay at the threshold, evidently seeping from beneath the door. The welcome mat, soaked in the crimson fluid, exuded an eerie hue, and a faint metallic scent lingered in the corridor, unsettling their hearts. Jiangsu turned to his companions, signaling for silence, and instead pointed towards Unit 1102. According to the information gathered from the Owner S Group, Unit 1101 should be unoccupied, while Unit 1102 was apparently inhabited. However, the situation at Unit 1101 was clearly troubling. As Jiangsu cautiously rounded the corner to glimpse Unit 1102, his heart raced. The door stood wide open, revealing a small electric scooter stationed in the foyer, with 2 pairs of shoes casually discarded on the floor. Everything appeared remarkably ordinary, yet this very normalcy sent an unsettling chill through Zhang Su's core. A creaking sound echoed as he clenched his fingers. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan, trailing behind, instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The familiar directive echoed in their minds. Regardless of what they encountered, silence was paramount. Any cries would result in immediate incapacitation. Zhang Su's gaze remained fixed on Unit 1102 as he turned slightly to caution the two women. They responded with a soft acknowledgement, their weapons gripped even tighter. 1 step, 2 steps. The trio advanced towards Unit 1102, the silence of the hallway amplifying their unease. At last, Zhang Su's foot landed on the mat inside the door. An unusual scent wafted through the air. Beyond the foyer lay the living room. And as he moved forward slowly, his perspective shifted, revealing a pair of sock-clad feet, devoid of shoes. A sudden jolt of dread coursed through him, and he gestured for his companions to pause before tapping the shoe cabinet with the axe. The sound resonated, yet silence ensued, providing a semblance of reassurance. If any zombies were lurking, they would surely react to the noise. As they stepped further inside, taking in the entirety of the living room, they froze in shock. In the center of the room lay a disfigured corpse, its upper body gnawed beyond recognition, with flesh torn away from the abdomen, exposing the entrails in a gruesome display. The head, still relatively intact, adorned with blood-stained silver hair, indicated that the victim was an elderly woman. Strangely, there were no signs of struggle in the living room, as if the woman had willingly succumbed to the ravenous embrace of the undead. Upon witnessing the scene in the living room, Zhong Xiaoshan found it somewhat bearable, yet she averted her gaze with sorrow. Zhang Xinyu's reaction was markedly intense, an overwhelming urge to vomit surged within her, though she managed to suppress it. Where had the zombie gone? Zhang Xiaoshan remained silent, her hands gripping the large wrench tightly, the cold metal warming beneath her touch, prepared to strike at a moment and Apos' notice. Zhang Su was certain that the zombie was not within the house. A meticulous observation quickly led him to the wide-open bay window in the living room. The zombie must have leapt from there. What? Upon hearing this astonishing deduction, both Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan were taken aback. Remember the loudspeaker from yesterday? It was likely during that time. Evidently, the zombies possessed no intelligence. Only the most primal desires, relentlessly pursuing their prey without consideration for anything else. Zhang Su approached the bay window, examining it closely. The viscous blood staining the frame confirmed his hypothesis. Leaning out to look down, he spotted a contorted corpse lying beside the flower bed at the base of the building. Presumably the zombie that had plummeted from the window. He decided to close the door and check the other rooms. The 3-bedroom, 2-living room house had only 1 bedroom with the door closed. The inspection was swift. Aside from the corpse in the living room, no other bodies were found. With a swift motion, Zhang Su drew the curtains, then retrieved a blanket from the bedroom to cover the corpse in the living room. Turning to the others, he instructed, "Hurry and gather supplies. Xinyu, you check the kitchen and the secondary bedroom. Xiaoshan, you search the master and the small bedroom. Collect food, water, tools, anything you deem useful." "Understood," they replied. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 reconvened in the living room. "Sugu, it seems this place was likely inhabited only by an elderly couple. There isn't much here," Zheng Xinyu remarked with a sigh, patting her backpack. She had anticipated finding a wealth of supplies in a household with seniors, but upon inspection, her expectations were dashed. The kitchen was impeccably tidy, with a bag of millet containing about 2 pounds, half a bag of flour weighing 4 or 5 pounds, and an unopened package of noodles. The refrigerator held oil, eggs, and several jars of pickled vegetables, with the most convenient item being a packet of black sesame paste. From the state of the bedrooms, it was evident that apart from the main bedroom used by the elderly couple, the other 2 had been unoccupied for a considerable time. Zhong Xiaoshan shrugged, having only found a few everyday tools like a screwdriver and scissors, along with several boxes of chronic illness medications. Zhang Su stuffed 2 elderly mobile phones he had discovered in the living room into his bag, shaking a passbook in his hand, and addressed the 2 women. "The belongings of these elderly folks are all right here." Curiously, Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan took the passbook, which was filled with dense lines of deposit records. The last entry dated at the beginning of this month, indicating a steadfast deposit of 5,000 each month, with a balance exceeding 300,000. This is the money the elderly couple saved for their grandson's wedding. Zhang Su gestured for them to flip the passbook over, revealing a heartfelt inscription on the back. "Grandpa and Grandma wish Hao Yin a joyful marriage." It was clear that the couple intended this as a gift for their grandson's engagement, a poignant testament to the love that elders hold for their descendants. Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she couldn't help but glance at the bulging blanket on the floor. The elderly have scrimped and saved their entire lives, only to find that everything has vanished. Truly a disheartening world. Zhang Xinyu pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Zhang Su. Brother Su, I miss my parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents. Zhang Su shook his head and gently advised, perhaps it would be wiser to focus on how to survive for yourself first. Chapter 33 Survivors. Brother Su, may I take this bank book? Zhang Xiaoshan inquired timidly. Zhang Su looked at her in confusion. Surely, you do not wish to claim the funds within? Gold holds little value now, and you are unaware of the password. Not that. Zhang Xiaoshan shook her head, continuing, they remind me of my grandparents. When I was young, they saved diligently to prepare my dowry. All right, you can keep it. Zhang Su hastily interrupted her, sensing that if she continued, both women would be in tears. Come, let us check the apartment across the hall. Peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside, Zhang Su opened the door and stepped into 1102. But 1101 is locked. How shall we enter? Zhang Xiaoshan followed in his footsteps, still enveloped in sorrow. Her voice tinged with nasal tones. Let us search outside first. Many people have taken to hiding spare keys. Zhang Su replied, simultaneously opening a narrow wooden door beside him. As locks become increasingly intricate and complex, unlocking them has grown ever more challenging. Often, brute force is the only recourse, and the cost of replacing locks can run into hundreds. Consequently, many homeowners choose to conceal a key outside, a prudent measure that can save considerable expense in times of need. Zhang Su himself had the habit of hiding a key, though his was kept at the nearby convenience store. The two women did not question him and began to search the staircase. The seemingly spacious and tidy staircase actually held numerous hiding spots for keys, from traditional locations like door frames and beneath doormats to the more complex and shadowy areas of the water meter room and heating pipes. If one were particularly concerned about theft, they might consider hiding the key on a different floor or even in an entirely different unit. I found it, Zhang Xinyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement as she held up a complex key for a fourth-generation anti-theft lock. Where did you discover it? Zhang Su asked, taking the key from her hand to inspect it before glancing at the lock on 1101, confirming its suitability, feeling as though she had accomplished something remarkable. Zhang Xinyu beamed with pride, eager for praise. Well done, indeed. You were quite fortunate. Do continue to excel in this skill. Zhang Su offered a perfunctory compliment while his expression turned serious as he approached the door of 1101. The doormat, now crusted and hardened with congealed blood, cracked beneath his foot like a fragile ice sheet, producing a disturbing sound that mingled with the scent of iron, evoking a sense of dread, as if traversing through a hellish realm. Rather than recklessly opening the door, Zhang Su pressed his ear against it, listening intently for any sounds from within. The room was eerily silent, yet the stillness did not guarantee safety. Knock, knock, knock. As was his custom, Zhang Su struck the door of 1101 with an axe. Oh, Zhang Su raised an eyebrow and instinctively stepped back. Bang! A tremendous force slammed against the door, causing the frame to shudder, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. Bang, bang, bang. The familiar sound of knocking made Zhang Xiaoshan's skin involuntarily twitch, yet this time she remained silent, displaying a newfound composure. Observe, the method of producing sound poses no issue. Henceforth, do not forget this procedure. Zhang Su seized the opportunity to provide on-the-spot instruction to the two individuals beside him. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, firmly etching this simple technique into their memories. What shall we do now? It has been guarding the door all this while. Can we even enter? Zhang Xinyu inquired with a hint of concern. Zhang Su rubbed the key in his hands, contemplating for a moment before responding. There is indeed a way. We can lure it to the stairwell and use the steps to send it sprawling. However, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Let us ascend first and wait until it calms down. As he turned the handle of the security door, Zhang Su's brow furrowed slightly. It's locked. Someone must be residing here, Zhang Xinyu remarked, her expression complex. She hoped to encounter a living person, yet worried that their presence might pose a threat to her and her companions, creating an internal conflict. Conversely, Zhang Xiaoshan held a more optimistic viewpoint, her face brightening as she said, living beings are certainly preferable to zombies, right, Suge? Zhang Su remained noncommittal. He retrieved a key from his bag, attempting to find one that roughly fit the lock of the security door. After a few moments of fiddling, the lock clicked open. Goodness, Suge. No wonder you were able to purchase a house outright at such a young age. You possess this remarkable skill, Zhang Xinyu remarked with a peculiar look. complimenting him in an unusual manner. Zhong Xiaoshan, though silent, wore a similarly awkward expression, likely thinking along the same lines as Zhang Xinyu. Do you two lack common sense? If I truly possessed the ability to pick locks, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of searching for the key to 1101. To put it bluntly, this security door's lock is merely a shoddy attempt by the developers to deceive people. You could easily open it with a mere piece of metal. Zhang Su explained softly, gradually pulling the door ajar. He discovered the corridor was quite clean, yet the doormat in front of 1201 bore clear signs of use, indicating someone likely resided there. Peering around the corner towards 1202, he noted the dilapidated plastic covering the entrance, suggesting it had long been unvisited, even though it appeared relatively secure. Zhang Su cautiously checked for any response from 1202 before feeling reassured. Xinyu, investigate the situation, he instructed, gesturing with his axe towards 1201. Without hesitation, Zhang Xinyu nodded and approached the door, mimicking Zhang Su by pressing her ear against it. After detecting silence, she knocked on the door with her baseball bat. Knock, knock, knock. A resounding echo followed, but instead of the distinctive growl of a zombie, the sound of stainless steel hitting the ground emerged from within. The three exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison. Excellent, Zhang Xinyu affirmed, then leaned closer to the door's crack, calling out, Hello, we are your neighbors from downstairs. May we speak with you? There is nothing to discuss. Please leave. A male voice soon responded from within, sounding to be in his 40s or 50s. Positioned merely 2 or 3 meters from the door. He added, Please lock the security door when you leave. Thank you. 3 individuals outside the door exchanged glances. Initially believing they had encountered survivors, they anticipated at least a few words of greeting, yet to their surprise, the other party did not even open the door. Chapter 34. It's up to you two, Brother Su. He probably fears that we will seize his belongings. Zhang Xiaoshan murmured softly in Zhang Su's ear. As she would have thought the same in his position. Zhang Su shrugged, non-committal, and stepped forward, inquiring, My friend, we are in search of food and water. Do you have any surplus? The sudden commotion startled the trio. There are a few packs of instant noodles and some canned goods. Take them and leave. Do not return. The man inside spoke with a calm voice, devoid of any discernible emotion. Zhang Su cautiously pulled the door ajar, only to discover an inner door behind it. The double door design was highly effective for sound insulation and security, and some homeowners opted to install such additions. The gap between the 2 doors measured no more than 30 centimeters. On one side stood a tall shoe rack, neatly arranged with a dozen pairs of shoes, while on the ground lay a large bag of opened instant noodles and a can of yellow peaches. Zhang Su picked up the noodles, finding 4 small packets inside. And the can was substantial, weighing approximately 700 to 800 grams. This man is rather generous, Zhang Xinyu remarked, observing the items in Zhang Su's hands. Zhong Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, noting that it was rare to find someone willing to share sustenance in such a desolate environment. She certainly could not envision herself doing so. I suspect he may not fully grasp the situation, perhaps believing this is merely a common disaster, and that official rescue will arrive shortly. Zhang Su pondered, holding the noodles and can but refraining from immediately stowing them in his bag. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Do not return. Just as Zhang Su intended to inform the man inside about the gravity of their situation, a frantic roar erupted from within, suddenly igniting a tempest of anxiety among the 3. Brother, this disaster is no ordinary affair. Chaos reigns outside, and no one will come to our aid. Please keep your provisions. Thank you. Zhang Su resolved to forego the man's offerings, gently placing them back before closing the door and leading the 2 women away from the 12th floor. Xiaoman, they have left. It is so quiet now. The room is quiet. The hallway is quiet. The entire world is silent. But why are you so quiet as well? Please wake up and speak with me. The man sat on the floor, cradling his wife, whose skin was a ghastly blue-gray, her head bloodied and a fruit knife lodged in her side. It was likely that many, like the man on the 12th floor, were still at home, desperately awaiting official rescue. We are among the fortunate few who reacted and acted swiftly. Zhang Su reflected on their brief exchange with a sense of urgency. Indeed, on the very first day, you dragged me into battle against zombies like a madman. It feels surreal in hindsight. What were you thinking? Zhang Xinyu exhaled deeply, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Zhang Su. Zhang Su did not hasten to open the door. Instead, he lit a cigarette and remarked, Would it not be better to adapt sooner rather than later? Each person has a different channel of information. If they were aware of the utter chaos outside, they would likely muster the courage to confront it, regardless of their fears. Dependence and trust are a double-edged sword. They can provide a supportive belief in desperate times, Yet excessive reliance and trust may extinguish one's fighting spirit. Su Gu, Zhong Xiaoshan inquired with a somber expression. You mentioned that the outside world has descended into chaos. Just how extensive is this chaos? Zhang Su exchanged a glance with Zhang Xinyu and replied in a grave tone, human civilization. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Xiaoshan was taken aback, her body swaying as if she might collapse. Just as she was about to press further, she noticed Zhang Su shushing her, followed by an odd gesture. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, then forcefully pulled at the door of room 1101, blowing a substantial cloud of smoke through the crack. After a brief wait with no reaction from within, he repeated the act several times. It seemed these creatures exhibited no particular response to the smoke. Perhaps it could confuse their senses. Those dazed beings would be left to the two of you. With that, Zhang Su inserted the key into the lock. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhang Xinyu exclaimed. Weren't we supposed to lure it to the stairs? Despite their trepidation, both women instinctively obeyed Zhang Su's command, arming themselves for the imminent confrontation with no retreat possible. Gently turning the key, Zhang Su lifted the door to open it slowly, careful to prevent the hinges from creaking under the strain. The figure revealed was a female zombie, her long hair, now wilted and mutated, resembling a poor perm gone awry. Drawing from past encounters, Zhang Xinyu acted without hesitation, summoning a gust of wind as she struck the zombie fiercely with her bat. The resounding crack echoed as the bat connected with the creature's skull. The zombie, taken aback by the sudden assault, let out a furious roar, turning just in time to receive another blow. A heavy wrench struck her at an angle, causing her to stagger. Zhang Xinyu recalled her first experience fighting zombies alongside Zhang Su. A couple of strikes would not suffice. Thus, after her initial attack, she gathered strength for another onslaught. The rhythm of metal against flesh echoed through the air, bang, thud, whack, thud, thud, under the relentless assault from the baseball bat and wrench. The female zombie could scarcely withstand the onslaught, soon collapsing to the ground. With a sharp gasp, Zhang Xiaoshan brought the wrench down hard, indenting the creature's cheek. The zombie's limbs twitched violently for a moment before falling still, its remaining eye, once a fierce crimson, gradually returning to a normal state. How brutal, yet effective. Zhang Su thought, gripping his axe tightly, ready to intervene should anything go awry. To his surprise, the two women had unleashed their latent potential in the face of danger, performing admirably beyond expectations. Chapter 35. A desperate leap. Gasping for breath, Zhang Xinyu felt the tension ease, only to be confronted with the gruesome sight of entrails littering the floor, a nauseating stench filling her nostrils. Her stomach churned violently, and she retched. Xinyu, are you all right? Zhang Xiaoshan exclaimed, startled by Zhang Xinyu's sudden bout of vomiting. She quickly sidestepped to avoid the splatter, gently patting Xinyu's back. Don't look down. Just try to think of something delicious. You'll feel better soon. Delicious, Zhang Su thought to himself. Isn't it a torment to think of food at a time like this? Lighting another cigarette, he exhaled smoke while closing the door, then offered the cigarette to Zhang Xinyu. Take a drag, it might help. With tears streaming from her eyes, Zhang Xinyu took the cigarette and inhaled deeply, the thick smoke causing her to cough. Yet the urge to vomit subsided. There's another one. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoshan pointed nervously at a zombie crawling in from the direction of the living room. It was a creature with only half of its body intact, the lower half completely missing. It struggled to crawl with its arms, yet its jagged white teeth still clattered with an insatiable hunger for fresh blood. Zhang Xinyu, having just managed to suppress her nausea, caught sight of the ghastly figure and was overwhelmed once more, bending over to retch, though nothing came up but bitter bile. Zhang Su placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Xinyu's trembling shoulder, knowing that she had to overcome this ordeal herself, before picking up the axe and approaching the mangled zombie. After dispatching two zombies, the trio entered the living room, discovering an office-like setup that was decidedly different from a typical home. 2 rows of workstations faced each other, housing a total of 6 computers. So, this was an e-commerce after-sales office? I had no idea anyone was working upstairs, Zhang Xinyu remarked nasally, flipping through a booklet on the table and realizing it belonged to an e-commerce company. Zhang Su shook his head as he emerged from the kitchen, shaking his hands. There's nothing here. This company likely had just been established or had relocated from another location, as the bedrooms were filled with empty shelves and packing boxes. These straps and tape might be somewhat useful, he added. Zhong Xiaoshan, equally disheartened, stepped out of a bedroom, shaking a cardboard box in her arms, revealing over 10 rolls of tape and some plastic straps. Let us check the workstations. There should be something useful, Zhang Su suggested, pulling open a drawer. Just then, a loud shout echoed from outside. followed by a shadow flitting past the window, the desperate cries fading into the distance. What was that? The three were alarmed. Rushing to the window to peer down below, their hearts sinking at the sight before them. No, it can't be. Zhang Xinyu's face twitched as she pointed upwards. Zhang Su furrowed his brow as he gazed at the crimson blood that radiated from the lifeless body, sighing, "It must be that person from room 1201. In just a brief moment, everything has changed. A sense of melancholy washed over him. The neighbor who had just generously shared food moments ago was now reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood. Kindness may appear foolish in these trying times, yet it remains a rare and admirable quality. Zhang Su acknowledged that he would never be a benevolent individual, but he held a profound respect for those who were. Zhang Xinyu, covering her mouth, shook her head in disbelief. Why would one jump from a building? Is living not preferable? Why choose such a tragic end? Despite the hardships, she firmly believed that life was beautiful. As long as one could breathe, what did it matter if it was difficult? She struggled to comprehend the mindset of those who sought to end their lives. Could it be that they heard us speak of the chaos outside? His cries were filled with despair. During the 3 days of the zombie outbreak, numerous individuals had chosen to end their lives. While some may have succumbed to despair, others had their own reasons. There are certain pains that one cannot grasp without having experienced them firsthand. His choice to embrace death had nothing to do with us. Look at the body beside him. It must be a family member who had already been infected by the zombie virus. In a community overrun by zombies, the presence of the living was a remarkably rare phenomenon, even if it were only for a fleeting moment. He could confirm that what he had seen was undoubtedly a living person. A flicker of doubt stirred within Zhang Su as his gaze resumed its search, quickly locking onto a target. At the bottom of the east side of Building 4, someone was peering out. Due to the architectural design, perhaps for moisture control, the ground floor balcony did not touch the ground but rather had a gap of approximately 40 centimeters. Occasionally, one could catch a glimpse of stray cats through those narrow openings, making it a favored hiding spot for children playing hide and seek. However, at that moment, Zhang Su noticed someone hiding beneath the balcony. "Brother Su, what are you looking at?" Zhang Xinyu remarked, noticing Zhang Su's intense focus, which starkly contrasted with the expression he wore when witnessing death. "There's someone," Zhang Su exclaimed, pointing towards the hiding spot. "Over there, at the bottom east side. Look. There is a person." Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan followed Zhang Su's gaze, but soon exchanged puzzled looks directed at him. Zhang Su, with unwavering certainty, insisted, "Just now. Someone poked their head out, 100%. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan shared a knowing glance, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. It does seem there is someone." Zhang Xinyu responded earnestly. "Yes, indeed." Zhang Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Zhang Su, perceptive as ever, recognized the theatrical nature of their responses and frowned. "I truly saw it. Why don't you believe me?" "Fine, even if there is someone, what does it matter?" With that, he shrugged and made his way back to his workstation, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. The existence of another person was inconsequential. What troubled him most was the disbelief of the two women. Soon, the trio completed their search and discovered an abundance of snacks hidden within the workspace, far surpassing the modest bounty found at the elderly couple's home. A large box of Snickers alone was sufficient to sustain the three of them for several meals, primarily due to its convenience and high caloric and fat content. Additionally, they stumbled upon a variety of common office snacks, such as chips, dried mango, and nuts. They felt as though they had struck gold. Zhang Su, brimming with joy, uncapped a bottle of mineral water, took a hearty swig, and then proceeded to fill his bag with the precious liquid. While their supplies included a fair amount of beverages and beer, pure water was scarce, making this find an invaluable addition. Chapter 36. In the struggle for survival, there are no right or wrong. Listen, what sound is that? As the three of them busily packed their bags, Zhang Su suddenly raised his hand to signal the two women to halt, leaning in to listen intently towards the direction of the door. "Brother Su, it seems to be the sound of the elevator?" Zhang Xiaoshan glanced nervously at the entrance. Zhang Su and Apos' expression hardened as he clutched a bottle of mineral water that he had and Apos' team managed to stow away, swiftly crossing the blood-stained threshold. After confirming through the peephole that the corridor was clear, he yanked the door open, buzzing. In the eerie silence of the unit, the sound of the elevator was particularly pronounced. The red numbers flickered, 7, 8, 9. Someone was using the elevator below. "Forgive me for my unrestrained and free-spirited life. Why would I fear?" "Oh whoa, oh whoa." As the elevator ascended, a muffled melody emanated from the cabin, intermingled with the distinctive roars and crashes of the zombies. "They are coming, they are coming." In response, Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan hastily donned their backpacks and followed Zhang Su out the safety door. Let us go, Brother Su. What are you waiting for? Seeing Zhang Su lingering by the door, peering at the elevator display, Zheng Xinyu anxiously tugged at his arm. 11 hasn't stopped. All right, let's move. With that, Zhang Su burst through the door but did not immediately descend. Instead, he listened intently for sounds. Oh whoa. The elevator halted on the 12th floor. And as the doors opened, a cacophony of roars erupted, accompanied by the cessation of the previously playing song, likely destroyed by the zombies. Someone downstairs has lured the zombies to the 12th floor. Back in apartment 801, Zhang Su felt a release of tension. Although he had not engaged in much combat during this excursion, the strain had left him fatigued. This is all to escape the complex, right? Zhang Xinyu began unloading supplies from her backpack onto the coffee table. Zhang Su nodded. Pretty much. Otherwise, who would waste their time provoking zombies? I just wonder how many floors down the survivors are. They must have attracted the zombies into the elevator. But how did they manage to press the buttons for the floors? Zheng Xinyu queried, perplexed. Zhang Su pondered for a moment before replying. They probably pressed the button in advance and then created a noise. Once the zombies entered, they would instinctively follow the sound, not blocking the elevator doors. As soon as the doors closed, it was done. Though the concept seemed simple, Zhang Su understood that executing such a maneuver would be quite challenging. Zhong Xiaoshan, feeling frustrated, pinched her slightly sore arm. We painstakingly cleared the upper floors, and now we've attracted a horde. How infuriating. Today marked her first direct encounter with zombies. With the help of her companions, she had managed to eliminate some, which had bolstered her confidence. Coupled with the discovery of ample provisions, her spirits had initially soared. But now, all that optimism had evaporated. Regardless of whether there were still resources to utilize on the upper floors, those had constituted a safe retreat. Now, with this turn of events, all their prior efforts seemed in vain. Indeed, how frustrating. Those selfish beings. Zhang Xinyu echoed Zhang Xiaoshan's complaints. Recalling the risks and toil of battling the undead, her own anger flaring. In contrast, Zhang Su remained remarkably composed as he meticulously organized supplies, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Su Gu, you seem remarkably calm. This is quite unlike your usual demeanor, Zheng Xinyu remarked, pouting slightly. Unlike my character? What do you presume my character to be, you little rascal? Zhang Su retorted, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Zheng Xinyu. With your vindictive, petty, and malicious nature, wouldn't you be furious if the painstakingly cleaned floors were sullied? Zheng Xinyu said, placing one hand on her hip, tilting her head towards Zhang Su, who was indulging in a Snickers bar. Your assessment of me is rather flattering. I hardly deserve such praise. He continued, if viewed from a third-party perspective. Selectively sacrificing one group to protect another is a matter of moral ambiguity. However, sacrificing unrelated individuals for one's own survival is indefensible from any viewpoint, even if I were among those sacrificed. Similarly, when the time comes to sacrifice others for your preservation, both of you may grapple with psychological burdens or guilt. But do not hesitate, Zhang Su stated with utmost seriousness. Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan fell silent, as Zhang Su's words challenged their worldview. Yet, a glance at the current state of affairs revealed a harsh reality. A worldview must be constructed upon a macrocosmic foundation. But the original world had been ravaged beyond recognition. Employing the same principles in this new realm is undoubtedly futile. This world has become so brutal. Zhang Xinyu lamented. This is merely the beginning. Zhang Su narrowed his eyes, having encountered numerous individuals over the past decade, witnessing deceit, betrayal, and treachery. Acutely aware of the malevolence that resides within the human heart. If order can be restored in a short span, it may be manageable, but should this chaos persist, you must swiftly shatter all traditional concepts. Anything extraordinary that transpires should not come as a surprise. Understood, Su Gu, Zhong Xiaoshan solemnly nodded. Zhang Xinyu remained silent. Yet she too nodded in agreement, lips pressed tightly together. In fact, I have been troubled trying to find ways to train. I am grateful to have a good mate who has delivered a batch of zombies. Zhang Su said with a smile, shaking his leg. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we take on all those zombies together? Zhang Xinyu surmised Zhang Su's intentions from the expression on his face, a shiver coursing through her. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this calamity could not be controlled in the near future. This location could only serve as a temporary refuge. We would eventually need to venture out, beyond the unit, beyond the Xingqin family garden, and even out of the city, if anyone among the three wished to remain. It was certainly Zhang Su, for this residence was his his home in Qin City. This house resembled a novice village. We cannot linger indefinitely in such a place. Just yesterday, 5 individuals had departed the novice village, only to lose their first teammate. When would we face casualties? Who among you desires to be injured, or worse, to perish at the hands of the undead? Though Zhang Su's voice was soft, it conveyed a chilling depth that penetrated to the core, evoking the haunting cries of the undead and the suffocating weight of death that rendered one breathless. No. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan fervently shook their heads. The image of that man being bitten to death still vivid in their minds. We mustn't dwell on it. Let us train relentlessly, with fervor. From this day forth, indulgence in food and drink would be boundless, and the intensity of their training would double. After scouring several supplies, Zhang Su felt reassured. As long as they possessed the strength to venture forth, the dwindling population did not equate to a scarcity of resources. Chapter 37. Encouragement as assistance, unlimited food and drink. And the training intensity doubled. With a command from Zhang Su, the 2 women exchanged incredulous glances. Brother Su, I still dream of being a cute and soft girl. Are you really pushing me towards the path of a muscular Barbie? Zhang Xinyu expressed her feelings of discontent with an awkward smile, delicately revealing her grievances. A cute and soft girl? Zhang Su shook his head with a chuckle. If the day ever comes when we step out of the neighborhood, you 2 better dress as dowdily as you look, and get as dirty as you are. A cute and soft girl? Such delusions. Why? What is the reason behind this? A game streaming host who relied on her looks and an attractive woman who clung to the elite voiced their strong discontent upon hearing Zhang Su's words. Zhang Su pulled out a cigarette, tapping it on the coffee table before lighting it and taking a puff, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I'm too lazy to explain everything to you right now. Just replenish your energy and train. In time, you will understand. Ignoring their puzzled gazes, he approached the window, drawing back the curtains and quietly exhaling smoke. A hellish scene unfolded before his eyes. Zhang Su glanced once more at a spot that seemed to harbor a hidden figure. From his vantage point, now 3 stories lower, he could clearly see a leg. How did they manage to hide there? They must be trapped to death. How will they escape? As these thoughts whirled in Zhang Su's mind, a line of subtitles appeared before him. 001-29. It seems that nobody sees me as the key to triggering the challenge, but with more people not seeing, there must be other conditions. Intriguing. Zhang Su grasped this point immediately, observing the dense mass of at least 180 zombies below, grinning at the daunting challenge. The difficulty of option A was the highest, yet it seemed excessively formidable. Resolute, Zhang Su decisively opted for B. Challenge completion time limit. A. 3 hours. B. 12 hours. C. 48 hours. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was nearing noon. If he were to receive assistance, it would be best to operate during daylight. The distinction between A and B was negligible, so he chose A and decided to take a gamble. How to assist? A. Lure the zombies away. B. Drop water, food, and weapons within 3 meters of the target. C. Provide encouragement. Zhang Su felt his lips twitch violently, bewildered by the appearance of such an unusual option. Yet it was undeniably alluring. Just a thought, he had no intention of merely offering encouragement. To throw something within 3 meters. Zhang Su gauged the distance. It was and oppose, far, but accuracy posed considerable difficulty. As he squinted to aim, a sudden idea struck him. A. I choose A. Challenge generated. Lure the zombies away from the hiding person within 3 hours. Difficulty. A. Timer started. 2:59:59 as the countdown commenced. Zhang Su heard the murmurs of Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan's complaints, realizing that the miraculous bubble had dissipated. I did not anticipate that the difficulty would escalate directly from C to A. I am truly looking forward to it. Zhang Su felt a flicker of joy within. For he had already mastered the art of attracting zombies, which, paradoxically, seemed to be the most challenging task but was, in fact, the simplest for him. Hey, you weirdo. Shall we engage in some intense training while gazing sorrowfully at the sky from a 45-degree angle? Zhang Xinyu emerged from her room clad in a fitted outfit, her displeasure evident as she observed Zhang Su lost in thought by the window. Zhang Su gently lowered the curtain and replied earnestly, I and oppose. V noticed the temperature is dropping rapidly. Even with the sunlight, it feels rather chilly. It appears we may be entering winter sooner than expected. In previous years, late September in Qingqing would allow one to wear short sleeves comfortably, and early October would hardly be cold. However, this year's weather is remarkably anomalous. It is not yet October, yet it feels as frigid as early November. Although there is no weather forecast, it feels like it is barely above 10 degrees. Utilizing a serious topic to divert attention proved to be an effective tactic. Zheng Xinyu was immediately drawn into Zhang Su's discourse, agreeing, indeed. We must now cover ourselves with thick blankets at night. It is colder than when the heating is on in winter. This is even without opening the windows. Otherwise, it would be even chillier. I was just about to mention that. Zhong Xiaoshan interjected hesitantly. May I come over to sleep? I don't have a thick blanket on my side, and it's really quite cold. Zhang Su shook his head, saying, this slight chill is hardly an issue. I could lend you a thick blanket, but it would be better for you to sleep over there first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoshan's mood visibly diminished. She had hoped to earn his trust, yet it seemed she had not succeeded. With the removal of one sofa, the living room now offered ample space for activities, allowing the three of them to train without feeling cramped. However, after Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan had been practicing diligently for quite some time, they noticed that Zhang Su remained unmoved by the window. Suge, what on earth are you doing? Zhang Xinyu asked. Her cheeks flushed as she plopped down on the floor, tilting her head in curiosity. Zhang Su turned to beckon the two closer. Come here. It's intriguing. The two girls rose and approached the window. Look over there. Zhang Su pointed to a concealed spot where a man was hiding. Is there truly someone concealed there? Indeed, there is someone down there. The two had previously suspected that Zhang Su's pressure had led to hallucinations. But now they could see with their own eyes that someone was indeed present. It was uncertain how long he had been hiding there. But as the temperature continued to plummet, even with provisions, it was likely he wouldn't last much longer. Zhang Su spoke solemnly. Zhang Xinyu's expression turned somber as she remarked, yes, it will be even colder at night. It could drop to single digits. We cannot rescue him. If he were hiding beneath our building, we could at least throw him something. But this distance is truly a challenge, Zhong Xiaoshan added, frowning and shaking her head. Is there really no way to assist him? Zhang Su seemed to be musing aloud, yet it felt like he was posing a question. The two girls bit their lips and shook their heads, appearing helpless. Can't you two think of anything? If I were trapped there now, would you simply watch me perish? Zhang Su cast a sidelong glance at the two individuals, believing they required further refinement in their conduct. Chapter 38. Allow me to teach you, please. Do not be so anxious. If it were you trapped in there, we would surely find a way out. But at present, it is not you, Zhang Xinyu said weakly, avoiding Zhang Su's gaze after receiving criticism. Zhang Xiaoshan scratched her head in silence, feeling equally awkward. One must constantly engage their intellect. Otherwise, how could one devise a solution in a critical moment? Zhang Su, adopting a serious demeanor, admonished the two, continuing, initially. I had no intention of assisting that fellow, but for the sake of teaching you, I shall make an exception this once. Pay close attention. He needed to justify his decision to help, as it contradicted the survival principles he had imparted to them. Oh, understood. We will learn diligently, they chorused in unison, oblivious to any impropriety in the situation. Since we are aware that zombies possess a formidable sensitivity to sound, we can exploit this to lure them. The individuals who previously exited the city, the 5 who fled the neighborhood, and even the neighbors downstairs who transported zombies via the elevator, all employed this very principle. Did they not? As he spoke, Zhang Su approached Zhang Xinyu's room. However, we lack drones or loudspeakers, even if our phones can play sounds. Are we supposed to hold them out of the window? Not to mention whether the volume would suffice. Do we really want to attract zombies to our floor? Zhang Xinyu gazed in confusion at Zhang Su, who was squatting on the ground, rummaging through a delivery box. Without pausing, Zhang Su gathered some packing foam and then retrieved an old mobile phone from his pocket, stating, the volume of a regular phone is limited. Yet this elderly device is quite different. With that, he powered on the previously switch-off phone. A sudden burst of loud music filled the room, startling everyone. Even Zhang Su, who had braced himself for the noise. Did you hear that? Even in an open garden, this sound would be quite explosive. Surely capable of attracting zombies within a 100-meter radius. Zhang Su felt a twinge of reluctance towards the old phone, of which he possessed only 2, however. Considering the rewards of the A-level challenge, that sentiment quickly dissipated. Are you planning to secure the phone with this foam and then toss it downstairs to divert the zombies and Oppo's attention, allowing us to escape? Zhang Xiaoshan grasped Zhang Su's plan. Zhang Xinyu pondered for a moment before responding, it seems feasible, but this foam does not seem very sturdy. With the strength of the zombies, will it withstand their tearing? Zhang Su nodded in satisfaction. You've collectively considered the pertinent issues. He then began his work, leaving the speaker end of the phone partially exposed while enveloping the rest in thick packing foam. Holding the yellow ball in his hands, Zhang Su felt a sense of accomplishment. He pushed the phone firmly into the foam, ensuring that only a small part remained visible, thus creating an impeccable shield. With the crucial speaker section unobstructed, his phone's ringtone activated, albeit at a modest volume. Standing upon the bed, he tossed the ball, encasing the phone, downwards. The resilient ball, accompanied by the melody, bounced exuberantly around the room. Even when forcefully hurled to the ground, the phone continued to sing joyfully. Mission accomplished. Let us see if our sturdy old mobile can withstand the test. Jiangsu casually tossed the ball in his hand, feeling quite pleased. Initially, he intended to affix a plastic bag to the foam ball to serve as a rudimentary parachute, but reconsidered, fearing it would create excessive drag upon release, and thus abandoned the idea. Observing Jiangsu stride towards the front door, Zhang Shashan, puzzled, pointed towards the bay window and inquired, "Brother Su, why not throw it directly from here?" The trapped individual was situated at the easternmost side of Building 4, while Jiangsu resided at the westernmost side of Building 3. Tossing from this vantage point would effectively draw the zombies between the two buildings towards the west, thereby granting the person in the east a reprieve. Remember, even in aiding others, one must never compromise one's own interests. Jiangsu instinctively glanced outside, felt the keys in his pocket, opened the door, and whispered, "Since we are diverting the zombies, why not lure them to other buildings?" The two women, enlightened, hurried to match Jiangsu and Appo's pace, ascending the secure staircase. As they neared the 12th floor, Jiangsu cautioned the two to tread lightly. Pressing against the safety door, he listened intently. A series of deep, guttural sounds emanated from within, reminiscent of a persistent phlegm lodged in the throat. Quite repulsive. He gestured towards the rooftop direction without lingering too long, resolute in his mind to eliminate these nuisances eventually. "Brother Su, it's locked." Zhang Xinyu pointed to a substantial padlock on the door leading to the rooftop, her voice tinged with despair. This lock was evidently no flimsy contraption. It appeared robust and would not yield easily, particularly given the current circumstances where employing weapons to force it open would undoubtedly incite a zombie uprising. "Leave this problem to me." Jiangsu handed the ball to Zhang Xiaoshan and gingerly extracted a key from his pocket, selecting one that fit the lock. With a gentle twist, a satisfying click resonated. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan stared in astonishment. "How do you possess the key to this lock?" Zhang Xinyu voiced her overwhelming curiosity. "What's so surprising about that? I have a good rapport with the security uncle. I mentioned my fondness for stargazing and enjoying a beer on the rooftop, and he kindly provided me with a key. Is that so difficult to believe?" Jiangsu pocketed the now unlocked padlock. In the past, he had been generous not only to his subordinates and business associates but also to those he frequently encountered, such as the community security personnel and cleaners. Even the refuse collector. He would often share a cigarette with them, which consequently garnered him considerable convenience. Well, the unscrupulous landlord extorts my money while others reap the benefits. The thought left Zhang Xinyu feeling aggrieved, as it seemed that everyone else could benefit from Zhang Su's generosity while she alone bore the brunt of misfortune. A swift tap on her head from Zhang Su brought her back to the moment. "This is a lesson, and who told you to daydream?" After speaking, he gently pushed open the heavy door, and a dazzling ray of sunlight pierced through, striking the faces of the few individuals present with a blinding intensity. Before the three could ascend to the rooftop, a brisk wind swept by, causing Zhang Su, who was observing the surroundings by the door, to shiver slightly. "No problem," he declared, beckoning the two behind him to join him on the rooftop. The rooftop structure was rather uncomplicated, surrounded by nearly 1.5 meters of concrete walls on all sides. In the center stood several chimneys, while solar water heaters were neatly arranged on one side. In the corner lay a dustpan and broom, yet the ground was covered in dust, indicating that it had long been neglected and uncleaned. Chapter 39. Wishing my dear readers a Happy New Year. What auspicious words shall I share? Let me extend my heartfelt wishes for the year 2024. May you encounter a beloved companion with whom to converse. May you possess the means to acquire cherished treasures. May you find an appetite for your favorite delicacies. And may you have the support to tackle challenging endeavors. That is all. Chapter 40. Mysterious Maneuvers. So this is what the rooftop looks like. It is my first time here. Zhang Xinyu gazed around with curiosity. The warm sun hung high in the sky. The wind was cool and clouds sparse. Distant mountains came into view, and everything seemed so beautiful. If it weren't for the billowing plumes of smoke in the distance, she might have believed that disaster had not yet struck. "Sugu, there are people," Zhang Shashan said nervously, tugging at Zhang Su's arm and pointing toward Building 4. Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu turned their gaze to Building 4, and as expected, a couple was scrutinizing them. The woman wore a short woolen coat, while the man donned a sporty hoodie, both appearing youthful, likely not exceeding 25. Their attire indicated they were not among the first to reach the rooftop when calamity befell. At least the woman was not, as it was still far from the time one would need to wear a woolen coat. In an apparent gesture of goodwill, the young man in the hoodie vigorously waved at Jiangsu and the others, his body swaying in rhythm. However, with a distance of over 30 meters between the two buildings and a slight breeze, communication would have to rely on shouting. And both parties understood that their voices might attract zombies, so they dared not speak. They must have been hiding on the rooftop for several days. Zhang Xinyu observed the couple's dirty outerwear and disheveled hair and remarked, "They don't seem to be in good shape. We need to devise a plan to get down quickly. Lingering here could lead to functional impairments due to the low temperature, which is far more perilous." Zhong Xiaoshan displayed a hint of helplessness on her face and replied, "Let us focus on our own matters without wasting time. Xiaoshan, you stay here on lookout. If you hear any commotion below, shout for us. Xinyu, come with me." As Jiangsu issued his orders, he waved goodbye to the individuals across the way, marking the conclusion of their brief encounter. What were they planning to do on the rooftop? The young man on building 4 lowered his arm, a look of contemplation crossing his soiled face. In his early 20s, he should have been brimming with vigor, yet his eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. Tian Fan. They don't appear to be panicking at all. They must have the freedom to come and go from the rooftop. It seems the crisis in Unit 3 has been resolved. We can seek their assistance. The woman on the rooftop of Building 4 tugged at the man's sleeve with excitement. Her grimy face seemed quite ordinary, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that her skin was remarkably well maintained, suggesting she had taken great care of it prior to this calamity. The thick wool coat concealed her figure, making it impossible to discern any curves, though it was evident she was not overweight. She was 6 or 7 years older than Tian Fan, and before this unexpected disaster, they had not been well acquainted. The sudden crisis had brought them together on the rooftop. Tian Fan turned his face and sighed, "Sister Yu, even if we manage to convey our message to them, how will they come to our rescue? Our unit is swarming with zombies, but we cannot remain here on the rooftop indefinitely. Our food and water are nearly depleted, and it gets freezing cold at night. Tian Fan, we must escape." As Tian Fan followed Yunua's pointing finger, he was taken aback to see her pick up a fist-sized chunk of concrete and hurl it into the distance. Is she attempting to strike a zombie? Tian Fan was momentarily engulfed by darkness. Initially, he perceived the 3 individuals across from him, armed and seemingly formidable. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the absurdity of their actions. Below, there were at least 100 zombies. Hurling stones at them would likely result in the collapse of the building, and even then, it would scarcely suffice. Just as Tian Fan was at a loss for words, a peculiar yellow orb materialized in the hands of one of the men. Almost immediately, a peculiar, rhythmic melody emanated from the rooftop of the opposite building. Unable to escape the vibrant chaos of the world around him, it dawned on him. They intended to lure the zombies from Building 3 and 4 away. Tian Fan gasped in astonishment, his dull, ashen eyes suddenly alight with fervor. He dashed to the wall, gazing skyward at the yellow orb, marveling at the man's impressive strength as he launched the orb with a graceful arc, sending it soaring far into the distance. "Oh, old Liu, it appears I shall not be able to fulfill your charge." At the base of Building 4, nestled within a cramped space, a man licked his parched, cracked lips. Beside him lay a standard-issue assault rifle, and a pistol rested at his waist. Yet, despite this armament, he harbored no intention of charging forth. It was not a lack of courage, but rather the weight of an old friend's dying wish that kept him from recklessly seeking death. "Xiaoqin, I cannot survive this. Your sister, she is gone, but Xiaoyu is still alive. He has not been infected. Promise me, keep living and find him. Don't let us die in vain here." It is meaningless. The image of Captain Lu's final moments replayed incessantly in his mind. Had it not been for that solemn vow, he would have perished that very night. He attempted to shift his position, but the confines were too restrictive. He could barely turn slightly, unable to roll over completely. Grasping a nearby water bottle, he opened it and desperately tilted it, allowing only a few drops to fall onto his tongue. The discomfort was overwhelming. Both hunger and thirst gnawed at him, and the ever-present danger eroded his resolve, each passing minute feeling like a year. He counted the zombies by their feet to pass the time, but the dense underbrush obstructed his view of the entirety of the area. Through the various footwear, he counted over 50 zombies, regardless of how many remained unseen. This number alone was sufficient to quench his thirst. Tonight, without fail, he must break free, Even if it means death, I must. Just as he silently vowed this, the distant sound of stones striking the grass echoed through the air. Straining to turn his body, he glanced toward the source of the noise. But the limited visibility revealed nothing. Who on earth would toy with zombies in such a manner? Surely they did not intend to crush them one by one with bricks. It turned out, I am merely a drunken butterfly. In this quiet world, the shuffling of zombie feet became the prevailing symphony, occasionally punctuated by heart-wrenching wails. This sudden song struck the man's eardrums like a bolt of lightning, causing his heart to tremble. Moments later, he watched in disbelief as the zombies within his line of sight began to race in a singular direction. Chapter 41. Challenge completed. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the zombies scurried past him, the man felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. A physiological response born from overwhelming excitement. His very being erupted with unprecedented strength. Wait. The moment has not yet arrived. He stifled the frantic pounding of his heart, biding his time as the slow-moving, clumsy zombies shuffled before him. Hurry, move along. Once the zombies between buildings 3 and 4 had been sufficiently lured away, the man sprang into action, deftly maneuvering through the narrow gap. The sunlight bathed him once more, and his heart swelled with the elation of survival. There was no time to linger. With his weapon slung across his back, he dashed forward. During his confinement, he had meticulously planned his escape route. As he sprinted toward his goal, he couldn't help but glance upward, eager to discern who had created the distraction that drew the zombies away. Soon, 2 shadowy figures atop the building came into view. Could it be them? The man continued his rapid pace, managing only a brief acknowledgement toward the figures above. Jiangsu squinted, waving at the rushing man. Is he a special police officer? Zhang Xinyu pondered. The man, covered in mud and grime, with his clothes bearing signs of wear, was nonetheless identifiable by the large characters emblazoned on his back. He must be one of the survivors from that fateful night, and the weapon slung over his shoulder was indeed a remarkable sight. Jiangsu gazed at the assault rifle with envy. Though he soon realized that possessing a firearm was of little use, the accuracy of his own aim was questionable, and the cacophony of gunfire would attract zombies even more effectively than a loudspeaker. In the midst of their conversation, the 3 watched as the man leaped onto the security bars of the first floor of Building 4, skillfully using both hands and feet to ascend to the second floor with astonishing agility, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Alas, the second floor was still secured, compelling him to continue his ascent until he reached the 4th floor, where he finally spotted an open window. Qinya flipped into the room, exhaling deeply as he stood within, finally able to scrutinize the rooftop of Building 3. To his surprise, the 2 figures remained in place, their gaze fixed upon him. Could it be that they had deliberately diverted the zombies to assist in his escape? Contemplating this, Qinya offered a respectful salute toward the rooftop of Building 3. Intriguing. Qinya was now almost certain that the individuals on the opposite rooftop had indeed drawn the zombies away to facilitate his liberation, though their motives remained a mystery to him. Simultaneously, he noticed someone on the rooftop of Building 3 waving at him, their face alight with joy, as if witnessing a savior. With a heavy heart, he could only shake his head apologetically at those desperately awaiting rescue, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a zombie's roar erupted behind him, and realizing time was of the essence, he swiftly turned, using the butt of his rifle to knock the creature to the ground, before drawing his knife with precision, plunging it into the zombie's skull. Turning to gaze at the zombies drawn by the old mobile phone, they surged forward in a chaotic frenzy, piling atop one another, creating a dense mass. The sturdy tape persevered valiantly, holding for over a minute before it succumbed. As the yellow tape and white foam soared through the air, the melody ceased. For even the most resilient of old devices could not withstand the relentless trampling of the undead. Did you see that? If I were trapped, you could assist me in such a manner. Likewise, if you found yourselves in peril, I would devise a means to rescue you. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan nodded earnestly. Observing Jiangsu's seemingly simple maneuvers, they realized that, had they been in his place, they might not have succeeded in the task. Some matters necessitate hands-on experience. Big brother. He gestured for silence towards the man, then waved his hand again, signaling farewell. Please, don't go. Big brother, can you help us? Tian Fan, seeing the man's unwavering steps, anxiously clung to the railing and implored, Look, the zombies below have all been lured away. Please, help us draw the zombies from our unit as well. Due to the angle, he remained oblivious to Jiangsu's intention of luring the zombies to assist a special police officer, continuing to shout, I have plenty of supplies at home. If you help me, I'll share some with you. Please, don't leave. The man's desperate cries echoed as he watched the three figures across the rooftop retreat into the building, closing the door behind them without a moment's hesitation. Why are they like this? Yunhua stared blankly at the shut door, as if her hopes had been extinguished. Collapsing softly to the ground with tears welling in her eyes, Tian Fan pounded the wall in frustration, squatting down with despair evident in his gaze. Brother Su, did you know all along that a special officer was trapped there? Zheng Xinyu scratched her slightly itchy head and inquired. Huh, no, he is just fortunate, Zhang Su replied, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of reward. He pointed towards the restroom and said, I need to relieve myself, after which he headed towards the toilet. Once Zhang Su departed, Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan instinctively rushed to the window to look towards the rooftop of Building 4. Sister Xinyu, do you think they can escape? Zhong Xiaoshan asked in a hushed tone. Zhang Xinyu bit her lip and shook her head. I feel it's quite difficult, for they lack the most crucial element compared to us. What is it? Zhong Xiaoshan inquired curiously. The courage to fight desperately. When I faced a zombie for the first time, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. Without Brother Su guiding me, I believe I would have perished. Zhang Xinyu murmured. In the face of fear and disaster, seeking assistance from others is not inherently wrong. However, if one solely relies on help and forgets the necessity of self-rescue, it becomes profoundly tragic. Zhang Su hastened into the restroom, and predictably, a line of subtitles materialized in his mind. Within 3 hours, assist the concealed ones in diverting the zombies. Difficulty: A. Completed. Time taken: 105. 22. Reward: enhanced hearing. As the subtitles concluded, Zhang Su felt no particular emotions. Yet a whispering female voice resonated in his ears. Without Brother Su's guidance, I fear I would have perished. Indeed, my life was also saved by Brother Su. Though I am currently unable to assist him, I must not become a hindrance. Yes, it is time to train. The brief conversation came to an end, and Zhang Su smiled with satisfaction, thinking, these two fellows are quite sensible. Chapter 42. Uninvited guests. The enhancement of hearing had no limit on usage. Could it be related to the challenge level? Level A could be directly acquired, while Level C was merely an experience card with restrictions. Lost in thought, he relaxed in the bath, only to suddenly feel a jolt as if struck by electricity, causing the water jet to spray outside the toilet. The indicator light, which remained lit as long as it was powered, extinguished. Ah, hey, damn it, the power is out. Haven't you noticed? In a rush, he pulled up his trousers and hurried out of the bathroom to inform the two women doing push-ups. Power is out? Zhang Xinyu gasped, unable to contain her breath, and the shocking news made her collapse onto the floor. Zhong Xiaoshan quickly sprang to her feet and rushed to the light switch, pressing it repeatedly, yet the light remained unresponsive. It's really out of power. We might as well bid farewell to modern life. Zhang Su sat down on the ground, exhaling deeply, without mentioning computers or mobile phones, which were practically useless without the internet. Many of their stored food items required hot water for cooking, though they could still use an induction cooker without gas. Now that the electricity was gone, a sense of security was abruptly shattered, leaving them uneasy. Just as they had acquired new abilities, the power outage overshadowed their excitement. So, all that snail rice noodles, we can't eat it all? Zhang Xinyu frowned as she gazed at her room, feeling regretful. What can we do? Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu simultaneously turned to Zhong Xiaoshan, who was speaking. Under the scrutiny of both, Zhong Xiaoshan felt a sudden rush of embarrassment, realizing her input was valued. Actually, it's nothing too clever. We can just make a fire and cook. Right? Zhang Su exclaimed. Having grown accustomed to modern living, I've completely forgotten primitive methods. Zhong Xiaoshan raised her hand. I've learned how to make a fire, but it can produce a lot of smoke. Zhang Su stood up, pondering. Zombies aren't attracted to smoke. Rather, it impairs their sense of smell. There are plenty of places to start a fire, and no one will mind a bit of black smoke. Let us go to the hallway. It has windows for ventilation and is convenient for operation. While Zhang Su excelled in combat, he was less adept at survival skills. Zhong Xiaoshan considered, anywhere would work. As long as there would. Zhang Su glanced at the time and then at his stomach. Let us start a fire for this meal and save the instant food for dinner. Without further ado, the three immediately got busy. Together would. Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu went to Li Gu's apartment in 902 to dismantle a television cabinet, removing the painted exterior to reveal some decent wooden boards for burning. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaoshan constructed a simple rack using Zhang Su's kitchenware. Though it looked rough and strange, it was stable enough to hold a pot. Zhang Su, a habitual smoker, had lighters readily available at home, even possessing 2 bottles of lighter fuel, making it quite simple to start a fire. After about an hour of effort, a large pot of snail rice noodles was placed on the dining table. Time to eat. Zhang Xiaoshan was immensely delighted. It was her inaugural significant contribution to the team. Having prepared a meal for everyone, Zhang Su gazed at Zhang Xiaoshan's face, which was marred with patches of black and white, and remarked wryly, "This cannot continue indefinitely. It seems we must hasten our pace." "Hasten? Our departure from this place?" Zhang Xinyu inquired gravely. Zhang Su nodded, gesturing for everyone to begin eating. While he continued, in urban living, or rather in residential communities, the convenience fundamentally lies in the stability of water, electricity, and gas networks. Once we lose these advantages, survival within the community will become exceedingly challenging. Especially after a power outage, the perishables in every household's refrigerator would spoil within 3 to 5 days at best. And at most, 7 to 8 days. How many ready-to-eat foods can we rely on? Then where shall we go once we venture outside? Zhang Xinyu posed the most critical question. Our objective is to head towards less populated areas, while also considering the issues of water and food. The general direction must certainly be toward the nearby suburbs or rural areas. Most importantly, we need to secure a vehicle. Zhang Su pondered aloud. Zhang Xinyu tilted her head towards the road, her expression laden with concern. What if the roads are as treacherous as that street? We won't be able to drive. Just as they were conversing, Zhang Su suddenly froze, for he heard a rustling sound. Goodness, what is that smell? It reeks. Could it be that this zombie has gone moldy? A gruff man voiced. Ha ha, it seems that girl is still alive. Xiang good. That's the smell of snail noodles. Many young people adore it. A voice laced with bravado followed. Damn, they've completely blocked the corridor. This is infuriating. The coarse-voiced man, referred to as Xiang Gu, didn't dwell on the peculiar aroma any longer and continued. We worked hard to reach here. Chongzi, you must not misremember this. If this ends up being a wild goose chase, I swear I will break your legs. The man called Chongzi retorted, Xiang Gu, there's no mistake. I've scouted this place several times before. That female streamer resides in 801, and with the scent of the snail noodles, I am 100% certain it's her. I know she lives here. I'm talking about food. Do you understand? Food. Xiang Gu replied irritably, clearly indicating that he was not taking such enormous risks for a woman. There is no need for concern. The girl showcased during her live stream that she has stockpiled a considerable amount of food and drinks, all self-heating pots, all in preparation for a challenge. This challenge hasn't even commenced, and we're already dealing with zombies. Damn, a girl hoarding all that food is indeed fortunate. The brazen man couldn't help but lick his lips. Her good fortune is about to become ours. Chongzi, how did you stumble upon that treasure of a streamer? Xiang Gu inquired with a cold smirk. In the same city, a nearby streamer. She lives closest to me. Initially, she deceived me into thinking she resided in Building 10. Turns out, she was just in the adjacent unit. Ha ha ha. Chongzi couldn't contain a fit of wicked laughter. Do not laugh so lewdly, my friend. I must inform you, if there is sustenance, I shall grant you the honor of striking the first blow. However, if there is none, you may stand aside and amuse yourself with Miss Wu. Brother Xiang muttered, a fire of frustration burning within him. Rest assured, Brother Xiang. Even if there is food and drink, I shall not vie with you for it. You are wise to recognize the situation. Now, quickly assist me in moving this vanity. Brother Xiang was about to lift the dressing table when he noticed several spoons tied to the table leg. With a grin, he remarked, so you have devised an alarm system. It seems there are other survivors here besides that streamer. Chapter 43, Warmth from Fans. Other survivors? Chongzi gazed at Xiang Gu in confusion. Could such an alarm system have been conceived by a mere girl? Xiang Gu cautiously grasped the iron spoon and, with deliberate precision, severed the wires with scissors. Chongzi chuckled. Xiang Gu, you wouldn't believe it. That girl is a shooter game streamer. She often chats with us and has picked up quite a few clever tricks. This is child's play. Is that so? Well, it matters not. If there are others, we shall simply seize the opportunity together. Come, let us get to work. Xiang Gu nonchalantly began to move items. Su Gu? Zhang Xinyu noticed Zhang Su, lost in thought with a chopstick of powder clenched in his mouth, and waved her hand in front of him. Zhang Xiaoshan, worried about the peculiar state of Zhang Su, whispered, Su Gu, are you feeling overwhelmed? Perhaps you should rest well after your meal. Although they possessed some combat capability, their greatest reliance remained on Zhang Su, and they feared for his well-being. Suddenly, Zhang Su's vacant gaze regained focus. He quickly inhaled the powder, mumbling indistinctly, no time for sleep. We have guests. Guests? The strange words left the two women even more perplexed. Did you not hear the alarm system? Zhang Su inquired deliberately. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan exchanged astonished glances and shook their heads in unison. No, that's what I mean. You two are far too complacent. Bang. As soon as Zhang Su's words fell, a heavy thud echoed from outside. What is that? Zhang Xinyu turned towards the door, her expression grave. Did the dressing table blocking the stairs just topple? It must be. Zhong Xiaoshan's expression tightened. She hastily set down her chopsticks and grabbed a metal rod from the ground. Adopting a defensive stance, Zheng Xinyu was swift as well, seizing a baseball bat leaning against the wall, casting a questioning glance at Zhang Su, silently inquiring what their next course of action should be. Zhang Su raised his hand, signaling the two to remain calm, and whispered, "It's not zombies, it's people. We shall act according to the situation." He refrained from disclosing the information he had received to Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan, wishing to observe their reactions. Zheng Xinyu was intrigued by how Zhang Su knew it was humans, speculating that he had deduced it from the noises, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Quietly following Zhang Su to the rear of the door. Damn it, Chongzi, something feels off. Chongzi scratched his head, eyeing the sofa and dressing table in front of him, which seemed rather heavy for them after 2 days of hunger, let alone for a small girl. Even if she were well fed, it was implausible. Perhaps. Hey, Xianggu, look. There are signs of a fire above, and in used wooden planks. There are definitely people up there. Yes, it must be. These obstacles were placed by the survivors on the upper floor. Chongzi offered what he believed to be a reasonable explanation. Xianggu approached the space between the 8th and 9th floors, picked up a wooden plank for inspection, and scoffed, "No matter. Let us go to the girl's place first." Resolved, the two ascended to the 8th floor, and upon pushing open the safety door, they found themselves at the entrance of room 801. Xianggu tightened his grip on the fire axe and signaled to Chongzi to knock on the door. Chongzi dared not defy brother Xiang, cautiously entering the floor while gripping a crowbar. Looking around, he found nothing amiss, and thus stealthily approached the door of room 801. Knock. Knock, knock. 3 muffled knocks resonated through the air. Behind the peephole, Zhang Su Kuden and Appos. T helped but smirk at the sight of Chongzi, who was attempting to wear a benign expression just a door away. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on Zhang Su, awaiting his command. "Yumao, are you home? I'm your fan, come to rescue you." Upon receiving no response from the knocking, Chongzi felt a sense of relief. At least it confirmed there were no zombies inside. He tentatively called out to the door. Zhang Su's cheeks puffed up, nearly bursting into laughter. He turned to Zheng Xinyu with a playful gaze, well aware that Yumao was likely her online moniker, yet it seemed rather juvenile. Zhang Xinyu knew precisely what Zhang Su was chuckling about. Despite the tense atmosphere, she felt a flush of embarrassment and anger, bewildered by the fact that a fan would know her residence and come to her aid. What is so funny? Humph, look how loyal my fan is. Even during a zombie outbreak, they still come to rescue me. Zheng Xinyu glared at Zhang Su, her voice barely above a whisper, expressing her dissatisfaction. Little did she know. Outside, Chongzi pressed his ear against the door and caught a hint of sound, his face lighting up as he proclaimed, "Yumao, is that you? I'm so glad you're okay. I'm Feichong Tian, the one who sent you a gift a few days ago. I came to check on you. How are you?" His sincere tone was heartwarming, and if Zhang Su had already known the fellow bore ill intentions, he might have been inclined to believe this far-fetched tale. Initially contemplating how to deal with the two suspicious characters directly, Zhang Su reconsidered and devised a plan. He beckoned Zheng Xinyu to look outside. "Yumao, do you have enough food and drink? I brought a lot for you, are you there? Please say something." Chongzi spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice. After Zheng Xinyu glanced outside, Zhang Su guided the two away from the door, speaking in hushed tones. "This guy is sweet-talking. He doesn't seem like a good person." Zhang Xinyu, torn, replied, "But he doesn't seem to be lying, and he is indeed a fan from our community. However, I remember telling my fans that I live in Building 10, and my packages are addressed there as well. I wonder how he found me." Despite the advanced state of the internet, Zheng Xinyu still maintained basic safety awareness, concealing her real name and address. "Do you think it's necessary to open the door?" Zhang Su disregarded the earlier conversation. Now that someone had arrived, he refrained from giving opinions, merely guiding from the sidelines. Zheng Xinyu felt increasingly indecisive, glancing instinctively at Zhang Su and Zhong Xiaoshan, hesitating. What if I open the door to see him? He does seem to have brought a large bag of items. Aren't you afraid he might seize the opportunity to barge in the moment you open the door? Zhang Su inquired. "You're here, so it's not a concern, all right. Fine. I want to open it." Clearly, Zhang Xinyu was once again struggling with her indecisiveness. Now that he is right outside, will you open it or continue pretending you're not home? Zhang Su continued to guide her. As the door remained shut and communication was stifled, the notion of feigning absence emerged as an additional means of handling the situation. This only served to further entangle Zhang Xinyu's already perplexed mind. Shall we wait and observe his next move? Suggested Zhang Xiaoshan, fanning the flames of speculation with another approach. Zhang Xinyu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, I believe it would be prudent to see how he proceeds. Thus, we can safeguard ourselves against the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals." Zhang Su flashed a knowing smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He discerned that Zhang Xinyu still harbored a mindset rooted in the tranquil times of yore. Otherwise, her indecision would not be so pronounced. He resolved to seize this opportunity to impart a valuable lesson to Zhang Xinyu. Chapter 44. The need to prove something. A few individuals returned through the entrance, only to hear the voice of a man outside, chattering away. "You must think I'm a bad person, right, Meow Meow? Don't be afraid. I've come specifically to deliver something to you. I reside in this building, Unit 2. However, it's wise to be cautious. I've left the bag at your doorstep, so remember to take it later." At the door, Changzi spoke earnestly. Then indeed removed his backpack and placed it at the entrance, smiling and waving at the peephole. "If you feel scared, you can come to Unit 602 to find me. I'm leaving now, be safe." After Changzi departed through the security door, Xinyuan Miao Miao developed an inexplicable trust in Zhang Su through their days spent together. Yet she did not anticipate that this time his judgment would falter. While keeping an ear out for any sounds behind the security door, Zhang Su shrugged, insisting, "I maintain my stance. He is certainly not a good person. You can test it if you wish. However, he has left the bag right there. What harm could he possibly intend?" Observing that Zhang Xinyu was not giving the situation serious consideration, Zhang Su raised his chin and suggested, "How about you go and retrieve the bag as a test?" "Huh. He can end Oppos. He possibly have hidden a bomb in there," Zhang Xinyu retorted, firmly believing that Zhang Su was misjudging a good person due to his excessive caution. Some people need to face challenges to grow. I tell you, if you simply open the door and grab that bag, something will go awry. Do you believe me? As Zhang Su conversed with Zhang Xinyu, he had already overheard Chongzi and Xiang Gu's plans in their entirety. "Well, we inevitably have to go out. Leaving the bag at the doorway is inconvenient." Zhang Xinyu could not fathom why a mere bag should evoke such anxiety. "Do you believe that man is lurking behind the security door, waiting for you to open it so he can spring out and harm you?" Zhang Su feigned a fierce expression, lowering his voice dramatically. Zhang Xinyu was startled by Zhang Su's fierce gaze, yet her stubbornness flared up. With a defiant tilt of her neck, she declared, "If it truly unfolds as you say, if he dares to leap out, I will strike him down without hesitation." "Oh my, I underestimated our Meow Meow. She is indeed no mere zombie. Do you have the courage to act?" Zhang Su taunted with a playful smirk. "What is there to fear? Anyone attempting to harm me shall be treated as a zombie and dealt with accordingly." Zhang Xinyu felt a surge of indignation, believing that Zhang Su consistently underestimated her, leaving her quite vexed. "Then you go ahead and take it," she challenged. Suddenly, Zhang Su's expression shifted, and he gestured for Zhang Xinyu to open the door and retrieve the item. "Fine, I shall take it." Zhang Xinyu resolved that today she must open the door. Whether to prove her unwavering loyalty as a fan or to demonstrate her bravery, she needed to validate something about herself. With a decisive click, she unlocked the door. Zhang Su, gripping the axe tightly, rotated his wrist to loosen it, slightly shifting his body while signaling to Zhang Xiaoshan to step back. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xinyu, Zhang Su's actions were deliberate. She gently pushed the door open, causing the bag at the entrance to topple. Attempting to reach for it, she found it just out of her grasp. Pouting, she continued to push the door, but just as she leaned forward to stretch out her body, the security door suddenly swung open. A towering figure charged towards the door with remarkable swiftness, wielding a fire axe that pierced through the narrow gap of room 801 like a spear. Should the axe become lodged in the door, closing it would be futile, allowing the adversary to seize the opportunity to invade. However, a glimmer of cold steel moved even faster than the giant's advance. Zhang Su had already discerned Brother Xiang and Appo's plan and had prepared for it well in advance. As the security door had yet to fully open, he took aim. The moment Brother Xiang darted into the 8th floor corridor, his axe flew swiftly through the gap, striking with unparalleled ferocity. Zhang Xinyu, crouched down, was utterly unaware of the lethal axe soaring above her head. Alarmingly, Brother Xiang's acute instincts sensed the imminent danger, tightening his heart in an instant. Yet, In that fleeting moment, there was no time to adjust his stance or evade. He could only watch, as if in slow motion, the axe hurtling towards him. He felt an eerie premonition, as though the axe had foreseen his movement and lay in wait, perfectly positioned, though his mind urged him to dodge. His body failed to respond in time. Thud. Jiangsu's merciless strike was immensely powerful, the reckless throw of the axe. Whether it struck Brother Xiang with its blade or the hammer with its head, would surely bring him to his demise. Bang! Brother Xiang was violently knocked to the ground. His head colliding with the wall, blood splattering across the tiles as the fire axe clattered to the floor with a sharp sound. Ah! Two terrified cries erupted, one from the bewildered Zhang Xinyu and the other from Chongzi, who had just stepped through the security door. Their gazes fell upon Brother Xiang. Convulsing on the floor, an axe embedded at an angle in his cheek, piercing into the bone. Blood flowed freely from the wound, cascading down his face and pooling onto the tiles below, leaving little hope for survival. Zhong Xiaoshan dashed to Zhang Xinyu's side, covering her mouth and fervently shaking her head to signal her to remain silent. The first rule was clear: no shouting at the sight of anything. Kill him. Someone is being killed. Be quiet. Chongzi's frantic shout faltered as a towering man emerged from the doorway, his voice caught in his throat, trembling uncontrollably. Fear almost materializing in his eyes. The cacophony of screams could wait. First, they should behold her loyal fan, her devoted family, accompanied by the giant and the fire axe. Come to visit her. Jiangsu spoke to Zhang Xinyu with an expressionless face. In the face of true peril, her muscles lacked the strength to perform the necessary actions. She stood there, utterly dazed. Gulp. Zhang Xinyu swallowed her saliva, stealing another glance at the motionless Brother Xiang on the ground, her heart a tumult of emotions. Brother Su. I'm sorry. My fault. I caused you to kill him. Zhang Xinyu pointed at the fallen Brother Xiang, realizing her mistake. Her admiration for Zhang Su growing ever deeper. Zhang Su felt a surge of tumultuous emotions within. He had injured many in the past. But taking a life was a first. If one counted the zombie Li Gu as a different kind of humanoid being, it would mark the second time. However, upon contemplating the schemes of these individuals, coupled with the current circumstances, a sense of relief washed over me. Those who intend to harm myself and my companions need not show mercy. This is the second ledger. Remember, it is you who owes me. I trust you know how to deal with this scrawny wretch. Upon noticing the tall man named Su Gu gesture toward him, Chongzi was nearly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Brother, dear brother, I was coerced. It was all Xiongji's doing. I am innocent. Please, spare my life. The sound of his desperate pleas echoed, as he repeatedly bowed in supplication. He had thought he was merely confronting an easy target, only to realize he had stumbled upon a thunderous storm. Truly regretting his choices to the core. Chapter 45. Interrogation. Do not beg me. Your affairs are under her jurisdiction, your dear cat. Jiangsu mocked, gesturing towards the pallid-faced Zhang Xinyu with a cold chuckle. Zhang Xinyu, catching the gaze of Chongzi, felt a tempest of anger and frustration rise within her. Having placed her trust in someone for once, only to face such an outcome. What are you staring at? I wish to slap you into oblivion. Sister. Allow me to handle this myself. Beautiful sister, I was wrong. I should not have guided the wicked. My heart is tainted. I am less than human. I am akin to a beast. Chongzi knelt on the ground, muttering incessantly, delivering resounding slaps to his own face. Jiangsu glanced at the visibly conflicted Zhang Xinyu and patted her shoulder, implying that she should take matters into her own hands. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, extracting the axe from the lifeless head of Brother Xiang, blood droplets trailing in his wake as he turned to enter the room. In recent days, he had witnessed too many partings and deaths. Having personally dealt with zombies and eliminated a threat posed to himself, he felt no psychological burden. That, Xinyu's sister. Be cautious of his treachery, Zhong Xiaoshan advised as Zhang Su departed, gradually retreating into the room. I am not human. I am a shark's arm, an orphan. Cease your wailing. You will attract the zombies. Get inside. I have questions for you. In a fit of frustration, she swung a baseball bat, striking Chongzi to the ground. Do not hit me. I am leaving. Chongzi scrambled into room 801, fearful of further repercussions. Thud. Chongzi knelt in the center of the room, bearing an expression of utter desolation. His cheeks reddened from the forceful slaps, revealing the severity of the blows, and a large bump swelling on his head. Zhang Su, seated comfortably on the sofa, indulged in a box of wafers, savoring each bite while lounging with his legs crossed. The menace in his demeanor dissipated, resembling a typical village elder observing the commotion. Zhong Xiaoshan sat awkwardly at the dining table, eyeing the unfinished snail noodles with hesitation. Zhang Xinyu, fuming as she paced with the baseball bat, was already irate, angry at Chongzi for his deceit, at herself for her gullibility, and at Zhang Su for his apparent enjoyment of the spectacle. Tell me, how did you find this place? Ultimately, she resolved to unleash all her pent-up frustration upon Chongzi, thrusting the baseball bat directly at his face. I said, I already told you. Chongzi quivered, shifting his head slightly. Upon witnessing Zhang Xinyu's furious countenance, he knelt, a woeful expression adorning his features. It was I who led the way. I actually knew you lived here all along. Zhang Xinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you? Tell me, how did you know? I was lurking at the delivery point. In fact, you can't. I have liked you for quite a while now. I had just ordered the latest fruit phone online, and had it not been for the zombie outbreak, I intended to surprise you soon. Chongzi articulated with a tremor, his words bearing an authenticity that tugged at the heartstrings. Zhang Xinyu's face flickered between crimson and emerald. Had it not been for the recent events, she might have felt a fleeting sense of emotion. However, at this moment, her surprise turned to indignation. With a baseball bat in hand, she swung fiercely, her frustration boiling over after receiving a scolding from Zhang Su. The audacity of the individual attempting to harm her only fueled her fury further. Stop. Please, don't hit me. The wind howled as the bat struck Chongzi's arm with a resounding thud. Had he not leaned away to absorb the impact, the fragile bones of his arm would have surely been shattered. Are you still spouting nonsense? Zhang Xinyu was genuinely enraged, her voice low and growling, her glare fierce, reminiscent of an agitated orange tabby with its fur bristled. Though she often lacked decisiveness, it didn't mean she was devoid of temper. In fact, she was quite prone to anger, as evidenced by her past experience where she had been inundated with mouthwash from fans due to her sharp tongue during a live stream. Enough of the nonsense. I truly apologize. I shall never dare again. Chongzi, taken aback by the seemingly delicate streamer's sudden ferocity, was left bewildered. Was this truly the gentle maiden she had appeared to be? Wielding a metal bat and ready to strike was utterly terrifying. However, considering she had previously mingled with those who could remain composed while snacking after a killing spree, it didn't seem so surprising after all. Is that right? Then why don't you enlighten me on your intentions for coming here? Zhang Xinyu asked, brushing her slightly disheveled hair aside, her indignation palpable. Chongzi began. But the pain in his arm made him reconsider. I know you plan to challenge yourself by not leaving your home for a month, having stockpiled supplies. We came to retrieve. No, to seize your goods. Humph. Zhang Xinyu let out a low grunt, surprised that Chongzi had confessed, leaving her with pent-up rage. Have you not considered asking him what he intends to do after taking the supplies? Zhang Su interjected, startling Chongzi with his sudden inquiry. Indeed. What do you plan to do once you have the goods? Zhang Xinyu echoed, mimicking Zhang Su's questioning tone. Chongzi felt tears welling in his eyes as he looked towards Zhang Su, realizing he was trapped in a perilous situation. Sister, I swear, aside from guiding you, I know nothing. It's all Xiang Gu's plan. He won't heed a word I say. I truly don't know what he intends to do after acquiring the items. Chongzi feared that revealing the actual plan would result in Zhang Xinyu's wrath being directed at him. Enough. Zhang Su wiped his hands on the sofa and rose. With Xiang Gu's demise, he has become the ultimate scapegoat. You push all the blame onto him. Why not share some factual information? Tell us how you arrived here. Surely, even moving from the neighboring unit wouldn't have been a walk in the park. How many zombies did you encounter from the 1st to the 8th floor? Zhang Su took over the interrogation from Zhang Xinyu. Suddenly, Chongzi found the imposing figure before him quite comforting. He sniffled and forced a smile, one that was more pitiful than his tears. Brother, the situation is not as dire as you might imagine. Previously, I was unaware of which shark arm had utilized music to lure the zombies away from in front of our building. Taking advantage of this opportunity, my companion Xiang and I, sigh. Chongzi cast a perplexed glance at Zhang Xinyu, who, still simmering with anger yet unable to suppress a laugh, pondered whether he had misspoken. Upon observing Zhang Su's ashen complexion, a sense of unease gripped him, and he hastily clarified, No. I meant to say that it was some benevolent soul who used music to divert the zombies, allowing Xiang and me, the 2 shark arms, to come over from the 2nd unit. Noticing Zhang Su's expression soften slightly, Chongzi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had no time to contemplate why the individual would lure the zombies away, speculating it might be for an experiment, and continued to speak. The situation on the 1st unit is quite satisfactory. There are merely 2 zombies on the 1st floor. Do you refer to those creatures as zombies? Yes. We encountered 2 of them as we entered the unit. but we did not encounter any further zombies all the way to the 8th floor. Chapter 46. Good brothers. Let us walk together. There were merely 2 zombies. Zhang Su stroked his chin, the answer somewhat unexpected. However, recalling that day when someone transported zombies via the elevator downstairs, it suddenly seemed plausible. After all, there were only so many people in the entire unit, especially when considering those who had exited from the underground parking lot. I see your weapons are pristine. You haven't slain any zombies? Zhang Su gestured towards the fire axe and crowbar discarded nearby. My goodness, brother, you mustn't be aware, but those zombies are extremely perilous. A single bite could infect you with the virus, transforming you into one of their ghastly forms. I witnessed it firsthand. I wouldn't dare come near. Chongzi appeared to have heard something utterly unbelievable, his face etched with fear as he repeatedly waved his hands. Zhang Su fell silent, incredulous. Was this not a classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong? They dared to attack a person but quivered before a zombie. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan exchanged glances, then regarded Zhang Su with a peculiar expression, as if silently conveying that only a madman like him would lead them to confront zombies. Cough. After a moment of silence, Zhang Su's frustration bubbled over. He pointed at the fire axe and crowbar on the ground, exclaiming, You cowardly fools! You tremble before zombies yet unleash your might upon women? What use are these weapons if you simply cower in fear? You truly are despicable. Chongzi sheepishly replied, We didn't and oppose. Dare kill the zombies. But these weapons can still be employed to fend off danger. To hell with your notion of fending off danger. How do you intend to deal with the zombies on the 1st floor? Zhang Su retorted with irritation, his hand itching to slap Chongzi across the face for his foolishness. Brother Xiang and I discovered that zombies are quite sensitive to sound. There was an apartment on the 1st floor without security bars, so I climbed in, knocked on the door to create a commotion, and those zombies mindlessly began pounding on the door. Brother Xiang and I then slipped into the stairwell and ascended. Chongzi recounted with enthusiasm, convinced of his cleverness. However, to Zhang Su and the others, this behavior was akin to courting death. It was evident he had only considered the immediate situation without contemplating the possibility of encountering more wandering zombies upstairs, thus placing themselves in a perilous predicament. Leave your belongings. You may depart now. Zhang Su suddenly waved his hand, disinterested. Initially, he had been intrigued by Chongzi's smooth and clever demeanor, hoping to glean something of value. Yet, he soon recognized that Chongzi's small wits were utterly useless in the face of genuine danger, and thus his interest waned. Zhang Xinyu, Zhang Xiaoshan, and the kneeling Chongzi were all taken aback. Was that it? The 2 women believed that, given Zhang Su's character, he would never let this fellow off the hook. Yet they were astonished at how casually he dismissed Chongzi. Chongzi, on the other hand, felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, compared to Brother Xiang lying outside. He had essentially been granted a second lease on life. Thank you, brother. May you live a long life. With a sudden leap, Chongzi sprang to his feet, bolting toward the door. As he passed, he cast a lingering glance at the crowbar and backpack lying on the ground, his and Brother Xiang's entire possessions, but he dared not claim them now. Wait. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyu's voice rang out. Zhang Su's lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent, as he sat quietly beside them, observing, Beautiful sister. If my elder brother has spoken, I shall take my leave. Do you have any further instructions for me? Chongzi said with a sycophantic grin. Zhang Xinyu, her expression darkened, replied bluntly, You came for me, intending to seize my possessions. While it may be true that he allows your departure, have I granted you the same privilege? Chongzi turned to Zhang Su for support, only to find him shrugging nonchalantly, causing the color to drain from his face. Sister, I momentarily strayed from the path. Have mercy upon me, and in my next life, I shall repay you as a beast of burden, he pleaded once more. Had someone made such a supplication to Zhang Xinyu before the outbreak of the apocalypse, she would have likely relented. However, now, whoosh, bang. A fierce gust swept through as Zhang Xinyu swung a baseball bat with ferocity, striking Chongzi's left arm. How dare you, my arm. It's broken. Chongzi's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's not severed, merely fractured. With a month of proper care, it will heal, though in this scarcity of medicine, it may take 2 to 3 months, Zhang Xiaoshan explained patiently. Yet, her assertion of recovery hinged on a crucial condition, adequate nutrition. In these times of famine and drought, even with a stable environment for healing bone injuries, it would take at least half a year. You may leave now, Zhang Xinyu commanded, her chest heaving, pointing toward the door. Her gaze was a complex tapestry of fury and a hint of guilt after inflicting harm. Chongzi, enduring the agony with his left arm rendered useless, stifled the chill in his heart and attempted to appear forlorn and wronged as he nodded silently and continued towards the exit. There's one more thing you must take with you. As Chongzi's hand grasped the doorknob, Zhang Su spoke from behind him. Chongzi halted, pausing for approximately 5 seconds before turning, his lips trembling as he said, "Brother, what do you mean? Xianggu was brought by you. Remember to take him along as well. Good brothers stick together, right?" Zhang Su gestured toward the door, having already checked the equipment. Xianggu had nothing on him. All his belongings were in a bag. Zhang Su, are we being a bit excessive? Behind the door, Zhang Xinyu peered through the peephole, witnessing Chongzi struggle to drag Xiangji's lifeless body out of the safe zone, leaving a trail of chilling blood behind him, stirring turmoil within her heart. You have taught him a lesson. In the past, that would have sufficed, perhaps earning you the title of a queen among the ruffians of the street. However, now, you are still too soft-hearted. Zhang Su leaned against the wall, speaking slowly. Zhang Xinyu's complexion paled, her voice dry as she asked, "Are you suggesting that I should have killed him?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoshan felt a jolt of surprise. She had not anticipated that they had descended into such a savage reality so swiftly. The very question posed indicated that the answer had already taken root in her heart. Zhang Su, after speaking, turned to Zhong Xiaoshan and inquired, "Xiaoshan, what would you do if you were in this situation?" Taken aback from her reverie, Zhong Xiaoshan replied, I would probably follow the example set by Sister Xinyu, giving him a good beating before letting him go." Zhang Su shook his head slightly, saying, "You may believe this approach is sufficiently cruel and intimidating, yet one must understand the adage that failing to eliminate a snake may result in being bitten by it. I shall show you something intriguing shortly." Chapter 47. Delivery service outside the secure door. The anguish and obsequiousness on Chongzi's face vanished the moment the door closed, replaced by a sinister malice. Enduring the excruciating pain of fractured bones, he murmured to the motionless figure of Brother Xiang lying on the ground, "Brother, I've done my utmost by bringing you here. Since you're already dead, don't burden me any further. Help me one last time. Use your blood to lure those wretched creatures here. Let us obliterate these dogs and avenge you, my dear brother." Thoughtful of me, isn't it? Hiki. As he muttered, Chongzi's expression twisted into a grotesque mask as he rubbed his hands across Brother Xiang's face, then smeared the blood liberally on the secure door of the 8th floor. Gazing at the sanguine door, he still felt it insufficient and contemplated applying some onto the walls as well. "You vile beasts, reveling in your arrogance. Severing my arm, I shall take your lives." Chongzi, fueled by exhilaration, painted the blood with fervor, aware that zombies struggled with staircases. Yet he knew that with persistence, they would inevitably ascend. He envisioned the scene of zombies tearing into Zhang Su and his companions. "Oh, are you planning to draw curses upon us, or perhaps a protective barrier?" While standing midway on the 8th floor, Chongzi suddenly noticed the securely closed door had been pushed open, revealing Zhang Su leaning against the doorframe, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery, flanked by 2 pairs of chilling eyes. I. Chongzi stammered, terror overwhelming him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Based on past experiences, Zhang Su and his companions should be merrily counting their supplies at this hour. How could they possibly have time to confront him? Strange. Did you both witness this? This is the essence of humanity. The peril posed by zombies is clear. Yet it is the malevolence of human nature that takes one by surprise. Zhang Su slightly turned his head to address the 2 behind him. "Go to hell." Chongzi, fully aware of his untenable position, succumbed to madness, hurling a wooden plank at Zhang Su before sprinting up the stairs. Clang. Zhang Su deftly dodged the plank and intercepted Zhang Xinyu, who was eager to pursue Chongzi. Listening to the sound of Chongzi and Appo's hurried footsteps, he ascended the stairs at a deliberate pace, whistling a melodic tune. Panicked, Chongzi raced upward, the chilling whistle echoing behind him, tightening his bladder as if it were a death knell, reminiscent of the sinister laughter of the underworld's judge. To the rooftop. Once there, I can reach the 2nd unit. Yes. With thoughts racing, he quickened his pace, only to stumble due to insufficient lift in his stride. Ignoring the pain shooting through his body, he rose without a sound and continued his frantic escape. When Chongzi, breathless, arrived at the door leading to the rooftop, he was met with the sight of a formidable iron lock, his heart sinking. Damn it all. He tugged at the heavy lock, but it remained steadfast. Frustrated and frantic, he slammed against the door, yet his slender frame could not impart any force. The door stood immovable. Calm down. There must be a way. I cannot resign myself to death. Damn it. Chongzi, consumed by anxiety, could hear the whistling growing ever closer, through the gaps in the stairwell. He even caught sight of several silhouettes ascending. The mounting agitation threatened to engulf him entirely. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the elevator. He gazed intently at the safety door on the 12th floor, recalling that the elevator in Unit 1 had stopped there. He and Brother Xiang had deliberated whether to take the elevator during their earlier ascent. He had overlooked a crucial detail. Municipal power had been cut off. The community's emergency generator had been supplying power to the elevator, but only for less than an hour. By the time Brother Xiang was murdered, the elevator had ceased to function. Fate has not forsaken me. You wretched few shall await your doom. A sinister smile spread across Chongzi's face as he plotted. He and his accomplice leapt down to the 12th floor, sharing a chilling grin as they approached the stairwell's corner, then flung open the door and charged in. However, upon crashing into the 12th floor, Chongzi was immediately struck dumb. He could not ascertain whether the elevator was indeed functioning, for he was met with a horde of zombies. Their ashen skin and blood-red eyes were a haunting sight. Days had passed, and a faint stench of decay emanated from their bodies. Their teeth ground together, producing an eerie creaking sound, accompanied by low, phlegmy growls. Overwhelmed by the sensory onslaught, Chongzi stared in horror at the zombies so close before him. And in that moment, he lost control, wetting himself in fright. 7 or 8 zombies, aimlessly wandering the 12th floor, suddenly turned aggressive at the unexpected arrival, revealing their savage nature as they lunged towards the safety door. A terrified scream erupted from Chongzi, but before he could turn and push the door, the zombies pounced, bringing him crashing to the ground. Thud. His upper body hit the floor hard, offering him a glimpse of Zhang Su and his companions on the half-flight of the 11th floor. Help me. Chongzi reached out towards Zhang Su, as if his salvation lay just beyond. Yet, an overwhelming force dragged him into the corridor. The safety door began to close slowly, and his anguished cries faded swiftly, leaving only the faint sound of gnawing. Zhang Su reached the 12th floor and locked the safety door once more. His keen hearing allowed him to discern the gruesome sounds of zombies feasting, chewing, and even swallowing, which made his stomach churn. He gestured to the 2 women, and they descended the stairs together. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan bore heavy expressions, their emotions a tangled web. They knew all too well the correct course of action. Yet the weight of their resolve was burdensome. Even if they could bring themselves to take action, it did not mean their hearts would remain untroubled. This was their current predicament. Having witnessed Brother Xiang's brutality and Chongzi's deceit, they understood that allowing Chongzi to escape was akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Yet the thought of pushing him to his death filled them with guilt. To eradicate evil is to confront a world that magnifies the darkness of human nature. If they continued to approach matters with their former mindset, they risked losing their own lives. Standing on the halfway mark of the 8th floor, Zhang Su gazed at the bloodied walls, his expression grim as he spoke. "May I borrow your axe for a moment?" Zheng Xinyu said with a hint of reluctance, gesturing towards the axe in Zhang Su's hand. "We need to scrape the wall clean. Otherwise, we might truly attract the zombies. Let's also tidy up the door. And we can dispose of the bodies by throwing them down below, mingling them with the other corpses." Zhang Su handed the axe to Zheng Xinyu, showing no intention of assisting. "Xinyu, please don't hold it against Su Ge. I believe his perspective is quite fitting for the current state of the world," Zhong Xiaoshan remarked, observing Zheng Xinyu as she listened intently to the commotion from above while cautiously working. Unable to bear it any longer, she decided to stay and help her deal with the blood-soaked wall. Zheng Xinyu paused momentarily, letting out a sigh. "Sister Shan, I do not blame Su Ge. I am merely frustrated with myself for knowing what should be done, yet failing to act, nearly bringing great trouble upon us all." With that, her eyes reddened, tears welling up as she quickened her pace. The bloodied wall skin fell away in flurries under the relentless scraping of the axe. Chapter 48. Strange Phenomena. Zhong Xiaoshan gently patted Zhang Xinyu's back and remarked, "I truly admire Su Ge for being able to anticipate that the thin-skinned monkey would cause trouble. By the way, Xinyu, it's been several days since you last bathed. My scalp is itching terribly. How do you manage it?" When asked about other matters, Zhang Xinyu's mood slightly improved as she replied, "I am in the same predicament. I simply use wet wipes. Unfortunately, there is a severe shortage of water." Zhang Xiaoshan wrinkled her lips and raised the iron plate in her hand to assist in scraping the wall. "Popcorn? Is it a puppy?" Zhang Xinyu inquired curiously. Zhang Xiaoshan seemed to recall some amusing past events, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. "A large orange cat, over 3 years old." "How wonderful." Zheng Xinyu's face brightened with longing, only to pout shortly after. "I originally wanted to adopt a pet dog, but the landlord, who is Su Ge, said I couldn't and oppose to keep one. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaoshan, full of curiosity, asked, Xinyu, what exactly was your relationship with him before? I can tell you two weren't sharing a bed. The bedrooms were separate. Having endured hardship together, their relationship had deepened significantly, and their conversations gradually ventured into more intimate territories. Zhang Xinyu rolled her eyes and replied, Zhang Su is the landlord, and he pretended to be my roommate. I was oblivious at first and fell victim to his various schemes. He is both calculating and stingy. Just before this disaster struck, he even intended to raise my rent. Zhang Xiaoshan couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth and listening for any sounds from upstairs. Upon hearing none, she continued, You young people are quite amusing. You're so beautiful. Didn't he ever show any interest in you? He claims he changes girlfriends every few months while out of town. Who knows? Nonetheless, he has never crossed any boundaries. I once suspected he might be gay. As she spoke, Zhang Xinyu lowered her voice, a mischievous glint in her reddened eyes. Su Gu is so manly. It's hard to believe he could be gay. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoshan's expression turned serious, and she frowned. Xinyu, have you noticed something strange? Logically, there should be quite a few pets in this neighborhood, yet why haven't we seen a single one escape? The two exchanged puzzled glances. The dog from the downstairs neighbor had not barked either. Could it be that the pets were all swiftly killed? Or was there another reason? While they pondered this, Zhang Su observed as Zhang Xiaoshan entered the room, and it was no surprise that she relayed her discovery to him. I don't care if those cats and dogs are dead or have run away. My only concern is whether they might turn into zombies. In any case, this is something we need to be vigilant about moving forward. Zhang Su stated. Yes, we share the same thought. Well then, Su Gu, I will assist in you now. All right. Go ahead, Zhang Su nodded. Zhang Xiaoshan flashed a sweet smile and turned to exit, while the two women dealt with the wall and the remains. Zhang Su contemplated conducting a more intuitive hearing test, only to find it challenging to quantify. Human senses are inherently limited, whether it be hearing, taste, or smell. Even with a vision chart to gauge sight, practical application reveals that vision can fluctuate due to environmental factors. Zhang Su conducted a rudimentary test with his mobile device and discerned that, when separated by two doors, he could perceive the sound from a volume set to 3. Yet the content remained indistinguishable, leaving him to guess. Ultimately, he concluded a vague range. During a normal conversation, sound could penetrate 3 ordinary apartment walls, not exceeding 30 meters. In a typical environment, the faint sound of zombie footsteps could be heard from approximately 70 to 80 meters away. He was uncertain of how much his abilities had improved. Yet this newfound capacity brought him a profound sense of security, even without prior knowledge of the plans devised by Chengzi and Xianggu. He felt confident in his ability to navigate the situation, albeit with some complications. It was no wonder those two miscreants harbored thieving intentions. Zhang Xinyu methodically emptied the contents of her black backpack onto the ground, revealing little in terms of sustenance, merely a collection of miscellaneous items, indicating that the pair was indeed at their wits' end. With so many homes either deserted or transformed into zombie lairs, they could have easily scavenged elsewhere. Yet they chose to trouble her. Zhang Xinyu lamented. Zhang Su shook his empty bag. Although devoid of food or drink, it contained a few useful tools. In response to Zhang Xinyu's words, he chuckled. In their eyes, you are far easier to bully than a zombie. Humph. Let them learn their lesson. Now they have no chance for regret. Zhang Xinyu clenched her fist, realizing that, given the circumstances, her fear had diminished as her own life took precedence. It had only been 4 or 5 days since the calamity began, yet some individuals had already resorted to malevolence. It was hard to fathom what the future might hold. Zhang Xiaoshan felt a pang of worry. Had it not been for Zhang Su today, both she and Zhang Xinyu would have suffered. The rapid shift in mindset struggled to keep pace with the unfolding crisis. This was primarily due to the disaster's sudden onset, devoid of any forewarning. After all, ordinary individuals had no time to react. Nobody would have stockpiled vast quantities of food at home, save for those doomsday survival enthusiasts. Zhang Su shrugged. Besides, those two are clearly nefarious characters. If I recall correctly, Xianggu is a local thug. I once saw him at the night market, barking orders at the toll collector. Individuals like him thrive in a world where civilization crumbles and legal constraints vanish, for he possesses a sufficiently dark heart. Zhang Xinyu cast Zhang Su a peculiar glance, timidly commenting, the unscrupulous Xianggu was killed by someone even more nefarious. Zhang Xiaoshan's lips curled into a smile as she quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed by her laughter. Zhang Su remained unfazed by Zhang Xinyu's jest, licking his lips and stating, a splendid teaching moment. A reality check for you both. From this day forth, trust no one. I can assure you, even if you were to eliminate every person you encounter, the proportion of innocent lives lost would be less than 1 in 10. No, more accurately, 1 in 20. I find that hard to believe. According to your logic, out of 100 individuals, only 5 are good? Zhang Xinyu was somewhat reluctant to believe that the future would transform into such a cruel visage. 5 good individuals could be considered a surplus, yet I do not claim that the remaining 90 or so are malevolent. Many, by previous definitions, are moderates. I prefer to label these individuals as opportunists. They possess the acumen to adapt to shifting circumstances, lacking a definitive stance. When they perceive strength in someone, they gravitate towards that person. Zhang Su remarked with a hint of indifference. Zhang Xinyu hastily responded, I think this is quite advantageous. Isn't it wise to align oneself with the powerful? You have misunderstood my intent. Opportunists do not merely associate with anyone, they ally themselves with the strong. And should their leader falter, they will promptly betray. If it were simply a matter of changing jobs, that would be acceptable. However, these opportunists may even delight in exacerbating the downfall of their former allies, proving to be more repugnant and dreadful than outright villains. Zhang Su's face bore a trace of disdain, as he had once fallen victim to such treachery. You say that being a good person leads to dire consequences. Yet you also assert that we cannot be fickle opportunists. Are we then destined to become the very villains we detest, like Xiang Gu and his ilk? Zhang Xinyu queried. Her expression clouded with confusion. Haha. Zhang Su suddenly chuckled, followed by a sigh. Indeed, in the future, we may become the very thing we loathe. Driven by desperation to seize the sustenance of the weak, yet daring to strike at those stronger than ourselves. Surviving is my sole conviction. I hope it becomes yours as well. Brother Su, I share your sentiment. Living is my singular belief. Zhang Xiaoshan had been silently listening and contemplating until she chose to express her stance. Zhang Xinyu nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of turmoil, stating, I care not for good or bad. All I wish is to survive, and I shall remember the lessons you have imparted. That evening, the three of them consumed their solitary prize, a mere 2 bags of chips, to celebrate their triumph over the intruders. Complemented by leftover snail noodles from lunch and some high-calorie energy bars, leaving them all quite satisfied. Brother Su, wasn't it unusual for Qin City to grow dark so early at the end of September? In the dimly lit room, Zhang Xinyu occupied a position designated for observing the outside world, a small gap in the curtains allowing her a view, as she fiddled with a garbage bag, preparing to visit the restroom. It's overcast today. It's quite normal for it to grow dark sooner, Zhang Su replied as he polished his axe, which had collected dust from the walls, much to his displeasure. Zhong Xiaoshan, tidying the dining table, chimed in, this year's weather is quite abnormal. I have lived in Qin City my entire life, and September has never been this cold. It's nearly akin to November. While the darkness could be attributed to the cloudy skies, the drop in temperature had indeed surpassed the usual range. With the outbreak of the zombie virus, a temperature drop was not surprising. An early chill could be tolerated. However, if the cold persisted, it would become unbearable. Zhang Su exhaled a breath of warmth, feeling that the interior temperature barely reached 11 or 12 degrees. Previously, this time of year would have been bustling within the community. Zhang Xinyu gazed downwards, resting her head against Zhang Su's shoulder, murmuring, at this hour, kindergartens and elementary schools would have just let out, with elderly guardians playing with children below. I used to find those boisterous little ones quite bothersome. Even my headphones could not drown out their shouts. Yet now, reflecting on it, it truly was a form of happiness. Once a joyful and flourishing garden, it has now transformed into a gathering place for the undead. Alas, in the past, I would diligently visit the gym at Wanda every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evening, followed by a rejuvenating spa session. Now, I don't even know what day of the week it is. Zhong Xiaoshan sighed wryly, shaking her head. In just a few days, the world had turned upside down. And everything familiar had vanished. Merely surviving had become a tremendous stroke of luck. The chill in the air deepened as we broached somber topics, as if the atmosphere itself conspired to lower the temperature further. The most effective antidote to the cold was exercise, real, earnest exercise, whether in battle or during training. Zhang Su had never regarded Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan as mere women. In this chaotic world, the distinction lay solely between the living and the dead. To endure, one must cultivate strength. Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan were equally aware of this reality. They shed their softness and exerted every ounce of strength in their training. When charm and cuteness no longer served the purpose of survival, women could become fiercely formidable at times, even more beguiling, and consequently, more perilous. In the pitch-dark room, 3 fervent bodies labored with breathless exertion, and had one been unaware of the circumstances, their imaginations would surely run wild. Simultaneously, in Unit 902 of Building 4, a small boy was addressed. Xiaoyu, be good and eat properly. Qin Yu placed a steaming bowl of instant noodles before him. The boy, around 7 or 8 years old, sported a comically adorable melon-shaped haircut, yet he was grimy all over. On the table, a small birthday candle flickered defiantly, its meager light barely illuminating the dining area. Compared to earlier in the afternoon, Qin Yu's complexion had improved somewhat. After successfully locating the old captain's child, his spirits soared, and he felt increasingly grateful to the young man who had diverted the zombies away. An act of kindness had directly saved 2 lives. No, I don't want to eat. Instant noodles taste awful. Mom said they're junk food. I'm still growing and can't eat junk. Lu Xuanyu stubbornly shook his head, casting his gaze down at the deflated bag of chips on the floor. A bowl of instant noodles soaked in cold water was indeed only so palatable. For Qin Yu, who had gone 2 days without food, it was almost a gourmet delight. However, Lu Xuanyu, accustomed to feasting on fast food, found it unappetizing and hard to chew. Qin Yu felt a headache brewing in response to Lu Xuanyu's obstinacy. He was not married and had never anticipated that a child would be so challenging to care for. Xiaoyu, you must behave. There are many monsters outside, and food is scarce. This is not junk food. It is life-saving sustenance. If you refuse to eat, you will only go hungry. Do you want to be hungry? Yet. Lu Xuanyu remained unfazed by Qin Yu's entreaties, crossing his arms defiantly and tilting his head. Humph, Uncle Qin is a bad person. If I go hungry, then I'll go hungry. I'm not afraid. Under the flickering light of the candle, a sense of helplessness washed over Qin Yu. The thought of having to survive in this apocalypse with such a troublesome child made the future seem bleak. He felt compelled to exert some authority. Didn't Xiaoyu say he wanted to find his mommy and daddy? If you don't eat properly, then Uncle 1T take you to find them. No. Uncle Qin has promised me and cannot go back on his word. Clearly, this tactic proved more effective than the previous threats, as Lu Xuanyu immediately ceased his objections. Chapter 49 Seeking Assistance. Hush, keep your voice down. Uncle, where are you going? Lu Xuanyu clutched Qin Yu's sleeve with palpable anxiety. Qin Yu, adorned with a gentle smile, patted Lu Xuanyu's head and replied, I am going to rescue the brother and aunt you mentioned who have fled to the rooftop. Oh, Brother Tianfan and Aunt Yu. Lu Xuanyu's eyes brightened, and he quickly picked up his chopsticks, saying, Then you go ahead, Uncle. I will eat my noodles now and soon be able to play with Brother Tianfan, right? Indeed, Qin Yu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as his figure gradually dissolved into the shadows. He softly closed the door. The numbers on the elevator screen had long since extinguished, leaving only the emergency lights casting an eerie green glow, illuminating the corridor with a ghostly ambience that was particularly unsettling. Days passed, and even as the temperature continued to drop, it could not impede the decay of the corpses, which filled the air with a faint yet nauseating stench. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, his hand brushing against the pistol at his waist, tightening his grip on the fire axe, and cautiously approached the security door. He understood that venturing outside may not guarantee survival, yet remaining in the Shidai family estate, now deprived of water, electricity, and gas, offered only certain death. For someone with a background in special police, escaping the Shangdai family estate was not an insurmountable challenge, but with an 8-year-old child in tow, he realized the odds were nearly insurmountable. Qin Yu needed assistance. His first thought was of the 2 individuals in Building 3 who had helped divert the zombies. But due to the lack of communication, he had to set that idea aside and consider the 2 on the rooftop instead. The night was pitch black, and the wind howled atop the building, mercilessly siphoning away their body heat. Tianfan and Yuno, seated beside the smokestack to shield themselves from the wind, remained silent. The dwindling energy over time instilled a sense of dread, exacerbated by the prolonged lack of supplies, deepening their despair. A swift death was not terrifying. It was the unending torment that inspired fear. Tianfan. In the night breeze, Yuno struggled to speak, her voice raspy, her once rosy lips now parched and cracked. I fear I may not endure until tomorrow. May I ask you for a favor? With his head buried between his knees, Tianfan lifted it at Yuno's words. Drawing a breath and looking at her with a faint smile, Yuno, given my current state, what could I possibly do to assist you? Yuno forced a smile, running her fingers through her disheveled hair, gazing at the moon that flickered in and out of sight. I heard from the village elders that those who perish at midnight become vengeful spirits. As the clock approaches 12, could you please push me down? I wish to become a ghost and discover why this world has transformed into such a state. Tian Fan regarded Yuno with a look of disbelief, shaking his head vigorously. That request is excessive. You want me to become a murderer? I cannot comply. Besides, what nonsense about ghosts? Let's refrain from superstition, shall we? A sudden look of resignation washed over Yuno's face. In this world, who still cared about being a murderer? Hadn't an entire squad of special police been annihilated? Sighing, she lamented, without superstition, what can you believe in now? The Buddha, God, or Shiva? Who can save us? Tian Fan pressed her lips tightly, a resolute expression adorning her face. I think. Sister Yu, do you recall those 3 individuals across the street? They were all armed. Perhaps we have grossly underestimated the capabilities of the zombies. If we rise up and fight back, we might carve out a path. Yunua furrowed her brow, recalling the terrifying visage and repugnant odor of the zombies, shivering involuntarily. Perhaps only by becoming a ghost herself could she truly shed her fear of the undead. Suddenly, Tian Fan sprang to her feet, stretching her limbs as she declared, Sister Yu, we cannot remain idle any longer. I have resolved that if I am to die, I shall do so gloriously in battle. After all, it's merely a few zombies blocking our way. Let us fight our way through together. Energized, Tian Fan grasped a hollow stainless steel pipe the thickness of her thumb, determined to take a desperate stand. Oh whoa, Tian Fan, did you hear that? It seems like the zombies in Unit 1 are howling. Oh heavens, have they heard us? What if they come charging over? Yunua was enveloped in anxiety, her legs trembling as she struggled to crawl behind the smoke vent, seeking refuge. Don't be afraid. Zombies cannot open doors. If they come up, I will take care of them. Tian Fan swallowed hard, the bravado she had moments ago waning significantly. Yet, she did not falter, still clutching the steel pipe. Alas, the poor quality of the hollow stainless steel pipe was evident as it slightly warped under her grip, the kind of pipe that would struggle even against ferocious dogs. The deep, bloodthirsty howl subsided after a mere 10 seconds, soon replaced by the sound of a door creaking ominously. Oh no, they are really coming. Weep bang. Before Yunua could finish her sentence, a slashing sound erupted, followed by the door being forcefully pulled open. Huddled behind the smoke vent, Yunua trembled like a frightened chick, while Tian Fan, gripping the stainless steel pipe, bit her lips so hard that blood began to flow from the wound. Ah! Tian Fan roared in fury, charging towards the door with the steel pipe raised high. She refused to succumb to silence, choosing instead to erupt in defiance. My eyes. However, before she could ascertain the situation, a blinding light flashed, rendering her momentarily sightless. What are you shouting about? Aren't you college students supposed to be more composed? A voice, tinged with mild reproach, reached their ears. Despite the gruff tone, it sounded like music to Tian Fan and Yunua. Is that a living person? A living person. Yunua incredulously peered out from behind the smoke vent, her heart swelling with joyous disbelief at the sight of a man wielding a powerful flashlight. Who are you? Big brother, are you here to rescue us? Are you from Building 3? Tian Fan's heart steadied slightly, but her inability to see left her flailing her arms in anxious circles. Chinya let out a sigh, furrowing his brow. Stand still and don't move. I need to ask you, are your surnames Tian and you? Yes. I'm Yunua. Oh my god, you are a special police officer. This is wonderful. We are saved. Yunua finally discerned the newcomer, the word special police emblazoned on his back shining with a sacred brilliance, illuminating her previously bleak prospects. Special police? Tian Fan's vision was gradually recovering. Upon hearing Yunua's words, he felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly said, Brother Special Police, my surname is Tian. How did you come to know we were here? Chapter 50, Insight into Zhang Xiaoshan for K, continuing with an additional 2K today, Chinya disregarded Tian Fan's inquiry, focusing instead on the rooftop while closing the door. He then approached the protective wall and inquired, This afternoon, at the moment the music played, did you notice anyone atop the building across from us? Yunua had already risen from the ground and staggered to Chinya's side. Upon hearing his question, she hastily replied, Yes, I saw a man in his 20s along with 2 women, who also appeared to be in their 20s. Have they committed an offense? Special police officer? Surely, they were merely attempting to attract the zombies with sound. That cannot be illegal, can it? Tian Fan questioned incredulously. So there were 3 individuals. Chinya shook his head, dismissing the speculations of Tian Fan and Yunua. His gaze scoured the darkened windows of Building 3, hoping to find some clue. Yet disappointment washed over him as he discovered no signs of light. as though the entire structure had become a ghostly edifice. Tian Fan gradually regained his vision and approached Qinya, expressing hope. Is there any improvement in the situation outside, Special Police brother? He believed that the Special Police could muster forces to rescue him and Yunhua, indicating some progress, as neither of them were particularly significant individuals. Qinya met Tian Fan's hopeful gaze with his own filled with desolation, silently sighing as he maintained an impassive facade. There are no signs of improvement, at least. That is what I perceive, he replied. He then proceeded towards the rooftop door, instructing, quickly gather your belongings and follow me down. Okay. Tian Fan and Yunhua had little time to react, hastily collecting their meager possessions as they hurried to keep pace with Qinya. Be careful not to step on the corpses of the zombies, Qinya indifferently cautioned, directing his flashlight towards the two utterly still bodies. Yunhua gasped at the horrifying sight, involuntarily exclaiming, Shoo. Maintain silence. Qinya shot her an irritated glance, admonishing, fortunately, there are no zombies in the corridor. Otherwise, your outburst would surely attract the attention of those on the first floor. Howl. Clap. Tian Fan, alarmed, tightened his grip on the stainless steel pipe in his hand. Those are the zombies of the residents. Do not panic. Stay calm in the face of zombies. The more anxious you are, the more likely something will go awry. Qinya reassured them before beckoning the two. Uncle Qin, Brother Tian Fan, ain't you? Upon opening the door, Qinya found Lu Xuanyu standing behind it, clutching a candle. How could I forget? Brother Lu is a special police officer. You are a colleague of Brother Lu, correct? Yunhua, having settled somewhat, asked in an attempt to fill the silence. Qinya removed his gear and inspected the bowl of food on the table, noting that Lu Xuanyu had managed to consume almost all of it. He glanced at the puzzled expressions of Yunhua and Tian Fan. Indeed, I was entrusted to fetch Captain Lu's son. Yunhua, as if seizing a lifeline, inquired eagerly. Officer Qin, have the special police mobilized their forces? What about the military? In our Qin city, there should be stationed troops, right? When the topic of military presence was raised, Qinya fell silent for a considerable time, furrowing his brow as he finally spoke. On the day disaster struck, they lost contact, and since then, we have seen no signs of military forces. I fear the situation is dire. This revelation left Tian Fan and Yunhua feeling a chill run through them. Now, let's not delve into other matters. Do you have any thoughts or plans of escape? Share them with me. Qinya interrupted their spiraling thoughts with his inquiry. Exchanging glances, Yunhua and Tian Fan shook their heads, their lips pressed tightly together. They were already at a loss, and the grim circumstances outside only deepened their confusion. Observing their unease, Qinya was not disheartened. He offered each of them a bottle of water. I understand you must be feeling anxious, but panic is futile. You have witnessed the current state of Shengqin's estate. No water, no electricity, no gas, and dwindling supplies. If we wish to survive, we must find a way to escape. Esteemed officer, may I ask your surname? After gulping down a few sips of water, Yunhua timidly inquired. Aunt Yu is quite silly. I just called him Uncle Qin, so of course, his surname is Qin, chimed in Lu Xuanyu, who had approached with a toy dump truck. With more people around, the little one seemed in much better spirits. He turned to Tian Fan and suggested, Brother Tian Fan, shall we play Three Kingdoms Flash? Tian Fan chuckled helplessly. Xuanyu, play by yourself. I have matters to attend to. Reluctantly, Lu Xuanyu wandered off. Qin. Officer Qin. Yunhua hesitated on how to address Qinya and settled on a casual title. She continued, given the current situation, shouldn't we remain at home and wait for the authorities to handle the zombies outside? Wouldn't rushing out only cause more chaos? Qinya replied solemnly. On the day the disaster broke, our squad lost contact with the authorities. The situation has surpassed all our expectations. It pains me to convey this unfortunate news, but there will be no official rescue. What? The series of shocking revelations left Yunhua and Tian Fan exchanging incredulous glances. That's enough information for now. I have just one question for you. Do you wish to survive? Qinya was unbothered by their naivety. In fact, he preferred their innocence, finding them far easier to guide than those burdened by prejudice. Yes, of course. Yunhua and Tian Fan nodded vigorously, their earlier hopes now shattered. Yet in that instant, they realized their chance of escape rested entirely upon this officer with the surname Qin. Since you wish to flee, then you must strengthen your bodies and fortify your resolve. From now on, you will heed my commands in all matters. Understood? Understood. With a sense of calm settling over them, Tian Fan and Yunhua welcomed the prospect of having someone take charge. The first order of business for Qin was to lead them in gathering supplies. Otherwise, with the rations at Captain Lu's home, they could barely sustain 4 people for 2 to 3 days. Yes, yes. Officer Qin, my home has plenty of food and drink. Just downstairs. Officer Qin, I don't have much food, but I have several cases of water. They are newly purchased. Very well, we shall gather the supplies shortly. Qin made a swift decision to commence their tasks under the cover of night. Aren't you cold sitting by the window dressed like that? You mustn't catch a chill at such a time. Zhang Xinyu expressed concern as she approached Zhang Su, resting her hand on his strong arm. In just a few days, calluses had formed, a testament to his diligence. Zhang Su felt the roughness of the calluses as he turned to Zhang Xinyu with a smile. If one were to wallow in self-pity and aspire to be a mere decorative figure in such times, the outcome would be quite tragic. Zhang Xinyu squeezed her hand, shrugged her shoulders, and chuckled. There's no way to avoid hard work. Zombies don't spare the delicate. I certainly don't wish to become a delivery person. In recent days, Zhang Xinyu had devoted herself primarily to practicing with the baseball bat. Not only did she train during practice sessions, but she would also swing the bat whenever she had a moment to spare. This hefty bat served not only as her weapon, but also as a training tool. Such a mentality is commendable. May she continue to uphold it. Zhang Su felt a sense of satisfaction as he pinched Zhang Xinyu's cheek. In this current environment, only through collective effort could they enhance their chances of survival. He had no need for a mere ornament. Zhang Xinyu nodded earnestly. She could distinctly sense her growth and transformation. Compared to the sheer terror she felt upon first encountering a zombie, she now faced them with composure. She believed that as long as she was not ambushed unexpectedly, she could effectively confront a zombie head-on. Initially, she had contemplated hiding completely beneath Zhang Su's protection. But upon reflection, she recognized that Zhang Su valued life far more than fleeting pleasures. Hey, did you just see a flicker of light over there? She suddenly asked, leaning against Zhang Su's shoulder, her thoughts wandering. Indeed, Zhang Su replied, pointing towards Unit 1 of Building 4. That special police officer saved 2 individuals from the rooftop and is currently searching for supplies with them. Due to the distance and the obstruction of walls, he could not hear the commotion clearly, yet he could make a rough assessment from the sporadic sounds that reached his ears. The 2 individuals on the opposite building have been rescued? The special police certainly undergo rigorous training. They adapt to the environment swiftly and begin gathering supplies. Zhang Xinyu nodded in approval. Zhang Su smirked. The special police are undoubtedly impressive, but we are not lacking either. As long as we are willing. Collecting the supplies from this unit should not prove too difficult. We must have confidence. Brother Su, how much longer do you think we can stay here? Zhong Xiaoshan approached, having overheard the mention of the search for supplies across the way. Zhang Su glanced downwards. Silhouettes of zombies began to emerge between the 2 buildings. After the music had ceased in the afternoon, the horde had scattered, slowly drifting closer. The ratio of food to water was concerning, while maintaining the efficacy of their trainings. Food would last at most 10 days, whereas water, being more plentiful, could sustain them for half a month. Is it that tense? Zhang Xinyu inquired with a hint of worry. Zhang Su nodded. We train daily, and the consumption of food and water is rapid. Do you think we can simply sleep and await death? If that were the case, we could last a month and a half without issue. But what then? In the face of despair, the intensity of training had led Zhang Su and his companions to experience a remarkable increase in their appetite, consuming more than their usual intake. When compared to their previous low consumption days, the current daily provisions could sustain them for 3 to 4 days if rationed. Indeed, the glimmer of hope for rescue kept them persevering, but the reality was starkly evident. Zhang Xiaoshan shook her head, expressing her disappointment. It is clear that there is no hope. If you have any objections to my plan, please voice them, she continued. I too am concerned about potential oversights. We must pool our efforts. Our singular goal is survival. Zhang Su gently patted the arms of his companions. Zhang Xinyu eagerly raised her hand, saying, Su Gu, I think, since we have so much water, could we spare a little for personal hygiene? Her tone was lighthearted. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyu's suggestion, Zhong Xiaoshan quickly chimed in. Yes, Su Gu, it has been several days since we last washed. As you know, neglecting feminine hygiene can lead to infections. Coughing slightly, Zhang Su acknowledged, that is indeed a concern. Today, I will grant each of you a half-liter bottle of water. That should suffice, right? He felt a twinge of awkwardness, while maintaining his own hygiene was manageable. The needs of women were more complex and warranted serious consideration. If any health issues arose now, it would be particularly troublesome. That is more than enough. Thank you. Su Gu. The 2 women beamed with joy at the approval, and Zhang Xinyu playfully pecked Zhang Su on the cheek before taking Zhong Xiaoshan's hand and departing. Zhang Su touched his cheek, feeling the warmth, and sighed with a smile. Even amidst suffering, one must find joy. Otherwise, what is the point of survival? Survival is essential. Yet it should not be merely for the sake of existence. While enduring hardship is part of life, one should not seek out suffering. Living in perpetual fear of the future would rob them of the most precious present moment. After a quiet contemplation of the scene before him, Zhang Su redirected his attention away from the actions of the special police and tidied up before lying down. The darkness of the night enveloped him as time slipped by. Lost in thought for an unknown duration, a sudden cool breeze slipped beneath the covers, followed by a soft warmth pressing against him. Zhang Su's brow furrowed with surprise as he turned to see who it was. "How is it you?" he asked, astonished. Zhong Xiaoshan's heart raced, and an invisible blush crept across her cheeks in the shadows. "Sugu, I came to warm your blanket. Please do not reject me." Her soft voice carried a tone of yearning. Zhang Su understood Zhong Xiaoshan's motivations. In the wake of disaster and the struggle for survival, the likelihood of enduring alone was minuscule. To survive, they had to bind themselves together, and the paths to forging strong connections were few. Did she believe that by warming his blanket, he would then devote himself to ensuring her safety? Zhang Su rested his head on his arm, using the dim light to observe the woman so close to him. Since the moment he accepted Zhong Xiaoshan into the team, he had contemplated claiming this woman, whose grace and figure were commendable. He believed his protection would not come cheaply. However, he did not anticipate that before he could voice his intentions, she would willingly embrace him. Zhong Xiaoshan, caught off guard by Zhang Su's inquiry, stiffened momentarily before offering a bashful smile, saying, "I only ask that Brother Su does not abandon me within his capacity. I will strive to ensure I do not hold anyone back. For the sake of survival, even the most delicate of women can summon unexpected strength." Zhang Su regarded the labels affixed to Zhong Xiaoshan, decisive, revengeful, mistress, and shook his head inwardly. Reflecting, it seems being a mistress is indeed your fate. The timing may not yet be ripe, but in a tightly knit environment, the unspoken tension between men and women often leads to uncomfortable awkwardness. Noticing Zhang Su's silence, Zhong Xiaoshan assumed he harbored reservations and murmured, I discussed this with Sister Xinyu, and she said it's fine as long as you're willing." Zhang Su, taken aback, blurted out, "When did you two deliberate on such matters?" He was astonished, having heard no prior conversation between the two, and began to suspect that Zhong Xiaoshan was deceiving him. Chapter 51. Do you feel cold? Previously, the day before yesterday, Sister Xinyu expressed her concern about your immense pressure, fearing that you might not cope mentally. Thus, she is willing to do anything that brings you joy and relaxation. The delicate voice of Zhong Xiaoshan whispered. This reflects Zhang Xinyu's realization. A form of helpless compromise. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the internet, she is well aware of the appropriate actions to take in such situations. Zhang Su secretly nodded, realizing that he had not yet enhanced his hearing the day before, and thus was oblivious to their conversation. He was astonished at how advanced the topics of discussion between the two women were and gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Xinyu. As a man of integrity, he believed in engaging in appropriate actions. When teetering on the brink of life and death, one must seize the rare opportunity to relax. Xiaoshan, what I seek is far more than just a warm bedmate. You should not assume such a role. While this may foster our intimacy, it does not grant you the license to become complacent in the future. Do you understand? Zhang Su reiterated his sentiments, resolutely refusing to be burdened by a deadweight for the sake of his junior and Appo's happiness. He required a partner of close affinity and mutual understanding. I understand, Sugu. Regarding that earlier statement, I will heed your words, never slack off, nor impede your progress. I aspire to be your woman, the most indispensable one. Zhang Xiaoshan's resolute tone echoed with the gravity of an oath. Are you so eager to usurp someone else's position? Zhang Su teased. How annoying. I would never. Zhang Xiaoshan pouted playfully. Hey, don't you feel that the temperature has dropped significantly tonight? Zhang Su inquired, wrapping his arm around Zhang Xiaoshan's smooth shoulder. Adopting a different tone, Zhang Xiaoshan, realizing she had finally gained his acknowledgement, understood that she no longer needed to wait for his approval to express her affection. It was a first for her. Hearing Zhang Su and Appo's question, she shook her head. I don't feel it. Perhaps it's because I just exercised. So I'm not cold. Zhang Su pondered. Try to feel again. It's quite chilly. How can you not notice? Xinyu is sleeping over there alone. Without an electric blanket, she must be colder. After he spoke, he distinctly felt Zhong Xiaoshan shiver. Yes, it is a bit cold. Then, I shall call Sister Xinyu over. Zhang Shashan, perceptive and understanding, with her decisive character, did not hesitate to articulate what Zhang Su wished to convey. Indeed, call her over. It's terribly cold. We don't have much medicine, and catching a cold would be a real ordeal, Zhang Su replied earnestly. Considering the health of his comrades who share both life and death, what is a bit of discomfort on a shared bed in the face of such stakes? Zhang Xiaoshan's cheeks flushed as she sat up and playfully pinched Zhang Su's arm, chiding, "You men really know no satisfaction. You're incorrigible." Having said that, she descended from the bed, slipped on her slippers, and padded towards the opposite bedroom. The next morning, Zhang Su awakened from his slumber to find himself greeted by a pair of glistening eyes, accompanied by a comforting warmth behind him, causing his heart to flutter slightly. With great haste, the three arose, each feigning nonchalance. As she exited the room, Zhang Xiaoshan bent down to gather the scattered rubber items from the floor, discarding them into the trash bin outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Su, while donning his attire, made faces at his reflection on the computer screen. Even an imbecile could sense the palpable awkwardness among them, though it was easily resolvable. "Hey, have you two finished dressing? It's time for morning exercises." Zhang Su spat out the mouthwash and, wielding a hand axe, approached Zhang Sinyu's bedroom door to knock. With his audacity, he remained unperturbed by any embarrassment. Such boldness was, after all, the finest remedy for awkwardness. The door swung open to reveal two pairs of bewildered eyes gazing at Zhang Su. "It's chilly outside." "I'm finding clothes for Xiaoshan," Zhang Sinyu remarked. Her nose slightly reddened as she donned a thin cotton jacket. Zhang Xiaoshan also wore a light down jacket, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she commented, "It didn't cool down last night, but it's truly cold this morning. Thankfully, Sister Sinyu has an abundance of clothing." Zhang Su peered into Zhang Sinyu's room and inquired, "Doesn't that electronic clock display the temperature? What is it reading at home?" Zhang Sinyu made a face, rolling her eyes. "It shows 28 degrees. The quality is utterly abysmal." Brother Su, are we to venture downstairs in search of supplies?" Zhang Xiaoshan asked, noticing Zhang Su's hand axe. He shook his head, pointing upstairs. "We are to clear out the zombies above." As Zhang Su anticipated. Upon hearing this directive, the subtle awkwardness dissipated, replaced by expressions of tension on both women's faces, and they instinctively drew closer to one another, their bond evidently strengthening. In the face of life and death matters, all else becomes trivial. "Are we really going today? Don't we need more training?" Zhang Sinyu queried. Though she had already turned to retrieve a baseball bat, its cold touch causing her fingers to involuntarily relax. Regardless of physical fitness, agility, or endurance training, the ultimate objective remained to confront the zombies. It was uncertain how low temperatures affected them, but it certainly impacted them. Delays were not an option. Training in real combat was imperative. I will outline our plans for the upcoming endeavor. After devising a strategy, the trio ascended the stairs, each armed with their respective weapons. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Zhang Su listened intently, soon discerning the presence of 8 zombies, deciding to lure them out one by one. With audacious finesse, he gently unlocked the door, concealing himself behind it, holding his breath as he quietly opened the safety door, patiently awaiting the zombies to wander forth. His anticipation was rewarded, as a zombie soon staggered through the threshold into the safety corridor. Without hesitation, Zhang Su kicked the zombie in the waist just as it was about to turn, deftly shutting the safety door behind him with swift precision. With a guttural groan, the zombie tumbled down the stairwell to the 11th floor's corner. The unfortunate creature, caught off guard, had no inkling of its fate. It had only just caught a whiff of living flesh before being struck. The commotion stirred the other zombies, who immediately began to pound against the safety door. Zhang Su had long anticipated this reaction and had prepared Zhang Sinyu and the others mentally in advance. Upon hearing the violent knocking on the door, they exhibited no extreme reactions, continuing to attend to their tasks at hand. Thud, thump. Just as the fallen zombie attempted to rise, a metal baseball bat and a large wrench struck its head. Howl, howl. Faced with such a heavy blow, the zombie's attempts at retaliation were feeble. Flailing its arms in a primitive manner, akin to a drowning person desperately grasping for something to hold on to. Chapter 52. Explosion. Through rigorous training and prior encounters with the undead, Zhang Sinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan exhibited a significant improvement in their agility and precision. With just a few strikes, the zombie skulls shattered, their limbs twitching before they lay motionless on the ground. Ugh! Zhang Sinyu involuntarily retched, patting her chest as she swallowed hard. Whispering, "Thank goodness I haven't eaten. It's best to train before breakfast." Zhang Su stood at the staircase, refraining from engaging directly. Upon witnessing the demise of the undead, he approached to inspect the gear. "Let me handle it," Zhang Xiaoshan volunteered, swiftly crouching to rummage through the zombie's pockets. In no time, she uncovered a shattered mobile phone, a set of keys, half a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter from the male zombie. "This is all that's useful," she declared, handing the items to Zhang Su. Zhang Su nodded appreciatively, stowing the items into his bag. "Your movements were somewhat awkward just now. Adjust your technique, exert more force, and strive to eliminate the zombies in a shorter time frame. The quicker you dispatch them, the safer you will be. Observe my actions closely. When delivering a downward strike, the movements of other body parts must be coordinated accordingly." After collecting the items, Zhang Su proceeded to instruct the two. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan listened intently, recognizing that these skills were vital for their survival, and they dared not slack off. After several demonstrations and practice sessions, Zhang Su nodded at Zheng Xinyu, saying, "Did you see how I executed that? Xinyu, this time it's your turn. Remember to close the door gently. Keep an eye on things. If anything goes awry, you must assist me." Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Zheng Xinyu replied nervously, "I will do my best." Rest assured, Zhang Su gently patted her back. Although Zhang Xinyu was averse to the gruesome sights of mangled flesh, her fear of zombies was momentarily subdued as she prepared to lure one. Mimicking the technique, she successfully coaxed a female zombie out of the safety door, delivering a swift kick while closing the door behind her, completing her task. Zhang Su and Zhong Xiaoshan swiftly dispatched the zombie in almost an instant. Observing the wrench smeared with various viscous substances, Zhang Su remarked, "We ought to make a trip to the Yalwan convenience store. It conceals some excellent daggers. You should practice your accuracy and strength, which will make wielding the daggers much easier later." Actively luring and eliminating zombies consumed less stamina, but encountering a horde could lead to staggering exhaustion. After rummaging through the gear, Zhong Xiaoshan awkwardly noted, "I suppose she has nothing left on her. Everything must be in her bag." Zhang Su paid little mind to this. It was evident that the newly transformed zombies would harbor minimal supplies unless they were once fleeing survivors burdened with their belongings. As days passed, the stench grew increasingly unbearable. Zheng Xinyu waved her small hand in front of her nose, feeling utterly helpless. Initially, when the zombie outbreak began, the air was permeated solely with the scent of blood. But now a disgusting, putrid odor wafted about, evoking profound discomfort. The temperature has indeed dropped. Had it remained at the previous level, the odor would have surely been more pungent. Zhang Su shook his head. There was no remedy for such a situation. In this community, the deceased outnumber the living, and the zombies far exceed the dead, resulting in an increasingly foul stench. Sugu, Xianyujia. I'm heading up," said Zhong Xiaoshan. Understanding that it was her turn after Zheng Xinyu, she grasped the large wrench and ascended the stairs. "Remember, close the door gently, but strike hard," Zhang Su reminded her. "Okay." In stark contrast to the grotesque scenes Zhang Xinyu had faced, Zhang Xiaoshan harbored a certain dread for the zombies, which she had been striving to overcome. However, some fears are not easily vanquished. Cautiously, she positioned herself behind the safety door, mimicking Zhang Su and Zheng Xinyu as she slowly pulled it open, curling her body and daring not to breathe. Whether it was the zombies sensing her trembling presence or some other force, they lingered behind the door, refusing to emerge. Zhong Xiaoshan fixated on the edge of the door, straining to hear the footsteps of the zombies, her hand gripping the doorknob trembling slightly, anxiety escalating with each passing moment. As time dragged on, the wait became excruciating, and prolonged concentration dulled her senses, rendering her hearing, sight, and reaction sluggish. At that moment, a zombie staggered out from behind the safety door, yet she failed to react immediately. It wasn't until the creature turned its head to gaze at her that she was jolted into awareness with mottled, ashen skin and bulging veins. Its blood-red eyes and gnarled white teeth appeared as lethal daggers, all of it surging forth unexpectedly. A ghastly howl erupted, and the zombie lunged toward Zhong Xiaoshan. The creature possessed great strength, though its balance was rather poor. After being struck on the jaw, it toppled backward, tumbling down the stairs. Yet, the true danger had only just begun. The 5 remaining zombies on the 12th floor, alerted by the commotion, surged toward the safety door with reckless abandon. The door, which had not been shut in time, was instantly flung open. "Jump!" Zhang Su, witnessing Zhong Xiaoshan grappling with the zombie, sensed the impending peril. As he prepared to ascend, he was momentarily obstructed by the fallen creature. Once more, he surged upward, intending to shut the door, only to see the zombies queuing up to exit, bellowing at the stunned Zhong Xiaoshan. This loud cry diverted the zombie's attention from her, creating a fleeting opportunity. Zhang Su, confident that Zhong Xiaoshan could leap, devised a plan to mitigate the situation. He extended his arm to minimize the distance between them, and upon contact, instead of using brute force to counter the impact, he guided her downward, dissipating the force while adjusting their trajectory. With a thud, Zhong Xiaoshan landed on the back of the fallen zombie. Ignoring everything else, she pushed off with her feet, rising to her feet with the iron wrench held high, bracing herself to confront the approaching zombies. "Let us go, take cover," Zhang Su urged, pulling both women toward the staircase corner leading to the 11th floor. After the three individuals evaded, a cacophony of falling sounds ensued. As the pursuing zombies tumbled down the stairs, colliding like marbles at the corner, piling atop the previous three corpses in a grotesque stack. "Strike!" Zhang Su commanded in a low voice, swinging the axe in his hand down towards the zombies approaching him. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan reacted swiftly, brandishing their weapons to attack the horde of zombies before them. In an instant, the corridor echoed with the sounds of impact, punctuated by the soft gasps of exertion from the women and the thuds of hard objects striking the ground. The zombies, utterly helpless, were stacked upon one another, lacking the intelligence to coordinate, unable to rise. Their sharp teeth found no purpose, as they stretched their long necks in a futile attempt to bite into fresh flesh, only to be met with a crushing blow. The battle did not persist for long. After approximately 2 minutes, Zhang Su was the first to cease his assault, panting heavily as he surveyed the gruesome scene. "They're all dead. We can stop," he uttered, gradually retreating, sliding down against the wall to sit on the ground. Attempting to wipe the blood from his face, he noticed the state of his sleeve was even worse. Ignoring the chill in the air, he removed his shirt to clean his face and hands, discarding it atop the pile of corpses. Thud, thud. Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan sank to the floor beside him, their weapons slipping from their grasp, fingers and arms trembling along with their entire upper bodies. The corridor had transformed into a hellish landscape. The slain zombies lay in disarray, while the three survivors resembled demons from the abyss. "Why on earth did you engage the zombies right at the entrance?" Zhang Su asked, relaxing his clenched fists as he kicked Zhang Xiaoshan lightly. "I waited for a long time, and when I saw the zombies, it was instinctive to act," Zhang Xiaoshan replied, now gripped by a sense of dread. Though her courage had surged, she recognized her mistake. "You still felt anxious." "It would have been better if we had balanced each other out," Zhang Xinyu remarked, slumped in exhaustion. "That way, you wouldn't fear the zombies, and I wouldn't feel nauseated at the sight." Such a valuable training session turned into this. "Now, let us discuss the mistakes we made and any insights we gained." Zhang Su shifted his focus from previous errors, emphasizing the importance of learning and progress. "I'll begin," Zhang Xinyu stated. "I was overly eager, failing to properly identify my targets, resulting in numerous misstrikes and wasted energy. Gradually, the trio calmed, sharing their missteps and lessons from the encounter. Reflecting on their experiences post-battle proved effective in enhancing their ability to handle emergencies and refine their combat skills. Once they had summarized their thoughts, Zhang Su stated, "As I mentioned earlier, if we falter, there must be consequences. Xiaoshan, do you remember?" "Yes, I remember. And I accept whatever punishment may come." Zhang Xiaoshan felt her heart racing, realizing that simply being alive was the greatest blessing. Punishment was a trivial matter in comparison. Although the situation has unraveled, you have made progress. You no longer shout and yell as you once did. Yet, the psychological barriers still need to be surmounted. Sit here and practice your courage for half an hour, then descend the stairs for 10 minutes. Be careful not to injure yourself. Zhang Su furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhang Xinyu grinned and said, "Hey, shouldn't the reward and punishment system be clearly defined and transparent in advance? Why the sudden change? Damn, it's authoritarian, isn't it?" "Xiaoshan, we protest." "No, it's fine. These penalties are ultimately for my benefit." Zhong Xiaoshan waved her hands dismissively at Zhang Xinyu. The 8th floor was completely secure, with not a single zombie in sight. And Zhang Su felt quite at ease allowing Zhong Xiaoshan to operate alone. "All right, Su go. I'll get started." Breakfast and lunch were combined into one meal. After dining at noon, the three of them sorted through the clothes Zhong Xiaoshan had collected, selecting what could be worn. "Su Gu, you look quite peculiar in that outfit." Zhang Xinyu chuckled as she observed Zhang Su donning a stand collar jacket, resembling a freshly appointed official. Zhang Su adjusted his sleeves, tugged at the collar, and grinned. "What time is it? Let us make do. This genuine yal piece costs at least 2,000 or 3,000, and it's very warm." Zhong Xiaoshan could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Su Gu, In that jacket, you resemble a leader inspecting a unit, and your figure certainly appears quite upright. Is that so? Zhang Su complied by striking a bureaucratic pose, pointing at the two of them with an air of authority. This young lady is quite charming. Showcase your beauty. And this little girl, with a fine figure, I'll come by tonight to offer you guidance. Suddenly, an enormous explosion erupted, followed by violent tremors. Zhang Su and the others could hardly maintain their balance and quickly threw themselves onto the bed to avoid falling. The building exploded. Zhang Su was drenched in cold sweat, and with a swift motion, he dashed out of the bedroom towards the window, followed closely by Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan. Their faces etched with fear. While there was a chance against zombies, if the building were to collapse, the odds of survival would be far lower than facing a zombie siege. Damn it! Zhang Xinyu rushed to Zhang Su's side, peering outside, unable to suppress a gasp. A violent explosion had occurred in the adjacent unit, but due to limited visibility, they could not discern the specifics. Only thick black smoke billowing upward, with flames licking the glass. Zhang Su remained silent, hearing someone shouting intensely. Ha ha! Burn my wife! My son! I'll join you! Burn up! The man's frenzied cries were abruptly silenced amidst a chorus of anguished wails. Damn it, a madman! Zhang Su exclaimed, his face pale with fury, unaware of what had been detonated, but knowing that the severe explosion and raging fire next door would surely affect them. What did you say, Zhang Su? Zhang Xinyu, still not grasping the gravity of the situation, asked, bewildered. Qinya leaned out of the window, frantically waving his clothing, and upon capturing the attention of a young man across the way, shouted, Run! Evacuate the unit. Chapter 53. The house I bought in full Sugu. That special police officer is speaking to us. Zhang Xiaoshan also noticed the situation across the way, but alas, the surrounding noise made it difficult for her to hear what was being said. Zhang Su furrowed his brow tightly and glanced downstairs, where a tremendous explosion had drawn the attention of the nearby zombies, who were now surging towards Unit 2. The curling tongues of fire had already engulfed the 4th and 5th floors, and with the wind fanning the flames, it would not be long before they reached their position. Do they wish to flee? Certainly not. Zhang Su had meticulously planned the supplies for easy transport, intending to exhaust the items that could not be carried before leaving the community. He envisioned that by that time, the three of them would possess considerable combat strength and synergy, enabling them to better confront the harsh environment. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. Zhang Su nodded gravely towards the opposite side, then turned to Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan, saying, Grab your bags, we must depart. Huh? This. Zhang Xinyu was suddenly flustered, spinning in place twice. She understood that they would eventually need to leave, but the abruptness caught her off guard. Zhang Xiaoshan fared slightly better. As she did not reside in this community, her sense of belonging was limited. Ever since Zhang Su mentioned leaving, she had been mentally preparing herself, demonstrating a greater acceptance than Zhang Xinyu. Xinyu Jie, hurry and prepare. Seeing Zhang Xinyu in disarray, Zhang Xiaoshan grabbed her hand and dashed towards the bedroom. Prior to this, Zhang Su had already stored as many supplies as possible in their bags, ready to be shouldered at a moment's notice, just as was required now. Soon, 6 bulging backpacks were gathered in the living room, each filled with various provisions. Thud! Zhang Su lifted the box containing weapons from beneath the bed, discovering only the finest dog leg remaining. He strapped the sheath to his waist. It was an absolute weapon for close combat. Fetch the crowbar and the fire axe. They will prove useful. Weapons are undeniably vital resources, even surpassing food in priority. The two women understood the urgency of the situation and dared not delay. With tightly pressed lips, they grabbed usable weapons and attached them to their bags. There is no time left. Let us go. Zhang Su rushed back to the window for another glance. The flames were fierce, having already reached the 7th floor of the adjacent unit. Due to the wind's direction, smoke began to rise from their own building as well. Without firefighting measures, the entire structure would soon be in peril. Wait, Zhang Xinyu suddenly exclaimed, urgently adding, the armed guards, we haven't put them on. Due to the cold weather, the group had donned multiple layers of clothing, which led them to forget about the armed guards. These guards were an essential protective measure. In haste, they slipped on the modified armed guards, which not only protected their arms, but also encased their shins, resembling ice hockey players. Let us go, let us go. The three donned their protective gear, hefted their heavy backpacks on their fronts and backs, and grasped their respective weapons as they hurried to the door. Sugu, there is enough water. Let us move. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan stood at the entrance, gesturing insistently. The house I bought in full, damn it. Zhang Su arrived at the entrance, casting a lingering glance before he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He pointed towards the safety door, commanding downstairs. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell as Zhang Su led the way, nearly leaping down the stairs. Zheng Xinyu closely followed, mimicking his movements, vaulting over the railing and landing gracefully. She remained silent, her teeth clenched, her gaze fixed intently on the steps below as she descended steadily, indeed at a slower pace. But only by a floor. Suddenly, upon reaching the 4th floor, Zhang Su halted, his eyes narrowing as he peered downwards. Though nothing was visible, the hurried footsteps were undeniable. Someone was there. Most certainly survivors from the lower floors. What splendid news. Zheng Xinyu offered a fleeting smile. In her view, encountering living beings at this moment was far more preferable than facing the undead. Let us go. Zhang Su expressed no further opinions, his focus unwavering as he continued his descent. The conditions in the stairwell were somewhat dire, littered with scattered debris and parked electric bikes, which hindered their speed. Fortunately, there were no zombies in sight. Thud. As they reached the 2nd floor, all three heard a dull thump from above. Could it be that the plastic steel window has been burned away? Zhang Su remarked, his pace unbroken, though his astonishment was evident. The two women, however, did not share his composure, their mouths tightly shut, too preoccupied to speak. Before long, they arrived on the 1st floor. Zheng Xinyu, closely trailing Zhang Su, assumed he was heading for the unit's exit, only to realize he was proceeding further down into the basement. Zhang Su slowed his pace, gesturing for the others to keep up while he adjusted his breathing. Once Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan joined him, he whispered, the two individuals did not exit the unit. In other words, those two had also made their way to the parking lot. But you mentioned there would be numerous zombies in the parking area. Zhang Xinyu replied in a hushed tone, her heart racing from the exertion. On the day the calamity erupted, Zhang Su and Zheng Xinyu had gathered information indicating that the zombie outbreak likely occurred around 7 in the morning, coinciding with the peak rush hour for commuting to work and school. The Xingqing community was designed with a separation of vehicles and pedestrians, meaning that residents who drove would descend to the underground parking lot, implying that the number of individuals below far exceeded those above. As Zhang Su cautiously descended along the wall, he nodded and remarked, indeed, that was certainly the case then, but not necessarily now. And we require a vehicle to break through. The situation on the roads remained uncertain, yet vehicles traversed daily, suggesting that it could not be so dire as to render them impassable. In densely populated areas of zombies, traversing on foot would be nearly impossible. The mobility of vehicles was unparalleled. My Highlander is parked nearby. Zhang Xiaoshan stammered, struggling to suppress her rapid breathing. Zhang Su nodded. His van was even closer, just a left turn at the stairwell's exit. The 2nd parking spot awaited him, a privilege granted to those who purchased their homes outright. The trio moved cautiously downward, the light beginning to dim as all illumination ceased due to a power outage. Yet, at the final turn of the staircase, a faint glimmer of light emerged. Zhang Su raised an eyebrow and gestured for the two behind him to be silent, his ears twitching as he listened intently. Brother, there are at least 80 zombies in the parking lot. Can't we take another route? A timid voice inquired. Xiaohai, remain calm. A deep voice replied. I have tried this. As long as we move quietly, those wretched creatures will struggle to detect us. Don't be anxious, just follow my lead. And remember, absolutely do not make a sound. The deep voice reiterated with insistence. Brother, I am still afraid. What if the zombies discover us? The timid voice echoed once more. Fear not, we possess weapons. If the zombies notice us, we will strike. I have confirmed your theory. Destroying their brains is sufficient. Just ensure to aim for the head. The deep voice conveyed a sense of patience. This time, the timid voice fell silent. Chapter 54. Outside the unit door moments later. Zhang Xinyu observed as two individuals stealthily opened the door and exited, their crouched figures appearing almost comical. Brother Su, why aren't we following them? Zhang Xinyu inquired softly as she stood up. Brother Su, consider this. They appear to be survivors from downstairs. Throughout these days, we have not seen them ascend to gather supplies, nor have they taken anything from each household. Such individuals should not be inherently malevolent, correct? Zhang Xinyu articulated her thoughts with clarity. Zhang Su paused momentarily, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. Even if they are not villains, we cannot guarantee they will not perceive us as threats. Caution is a mutual necessity. Zhang Su had no intention of recklessly forming alliances without sufficient assurance, particularly as he found the owner of that timid voice rather unreliable. Both Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan nodded, recognizing the truth in Zhang Su's words. In these perilous times, While zombies posed an undeniable danger, fellow humans might not offer complete safety either. Everyone harbored suspicions, inevitably leading to misunderstandings and conflicts. Rather than squandering energy on internal strife, it would be wiser to focus on combating the zombies. They are bound to start their vehicle. We shall wait. The dim, oppressive hallway, filled with a foul stench, seeped into the trio and Oppo's nostrils. Patience was an essential skill they needed to master. After what felt like an eternity, 5 minutes passed without any unsettling sounds, allowing Jiangsu to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Follow me, and remember the protocol. Silence. The three of them cautiously approached the iron door. As Jiangsu pressed his ear against the cold metal, he heard the sound of wood crashing to the ground, followed by a frantic scream. Xiaohai, run. What? Zheng Xinyu startled, bewildered as she followed Jiangsu upstairs, asking, where are we running to? Given a moment's pause, Zheng Xinyu might have devised a prudent plan. However, the current perilous environment left little room for contemplation, necessitating quick wit or premeditated plans B, C, and D. Exit the unit and head to Building 4, toward Unit 1. Jiangsu dashed upward, standing behind the unit door, peering through the blood-stained glass. He was torn between relief and frustration. A large horde of zombies had gathered beneath the burning Unit 2, alleviating their immediate pressure, but had it not been for the explosion, there would have been no need for such a desperate escape. The cacophony of the zombies' roars grew increasingly close. With a deep breath, Jiangsu pushed open the unit door, a gust of cold wind rushing in, tousling his hair that had gone unwashed for a week. Zombies surged forward, the stench overwhelming. As the sky darkened, littered with debris, severed limbs, bloodstains, shattered glass, and crumbling buildings. If any film crew sought to shoot an apocalyptic-themed movie, they would save a considerable amount on post-production special effects by filming at Shangqin Garden. In an instant, Jiangsu felt his mind inundated with a torrent of information, as if time itself had slowed. Suddenly, the underground door was kicked open, and two brothers fled in panic, a long line of zombies trailing behind them. Let us go? Sugu, aren't we headed to that building? Zheng Xinyu stepped out of the unit door and noticed Jiangsu frozen in place, prompting her to give him a gentle shove. Sugu, zombies are coming from that direction, she exclaimed, urgently pointing towards the collapsed wall. The western side of Building 3 was bordered by the community wall, which had suffered extensive damage due to an explosion from the shops across the street. The wandering zombies, initially indifferent to the blast, became animated upon spotting the three living humans, letting out an excited roar. The debris of the wall posed no greater obstacle than a staircase, and the zombies bounded over with ease, rushing into the community. A cacophony of growls erupted from 7 or 8 zombies, their ghastly white teeth appearing particularly menacing. Some of them flicked their dark tongues, spewing repulsive liquid in all directions, inciting nausea. Jiangsu quickly assessed the situation, recognizing the urgency, and shouted, "Run. Don't pay them any mind." As long as they maintained a steady pace, the zombies wouldn't be able to catch up. This was not the time for confrontation, especially with so many zombies nearby. Stopping to fight would only lead to a greater number of foes. Zheng Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan had shed all thoughts of hesitation, obediently following Jiangsu's lead with remarkable resolve, their heavy burdens seemingly forgotten as they sprinted with the wind at their feet. However, danger lurked not only outside the wall. As the trio reached the gap between Building 4 and the barrier, they were suddenly ambushed by zombies. Two of the creatures, drawn by the explosion, were slowly moving toward the fire and collided directly with Jiangsu and his companions. Damn! Jiangsu couldn't restrain a curse as he raised his axe and swung it horizontally, delivering a crushing blow to one of the zombies, sending it crashing down. Its fate uncertain. Unfortunately, the situation was less favorable for the other two. Zhang Xiaoshan was not as quick to react, and by sheer misfortune, she stumbled upon colliding with a zombie. Fortunately, Zheng Xinyu caught her just in time to prevent a fall, with the zombie reaching for her. Zheng Xinyu had no time to swing her bat. Instead, she relied on her agility to dodge and slip through the zombie's arms. Once Zhang Xiaoshan regained her footing and saw the zombie turning to pursue Zheng Xinyu, she swung her large wrench with determination, managing to stagger the creature. Not dwelling on the outcome, she hurriedly chased after the two ahead. Yet, the crisis was far from over. For more wandering zombies blocked their path near the front of Building 4, already aware of Jiangsu and his companions and advancing towards them. Knock them down and run, Jiangsu called, leading the charge. With a weighty load on his back, he barreled forward, crashing into the approaching zombie with the force of a human cannonball. The creature, once a middle school student clad in tattered and filthy uniform, was sent flying 3 to 4 meters, landing awkwardly and momentarily incapacitated. Zhang Su, the human projectile, emerged unscathed, feeling only a slight compression in his chest, an inconsequential annoyance. Chapter 55. Open the door. In the wake of an inconsequential victory, there was no respite. As two of the remaining three zombies lunged simultaneously, a startled cry echoed as Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan, in a display of bravery, used their backpacks as shields. Undeterred by the threat of claws and bites, and charged towards the undead. Regrettably, their combined weight and momentum proved insufficient. Faced with adult zombies, even the pain inflicted upon their chests failed to yield the desired effect. They merely managed to stagger the creatures back a couple of steps. Fortunately, their aggressive advance did not hinder their escape. The brief moment of imbalance was enough for the duo to break through the blockade, evading the relentless pursuit of the 7 or 8 zombies trailing closely behind. Leading the charge, Zhang Su swiftly encountered the final zombie, without the opportunity to launch a sprint. He swung the heavy case of bottled water in his grasp, thinking to himself that the 10+ kilograms would surely incapacitate the creature. Alas, the fragile packaging succumbed easily to the zombie's sharp claws, causing bottles to scatter in every direction, while the assaulted zombie merely took a slight step back, proving less effective than Zhang Xinyu's earlier collision. Zhang Su felt a sudden lightness in his hand, momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively swung his hammer towards the zombie. A reflexive motion by now. The resounding clash of metal against bone sent a shiver down one's spine as the zombie crumpled to the ground, emitting a ghastly wail. Zhang Su, neglecting to deliver a finishing blow, discarded the torn plastic wrapper and snatched another bottle of water from the ground, continuing his flight forward. This brief delay allowed Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan to catch up, and the trio dashed towards the front of building number 4. The scattered water bottles proved fortuitous, as one relentless zombie slipped on them, tumbling and inadvertently taking down 3 or 4 others behind it. Temporarily free from their pursuers, the 3 swiftly circled to the front of building number 4, only to find the situation no less dire. Before them stood over 10 zombies. Fortunately, not all were drawn to the first unit, yet 4 or 5 were already charging towards Zhang Su and his companions. Damn it, there are more here. Get inside, hurry, Zhang Su shouted, swinging his axe at the first female zombie that approached. In his panic, his aim faltered, striking her neck instead, sending dark red blood spraying. Unable to finish her off with a single blow, he quickly followed up with a kick, sending her sprawling. The door won't budge. Sugo. The lock is jammed, Zhang Xinyu exclaimed, scrambling up the side stairs to the unit door, only to feel her heart sink upon pulling the handle. Put some muscle into it, Zhang Su bellowed, delivering a powerful kick to another zombie lunging at him, using his backpack as a shield to deflect another, and then swinging his axe again. Xinyu, let me take over, Zhang Xiaoshan shouted, urging Zhang Xinyu to step aside as she swung her large wrench towards the lock. With a clang, sparks flew, and the lock was immediately skewed. All right, huh? 2 individuals fervently tugged at the door, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds, yet the door remained obstinately shut. Damn it. Sugu, there's a shark-like arm pulling the door from the inside. Let go of me, you bastard, Zhang Xinyu, initially anxious and disoriented by the dim lighting of the corridor, failed to notice that a figure was gripping the rope behind the door, lying rigidly on the ground like a grotesque human doorstop, seemingly exerting all its might. Damn, Zhang Su, upon hearing this, cursed vehemently, intensifying his grip. His axe transformed into a blur of motion, striking down a zombie with a resounding crack, then delivering a decisive kick that sent another zombie sprawling. He swiftly made his way to the entrance of the unit. However, at that moment, 2 figures emerged in his line of sight, one tall and robust, the other lean and lanky. The sudden appearance of these 2 did not elicit any joy in Zhang Su. Instead, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Instinctively, he recognized them as brothers who were likely headed to the underground parking garage. His suspicions were confirmed when one of them spoke urgently. Xiaohai, there's someone. Hurry. There are many zombies behind us. Get inside. Their deep voice brimmed with anxiety, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Zhang Su could only imagine the horde of zombies trailing behind them. Without hesitation, he pointed toward the accessible passageway and said, There's someone holding the door. I'll handle it. You fend off the zombies. Understood. The man wasted no time, swinging his makeshift weapon at the advancing undead, while urging his trembling companion, Xiaohai, get moving. Don't just stand there. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan needed no further instruction from Zhang Su. Once they entrusted the door to him, they immediately joined the fray. collectively repelling the oncoming zombies. With no worries behind him, Zhang Su raised his axe, ready to smash the unit door's glass. Just then, a voice from within interrupted his actions. "What are you doing?" Recognizing the voice of the special police officer who had previously urged him to hurry, Zhang Su halted and exclaimed, "Open the door, quickly." Qinya, startled by the presence of someone outside, retorted angrily, "Why the hell are you holding the door shut? Let them in. Can't you hear someone else trying to get in?" "We can't let them in. There are zombies outside. If we do, we're all finished." The voice from behind the door trembled, whether from fear or exertion, it was unclear. "You're seeking death." Zhang Su pulled forcefully at the door, but it remained unyielding. The person inside refused to relent. Just as he was about to break a window, a loud thud resonated from within the door. Suddenly, without needing to tug, the door creaked open slightly. The horde of zombies advanced swiftly, having caught wind of the commotion, already poised at the threshold of the unit. Had it not been for the substantial drop of nearly a meter on the steps, they would have surged forward in a single bound. "Sinew, Xiaoshan, in, hurry. Everyone, get in." Zhang Su flung the door open wide, urgently beckoning the others. Once they had all entered, he and the robust man swiftly repelled the 3 approaching zombies, darting inside and securing the unit door behind them. At this moment, 5 or 6 individuals stood within the apartment corridor, a diverse assembly of men, women, and children, each burdened with their own bags, clearly poised for a hasty escape. Yet, it was evident that there was no time to relax. Bang! In less than a second, 3 or 4 zombies collided violently against the entrance, their grotesque, blood-stained maws gnawing at the glass, leaving behind a trail of dried blood and deep scratches. With desperate fervor, their withered hands beat against the iron door. Soon after, an even greater horde of zombies surged forward, relentlessly battering the entrance, their immense force causing the doorframe and walls to tremble ominously. Chapter 56. Brothers, do not be impulsive. The sound of frantic pounding echoed through the air. Fortunately, the zombies did not pull at the door, and they lacked the ability to coordinate. Otherwise, a single collision could render the already precarious unit door utterly compromised. A cry of desperation escaped from behind Qinya. "Do not shout. Do not scream." Zhang Su and Qinya turned to glare at Yunhua, who had cried out. Though zombies possessed no intelligence, they were governed by a powerful instinct, like violent criminals. The louder the screams, the more exhilarated they became. Yunhua quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable terror. The horde of zombies just a door away made it difficult for her to breathe. The youngest among them, Lu Xianyu, turned pale, his lips tightly sealed, fists clenched, managing to remain silent. "This door won't hold. We must head upstairs," Qinya urged the group, leading the charge towards the staircase. Zhang Su had initially intended to descend to the parking lot, but considering the chaotic situation, he feared that any mishap below could cut off their escape route. Gritting his teeth, he signaled for Zhang Xianyu and Zhong Xiaoshan to follow him upstairs as well. The cacophony of hurried footsteps filled the air, and just as they reached the 3rd floor, a resounding crash echoed from below. The group exchanged anxious glances, aware that zombies ascended the stairs at a sluggish pace. Yet they could not restrain their speed as they rushed upward. Qinya scooped up the young Lu Xianyu and dashed ahead, urging, "9th floor. We need to reach the 9th floor, quickly." Upon bursting through the door of room 902, everyone collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. "Damn it, my legs feel like jelly." A robust man leaned against the wall, a relieved smile spreading across his face after the narrow escape. Zhang Su, however, did not sit down. His gaze swept the room until it landed on a middle-aged man huddled in the corner. In a swift motion, he lunged toward him, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. With a loud thud, he slammed the man against the wall, swiftly drawing a gleaming axe to press against his throat. The series of actions was executed with precision, leaving the man bewildered as he felt the chilling blade graze his neck. "Please, don't kill me." "I'm sorry, don't kill me." The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a uniform from a dairy shop, complete with a cap, an evident milk delivery worker. Panic was etched across his face, clearly startled by Zhang Su's aggression. "Brother, do not act recklessly. Remain calm." Qinya sprang up as if propelled by springs, attempting to soothe the situation. "From this gentleman's perspective, refusing you entry is not unjust. Let us not commit an act we may regret for a lifetime." The atmosphere in the living room grew tense, prompting Zhang Xianyu and Zhong Xiaoshan to abandon their respite and stand beside Zhang Su, eyeing Qinya and the others warily. Often, matters of right and wrong are overshadowed by the stance one takes. Zhang Su's cold gaze shifted from the milkman to Qinya, licking his lips as he spoke. You are correct. From his perspective, denying us entry is not wrong. Now, may I address him from my position? Is there any issue with that? Not at all. The robust man seated on the ground finally spoke up, rising to his feet and pointing at the milk delivery worker. You are exceedingly selfish, my friend. But tell me, do you reside on the 8th floor? Calm down. The child is watching. Please, take a breath. Qinya observed the cold, ruthless glint in Zhang Su's eyes, harboring no doubt that he was capable of eliminating the milkman. Yet, he was perplexed, unable to fathom why someone willing to come to his aid could exhibit such ferocity. My brother, listen to me. Let us lay down our weapons and converse amicably. Catastrophe has struck. The outside world is in utter turmoil, resembling the end of days. In times like these, we should unite as one, collaborating to secure our survival. Grant me this favor. Spare him. I have already delivered a kick to him, quite forcefully. And you have successfully evaded danger, have you not? Qinya spread his hands wide, gazing sincerely at Zhang Su, then gestured towards the window. Why not take a final look at your home? It may soon collapse. Zhang Su's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that this special police officer possessed a sense of humor. Had the officer approached him with an air of authority, accusing him of wrongdoing, there would have been no point in discussion. Very well, I shall grant the special police officer this favor. With that, Zhang Su released his grip and turned towards the window. Rather than granting a favor to the officer, it was more about appeasing the firearm he bore. The milkman, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground, casting a fearful glance at Zhang Su's retreating figure. He swallowed hard, acutely aware of death's proximity. Had no one intervened on his behalf, he might have met his end. Goodness, this is simply outrageous. The robust man, upon hearing Qinya's words, approached the window, staring in disbelief at the building across the way. To suggest it was collapsing was somewhat exaggerated, yet the raging inferno had already spread, engulfing nearly the entire structure, save for the first and second floors. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the flames had reached an uncontrollable intensity. Even from 30 meters away, everyone could feel the searing heat. It was merely a matter of time before the building became a hollow shell. Zhang Su sighed, clasping the other's hand. I am Zhang Su, and you were correct. I reside on the 8th floor. Ah, a fire like this negates even the need for cremation. Farewell. My wife and mother, may you journey well. Duan Wuhu, having completed his bow, stood and introduced his brother to Zhang Su and the others, simultaneously inquiring about the two ladies beside Zhang Su. Indeed, I am Zhang Xinyu, Su Ji's girlfriend. Greetings to you all. I, reside in 802. And my name is Zhong Xiaoshan. Nice to meet you. Zhong Xiaoshan hesitated to claim the title of Zhang Su's girlfriend, as their relationship was rather ambiguous. They had merely shared a bed. It would be inappropriate to openly declare herself as the other woman, so she chose to gloss over it entirely. The two ladies presented an intriguing demeanor. Duan Wuhu rubbed his palms together, signaling to them. He had distinctly felt the calluses in their hands during their handshake, suggesting they had not been idle in recent days. Chapter 57. This team cannot be supported. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qinya. Qinya approached a few individuals, warmly presenting himself. He then turned to Zhang Su and said, You are Zhang Su, correct? I finally have the opportunity to express my gratitude in person. If it weren't for your diversion of the zombies yesterday, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to survive. Thank you. Hello, Officer Qin, Zhang Su replied, taking a moment to appraise Qinya. His appearance was rather ordinary, yet there was a resolute strength in his brow, combined with the aura of a special police officer, which lent him an imposing presence. At this juncture, a young man who had been standing by with little presence exclaimed in astonishment, Brother, so you deliberately lured the zombies away to save Brother Qin yesterday? Forgive me for not introducing you earlier. This is Tian Fan, and this lovely lady is Yunhua, both residents of this unit, Qinya continued. Tian Fan and Yunhua promptly greeted Zhang Su, recognizing that they were relying on Qinya to lead them to safety, and thus treated him with utmost courtesy and respect. And me, don't forget about me. A young boy interjected, stretching out his hand for an introduction. Qinya smiled, ruffling Lu Yuxuan's hair as he said, This is Lu Yuxuan, the child of a dear friend. Zhang Su nodded at Tian Fan and Yunhua, then affectionately patted Lu Yuxuan's head. He speculated that Qinya's presence here was likely to ensure the safety of this child, which was rather concerning. After the pleasantries, Zhang Su's gaze swept over the assault rifle slung over Qinya and Appo's shoulder, prompting him to inquire, Officer Qin, Were you part of the skirmish on Winmore Road to the east that night? Indeed. Ah, well, since we can't leave just yet, why don't and Apos, we sit down and have a conversation? Chinya suggested, noting the anxious expressions of everyone present. He gestured for them to take a seat and then addressed Tian Fan. Shout, Tian, could you fetch a few bottles of water for everyone? Of course. Tian Fan responded eagerly, hastening towards the kitchen. Similar to the situation of Zhang Su and the others, Chinya's group had ample water resources. And even though the four of them carried considerable supplies, there was still much that remained. As around 10 individuals settled in, aside from the solitary milk delivery worker, the rest took seats on the sofa. I doubt Lu's home has ever been this lively. Chinya sighed with a hint of nostalgia, gazing up at the ceiling as if Lu could be watching him from above. Uncle Chin, our home used to be quite lively as well. There was a time during New Year when many uncles and aunts visited, along with brother Jing and sister Xiaoxi, Lu Yuxuan and Apos. Words deepened the somber atmosphere. The term New Year, which usually evokes feelings of peace and happiness, now stirred the most poignant emotions within those present. Chinya shook his head helplessly, affectionately tousling Lu Yuxuan's hair, and turned to Zhang Su, saying, "The zombies below were lured away by the explosion. How did you manage to bring so many here?" Duan Wuhu made an apologetic gesture and sighed. After the explosion, Xiaoai and I were busy gathering our belongings to leave. We had initially planned to drive away, but we didn't anticipate that we would disturb those creatures when we reached the underground parking lot. Alas, I scarcely touched the vehicle and nearly lost my life. What ill fortune! Duan Sihai's pallid complexion only slightly regained some color in his lips. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, he hurriedly lowered his head. Had it not been for his anxiety causing him to drop his weapon, the situation would not have escalated to this point. "Officer Chin, it seems you were also planning to depart?" he inquired, gesturing towards the backpacks piled nearby. Chinya nodded, candidly admitting, "I originally intended to contact you for a collaborative plan. However, before I could devise a means of communication, an explosion occurred in your building. Coincidentally, our food supplies were dwindling as well, and with the zombies drawn away, the pressure eased. We thought to seize the opportunity to escape and rendezvous with you. Yet here we are now, haha." He concluded with an optimistic chuckle. Upon hearing the intention to collaborate, Zhang Su casually assessed the few individuals beside Chinya and could not help but shake his head in silent disapproval. Among the three, aside from the sprightly young man Tian Fan, who exhibited some agility, Yunhua appeared to be a timid woman lacking any physical prowess, while the young boy Lu Yuxuan, slightly bolder than Yunhua, had the potential to be a hindrance. It is not to say that women and children are inherently incapable with proper training. They can adapt to many situations, albeit not without difficulty. Not even a top-tier Special Forces soldier could manage this group. Zhang Su smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the topic further as he inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" "I want Uncle Chin to take me to find my parents." Before Chinya could respond, Lu Yuxuan raised his hand, resembling a student eager to report, affirmatively declaring. Among those present, aside from the oblivious milkman, only Lu Yuxuan still believed that his parents were alive. Chinya's optimistic smile faded, and he shook his head bitterly at Zhang Su, stating, "Yes, we will first seek out Xiaoyu's parents, then plan to head to Qing County. The terrain there is rugged. With fewer people, the situation should be significantly better." "Officer Qin, it seems our heroic visions align. Xiaohai and I also plan to go to Qing County." Duan Wuhu exclaimed excitedly, before his expression faltered. "But surely our authorities have some actions planned? There should have been prior arrangements." This was also the information that Zhang Su and the others were eager to learn, and they turned their gazes towards Chinya. To speak candidly, there were no forewarnings prior to this catastrophe. According to the information from our squad, it was a sudden eruption, leaving us with no time to react. The circumstances around us reflect this. Faced with such a level of emergency, any contingency plan became futile. All station troops had lost contact, and we find ourselves confronting a disaster beyond all estimations, one of apocalyptic proportions. Chinya did not withhold the truth, sharing what he knew. This revelation cast a pall over everyone as spirits. The intelligence channels of the Special Police Unit are far superior to those of ordinary individuals. If even Chinya conveys such dire news, there is no room for doubt. Nor can one cling to the hope of rescue. Self-preservation is the sole path forward. It erupted without warning. Individuals everywhere succumbed to the infection. Our brigade, the authorities, and the military, from the information I have gathered, were all not spared. It was a true indiscriminate contagion. The reason remains unclear. Chinya let out a sigh, recalling that fateful morning from a few days ago, still haunted by the memory. Chapter 58. The safe zone. Zhang Su stroked his chin and inquired, Officer Qin, may I ask about the skirmish that night? With such formidable firepower, how did you ultimately succumb? This matter piqued the interest of all present, for none had ever endured the ravages of war. The recent gunfire nearby had been profoundly shocking. Qinya patted the assault rifle slung over his shoulder, shaking his head in bitter resignation. No matter how potent the firepower, it is utterly futile against the relentless tide of zombies emerging from all directions. Our greatest miscalculation was underestimating the number of zombies in the vicinity. The moment the shots rang out, zombies from adjacent streets were drawn to the sound. In an ideal scenario, our ammunition could have dispatched 100,000 zombies. Yet when the true confrontation commenced, we realized that while our aspirations were grand, reality was starkly harsh. Zhang Su pressed further. What do you mean? To effectively combat zombies, one must aim for a headshot. Otherwise, even if bullets strike their legs, they remain animated. Only by consecutively hitting the same area could one ensure a kill. Under such chaotic circumstances, who can guarantee every shot will find its mark? I cannot ascertain how many zombies we ultimately eliminated, but I estimate it was less than a tenth of the theoretical figure. Qinya's expression grew grave as he concluded, his brow furrowed deeply. Are there any weapons left? Zhang Su gazed at Qinya with a questioning look. From Qinya's account, it was evident that while the sound of firearms attracted more zombies, they remained the most effective weapon, wielding an unparalleled deterrent effect on humans. In the Celestial Empire, firearms are strictly regulated and seldom accessible to the average individual. Given the current circumstances, Zhang Su yearned to procure some weaponry, which would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Qinya, hearing Zhang Su's query, offered a wry smile and shook his head. We fought until the last bullet. As he spoke, he removed the rifle from his shoulder and detached the magazine, revealing it to be utterly empty. This sight plunged those present into silence, leaving them to grapple with the despair it evoked. After a moment, Qinya suddenly appeared startled, raising his brow as he said, I just recalled something. Before communication was cut off, I heard a piece of news. I do not know whether they have succeeded in the days since. In the past, Qin City had invested heavily in the construction of a grand sports complex to host certain Olympic events. The sports center? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions collectively darkened. Zhang Su's residence, the Shengqin Garden, lay to the north of Qin City, while the sports center was situated in the southwest, a straight-line distance of 4 kilometers. However, by car, the journey would extend to approximately 7 kilometers. In ordinary times, that distance could be traversed within an hour, even in traffic, but now, the prospect of survival rendered such distances daunting. Nevertheless, this news could still be regarded as one of the few glimmers of hope in recent days, igniting a small flame of optimism within the hearts of those present. Officer Qin, did you not receive further updates afterward? Duan Wuhu asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. With an expressionless face, Qinya shook his head and said, the communication has been severed. The walkie-talkie was lost in the crossfire. It seems that people today possess no awareness of potential dangers. We searched 7 or 8 places and found not a single radio. Previously, mobile phones included radio functions, but for various reasons, this feature has been removed. Nowadays, very few people utilize such devices, except for the elderly who might still possess a radio to listen to broadcasts. Furthermore, cars, as long as they are functional, are typically equipped with radios. Yet finding a vehicle has become a challenge. A radio? Who would have thought that the usually silent milkman, with his head bowed, would suddenly speak up, pulling out a palm-sized object from his grimy satchel and walking over to Qinya. Upon receiving the item from the milkman, Qinya's face lit up with joy. Shall you, quickly, take the battery from your toy dinosaur and give it to Uncle? All right. Lu Xuanyu promptly removed the battery and handed it to Qinya. The onlookers watched anxiously as Qinya manipulated the radio in his hands. Soon, the battery was installed, and without hesitation, Qinya pressed the power button. A click, the indicator light illuminated, followed by a cacophony of static noise. It works. Wonderful. Quickly, let and Oppos search for a signal. God bless us. Under the hopeful gazes of those around him, Qinya extended the radio's antenna, adjusting the frequency as he approached the window. Hiss, knock, crackle. Let me give it a try, the milkman said from behind the crowd. Master, it's your turn. Qinya immediately returned the radio to the milkman. Although he knew how to use it, he certainly lacked the owner's expertise. The milkman, with his dark hands, received the radio and pressed some buttons, increasing the noise. which then erupted into a series of piercing sounds. Don't move. Just as the crowd frowned in concern, Zhang Su suddenly raised his hand to halt the milkman's adjustments. Jiji la. Chin. Crackle. Min. Jiji shi. E. Ao. Jiji shi. Linsher. Jiji. There's a voice. Indeed, someone is speaking. Quick, be quiet and listen closely. Were it not for Zhang Su and Apos' call to pause, the crowd would have missed the faint human voice intermingling with the static. Attention, citizens of Qin City, the safety zone at the Olympic Sports Center has been established. We have basic food and water supply, and medical assistance is available. We welcome individuals from all sectors to join us in enduring these trying times. This FM transmitter is terribly inadequate, but that should be the gist of it. Due to the poor signal, the crowd could only painstakingly extract useful information from the static, and fortunately, the broadcast repeated itself enough times, 20 or 30 times, before they managed to piece together a coherent sentence. The sudden news brought mixed emotions among the crowd. The good news was that a safety zone indeed existed, proving that humanity had not yet faced total ruin. The troubling aspect was that reaching the Olympic Sports Center would not be an easy endeavor. Chinya gestured for the milkman to turn off the radio, then looked gravely at the others. Everyone, please share your thoughts. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan naturally deferred to Zhang Su's opinion, both casting their gazes in his direction. The milkman stood silently to the side, clutching the radio tightly, lost in contemplative thought. Chapter 59. A mutual obligation. Upon witnessing the profound silence, Chinya let out a quiet sigh and raised his hand, stating, "Since the matter is so intricate, allow me to outline my plan first. The distance from here to the Olympic Sports Center is approximately 7 kilometers. From what I understand, Shishan Road does not experience heavy traffic during the morning rush hour. As long as we manage to access Shishan Road, we can increase our speed and evade the zombies with relative ease." Shishan Road lies to the west of Shichin Garden, separated by a street and roughly 400 to 500 meters away, situated near the outskirts of the city. As Chinya mentioned, the road is generally not busy for the majority of the day. After listening to Chinya, Duan Wuhu turned to Zhang Su, seemingly inquiring if he would like to speak first. Zhang Su felt puzzled. When did the announcement become official? Chinya had previously mentioned that the authorities intended to establish a safe zone at the Olympic Sports Center, yet the recent broadcast made no mention of the official status, referring only to the safe zone, a subtle distinction that almost went unnoticed. Duan Wuhu interjected, "Before September, Shishan Road was indeed quite deserted, but recently, 2 schools have commenced operations, one a middle school and the other an elementary school. The elementary school only accommodates first graders, so the number of students is manageable. But the middle school has transferred over 3,000 students from the old number 7 middle school." Chinya furrowed his brow and asked, "How do you know this?" Duan Wuhu chuckled wryly, "I am the physical education teacher at the new number 7 middle school, so I am well aware. If it weren't for my role as a PE teacher, I would have certainly left for school when the incident occurred. The school has implemented staggered schedules. The first-year students start slightly later, while the second and third-year students would have already left home." With unwavering certainty, Duan Wuhu continued. Chinya sighed and suddenly noticed that Zhang Su and his companions were unusually quiet, prompting him to inquire, "Xiao Zhang, what are your thoughts? Do you have a more developed plan that we might discuss together?" Despite his somewhat unfriendly appearance, Zhang Su naturally evoked a sense of goodwill in Chinya, who regarded him as a lifesaver. Hence the conversation remained courteous. "First, we need to secure a vehicle," Zhang Su succinctly stated, having concluded his thoughts in just 3 words. The others anticipated further elaboration, only to be taken aback by the abrupt end of his remarks. "Securing a vehicle. Yes, that is indeed prudent, as mobility far surpasses that of traveling on foot. What is next, brother?" Duan Wuhu, embodying the role of a teacher, inquired with encouragement. Zhang Su shook his head disdainfully. "The outside is fraught with explosions, accidents, and zombies. There can be no definitive plan. We shall proceed step by step." "Xiao Zhang, from your words, it seems you do not intend to venture to the Olympic Sports Center?" Chinya discerned the underlying meaning in Zhang Su's words and asked. Zhang Su slowly shook his head. "It is too far. I cannot afford to contemplate such distant matters for now. If we can reach the vicinity, we will certainly proceed there." The group silently nodded in agreement with Zhang Su's words. Although his outlook was somewhat bleak, it was undeniably a reflection of reality. To say nothing of the 7 kilometers, even running 70 meters from the building entrance would necessitate enduring numerous harrowing encounters. Well, everyone is weary. Perhaps we should rest for a while. This matter cannot be resolved in a single day. We will deliberate further tomorrow. Qinya lightly clapped his hands, realizing that continuing with the plan held no significance, only deepening the burdens in their hearts. He then glanced at the bulging bags of food that Zhang Su and the others carried, offering a somewhat sheepish smile. The resources on their side were starkly imbalanced. They had an abundance of water, far more than they could carry, enough for each person to have their fill, but food was exceedingly scarce. Their supply of instant food was nearly depleted, leaving only uncooked rice and flour. In a stable environment, processing rice and flour is not a daunting task. At the very least, one could easily prepare a bowl of plain rice porridge or noodle soup. However, once they stepped outside the confines of the apartment building, the situation would shift drastically. They could encounter various unforeseen circumstances, and trying to set up a stove to cook even a simple bowl of porridge would prove to be quite challenging. Zhang Su sighed with a smile as he removed his backpack and placed it on the ground with a dull thud. This elicited a glimmer of hope from Qinya and the others, but as he unzipped the bag, their expressions gradually soured. Officer Qin, we don't have much food either, and we have plenty of water, but it's too heavy to carry. We still have a lot back home. Qinya glanced at the backpack, brimming with bottled water, subtly surveying the other bags belonging to Zhang Su and his companions. Before he could speak, someone else interjected. The young woman's backpack appeared misshapen, likely stuffed with packaged food. As Yunhua pointed out the bag behind Jing Xinyu, Zhang Su swiftly zipped up his bag, stating, "The three of us also need food. The quantities have been meticulously calculated, just enough for 2 or 3 days, and we cannot trade. Why are you being like this? We're not trying to take your things for free. Officer Qin has already said we can exchange water. How can you be so ungracious?" Yunhua responded, a hint of frustration in her voice. "I'm sorry, but I will only trade for what I require." Zhang Su retorted, clearly irritated by Yunhua's tone. Let us all be civil. Officer Qin, I'll make the exchange. I'll trade you 5 packets of instant noodles for a bottle of water. How does that sound?" Duan Wuhu quickly intervened, pulling a large pack of noodles from his bag. "All right, that works." Indeed, those who are educators possess commendable virtue, unlike certain individuals who, despite being rescued, fail to show gratitude. Yunhua, Qinya shot her a glare. Suddenly, Yunhua recalled that it was with Zhang Su and Appos, as assistants that Qinya had managed to escape, and her rebuke could implicate Qinya in bringing him into danger. She pursed her lips and fell silent. Zhang Su stood up, speaking each word deliberately. "I saved Officer Qin once, and Officer Qin helped me in return. We are even. Farewell." Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan immediately rose to their feet, casting a fierce glare at Yunhua. Since entering the room, they had not let go of their weapons, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Chapter 60. The uncle is not a good person. Additional 2K words. Seeking support. What? Are we leaving now? Hey, brother, there are zombies downstairs. The actions of Zhang Su and his companions startled everyone present. Qinya furrowed his brow, rising to his feet, and placed a hand on Zhang Su's arm, saying, "Xiaozhong, Yunhua speaks her mind. Do not hold it against her. I still wish to partner with you. How can you just leave?" Zhang Su shook his head. When one is starving, they are capable of anything. "I intended to depart regardless. It has nothing to do with her. From your equipment, it is clear you are not reckless individuals. But are you truly certain that now is the right time to leave?" Qinya urged Zhang Su and his group to stay once more. Everyone has companions they cannot abandon. Zhang Su understood the predicament of the two, yet he was reluctant to team up with a timid, talkative woman, a reckless child, and a reclusive nerd. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Su tightened the straps of his backpack and nodded. "You are correct. But I still intend to take my chances." Qinya's brow remained deeply furrowed. He could see that Zhang Su had no intention of leaving with them, yet he persisted, saying, "Brother Zhang, the more people, the better for mutual protection. Zhang Gu, let us stick together. With 10 or so of us, our safety will be greatly increased." Tian Fan could not help but interject. At such a time, one should consider the collective and the team, rather than indulge in individual heroism, right? Yu was not wrong. Our teacher has also taught us that individual heroism is not advisable. Collective honor is paramount. Uncle Zhang, you should think of the collective honor. Lu Xianyu wholeheartedly agreed with Yunhua's words, speaking earnestly. The previously tense atmosphere became somewhat humorous under the antics of the child. Zhang Su was about to erupt in anger, yet upon hearing Lu Xianyu's words, he found himself amused. "Little one, you are correct. But I am not part of your collective." With that, he raised his gaze to Yunhua. a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Yunhua, I understand you are displeased with me due to yesterday's events. I will not hold it against you out of respect for Officer Qin. I wish you a harmonious and fruitful collaboration. Having said that, Zhang Su turned towards the door. We were fine in Building 4 until you brought a horde of zombies upon us. You can just leave? That is utterly inhumane. Yunhua was deeply embarrassed and furious at Zhang Su's words. Yunhua, please refrain from speaking. That the zombies were not brought by Brother Zhang. This is our fault. Duan Wu, who candidly admitted their mistake. What do you mean? Are you calling someone a pig? Yunhua was immediately infuriated but was halted by Qinya, who pushed her aside. Xiao Zhang, I am different from you, regardless of the circumstances. I must uphold my former profession. Thank you, and I wish you good fortune. Qinya knew he could not retain Zhang Su, smiling nonchalantly as he offered sincere well wishes. Zhang Su held a favorable impression of Qinya, yet there was no way to bring him into the group. Otherwise, having a special police officer would greatly enhance their safety. Both desired to accompany the other, yet each was encumbered by their own constraints. As I was preparing to glance outside through the peephole, the milkman called out to me, insisting, I will go with you. The milkman, sensing the piercing gaze of Zhang Su, instinctively averted his eyes momentarily, yet mustered the courage to look back. You Haven and Oppos, T settled the score with me yet. Come with me. Old man, are you not afraid that I might just end you? The milkman awkwardly waved his hands. What I did before was indeed quite ridiculous. Anyone would have been furious. But I can tell you wouldn't actually harm me. Really? Zhang Su contemplated internally. Of course, he wouldn't. With so many people around and armed police present, it was merely an outlet for his frustrations. Old man, I don't associate with idlers. You might want to consider joining Officer Qin's team. Women, children, and now this middle-aged milkman, he had practically gathered the elderly and vulnerable. No. The milkman waved his bony hands repeatedly, forcing a strained smile. I can run fast, and I'm quite strong, you see. As he spoke, he glanced around, took a few steps to the center of the living room, and astonishingly lifted the coffee table. The coffee table at Captain Lu's home was substantial. Although not made of solid wood, its sturdy design suggested it was no lightweight, easily weighing 60 or 70 pounds. Yet the frail old man hoisted it onto his shoulder. Those seated on the sofa quickly stepped aside, fearing that if he stumbled, the table would come crashing down upon them. All right, old man. Be careful not to hurt anyone. Come now, gently set it down. Qinya was taken aback by the milkman's actions and hurried to assist in placing the table down. Zhang Su secretly smirked, initially intending to use an insight spell on the milkman, but thought better of it and shook his head, stating, Old man, I still believe you are better suited for Officer Qin and Oppos' team. The milkman's lips twitched as he stepped forward resolutely. Young man, I must leave here today. Whether you take me or not. You drive. I will follow you to escape. Zhang Su was taken aback, thinking how stubborn this man was. Why do you insist on leaving when it's so perilous outside? Zhang Su asked, managing his patience. I need to find my son at Environmental University. The old man's expression was resolute, his lips trembling slightly. Zhang Su let out an emotionless laugh. If you wanted to find your son, you should have gone long ago. Why wait so many days? The milkman and Oppos' face fell. If I run out alone, it would surely be a dead end. But now, with you, I might at least make it out of here. His words were starkly realistic, filled with sincerity and resignation. Don't blame me for dousing your hopes. But the situation at the university will be far worse than here. Your son, that old man simply asked you to take him out. Just take him if you will, or leave him if you want tea. Enough with the incessant chatter. Indecisive men are the most irritating. Can we just leave already? Before Zhang Su could finish his sentence, Yunhua interjected with a sarcastic remark. The atmosphere in the room fell into a sudden silence. Why do you have so much to say, you vulgar wretch? Believe it or not, I shall tear your mouth apart. Zheng Sinyu's brows arched as she brandished a baseball bat menacingly towards Yunhua. She was acutely aware that Zhang Su held no intention of engaging in a quarrel with a mere woman. Thus, this was her moment to shine. Zhong Xiaoshan was equally unabashed, rolling her eyes at Yunhua and sarcastically remarking, Oh my, how dare the insignificant sycophant speak out, incapable of contributing yet sowing discord. This team truly seems in dire straits. Hey, officer, would you care to consider joining us? Zhang Xinyu was notoriously foul-mouthed, which was no surprise given the mouthwash gifts from fans, while Zhang Xiaoshan, having navigated the treacherous waters of female rivalry, possessed her own sharp wit. The two women, united in their disdain, quickly left Yunhua bewildered. Yunhua, accustomed to the intrigues of her workplace, found herself hopelessly outmatched by the duo, exclaiming in exasperation, "How shameless! What kind of people are you? Garbage!" Silence. Enough. Qinya reprimanded Yunhua, then cast a deep, contemplative glance at Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan before shaking his head with a resigned smile directed at Zhang Su. Zhang Su shrugged in response to Qinya's silent plea and turned his attention back to the milkman, solemnly stating, "Since you insist on following us, I cannot restrain your freedom. However, let me make this clear. The journey ahead will not be without peril. Should you attract the undead with your noise, I shall not have the time to rescue you." His chilling words sent a shiver through those present, and most felt Zhang Su's demeanor was excessively harsh. "Uncle Zhang, this is not right," exclaimed the young Lu Xuanyu, half hidden behind Qinya, mustering the courage to speak. "Our teacher taught us that helping one another and acting bravely makes one a good person." "Indeed," Zhang Su nodded in agreement, smiling at Lu Xuanyu. "Which is precisely why you must never emulate your uncle. He is not a good person." The crowd fell silent, their faces displaying a mix of bewilderment and incredulity. "Rest assured, if anything happens to me, you should leave without concern for my safety," the milkman replied resolutely, clearly prepared to risk it all. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Zhang Su deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. He glanced at the situation outside and gestured, "Let us depart." As the quartet of Zhang Su set off, Yunhua could hardly contain her frustration, declaring, "That man is truly vile. Yesterday, Tian Fan and I shouted ourselves hoarse. Yet he ignored us completely. Yujie, given the circumstances yesterday, Zhang Su had no way to come to our aid. He was busy saving Brother Qin. Thus, he indirectly saved us as well. Please, cease your complaints." Tian Fan interjected, unable to tolerate Yunhua's grievances, admitting that had he not trusted Qinya, he would have preferred to accompany Zhang Su. "How could you assist them?" Yunhua retorted. "Am I wrong? He disregarded our pleas for help, was unwilling to trade for food, and even dismissed us for having children and women in our group. How's he any better, leading two insufferable girls?" After enduring the verbal onslaught from Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan, Yunhua found herself at a loss for a retort, her heart heavy with frustration. Qinya impatiently smacked his lips and frowned at Yunhua, saying, "Yunhua, rather than wasting your breath here, I suggest you dedicate that time to performing a few more squats. It would be far more beneficial." The two women beside Zhang Su are not to be underestimated. Indeed. Duan Wu nodded in agreement, adding, "Officer Qin is absolutely right. I just shook hands with those two beauties. Their palms are calloused, indicating they have undoubtedly been training rigorously these past few days." Qinya, deep in thought, shook his head and remarked, "It's not so simple. Have you all noticed the weapons in their hands? They bear clear signs of wear and tear, and are stained with dirt, proving they have fought against zombies. That is the attitude one should possess in the face of the current predicament." As he spoke, Qinya naturally glanced at Yunhua, as if questioning her capability to rise to the occasion. Yunhua, feeling a sudden embarrassment from their remarks, forced a shy smile and replied, "I will strive harder in the future, I promise." After exiting room 802 and entering the stairwell, Zhang Su led the group downstairs. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he made a gesture to halt their descent. Zhang Xinyu and others were momentarily taken aback, yet remained silent, standing still. Zhang Su stood behind the safety door, listening intently before opening it, and the group entered in single file. They descended through the 6th, 5th, and 4th floors, until they reached the 3rd floor. Zhang Su noticed a crack in the door of room 302 and felt a surge of joy. He listened carefully to the sounds within, knocked on the door, and when there was no response, he opened it and stepped inside. The others, puzzled, followed Zhang Su into room 302, their faces filled with skepticism. Xiaoshan closed the door. Upon entering, Zhang Su placed his bag on the dining table and confidently took a seat. "Brother Su, what does this mean?" Zhang Xinyu inquired with curiosity. Zhang Su looked at the bewildered trio and smiled, shaking his head. "You expect me to act as a vanguard for those folks? Dream on. If they wish to leave, they'll have to clear the path themselves." The milkman was momentarily taken aback by this. Zhang Su turned to him, raising his hands in apology. "I sincerely regret it. Uncle, I've repeatedly asked you to accompany them, but you chose not to listen. If you're in a hurry, you may have to take the initiative yourself." The milkman, with a troubled expression, shook his head and sank to the ground against the wall, saying, "Brother Zhang, I do not regret coming out with you. I am uncertain whether they can make it out, but I firmly believe that you can certainly lead us out of this community." What Zhang Su had just said seemed so genuine that even those beside him believed it. Others would undoubtedly have no doubts. The milkman was indeed anxious to find his son, Yet he understood that only by closely following Zhang Su's lead could he hope to escape the community. Otherwise, he would be devoured before even exiting the building, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 61. Old Wang. Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan relaxed their taut nerves slightly, similarly placing their backpacks on the ground and resting their weapons across their laps, stretching their shoulders and massaging their arms. Sir, how should I address you? Zhang Su inquired about the milk delivery man and Appo's name. Wang Guangjuan, the man replied hurriedly, realizing Zhang Su was speaking to him. All right, I shall call you Old Wang then. Haha, just like the neighbor next door. My apologies. Before Zhang Su could finish, Zheng Xinyu chuckled, only to receive a glare, prompting her to pout and apologize. Old Wang, judging by your attire, are you responsible for delivering milk on this street? Zhang Su pulled out a cigarette and lit it, enjoying a puff before tossing one to Old Wang, who eyed it hungrily. Yes, indeed. I cover 4 residential complexes on this street, and I also deliver milk to several businesses on Shishan Road. Old Wang inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of his negative emotions lift slightly, revealing a rare faint smile. This house, I wonder to whom it belongs. It appears quite clean and devoid of zombies. Xinyu, you check the kitchen. Xiaoshan, you investigate the master bedroom and bathroom. Old Wang, please explore the other 2 small bedrooms and the balcony, and gather anything useful. Zhang Su, not wishing to linger and rest, stood up with his cigarette and began delegating tasks. This is someone else's home. Is it appropriate? Wang Guangjuan seemed unaccustomed to life in the post-apocalyptic world, casting a hesitant glance at Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan, who had already begun their activities. Zhang Su, rummaging through the living room, remarked, Old Wang, times have changed. Do not cling to old notions. If you are unsure of what to do, simply follow instructions. Otherwise, you might as well head upstairs to find Officer Chen. Yes, Brother Zhang, I understand. Wang Guangjuan was not resistant to change. He merely needed a gentle nudge to adjust his mindset, and he learned quickly. It seemed this family had fled soon after the disaster struck. The kitchen was in disarray, leaving little of value behind, just a few spices that seemed decent and some oil. Zheng Xinyu placed several jars on the dining table. Fleeing the apocalypse with an infant in need of formula was a thought that filled one with despair. This family was fortunate. None of the 3 had been infected. One could only hope they managed to escape. Zhang Su held a picture frame depicting a family of 3, clearly a recent photograph. Likely a keepsake from the child's 100-day celebration. Brother Zhang, may I have these few pieces of clothing? Wang Guangjuan had discovered some rolls of toilet paper and a few sets of clothes, awkwardly holding a mop, which appeared somewhat comical. Of course, if they fit, wear them. The weather is turning colder. You should pack a few more garments for emergencies. But Old Wang, what do you intend to do with that mop? Zhang Su frowned, pointing at the rigid, battered mop head in Wang Guangjuan's hand. Hearing he could take clothes, Wang Guangjuan's face brightened, and he lifted the mop, saying, I plan to fashion it into a weapon for self-defense. How do you intend to modify that wretched stick? Zhang Su gazed disdainfully at the mop in Wang Guangjuan's hands. With an innocent smile, Wang Guangjuan remarked, there's no special technique, just sharpen the head, and it will suffice. Zhang Su nodded noncommittally, choosing not to comment as he allowed Wang Guangjuan to tinker with it at will. After scouring for supplies, the group approached the window and drew back the curtains, momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Despite the dwindling population, the neighborhood within Iron Village remained a desolate sight. Wandering zombies were omnipresent. The carousel designed for children lay in ruins, its roof collapsed, trapping several struggling corpses beneath. The area filled with exercise equipment was littered with severed limbs, charred walls, shattered windows, and blood-soaked ground. Horror reigned supreme. It was terrifying. One could only wonder when this calamity would ever cease. Even Zhong Xiaoshan, accustomed to life and death in the hospital, couldn't suppress a gasp. Someone was pleading for help. Zhang Su helplessly pointed toward a distant building, following his gesture. The group indeed spotted a woman behind a window holding up a large cardboard sign emblazoned with SOS. She must have seen them, her gaze fixed intently in their direction. Poor girl, Wang Guangjuan muttered, shaking his head, suddenly reminded of his son, who might be struggling to survive just like this woman. He turned away, unable to bear the thought. With a swift motion, Zhang Su drew the curtains closed once more. He preferred the dimness over witnessing the hellish scene outside. By the time the explosion occurred, it was already afternoon, and the sky quickly darkened. I say, Old Wang, is this how you've managed to get by? Zhang Su licked the residue of sour milk from his lips, a look of blissful satisfaction crossing his face. What was once a readily available delicacy had now become a luxury. It wouldn't be long before the power outage caused the refrigerated milk to spoil. And even the shelf-stable yogurt would eventually succumb to mold. Wang Guangjuan tousled his unruly hair, chuckling, "I drank milk for 2 days, then when that soured, I switched to yogurt. Do you have enough? I've still got a few boxes." As he spoke, he reached for a filthy satchel nearby. Zhang Su, somewhat speechless, rummaged through the instant noodle packets on the table. After acquiring 3 boxes of yogurt from old Wang, he exchanged 2 packs of instant noodles with Wang Guangjuan. Perhaps it had been days since he had tasted anything savory. Wang Guangjuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the noodles. Reminiscent of his childhood when he would crush dry noodles, sprinkle on seasoning, and devour them without a second thought, even savoring the condiment packets until they were spotless. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan were left astonished by Wang Guangjuan's fervor for the dry noodles, secretly speculating whether he could consume a bag of river snail rice noodles with the same zeal. His teeth were likely as formidable as those of a zombie. "Brother Zhang, you have no idea how unbearable it is to go 5 or 6 days without salt." Wang Guangjuan licked his lips, caressing the crumpled instant noodle packaging, clearly yearning for more. "Brother Zhang, how about I trade you 3 boxes of yogurt for 2 more packs of instant noodles and half a pack of cigarettes? What do you say?" Chapter 62, Setting Off Again. "Hey, old Wang, your calculations are rather astute." In the dim light, Zhang Su revealed a mischievous grin and remarked, "Yogurt is delightful, but it isn't that valuable. You can either have a pack of noodles and 10 cigarettes or 2 packs of noodles. The choice is yours." Wang Guangjuan hesitated, his indecision lingering for a moment before he replied, "Then I shall take a pack of noodles and 10 cigarettes, and perhaps a lighter as well? I seem to have misplaced mine." Zhang Su shook his head in exasperation, realizing they had plenty of lighters among them, and chose not to haggle further. After dinner, Wang Guangjuan carefully lit a cigarette, sitting by the window with a wistful gaze directed towards the direction of the university, his heart burdened with unspoken concerns. Meanwhile, Zhang Su commenced training with Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan, an indispensable daily ritual. "My goodness, those 2 ladies are incredibly skilled," Wang Guangjuan thought. As he approached the scene, the swish of Zhang Xinyu swinging the baseball bat sent a shiver down his spine. He could only imagine the sensation of such a blow to his own head. It would certainly not be a mere buzzing sensation. One could only expect a more catastrophic outcome. Amidst the darkness, the sound of their exertions filled the air, and the chilly room seemed to warm slightly from their vigorous training. Some things require no prompting. Having lived half a lifetime, Wang Guangjuan, who had tirelessly supported his family, knew that idleness was not an option. He began to emulate their movements, engaging in his own training. Seeing him awkwardly wielding a makeshift wooden spear, Zhang Su intervened for safety's sake, instructing him that only a strike to a zombie's head could render it immobile. As night fell, Wang Guangjuan collapsed into bed, instantly succumbing to slumber, unburdened and unguarded. The prolonged state of heightened tension had rendered him utterly exhausted. "From this day forward, we shall take turns keeping watch," Zhang Su proclaimed earnestly, lying in the center of the room. "I feel that Uncle Wang is rather naive. Is it truly necessary?" Zheng Xinyu replied weakly, her limbs languid from exertion, leaving her devoid of energy for any further activity. Zhang Su shook his head. Knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. Furthermore, the night watch isn't solely about Wang Guangjuan. Once we venture beyond the neighborhood, regardless of our location, unless we find ourselves in an official safe zone, we must take turns keeping watch. It's not just about guarding against zombies. It's also about safeguarding ourselves from other people. In truth, a simple alarm system suffices for zombie deterrence, but safeguarding against humans is far more complex. "All right, then how shall we schedule the shifts?" Zheng Xinyu inquired, her voice lacking vigor as she contemplated the reduction in her sleep time, which dampened her spirits. After a moment's thought, Zhang Su suggested, "Xinyu, since you enjoy staying up late, you shall take the first watch. I will relieve you at midnight, and Xiaoshan, you can take the morning shift to cover for me. The late hours of the night are the most arduous to endure," and Zhang Su, considering various factors, decided to take the first watch himself. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan had no objections to this arrangement. They were all in the same boat, tightly knit and relying on one another. Thus there was no room for deceit. The first night away from home passed peacefully under their alternating vigilance, and as Zhang Su wisely noted, it is always prudent to remain cautious even in times of safety. The following day, the sky was overcast, which, paradoxically, rendered the temperature bearable, sparing them from discomfort. After breakfast, Zhang Su handed a set of keys to Zhang Xiaoshan. "Brother Su, what is this?" she inquired, surprised to receive the car keys, which were indeed the ones she had traded to Zhang Su for the Haranda. My old van lacks power. If all goes well, you will take them both along in the Haranda, Zhang Su asserted decisively, as his van was filled to the brim with supplies, and its insufficient power was true. But he also wished to keep Wang Guangyuan from seeing it. What? Zhang Xiaoshan was taken aback by Zhang Su's apparent regard for her. Zhang Xinyu wanted to argue, yet ultimately pursed her lips and said nothing. As for Wang Guangyuan, he expressed no dissent and complied entirely with the arrangements. So, Brother Su, where are we headed? Please inform me in advance so I may have a direction. Zhang Xiaoshan clutched the car keys tightly, her palms sweating. Let us check the map. After exiting the community, turn right. The road conditions ahead are uncertain, so we will adapt as needed, taking side roads, sidewalks, green belts, anywhere we can traverse. At the first intersection, turn left heading south. There's a gas station on the right. Our first stop will be that gas station. Zhang Su activated his phone's navigation. Although the offline mode was less than ideal, it provided a general overview. The gas station housed a convenience store, which, as fellow travelers, they understood was a rare supply point, also capable of fueling their vehicle, 2 goals accomplished in one stop. Even if someone had raided it beforehand, it was unlikely they could carry everything away. Even if time permitted them to collect supplies, the vicinity of the gas station would surely remain relatively safe, serving as a waypoint to their own convenience store. Zhang Xiaoshan nodded at the map, saying, the gas station is easy to identify. There should be no issue. Especially with you guiding us. I surely won't get lost. Indeed, and remember, when you get in the car, don't slam the doors. The noise is quite loud. Do not rush to start the engine. Wait for me to flash the lights 3 times before you do. And don't forget your seatbelts. In the event of an accident, they could save a life. Zhang Xinyu and the others nodded continuously, committing his words to memory. Even Wang Guangyuan, who had lived for many years, couldn't help but reflect that some lessons were not learned merely through age. Being presumptuous because of experience was certainly foolish. He humbly followed Zhang Su, learning various practical tips. Initially, Zhang Su had anticipated that Qinya and his group would set off the following day. Yet the day passed swiftly with no sign of movement. During the tedious wait, Zhang Su imparted additional weapon usage techniques to the group. This time, the skills were not aimed at combating zombies, but rather at dealing with living adversaries. Zhang Su was well aware of the treachery of human hearts and the need for vigilance. Yet he had not anticipated encountering individuals like Chongzi and Brother Xiang in such a short span of days. The collapse of order was a truly terrifying prospect. From that moment on, he could never afford to be complacent around the living. Another day has passed. Zhang Su stood in the bathroom, gargling with mouthwash, pondering that if there was still no movement upstairs by noon, he would take the 3 of them and leave first. It would not be prudent to linger indefinitely. He wondered about the 2 fellows. Lost in thought with mouthwash in his mouth, Zhang Su considered his 2 employees, Wu Lu and Zhao Shui. The shop had undoubtedly been ransacked. He hoped no one had discovered the items hidden beneath the shelves. Just then, Zhang Su's ears perked up, his eyes brightening as faint footsteps reached him, accompanied by the sound of a child's voice. Though the distance was considerable and separated by a wall, he could discern that it was Lu Xuanyu's voice. The team upstairs had begun to move. Prepare. Zhang Su hastily stuffed the mouthwash into his bag, waved at the 2 women who were busy setting up sound traps, and nodded at Wang Guangyuan, who was folding clothes, before quickly rushing to the door to listen intently. At that moment, Qinya's voice, tinged with curiosity, broke the silence. What's wrong, Officer Qin? Duan Wuhu inquired, halting in his tracks. Someone has opened this security door, Qinya asserted, then pulled open the door to the corridor, continuing, after collecting supplies, I marked all the security doors. Someone has definitely been on this floor. Could it be that we encountered them while rushing upstairs yesterday? Tian Fan speculated. Qinya shook his head. Impossible. A mere encounter would cause any issues. It must be Xiao Zhang and his group. They likely gathered some supplies while leaving. Duan Wuhu followed Qinya into the corridor, glancing around. Behind door 302, Zhang Su peered through the peephole and saw Qinya slowly emerge from behind the wall, then glance in his direction. I don't know. One thing is for sure, someone has been on this floor. I intentionally left the door to 302 open. And now it's closed. Qinya spoke as he approached the door and tugged at it, his expression slightly grave. Brother Qin, let us not dwell on this. It must have been those fellows from yesterday. We should focus on our own matters, Yunhua said, trailing behind with a table leg in hand, her face revealing a hint of fear. Qinya furrowed his brow in silence, pressing his ear against the door of 302 before knocking a few times. Soon, the group vanished into the corridor. Shoo! Just as Zhang Xinyu was about to speak, she noticed Zhang Su signaling her to be silent, prompting her to quickly cover her mouth. While they were unaware, Zhang Su knew that Qinya and his team had not actually left. Their footsteps had merely paused at the stairwell, and those people were certainly hiding behind the security door. Prepare yourselves. We are about to set off. After a full 5 minutes, when Zhang Su clearly heard the footsteps fading away, he finally broke the silence. Does Officer Qin know we are here? Zhang Xinyu asked curiously while helping Zhang Su don his arm guard. Zhang Su organized his gear and stepped to the door first, habitually glancing outside before opening it. And the others followed suit, leaving one after another. Behind the iron gate leading to the parking lot, Qinya whispered, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present, the dim light from the flashlight illuminating each cheek. Understood. No issues. All right, let's proceed. With resolute determination, Qinya, observing no dissent among the group, gently pulled open the iron gate. The haunting cries of the undead echoed, revealing the reason for their smooth passage. Most of the zombies within the building had vacated. Zhang Xinyu peeked out from the corridor to inspect the unit, noting only a few wandering zombies, the remainder seemingly lured away by some distant sound. Should we eliminate them to prevent future troubles? Asked Zhong Xiaoshan. Having spent days with Zhang Su, she had absorbed numerous tactics. Believing that clearing the unit would afford them more options should they encounter difficulties in the underground parking lot. Zhang Su listened intently, noting the silence below. Likely a sign that Qinya and the others were still cautiously exploring. He replied, Xiaoshan, this time it's your turn to lure the zombies. Xinyu, you will set the traps, and Lao Wang will handle the headshots. All right, no problem. Zhang's words elicited a swift agreement from the two young women, but Wang Guangjuan, feeling anxious, interjected, Brother Zhang, I'm afraid I one team manage alone. You must assist me. With their help, what do you have to fear? Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on things and ensure your safety. Zhang Su said, exuding confidence as he patted Wang Guangjuan on the shoulder. Zhang Xinyu quickly set up a tripwire at the door, signaling an okay to Zhang Xiaoshan. Zhang Su paused Zhong Xiaoshan, who was ready to attract the zombies, advising, this time, avoid making noise. Move slowly towards the nearest male zombie and observe how close you can get before it reacts. Zhang Xiaoshan understood Zhang and Appo's intention to test the zombies and Appo's olfactory sensitivity. Although she harbored concerns about the task and Appo's difficulty, she nodded in agreement and departed the stairwell. Brother Zhang, will Xiaozheng be in danger? Wang Guangjuan asked, watching Zhong Xiaoshan inch closer to the zombie, swallowing hard. He never imagined today's youth would possess such audacity. Only by understanding it can we better confront it. The distance from the stairwell to the nearest zombie was approximately 8 meters. Zhong Xiaoshan moved with deliberate steps, having exchanged her usual high heels for Zhang Xinyu's casual sneakers, advancing with almost no sound. As she neared, her senses heightened. She could hear her heartbeat and the unsettling grinding of the zombie's teeth, the distance between them diminishing, her muscles tensing with every step. As she took another step, the zombie facing her suddenly turned its head, emitting a guttural growl. With a wild scream, it lunged towards Zhong Xiaoshan, followed closely by 2 other zombies responding in kind. Yet, Zhong Xiaoshan was swifter. In that fleeting moment when the zombie turned, she pivoted and sprinted towards the safety door. Standing at the entrance, Zhang Su pointed to the ground, cautioning Zhong Xiaoshan to beware of the tripwire. With a rush, Zhong Xiaoshan dashed into the stairwell, ascending a flight of stairs before pausing. Simultaneously, she heard a series of thuds emanating from below. It was evident that the tripwire had successfully ensnared the 3 zombies, causing them to topple one after another. The fallen creatures hit the ground with a foul stench, their withered arms clawing at the air, their necks arched back as they let out frenzied howls, resembling malevolent spirits unleashed from the depths of hell. Chapter 63, a maximum of 45 minutes to act. Zhang Su whispered to old Wang, let us go. All right. Wang Guangjuan gripped the wooden spear tightly, wavering like a novice fisherman unsure of where to strike. His hesitation was exasperating to behold. The zombies, though momentarily incapacitated, were not permanently subdued. Their rigid movements belied the fact that they would eventually rise again. Therefore, they had to be dealt with swiftly. Observing Wang Guangjuan's reluctance, Zhang Su shook his head inwardly. After all, it was his first encounter, and difficulties were to be expected, yet this did not serve as an excuse for timidity. Focus. He unsheathed a crowbar from his waist, and, aiming at the head of a zombie, swung down with force. The heavy crowbar pierced through the zombie's skull with a decisive blow. The struck zombie's skull shattered, its body convulsed, and then it fell limp to the ground, subject to the whims of the other two zombies. Phew! Wang Guangjuan felt a jolt of adrenaline at the sight before him. His face flushed, and he let out a peculiar grunt as he steeled himself, thrusting his spear forward. Thwack! Although rudimentary, the wooden spear, combined with Wang Guangjuan and Appo's strength, was more than adequate against the flesh-and-blood zombies. Regrettably, his aim was slightly off. Instead of striking the head, he pierced the neck. Finish it off. In the midst of his command, Zhang Su delivered a swift kick to the rising zombie, sending it sprawling outside, followed by another blow from the crowbar that knocked it back down. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xinyu dashed past the zombie at the door, raising her baseball bat high and bringing it down with all her might. She had gradually acquired some positioning techniques to minimize the splatter of blood upon herself. I said let old Wang finish it off, Zhang Su remarked, somewhat exasperated. It's fine, I've got this. Zhang Xinyu's violent instincts surged within her, and she swung the bat repeatedly, creating a gaping wound on the zombie that Zhang Su had already injured. In comparison to Zhang Xinyu, Wang Guangjuan was somewhat lacking. He stood helplessly by as the zombie, with a spear lodged in its neck, floundered on the ground, his face twitching with anxiety. Zhang Shashan descended from the upper floor, intending to swing a metal plate at the zombie, but Zhang Su intervened. Old Wang, you must deal with this zombie, otherwise you might as well ride along with the vehicle, for I will not take you on board, Zhang Su stated with unwavering authority. Wang Guangjuan pressed his lips together and took a deep breath. He stomped forward, grasped the spear, pulled it out with a squelch, and thrust it down once more. Thwack! The spear plunged into the zombie's ear, entering but not completely traversing through. Nevertheless, the zombie on the ground gradually ceased its movements, like a machine running out of power, eventually succumbing to silence. Finally done, don't shout. Just as old Wang was about to exuberantly exclaim, he was abruptly shoved by Zhang Su, hastily silencing himself. I did it, Wang Guangjuan whispered, a hint of uncontrollable madness flickering across his face. This was the elation experienced by anyone who has slain a zombie for the first time, the joy of transformation. Not bad. I'd give it a score of 45. Zhang Su adjusted the spear embedded in the zombie's head, offering his assessment. 40? 45? Brother Zhang, surely I didn't fail, did I? Wang Guangjuan chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Su pointed at Zhong Shashan, stating, first and foremost, it was she who attracted the zombies. The tripwire was set by Xinyu. You were merely tasked with extermination. Yet you hesitated for an extended period. Given your age, I'll overlook that and assign you a score of 45. Otherwise, it would be merely 30. Wang Guangjuan felt a slight flush of embarrassment, realizing it was the first time he had been outperformed by a young girl. He forced a smile, choosing not to retort. As it was indeed irrefutable, he extracted the wooden spear from the corpse, the tip now encrusted with dark crimson blood, its durability nearing its end after a couple more kills. Zhang Su handed his crowbar to Wang Guangjuan, saying, you can certainly wield a hoe, can't you? The zombie's head is akin to soil. Treat the crowbar as a hoe. Yes, indeed. I used to work in greenhouses in the countryside, Wang Guangjuan exclaimed, eagerly accepting the crowbar and testing its weight in his hands. It felt infinitely more manageable than the broken wooden spear. Let us try it out later. For now, let us scavenge for supplies, Zhang Su instructed Wang Guangjuan. Scavenge for supplies? Wang Guangjuan looked at Zhang Su in surprise. Uncle, zombies were once human too. They might have belongings on them. Let us not waste the opportunity, Zhang Xinyu interjected, demonstrating by crouching down to rummage through a zombie's pockets. Wang Guangjuan's expression shifted to realization, prompting him to crouch and begin searching as well, muttering, no blame, no blame. Before long, the group finished looting, and as time passed, the usable items dwindled. Apart from mobile phones, the only other item of slight value was cigarettes. Wallets and keys were deemed unworthy of collection. We must gather as many phones as possible. They will be invaluable for luring zombies with sound, but they are essentially consumables. More is better, Zhang Su declared, stuffing several phones into his bag. He continued, just now, Shashan bravely conducted a test for us, acquiring critical data from the previous encounter. It appears that zombies can sense living beings from approximately 4 to 5 meters away. This may also be affected by my rapid breathing, Zhong Shashan added. Zhang Su pondered for a moment before asserting, we must maintain a safety distance of at least 7 to 8 meters. This distance should not provoke the zombies, provided we remain silent. However, this is merely preliminary data. We must all exercise caution. Zhang Xinyu raised a pertinent question. If zombies primarily rely on their sense of smell and hearing, could certain odors heighten their sensitivity? For instance, blood? Jiangsu nodded thoughtfully. That is highly plausible. Yet we currently lack blood for experimentation. We shall revisit this hypothesis when the opportunity arises. Now, let us prepare to embark. A short while later, the four arrived at the iron gate leading to the parking lot. Jiangsu pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. All was quiet, save for a faint rustling sound, rendering it difficult to discern where the zombies might be lurking. Are they still here? Jiangsu pondered. His strategy was to have Chinya and his group lure the zombies away in their vehicle, allowing them to enter the underground garage with far greater ease. Or have they already departed? Jiangsu furrowed his brow in astonishment. According to the passage of time, he felt that Chinya and his companions would not have left so swiftly. Most importantly, if they had indeed driven away, it would have certainly caused a considerable commotion. The current stillness belied the notion that anyone had recently vacated the premises. Stay close to me and do not panic. After waiting for another 2 or 3 minutes with no sign of movement, Jiangsu resolved not to linger any longer. He reiterated his instructions to those beside him and gently pulled open the iron gate. A chilly gust of wind, mingled with a foul odor, swept into the stairwell, causing an involuntary shiver among the group. Traditionally, it was said that the underground parking lot, having witnessed so many deaths, was undoubtedly tainted. Yet, in this moment, no one seemed to care about such tales. In comparison to the legendary specters of folklore, the zombies of the real world bore a far more lethal threat. The illumination within the underground parking facility was scant. The feeble glimmers emitted from the stairwells of various units were negligible, primarily relying on the flickering lights of a few vehicles. Regrettably, the sound of the alarm had ceased, suggesting that the power was likely dwindling. Chapter 64. A familiar recipe. A familiar taste in the underground parking garage. The flashing lights pulsed like human breaths, flickering between illumination and darkness. Reminiscent of a transition between the realms of life and death, clarity could only be attained in the fleeting moments when the lights illuminated the surroundings, while the enveloping darkness compelled one to either halt or navigate by memory. Jiangsu instinctively reached for his flashlight but ultimately decided against it. Though zombies do not actively pursue light sources, the inherent danger remained. He suspected that other survivors lurked within the depths of the parking lot, and should they catch sight of him, it could lead to unnecessary entanglements. Let us move, Jiangsu urged, taking the lead with a hammer in his right hand and a crowbar in his left, cautiously skirting the wall as he made his way toward the lower levels of Building 3. The parking garage was a familiar territory for him, and with the distant flicker of vehicle lights, he was assured of not losing his way. The others followed closely behind him in the predetermined order. We need to divert them, Jiangsu whispered to the group behind him, his voice barely above a murmur. Zhang Xiaoshan retrieved a set of keys from her pocket, shaking them gently, suggesting that the car alarm might attract the zombies. Jiangsu shook his head decisively the moment the horrendous alarm blared. Zombies from all directions would converge on the basement of Building 3, which would be catastrophic. We shall employ the old method. He sheathed the crowbar, reaching into his bag for a mobile phone, carefully shielding the light it emitted. After activating the sound, he navigated to the countdown timer, contemplating for a moment before settling on a 5-second countdown. He then displayed the device to the others, conveying a clear message: prepare to move in 5 seconds. Seeing the nods from his companions, Jiangsu inhaled deeply, positioning himself accurately before pressing the activation button. As the countdown reached 0:04, he hurled the phone into the air. The screen emitted a gentle glow, tracing a powerful arc across the space, akin to a fleeting meteor disappearing in the night sky, heading towards the densely parked vehicles. Beep, beep, beep. The phone soared through the air, and upon reaching the end of the countdown, it emitted a series of urgent sounds, piercing through the tranquil stillness of the parking garage. With a resounding thud, the phone struck the trunk of a car, the metal providing a modicum of cushioning. Yet the beeping persisted robustly as it landed on the ground. A cacophony of zombie howls erupted from all directions, heedlessly charging toward the sound of the phone, followed by a series of loud crashes as the oblivious zombies collided with the parked cars, failing to navigate around them. The zombies that had blocked Jiangsu and his companions were drawn away, and just as he prepared to lead the group forward, an engine roar suddenly erupted. Vroom, vroom. An SUV near the phone's landing site roared to life, followed by the shrill sound of tires screeching. The vehicle, driven by Chinya, surged out of the parking space with a ferocious intensity, racing madly towards the exit. Chinya's expression contorted in disbelief as he thought to himself, Jiangsu, you've truly put me in a bind. Others may have been oblivious, But he was certain that the person who had devised the plan to lure the zombies was Zhang Su, an all-too-familiar strategy. Before Qinya realized it, Zhang Su and his companions were lurking in the shadows of parking space 302, guided by the instincts of the special police. He surmised that Zhang Su was likely trailing behind him. He had always intended to recruit Zhang Su and his entourage to join him. So he decided to wait in the parking lot, estimating that Zhang Su would appear shortly. As anticipated, Zhang Su arrived, bringing with him an unexpected gift. One could only wonder who the unfortunate soul was, hopefully not Officer Chain. Unaware of Qinya's intricate thoughts, Zhang Su emerged from behind the wall. Observing the retreating figures of Ai Cha Sanwu and the horde of corpses hastily following the vehicle, nodding in satisfaction. Safety was a priority. Yet caution remained paramount. He urged himself to hurry. With that, he dashed toward the parking area. Before long, Zhang Su located his beloved van, flinging the bag into the passenger seat before vaulting in. "Where's my car, my car?" "Ah, yes." In the darkness, Zhong Xiaoshan found herself momentarily unable to locate her own vehicle. In a state of panic, she pressed the car key, only to discover it was just a short distance away. The trio swiftly boarded the vehicle, fumbling to fasten their seatbelts. The van was merely a few spaces away from the Harlanda, and Zhang Su could hear the murmurs of those inside, indicating they were ready. He decisively turned on the headlights. "Let us go, my darling." As the words left his lips, he fastened his seatbelt and turned the ignition key, only to be met with a disheartening series of sputters. It wouldn't start. Damn it, could it be a dead battery? His van, aged 4 to 5 years, had needed a new battery during its last maintenance, which he had postponed, intending to hold out for another year before purchasing a new vehicle. Little did he know that this moment would reveal such an oversight. Zhang Su glanced toward the parking lot exit, where clusters of zombies were pouring out, clearly indicating that Ai Cha Sanwu had already made their escape, and he needed to act swiftly. Nearby, the Harlanda and Oppo's headlights illuminated, and the vehicle visibly jolted, indicating it had successfully started. Zhang Su felt a wave of frustration. It was that he couldn't afford a better car, but rather that the van offered superior cost-effectiveness. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have certainly modified a Raptor. With a series of urgent turns of the key and a heavy foot on the accelerator, Zhang Su muttered fervently, "Come on, my darling, after this trip, you can retire." "Okay. Hurry up, give it your all." As if responding to his vows, the spark plugs finally ignited the engine. With a roar, the 1.5-liter engine sprang to life. "Ha!" Zhang Su erupted into a manic laughter, smoothly engaging the clutch, shifting gears, and flooring the accelerator in one fluid motion, propelling out of the parking space with a dramatic drift towards the exit, as if he had just emerged from a tofu shop. While the Harlanda was undoubtedly more luxurious than his van, it lacked the same poise, resembling a sprinter with a sprained ankle eager to accelerate but hindered in its efforts. "Faster. We must go. We need to hurry." Inside the Harlanda, Zhang Xiaoshan nervously muttered to herself, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her gaze fixed intently on the rear of the van ahead, which was illuminated by only half of its lights. With one foot on the accelerator and the other on the brake, she exerted all her driving prowess. In the passenger seat, Zhang Xinyu pressed her lips together. Her eyes filled with dread, reminiscent of the first time she encountered a zombie. Her left hand was firmly pressed against the central armrest, while her right hand clutched the handle above the door, her toes curling in tension. In the middle of the back seat, Wang Guangjuan was secured by 2 seat belts. Leaning against the seatback with his eyes closed, continuously reciting Amitabha. Chapter 65, emerging from the novice village observing through the rearview mirror. Zhang Su noted the Toyota Highlander trailing behind him, only to discover that another vehicle, a sleek Audi Q5, was following closely behind it. Cursing under his breath, he realized he had been outmaneuvered. The Audi Q5, displaying a cunning disposition, had likely anticipated that the departing vehicle was not alone, thus patiently waiting for its moment. With little time to dwell on his pursuers, Zhang Su steered the van to evade the sporadic zombies lunging at him from either side. He was reluctant to collide with the shambling creatures, fearing that his aging van might not withstand the impact. "Curse it! When I get my hands on an armored vehicle, I shall crush you all," he thought, frustration simmering within him as he narrowly avoided the onslaught of the undead. Soon, the van approached the incline leading to the exit. But the sight that greeted Zhang Su sent shivers down his spine. Scattered across the slope were a dozen or so zombies, their presence creating an obstacle approximately 50 meters long. While maneuvering around them was not inconceivable, it would be more challenging than a simple driving test. Yet, these zombies were not stationary. They moved with alarming speed. As the engine's roar grew nearer, several zombies near the base of the slope lunged towards the van. Their reckless determination almost admirable. Damn it, here goes nothing. With madness igniting in his eyes and dawn just ahead, Jiangsu pressed the accelerator with all his might, nearly burying his foot into the engine compartment. The engine emitted a defiant growl, the tachometer soaring past 6,000 RPMs as the van unleashed its most ferocious power yet. Bam, bam, bam. He crashed through the nearest three zombies, deftly steering into a narrow gap. The surge of speed granting him boundless possibilities as he carved a path through the horde. Charge forth. Upwards, let us go. Jiangsu pressed the accelerator without hesitation. The van rocketed out of the underground parking lot, soaring over the final steps with the exuberance of a rally car. Yes, as the street scene unfolded before him. He could not help but cheer. He had finally left the suffocating darkness behind. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely the first step of a daunting journey. After his moment of jubilation, he quickly refocused. A swift survey of the southern street revealed a situation slightly more favorable than he had anticipated. It was not as catastrophic as the devastated western street or the explosive chaos of the eastern thoroughfare where the special police had clashed with the zombies. Nevertheless, the street was littered with an array of abandoned vehicles, and the blood-stained breakfast cart across the road bore grim testament to someone's desperate attempt to evade the undead. Bits and pieces of debris cluttered the thoroughfare, posing a hazard to his driving. Yet, as long as the path remained navigable, he would push forward, even if it meant traversing on mere rims. In accordance with his original plan, Jiangsu turned right onto the street, immediately noting that the density of zombies ahead was significantly greater than that behind him. It seemed the vehicle that had exited the community before him had taken a route contrary to his own. Although there were numerous zombies, the main road was far more navigable than the underground parking lot, offering ample space for evasion and proving to be of little concern. As Jiangsu turned onto the main road, he caught sight of a Harlanda emerging from the parking garage. A flailing zombie sprawled across its windshield. With a jolt, the zombie was dislodged from the hood and tumbled onto the roadside. Relieved, Jiangsu exhaled, only to notice a black Audi Q5 closely trailing the Harlanda out of the parking lot. "Please don't follow me," he muttered, irritation rising. To his dismay, the Q5 made an unhesitating right turn behind the Harlanda, its intentions glaringly evident. In a moment of distraction, Jiangsu nearly collided with a skewed vehicle ahead, prompting him to refocus and maintain his role as the lead car. The once familiar streets had transformed, resembling a scene from an apocalyptic film. Zombies roamed, not densely clustered, but certainly present, lurking at street corners, green belts, sidewalks, and among the storefronts. Lowering the window slightly, a chilling breeze swept into the cabin, carrying an unsettling odor. This was the end of the world, truly the end. While confined within the community, the reality had not been so palpable. Only in this immersive experience could one grasp the desolation of the apocalypse. In a brief moment, Jiangsu's van turned onto Qingbin Road at the gas station. Qingbin Road was one of the busier thoroughfares in Qin City, and the current traffic conditions were far worse than those at the entrance of Shiqinjiayuan. Vehicles strewn across the roadway nearly blocked passage, while various zombies wandered the crash site, a scene of utter carnage. At that moment, a piercing cry rang out, "Help! Save me!" Jiangsu turned to see a woman leaning out of a sunroof in the adjacent lane, frantically waving her arms toward him. There was no choice. Jiangsu unhesitatingly veered onto the non-motorized lane, his vehicle precariously tilted as he sped away, harboring no intention of stopping to assist. He relied solely on his rapid speed to evade the pursuing zombies. Any pause to rescue someone would lead to only one outcome: entrapment. Zhong Xiaoshan better not get overly sentimental, Jiangsu pondered, when suddenly, in the rearview mirror, the silhouette of the Harlanda appeared, maintaining a pace that matched his own. With the zombies unable to latch onto their scent, from the posture of the vehicle, it was evident that Zhang Xiaoshan had made the turn without a moment's hesitation, proving she was not a naive do-gooder. Decisive, good, Jiangsu thought, but he was mistaken. Zhang Xiaoshan and her companions had not noticed the plea for help at all. Zhang Xinyu sat pale-faced with her eyes tightly shut, while Wang Guangjuan in the backseat wore a waxen expression, similarly blind to the chaos. Swiftly, the Harlanda and Q5 mirrored the van's actions, tilting their bodies as they raced. Zhang Xiaoshan fixated on the van's rear, her eyes bloodshot from exertion. She was oblivious to any cries for help, even if a building collapsed beside her. The driver of the Audi Q5 displayed a seasoned proficiency, poised to overtake the Harlanda at any moment. Soon, Jiangsu fixed his gaze ahead, his attention captured by the sight of a gas station sign emerging in the distance. Chapter 66. Two choices awaits you. Zombies. As the perspective widened, Jiangsu observed 7 or 8 zombies aimlessly wandering within the gas station. A few zombies, positioned closer to the road, had already taken notice of his van, while the situation inside the convenience store remained obscured. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangsu adjusted the vehicle's trajectory to evade the lunging zombies, then accelerated towards the gas station, akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. He continuously maneuvered, employing the van's bumper to strike the zombies within the gas station. Thud, thud, thud. Despite the challenging angles, the van's bumper proved too fragile, shattering and detaching in no time, while the zombies inside were sent sprawling across the ground. The screech of tires echoed as the Highlander entered the parking lot, closely followed by the Q5. Jiangsu contemplated calling out through the window, but the Highlander's door had already swung open. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan leaped out, weapons in hand, ready to engage the downed zombies. Only Wang Guanjuan lagged slightly due to the 2 seatbelts restraining him. Unable to continue driving, Jiangsu slammed the brakes, leapt out wielding his weapon, and glanced at the distance. The nearest zombie lingered 30 meters away, making it challenging to lure them over. He swiftly made his way towards the Q5. You handle the zombies. Next time, remember to run them over directly. He instructed Zhang Xinyu and the others before approaching the Q5, delivering a swift kick to the door. He beckoned to the couple in the front seats with a crooked finger, conveying a clear message. Get out. Be brother, we mean no harm. Truly the driver's door opened, revealing a man in his mid-20s, followed by a woman of similar age from the passenger's side. Jiangsu tightly gripped his short axe, scrutinizing the pair. Their tattered and filthy clothing, coupled with their disheveled appearance, left no doubt about their dire condition. A whiff from the vehicle revealed an overwhelming stench. If his assumptions were correct, they had been trapped inside the car since the onset of the zombie outbreak, with no knowledge of what torment they had endured over the past week. There is no one else, brother. It's just me and my girlfriend in the car. Jiangsu glanced back at Zhang Xinyu and the others, who had efficiently dealt with the toppled zombies, leaving only 2 that were dragging their mangled bodies across the ground, nearing death. Everyone, crouch down. No tricks. Tell me, why are you following us? Jiangsu brandished his axe, frightening the woman into crouching beside the man, her face betraying sheer terror. The pair squatted beside the wheel. The man tilted his head up to Jiangsu, his expression sorrowful. Brother, I'm just trying to survive. Following you to escape, you've got quite the audacity. Haven't you? Following me to escape. Look at the state of my van. And then at your companion's vehicle. You seem rather comfortable with this, don't you? Jiangsu harbored a disdain for 2 types of individuals: those who took advantage of him and those who prevented him from taking advantage. This squatting couple embodied both traits perfectly. I understand my mistakes. Dear sir, please do not be angry. We are all neighbors, no? We are all human beings. Let us speak amicably. Whatever tasks you require, I shall not hesitate to fulfill. The man clasped his hands together, shaking them earnestly, his face radiating sincerity, while the woman beside him nodded in agreement. You are willing to undertake any task, are you? Jiangsu nodded, pointing towards the zombies on the street outside the parking lot, instructing, go and clear the area outside. What? Upon hearing this, the man's legs weakened. Had he not leaned against the car, he would have collapsed to the ground. He waved his hands vigorously. No, dear sir, those creatures are too terrifying. Just a single touch could lead to infection. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Xinyu furrowed her brow, casting a disdainful glance at the cowardly man, scoffing. Infected by a mere touch? And what about airborne transmission? You're talking nonsense. Really? My girlfriend and I witnessed it firsthand. The man's eyes widened in protest. On the morning the zombie virus broke out, my girlfriend and I were in the underground parking lot. We saw someone get bitten, and, within 5 minutes, they transformed into a corpse. Such a formidable virus. Jiangsu and his companions exchanged glances. They had previously speculated that being scratched could lead to infection. Hearing a first-hand account further confirmed their suspicions, though they had not anticipated the transformation occurring so swiftly. Nevertheless, the veracity of the man's account remained to be seen. I shall not indulge in idle chatter with you two. You have 2 options. Either eliminate the 5 zombies over there and drive away, or leave immediately. But the vehicle must remain, Jiangsu stated bluntly. You are robbing us. This is murder. How can you act this way? Are you not afraid of legal repercussions in the future? The man lamented, his face a portrait of despair. You still speak of law? Do you understand how law came to be? Civilization must first exist before a judicial system can be established. Now that human civilization has collapsed, You dare discuss law with me? Have you lost your senses? Jiangsu gazed at the man in disbelief. He had managed to adjust his mindset on the first day, largely due to the messages in Zhang Xinyu's WeChat group. A global catastrophe had erupted, causing various systems to disintegrate. Thus, survival had become paramount. Human civilization collapsed? The man and woman exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief, clearly unaware of the severity of the situation outside. Sir, do you know something? How widespread is this disaster? Has the entire Qin city been affected, or just Ji province? Enough with the trivialities. What does it matter if it's Qin city or Ji province? Make your choice swiftly, or you won't even make it out of the gas station. Jiangsu turned his wrist, revealing the grimy axe in his hand, which exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. Please, sir, save us. We are starving and parched. Not to mention, we can barely run a few steps, let alone kill zombies. Perhaps you could provide us with some food first? Once we regain our strength, we will go hunt zombies. I beg you. The man, sensing Jiangsu's fierce demeanor, quickly turned to the kinder-looking middle-aged man behind him, pleading for assistance. Wang Guanjuan observed the two individuals crouched pitiably on the ground, and his heart was indeed stirred with compassion. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his own position and swiftly turned his gaze towards Jiangsu, stating, I, like you, have merely escaped alongside this brother and am not in a position to make decisions. The man felt a sinking sensation within. He had presumed that this elder was a figure of authority among them, only to discover that their relationship was of a different nature altogether. Chapter 67. The hidden dagger unveiled. Allow me to make the selection for you, Jiangsu remarked with evident irritation. His patience nearly depleted as he yearned for a swift visit to the convenience store. Yet he first had to deal with these two individuals. Handsome. Are these two beautiful sisters your friends? Unexpectedly, one of the women beside the man timidly inquired, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting glimmer as she gazed at Jiangsu. Both of them are my women. Are you perhaps considering joining us? Jiangsu bluntly pierced through the girl's intentions, his tone laced with unmistakable mockery. You. What are you saying? The man on the ground, filled with indignation, muttered through clenched teeth, Xiaoru, don't mind this guy. Indeed, handsome, I could also be your woman. I will follow you from now on, is that all right? The girl unceremoniously disengaged from the man's embrace, repositioning herself to accentuate her figure. Get lost. Zhang Xinyu was the first to object, incensed at the audacity of this newcomer attempting to cling to her man. Zhong Shashan merely shot a fierce glare at Xiaoru, acutely aware of her own precarious position and refraining from further comment until Zhang Su clarified his stance. Pan Ru, I truly misjudged you. The man, crouched on the ground, revealed his fury, unable to voice it loudly, his words barely escaping his lips. Oh, you misjudged me? I could say the same about you. You promised to treat me well, yet you devoured the entire bag of chips, and while I was asleep, you slyly hid the water. If it weren't for me. Enough. Zhang Su interjected, noticing Pan Ru's escalating anger and the rising pitch of her voice. He turned to the mortified man. You are quite the character, aren't you? Too cowardly to face zombies, yet you steal from your girlfriend? Truly bizarre. My goodness, how can such a person exist in this world? Not merely odd, but utterly disgraceful. Zhang Xinyu commented with a sarcastic expression. The man, filled with shame, lowered his head, his teeth clenched in silence, lost in his thoughts. Handsome. My name is Pan Ru. Hey, don't come any closer. Zhang Su raised a hand, halting the advances of the overly eager Pan Ru. My condemnation of his behavior does not equate to my acceptance of you. I do not tolerate useless individuals by my side. You would be wise to seek other opportunities. With that, Zhang Su disdainfully waved his hand, leaving no room for Pan Ru's dignity, regardless of her disheveled appearance and unkempt hair. Even if she were a beauty wrapped in fragrant allure, such charms are of no use against zombies. To recklessly risk oneself for fleeting pleasure is an act of sheer folly. Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan understood Zhang Su's perspective intimately. Thus, they trained fervently, cognizant that while he might save them once or twice, they must also demonstrate their own worth. Shameless wench, I warned you. They jeered. Go away. The man squatting on the ground, witnessing Zhang Su's rejection of Pan Ru, suddenly felt invigorated. He stood up and slapped Pan Ru across the face. Pan Ru, clutching her cheek, leaned against the vehicle, her eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Zhang Su and his companions were startled by the man's abrupt action, simultaneously wary of any reaction from the distant zombies while raising their axes towards him, cautious of any underhanded moves. Brother, I want to kill zombies. I can kill zombies. Let me go. The man turned his head, looking at Zhang Su with an almost frenzied gaze. That and Appos, that's the spirit. Be a man. Go ahead. Zhang Su directed the axe blade towards the man, while his other hand gestured towards the street, aware that desperate individuals were not uncommon in this apocalyptic environment, where people's nerves were frayed and those willing to fight to the death were ever more prevalent. But I have no weapon. Can I borrow yours, please? The man hesitantly pointed at the axe in Zhang Su's hand. You're not killing zombies for my sake. Why should I lend you my weapon? Either bring something to trade, or figure it out yourself. Zhang Su replied coldly. That was a gift from my mother. Don't touch my things. Pan Ru, feeling wronged from being slapped, stood aside but rushed forward to snatch whatever the man had taken from the vehicle upon seeing it. Let go, you filthy witch. If my brother doesn't want you, I don't want you either. Let us see how long you can survive. What good are these to you? Give it to me, the man exclaimed, shoving her away. Ma Xuechua, may you meet a terrible end. Pan Ru sat on the ground, glaring at Ma Xuechua with venomous eyes. Ignoring her, Ma Xuechua presented a gift box to Zhang Su like a treasure. Brother, a lady's Cartier watch, worth over 40,000. Is this sufficient? What value does such a thing hold now? It's worth less than half a pack of instant noodles. However, I could begrudgingly lend you a weapon for a while. After saying this, Zhang Su accepted the gift box and handed it to Zhang Xinyu, then turned to Wang Guangjuan. Old Wang, give him the crowbar. Oh, Wang Guangjuan felt a bit queasy. Initially, he sympathized with the young couple, but it was disheartening to see them turn on each other in dire straits. The woman's advances and the man's bullying made him feel repulsed. He stepped forward and handed the crowbar to Ma Xuechua, coldly stating, Don't break it. Rest assured, uncle. Ma Xuechua nodded vigorously, taking the crowbar and weighing it in his hands, swinging it through the air a couple of times. Wang Guangjuan couldn't help but smirk, saying, You're holding it wrong. Grip it here and use the pronged end to strike the zombies. Oh. Ma Xuechua nodded vigorously again, then swung it a few more times, feeling it was indeed more comfortable. He then made an unexpected move that caught everyone off guard. With a twist of his waist, using his foot as a pivot, he swung the crowbar at Zhang Su's head. The dark red end of the crowbar, stained with blood that hadn't been wiped away, left a trail of viscous liquid in the air. It is evident that Ma Xuechua is truly filled with murderous intent. His ferocious demeanor is unmistakable, and he remains eerily silent, embodying the adage that a barking dog rarely bites. He is akin to a rabid dog poised to inflict mortal harm. His hair, slicked with pomade, stands on end due to the vigorous exertion he has displayed. One can surmise he has summoned every ounce of strength within him. Beware. Good heavens. Two cries echoed as Zhang Xinyu raised her baseball bat to strike Ma Xuechua. Alas, her intentions were thwarted by time, as she was evidently too late. Zhang Shashan, positioned slightly farther away, could do little more than offer a verbal warning, for distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. In a flash, the onlookers beheld Ma Xuechua, wielding a crowbar, being unexpectedly hurled backward. Alas, Ma Xuechua lay on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, clutching his abdomen, the crowbar tossed aside. He could scarcely fathom his failure, as he had believed himself to be expertly concealed, and thus should not have been detected. Chapter 68. I will shout. I truly will shout, you beast. Zhang Su's countenance was frosty as he licked his lips, casting a glance at the restless zombies lurking on the street while subtly rotating his ankle. He had remained vigilant of Ma Xuechua the entire time, never allowing himself to relax. Unexpectedly, the latter had indeed harbored sinister intentions, fortuitously landing right in the line of fire. Are you all right, Sugo? Zhong Xiaoshan inquired, noticing Zhang Su's apparent stumble, rushing to support him. I am perfectly fine, but he is far from it. Zhang Su narrowed his eyes, striding towards Ma Xuechua, who stood 2 meters away. Though his right ankle throbbed slightly from the earlier exertion, it was of no consequence. I grant you a chance at life, and in return, you attempt to take mine? Zhang Su confronted Ma Xuechua, towering over him, his gaze icy enough to send shivers down the spine of even a dog. Wang Guangjuan swiftly retrieved a crowbar, clutching it as if it were a treasure, casting a reproachful look at the prostrate Ma Xuechua. I was wrong. Brother, spare me this time. Grant me another opportunity. Ma Xuechua scrambled towards the gas station's exit, uncertain of his destination but acutely aware that remaining here meant certain death. Alas, some opportunities, once lost, are irretrievable. To cower in fear before the undead, yet display such ruthlessness towards your kind? You are truly a piece of work. Zhang Su pressed his foot against Ma Xuechua's hamstring, rendering him immobile. Be brother. That Xiaoru. Yes, Xiaoru is quite beautiful, and her skills are exceptional in that regard. I have videos on my phone that you could use to coerce her into servitude. Please, brother, spare me, and I will give you the phone. The prostrate Ma Xuechua resembled a grasshopper in autumn, laboriously extracting his phone from his pocket and extending it upward. You, Ma Xuechua, are less than human, a beast. Pan Ru, who had been weeping nearby, turned pale upon hearing his words, her lips devoid of color. Not solely due to the implications of the videos, but because she never anticipated such shamelessness from this man. She yearned to snatch the phone from him, but was restrained by Zhang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Su shook his head in disgust, brandishing an axe at Ma Xuechua. Your ex-girlfriend, at least, knows to barter something of value for protection. But you? You trample upon the scant trust one placed in you and suggest I use videos to threaten a woman. Why you had better not do anything to me. If I were to lose control, you would not be able to withstand it, I assure you. Ma Xuechua, realizing escape was futile, laboriously turned to glare at Zhang Su. The kick from earlier having caused him to regurgitate the bile from his stomach, remnants still clinging to his lips. You think I cannot withstand your madness? Very well. Enlighten me on how you intend to unleash it. Zhang Su tilted his head, observing Ma Xuechua from beside his bag, his expression eerily calm. There are plenty of zombies outside. All I need to do is scream, and I can draw them over. Then, we shall all perish together. Don't think I wouldn't dare. Ma Xuechua's face betrayed a manic gleam, convinced he had devised an excellent method to threaten Zhang Su. Zhang Su twirled his tongue within his mouth, gazing up at the overcast sky before abruptly turning to look at Pan Ru, who was kneeling beside Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan, weeping. Do you wish to settle the score with him? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but Pan Ru, still in tears, responded with remarkable swiftness, nodding vigorously. Yes, I want to kill him. If I were in her position, I would likely feel the same. How about this? Xinyu, hand her the baseball bat. Zhang Su nodded to Zhang Xinyu. What are you planning? What are you going to do? I'll scream. I really will. I'll attract the zombies to come and devour you. Ma Xuechua watched as Pan Ru took the bat from Zhang Xinyu's hands. Her gaze filled with venom as she glared at him, beads of sweat forming on her brow despite the light clothing she wore. Don and Apos, be anxious. You're not afraid of a mere woman, are you? Zhang Su reassured Ma Xuechua, then beckoned to Pan Ru, saying, though he is despicable, his crimes do not warrant death. How about we just break one of his legs? No way. Ma Xuechua protested, shaking his head repeatedly. If his leg is broken, he won't even be able to drive. It would be tantamount to death. However, Pan Ru paid no heed to Ma Xuechua. Her swollen eyes fixed determinately on Zhang Su. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll drag you down with me. Ma Xuechua felt the threat closing in, his skin twitching in fear. Drag us down with you? Do you even have that right? With a sharp snap, Zhang Su unfastened the clip of his knife sheath, revealing a gleaming dog-leg knife that sparkled ominously even in the dim light of day, leaving no doubt about its lethality. Shout loud? Attract zombies? Go ahead, bring it on. He then let out a booming roar towards the zombies on the street. Come here. Someone is looking for you to play with. A handful of zombies turned dully, and after a brief moment of recognition, they began their mechanical march towards the gas station. Meanwhile, Zhang Su raised the dog-leg knife high and aimed a strike at Ma Xuechua's calf. The combination of an exceptionally sharp blade, an unyielding material, and an unstoppable force was terrifying beyond measure. With a resounding clang, the knife met concrete, slicing through fibers, skin, and flesh as if they offered no resistance whatsoever. Ma Xuechua's leg snapped under the force, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ma Xuechua, witnessing the approaching zombies, felt a visceral terror grip him. He never anticipated Zhang Su would resort to such drastic measures, causing him to lose control. Not only him, but Zhang Xinyu and the others were equally stunned. Though soon a thought crossed their minds, evil begets evil. That leg is reserved for you, but you must hurry. Pan Ru was taken aback by Zhang Su's madness, especially as she saw 6 zombies charging towards her. Her hands trembled, but as she glanced at the man writhing on the ground, clutching his injured leg, fury surged within her. With a shrill cry, Pan Ru clumsily swung the baseball bat, striking Ma Xuechua with a forceful blow. Thud. Her aim was atrocious, completely missing the intended target on his calf and instead crashing into the right side of his forehead. Just as she prepared to follow up with another strike, a powerful force yanked her legs off the ground, sending her flying backward. Vile wretches, no? Suddenly struck once more. Ma Xuechua found himself sprawled on the ground, the pain rendering him disoriented as he uttered curses. However, Upon glimpsing the zombies, now less than 10 meters away, he finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. No, no, no. Ma Xuequa exerted every ounce of strength to flee, but he had already lost his chance. The 6 zombies descended upon him like famished lions upon a wounded antelope, ravenously tearing into him. Ah, you fiends, you. I shall return as a vengeful spirit to exact my retribution. As he was bitten, Ma Xuequa unleashed a venomous curse, his eyes blazing with a chilling light. Chapter 69. I sense you are insulting me, demons unleashed from the depths of hell run rampant in the streets, and your presence is utterly inconsequential, you wretched creature. Zhang Su spat contemptuously and then urged those around him. Onward. Without waiting for the zombies to finish their gruesome feast, Zhang Su brandished his weapon and charged ahead, with Zhong Xiaoshan and Wang Guangjuan closely trailing him, refusing to lag behind. Return that to me. The zombies, engrossed in their grisly meal, appeared as though sedated, exhibiting a surprising stillness. Even as they approached, the creatures failed to react, significantly alleviating the pressure on Zhang Su and his companions, making their assault akin to a stealthy ambush. Thud bang. In a swift encounter, Zhang Su and Wang Guangjuan each dispatched a zombie, while Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan, though slightly less forceful in their attacks, managed to slay 2 more after a few strikes. By the time the remaining 2 zombies launched their futile counterattack, it was far too late. Within a minute, all 6 zombies lay lifeless on the ground. Gurgling, Ma Xuequa, bloodied and barely clinging to life, stared vacantly at the group before him, an inexplicable tinge of regret surfacing in his heart. He lamented his choice to confront such formidable adversaries. If he had chosen to join the fight against the zombies instead, perhaps he might have become an ally to these individuals and survived. Alas, the opportunity for redemption had slipped away, and with a final, unwilling closure of his eyes, he succumbed. In this harsh world, compassion was a luxury one could ill afford. Zhang Su coldly observed the dying Ma Xuequa and remarked to his companions, I never anticipated this turn of events. He seemed so spirited, ready to confront the zombies. Yet he turned against us instead. Such a creature is truly terrifying. Zhong Xiaoshan, wielding a bloodied iron plank, wore an expression of confusion, as the grotesque nature of humanity relentlessly battered her psyche. He cannot be the most despicable among us. Zhang Su cast a final glance at Ma Xuequa before raising his gaze to the exterior. The zombies in the vicinity had been eradicated, while those further away lingered 100 meters off, rendering the gas station temporarily safe. He then turned to the trembling Pan Ru, who stood behind him. You should leave. Adapt to this new world. Oh, and that Q5 reeks. I have no use for it. You can take it. Pan Ru, her face ashen, surveyed the desolate and unfamiliar streets around her. She sensed Zhang Su and Appo's disinterest and lack of intention to include her in his group. Persisting in her efforts would be futile. Trembling, she approached the Q5, and as she brushed past Zhang Su, she paused and turned to him. Thank you. You are a good person. Zhang Su felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening at the woman so near him. He could hardly recall the last time he had received such a compliment. Zhang Su, you truly have a heart of stone. Zhang Su, you are a scoundrel. Zhang Su, you are a wretch. Brother Su, is this not a rather heartless act? These were the sentiments he had often encountered. Zhang Su chuckled self-deprecatingly. I graciously accept your gratitude, but when you label me as a good person, it feels as though you are hurling an insult my way. Pan Ru shook her head with a sorrowful smile, gazing upon the lifeless form of Ma Xuequa. Encountering you has been my fortune. I have unveiled this man's true nature. Otherwise, I would have inevitably fallen victim to his treachery, ultimately unaware of where I might perish in some forsaken corner of darkness. Zhang Su did not refute Pan Ru's conjecture. Given Ma Xuequa's actions, it was entirely plausible. He raised his hand and gently patted Pan Ru's shoulder. Go on. I wish you safe travels. Pan Ru hesitated, her eyes averted from Zhang Su's gaze. Zhang Su raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What purpose does it serve if it cannot be consumed or quenched? Moreover, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Pan Ru pointed to the Q5 and replied, anything from the car that you desire. Except for that watch. It was a birthday gift from my mother, and I wish to keep it. Zhang Su sighed inwardly, pondering the irony of contemplating material possessions when survival until the following day was uncertain. Nevertheless, he believed that having a glimmer of hope was beneficial, as it served as a mental anchor. While he was deep in thought, he felt something nudge his arm. Turning, he saw Zhang Xinyu extending a gift box towards him. Let us exchange for something more useful, Zhang Xinyu thought, feeling that taking away someone's sole token of hope would bring misfortune. I'll check the car. Zhang Su accepted the gift box and made his way to the Q5. Do you understand engineering repairs? Zhang Su inquired as he rummaged through the vehicle and discovered a doctoral toolbox, slightly larger than a briefcase, filled with an array of exquisite tools, electric screwdrivers, handsaws, various wrenches, and hammers. Pan Ru cast a bewildered glance at the toolbox and shook her head in confusion. I work at a bank, and he idles away at his parents' and Appo's tea house. It must have been a gift when he bought the car. Zhang Su nodded. Regardless of its origin, it was a valuable asset. He handed the watch box to Pan Ru and said, "A box for a box. Here. It has some blood on it. You can clean it yourself." "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all." Pan Ru swiftly accepted the gift box, cradling it in her arms, her eyes glistening with tears as she bowed deeply in gratitude, not forgetting to thank Zhang Xinyu and the others. "Take this," Zhang Su said, passing the toolbox to Zhong Xiaoshan, and then retrieved a box of self-heating rice and a bottle of water from his backpack, placing them in Pan Ru's embrace. "Be ruthless. Be resolute, and cast aside your shame. Only then will you have a chance to survive." This unexpected generosity left Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan momentarily stunned. In their minds, Zhang Su had always been rather stingy, yet he was now willing to part with precious food and water, which was indeed rare. Could it be that the toolbox was of significant value? They pondered. In the past, a complete doctoral toolbox with 108 pieces might have cost just over 2,000 yuan, and during a sale, it could be acquired for just over 1,000. However, in the current circumstances, the situation had drastically changed. Weapons, food, water, medicine, and tools were critical resources for survival. If industrial recovery were to occur in the short term, that would be fortunate. Should conditions continue to deteriorate, the significance of tools would only escalate. The value of the tool is undoubtedly significant. However, Zhang Su's intention was for Pan Ru to quickly take the provisions and depart, as the items within the convenience store held no relevance to her. "Thank you." Zhang Su did not inquire where Pan Ru was headed, for he could offer no further assistance, and such a question would be futile. Likewise, Pan Ru refrained from disclosing her destination to Zhang Su, as she herself was uncertain, perhaps intending to first acquire warm clothing or seek a suitable place to rest. As the vehicle roared to life, Pan Ru waved goodbye to Zhang Su and the others, slowly exiting the gas station and venturing into the unknown ahead. Chapter 70. The Honorable Brother. The little girl is truly unfortunate. One wonders how many days she can survive. Wang Guangjuan gazed at the departing Q5, lost in thought. It was her fortune to have escaped the initial zombie siege on the first day, and today, encountering us and having her boyfriend's vile nature exposed was yet another stroke of luck. One can only ponder how long such fortune will accompany her. Zhang Xiaoshan murmured. If she can heed the 2 points I mentioned, she should be able to survive long enough to adapt to this world. Suddenly, Zhang Su's words were interrupted as Ma Xuechua, lying on the ground, appeared to rise as if knowing that Pan Ru had departed. Woo. It seemed. Much like in those zombie films, one must never let down their guard even in death. The only options are incineration or destruction of the brain. Zhang Su frowned at Ma Xuechua, then took the crowbar from old Wang's hands and stepped forward to decisively eliminate Ma Xuechua. "Here you go." Zhong Xiaoshan approached Zhang Su and handed him an item. Zhang Su, slightly astonished, accepted the phone Zhong Xiaoshan offered, suddenly realizing, "Is this the phone Ma Xuechua intended to give me?" Zhong Xiaoshan nodded. "Yes, it contains the recordings of Pan Ru." "Oh no, she actually forgot this?" Zhang Xinyu remarked in surprise, looking towards the direction in which Q5 had vanished. Zhong Xiaoshan smiled lightly. "I had already secretly picked it up. She would be able to find it." "Hey, little nurse, your heart is both meticulous and devious. And is it not a bit perverse to be interested in Pan Ru's recordings?" Zhang Su teased as he fiddled with the phone. The screensaver displayed a photo of Ma Xuechua and Pan Ru. Pan Ru looked exceptionally delicate with her makeup. After failing to guess 2 simple passwords, he decided to abandon the effort. How could this be? Nonsense. Zhong Xiaoshan blushed at Zhang Su's words and quickly moved aside to inspect her gear. "I thought you might take Pan Ru for yourself," Zhang Xinyu whispered conspiratorially into Zhang Su's ear. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyu's comment, Zhang Xiaoshan, who had moved a short distance away, immediately perked up her ears and unconsciously inched closer to the two. Wang Guangjuan, on the other hand, naturally wandered farther away, for the intricate web of love and hate among the youth was beyond his comprehension. "Do not use your sordid thoughts to gauge me. I am quite honorable, understand?" Zhang Su disdainfully curled his lips, casually tucking the phone into his bag. "Spare me." Zhang Xinyu rolled her eyes dramatically and continued. "Seeing Pan Ru in such a pitiful state, one might think that if she could just obey and join us, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Zhang Su shot a sidelong glance at Zheng Xinyu. She feigned indifference, hefting the blood-stained baseball bat as she approached the convenience store's grimy entrance. Be careful, Zhang Su called out with a smile, having known each other for a while, yet their time together was short. Creating a strange sense of familiarity, perhaps it was the urgency of their circumstances that fostered such a unique feeling. Zhang Su turned to see old Wang fiddling with a radio and inquired, "Any news?" Uncertain whether it was a malfunction in the components, the signal was exceedingly poor. Wang Guangjuan, with a hint of frustration, shook the radio. "Ah, the vehicle is equipped with a radio. Let us see if there are any updates." Zhang Su and Wang Guangjuan hurried to the car, turning on the radio and tuning in, yet their efforts yielded nothing. They exchanged glances as they exited the vehicle. "Old Wang, how do you plan to proceed?" Zhang Su inquired, pulling out 2 cigarettes, disregarding the grimy no-smoking notice, and offering one to Wang Guangjuan. Wang Guangjuan glanced towards the direction of the Environmental Institute, lit his cigarette, and squatted down, feeling melancholic. "Brother Zhang, I appreciate you bringing me along. I intend to pack a few essentials before we set out, perhaps this afternoon. Let us have a meal together first." "What do you say?" He remembered their initial agreement to part ways after leaving the neighborhood. The distance from the gas station to the Environmental Institute was neither particularly far nor close, and the uncertainties of what they might encounter along the way compelled him to prepare, though he hesitated to take too much. Zhang Su exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing up at the leaden sky, then turned his attention back to Wang Guangjuan. A thought crossed his mind, and he activated the insight label. "Unyielding, stubborn, slow to perceive, old Wang. Have you considered joining me on this journey?" Zhang Su asked casually. He had been angered when Wang Guangjuan had initially barred him from entering the building. Yet Qinyu was right. There were no absolute rights or wrongs, only differing positions and perspectives. After spending a couple of days together, coupled with the insights gained through the insight label, he sensed that Wang Guangjuan could prove to be a reliable companion. Perhaps his slow perception might prevent him from being an elite, yet his steadfastness was indeed commendable. Wang Guangjuan was taken aback, surprised by Zhang Su's invitation. "Brother Zhang, I truly wish to accompany you." After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and continued, "But my son's fate at school remains unknown. I must see for myself. Have you considered the challenges that lie ahead? Even if you had a vehicle, do you believe you could make it to the Environmental Institute?" Zhang Su stated matter-of-factly. "Let me put it this way. I must see him alive or dead. Even a piece of bad news would grant me closure. As it stands, how can I find peace of mind? I cannot resign myself to despair without making an effort," Wang Guangjuan, a devoted single father, emphasized. His son, a university student, was his unwavering obsession. Given the tragic circumstances unfolding before him, he could accept the possibility of his son's death, or even his transformation into a zombie. However, he could not abide the thought of abandoning the search for him under uncertain conditions. "Let us head to the convenience store and see if there is anything we need. I want to be lingering here, and whatever remains will be left behind." Zhang Su clapped Wang Guangjuan on the shoulder, refraining from further persuasion. From their brief acquaintance, it was clear that Wang Guangjuan was resolute, and his stubborn desire to rescue his son rendered further debate futile. Zhang Sheshan, having finished preparing the equipment, loaded the usable items into the car and followed Zhang Su into the convenience store. Nearly a week has elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and surprisingly, the situation within the convenience store remains relatively decent. The shelves are somewhat disheveled, and the floor is dusted with a chaotic array of footprints. Yet there are no evident signs of looting. It appears that this establishment has been overlooked. However, its offerings are neither comprehensive nor of substantial quality. As Zhang Su stepped into the convenience store and glanced around, he quickly formed a judgment. He had frequented this place for refueling in the past, each time feeling compelled to voice his grievances. His own 24-hour convenience store, though smaller in size, was meticulously organized under the centralized management of the headquarters, boasting a diverse array of products. In stark contrast, this particular store displayed 2 large heaps of dried mushrooms and dried black fungus, proudly branded as local specialties. Behind the counter, an extensive collection of white spirits and cigarettes lined the shelves, accompanied by an entire display of large red dates from the western regions. Chapter 71. Come out. Goodness, this kind of mushroom is actually being sold for 99 a bag? What a robbery. Zhang Su approached the pile, picked up a bag of dried mushrooms, and shook his head in disbelief. "Brother, stop being picky. With so much here, what else is there to say? Just load it up." Zheng Xinyu squinted her eyes mischievously at Zhang Su, amused by her antics. Zhang Su feigned anger. Are you trying to get yourself a beating? I'm speaking the truth. Where's the loading? I meant load the vehicle, brother. Zhang Xinyu shot him a grin, grabbing 2 bags of 20 pounds of flour and heading outside. The baseball bat peeking out from her backpack strap made her look particularly comical. Loading the vehicle. Of course, you must first load those convenience foods. What are you doing with flour? Wait, I remember there was plenty of water for sale here. Where has it all gone? Zhang Su furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, sensing something amiss. It dawned on him that the display cases and piles of water had been cleared out. Someone must have taken it, with the water cut off. Everyone is probably scrambling for it. Hey, unlock the car door for me. Zhang Xinyu felt her analysis was spot on, proudly carrying the flour as she exited the convenience store. There is no reason to only take water. I'm going to the restroom. You all organize the supplies here and take whatever you can. As he spoke, Zhang Su walked towards the small door by the counter, recalling that there was a back entrance leading to the restroom. Although in these times, no one would dare to peek while he relieved himself, he still adhered to basic habits. However, just as Zhang Su stepped through the small door, a sound caught his ear, causing him to halt abruptly. Swish. A baton gripped firmly in hand. Come out, Zhang Su commanded, addressing a desk piled high with bottled water, while simultaneously adopting a defensive posture. Outside, as Zhong Xiaoshan and Wang Guangjuan were gathering supplies, they heard Zhang Su's voice and rushed to his side. Zhang Xinyu, who was still outside loading the vehicle, remained unaware of the situation unfolding inside the store. Is there someone in there? Zhong Xiaoshan asked with a questioning gaze towards Zhang Su. He nodded and reiterated. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll set this place ablaze. Wait. In the midst of the conversation, a disheveled middle-aged woman peeked out from beside the desk, her hair styled in a classic perm, her body swathed in several layers of gas station uniforms, eyes wide with fear as she regarded Zhang Su and the others. Come out and stand straight. Zhang Su noted that only one middle-aged woman emerged, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Given his current hearing, it was surprising he hadn't detected her presence in the convenience store. He marveled at her ability to remain so composed. Yet, he had caught the faint sound of her breathing. Had anyone else passed by without disturbing the bottles of water, they would have never uncovered her hiding place. The middle-aged woman trembled as she stood up, inadvertently bumping into the towering piles of bottled water. Staring blankly as they began to topple, Zhang Su blocked Wang Guangjuan, who instinctively moved to help steady the water, quietly waiting until the last bottle settled before coldly stating, I advise you not to cause any more trouble. If you have accomplices, call them out. He suddenly found himself lacking confidence in his hearing. It was not easy to detect someone who was quietly hiding. No, brother, it's just me here. The middle-aged woman repeatedly gestured, awkwardly leaning against the wall. Hey, why are you all here? Is there someone? Someone had miscalculated, as the water was indeed present. Zhang Su pointed at the scattered bottles of mineral water and continued. You all take her outside to inquire about the situation. I need to use the restroom. Lao Wang, be cautious. Rest assured, Brother Zhang. Wang Guangjuan replied with a solemn nod. Come out, sister, let us have a chat. Zhang Xinyu swiftly brandished a baseball bat, adopting a fierce demeanor. Zhang Su found her imitation of a tough girl somewhat amusing and shook his head as he proceeded further, though he became more vigilant, straining to listen. If one could hide from a person, surely a few could conceal themselves as well. It seemed the plump woman had not lied. This was quite fortunate. Just as Zhang Su reached the restroom, having not even unfastened his trousers, a subtitle flashed in his mind. How to handle the female gas station employee. A. Kill. B. Recruit. C. Expel. 001. 29. How could this woman possess the audacity to trigger a challenge? Peculiar. Zhang Su was somewhat perplexed, but quickly focused his attention on the choices. It appeared to be a test of human nature. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Su realized that casually eliminating a survivor was clearly not his intention. Hey, big boss, what constitutes recruitment? He pondered internally. Well, recruiting and expelling. It seemed unnecessary to recruit, but why was C designated for expulsion? C was far too low. Zhang Su felt a tumult of emotions. But time continued to tick away relentlessly. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Zhang Su's eyes, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he declared, B. I choose B. Recruit. The dead cannot be resurrected, but the recruited team members can disperse. Parting and reuniting is a commonplace occurrence. How to proceed with recruitment? A. Coercion and temptation. B. Sincere invitation. C. Ruthless intimidation. Zhang Su glanced at the three options and happily selected A. Completion time limit for the challenge. A. 1 day. B. 5 days. C. 10 days. This particular choice posed a dilemma for Zhang Su. Unlike the previous two options, which he felt confident about, completing the task was feasible, but the question was how long it would take. For instance, Wang Guangyuan intended to recruit and was willing to do so, yet Lao Wang had pressing matters to attend to, needing to fulfill his wishes before he could join without reservations. Consequently, the time frame could become highly unpredictable. Should he gamble on 1 day? No. Zhang Su muttered to himself, then decided, forget it, let us compromise, 5 days. If it can be done in 5 days, then so be it. If not, a few extra days wouldn't matter much. What if the woman, like Wang Guangyuan, needed to find her son studying abroad? That wouldn't be a matter of time at all. Zhang Su was determined not to risk his life, even if it meant failing the challenge. Thus, he chose B. Chapter 72. The double kill of the fierce woman. Zhang Su approached Zheng Xinyu and inquired, "What have you learned?" His sudden appearance startled the woman, who found him the most intimidating among the four present. Zheng Xinyu replied, "Her name is Tan Huajun, a local of Qin City, 37 years old, residing in the nearby Phoenix International Community. On the day of the zombie outbreak, she was on night duty and encountered trouble before her colleague arrived to take over." "Tan Huajun, is it? Come, have a seat, and let us converse," Zhang Su said, a faint smile gracing his face as he gestured toward a cabinet where bottled water was originally placed. "No, thank you. I'm fine," Tan Huajun stammered, her plump hands waving in refusal, clearly overwhelmed by Zhang Su's presence. Turning to Zheng Xinyu and Wang Guangyuan, Zhang Su instructed, "You two go move some items. I shall have a word with Sister Tan." "Big brother, hello, big brother," Tan Huajun exclaimed, nearly terrified to the point of losing composure at the thought of conversing with the intimidating Zhang Su. "Though I cannot claim to be exceptionally handsome, I hardly believe I am frightening enough to warrant such fear," Zhang Su remarked, perplexed by her reaction. With a face twitching in distress, Tan Huajun managed a smile that was more sorrowful than anything else, stammering, "Big brother is, very handsome, not frightening." Zhang Su noticed her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the sheath of his knife, and he realized, "You witnessed what transpired outside, did you not?" "No, I truly did not. Big brother, my vision is poor. I couldn't see clearly at all. I was hiding in the office, knowing nothing," she fervently denied, her words betraying her as she failed to notice the incoherence in her logic. Scratching his face, Zhang Su frowned. "If you saw something, just admit it, I assure you. I am not one to resort to silencing witnesses. You need not worry." What he intended as a comforting statement transformed into a death knell in Tan Huajun's ears. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Big brother, I want to say a word. I truly want to. Please don't kill me. I have an elderly father and a daughter to care for." "Did you even listen to what I said?" Zhang Su frowned, suddenly realizing that this task may not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. The woman was rather obstinate. "I am listening, big brother. I will heed whatever you say, as long as you spare my life." Tan Huajun nodded vigorously, her face glistening with tears. "Surely, I am not the sort to take lives without cause. Now come. Rise up. I genuinely have matters to discuss with you, so do not be afraid," Zhang Su shamelessly boasted, helping Tan Huajun to her feet. Wang Guangyuan and the others exchanged curious glances, perplexed by Zhang Su's uncommon courtesy towards the middle-aged woman. "You must frequently work the night shift, right?" "I often refuel here and know that rather rotund fellow, Su. I haven't seen you before. Do you smoke?" Zhang Su inquired, as he settled Tan Huajun into a chair and offered her a cigarette. Upon hearing Zhang Su mention her colleague, Tan Huajun's fear began to dissipate somewhat. She instinctively pointed at the no-smoking sign in front of her, but, considering the current circumstances, awkwardly responded, I don't smoke, thank you, big brother." "So many days have passed. Has no one visited the gas station?" Zhang Su, lost in thought, lit a cigarette and inquired. "Before today, there were at least 30 of those. Well, the kind of zombie creatures you mentioned. Around midnight, there was an explosion across the street that drew away quite a few zombies." After stabilizing her emotions, Tan Huajun expressed herself more fluently. "Yes. It seemed that a car crashed, resulting in the explosion. I heard the sound of brakes. After the explosion, many vehicles on the road were honking, and the zombies outside screamed and fled." Tan Huajun nervously rubbed her hands, hesitatingly asking, "Brother, what on earth happened outside? How did those creatures come to be? Do you know any news?" Zhang Su decisively shook his head, stating, "That morning, I slept until past 10. When I woke up, there was no signal on my phone. What transpired here that day?" Tan Huojun recounted, "That morning, I was about to finish my shift, around 7. Tidying up the accounts and waiting for Xiao Lan to come over for the handover. However, she never arrived. Bored, I was playing on my phone. When someone came for gas, I stepped outside, around 7:15. And a traffic accident occurred on the road." Her narrative mirrored the speculations of Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Su pointed towards the nearby community separated by just 2 walls. Tan Huojun smiled awkwardly. The gas station's surrounding wall was a solid 4 to 5 meters high. The community wall was low, but it was topped with anti-climb spikes. "Brother, how could I possibly scale that wall? However, initially, I did attempt to rush out, only to encounter a zombie immediately upon exiting. After a difficult struggle, when I finally escaped the gas station, the street was teeming with them." It terrified me upon hearing Tan Huojun's words. Zhang Su's eyes lit up. "You've killed zombies?" Tan Huojun nodded, somewhat dazed, pointing outside. "Yes. Over there by the flower bed, and another one in the green belt." "You killed 2? Quite impressive. How did you manage that?" Zhang Su asked with great interest. At first, he thought this plump lady was timid and would be a burden, yet unexpectedly, she dared to slay zombies on her very first day, achieving a double kill, surpassing 99% of survivors. Impressive. Zhang Su couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, realizing this lady feared crowds more than zombies. "Oh, how shall you repay me? Please don't say something like offering yourself as that previous woman did. I certainly do not desire that." Tan Huojun awkwardly chuckled, then glanced around, saying, "Aren't all these things here enough to repay you, brother?" Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this woman was genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be clever. "Hey, you don't think the things in this shop belong to you, do you?" Zhang Xinyu, placing her bag aside while clutching several large packs of toilet paper, looked incredulously at her. "They are yours. Yours. I apologize." Tan Huojun repeatedly waved her hands. Chapter 73. Will we be annihilated? Tian Huojun. There is no need for you to test us. Allow me to speak plainly. We are not villains, but we are certainly not virtuous either, Zhang Su stated with solemnity. Tian Huojun nodded repeatedly. "I understand, big brother, but I am genuinely concerned about my family's situation. Do you have any knowledge of when rescue might arrive?" "Rescue?" Zhang Su pursed his lips and shook his head. "You should not dwell on that. In truth, I reside not far from here, in the Shengqin Garden to the north. A few days ago, I witnessed a squad of special police engaged in a firefight with zombies. There were about 30 or 40 of them, and the outcome." As he spoke, Zhang Su's head gradually shook, his face etched with despair. Tian Huojun raised her hand to cover her mouth, incredulity washing over her. I feel that zombies shouldn't be too difficult to handle. The special police have firearms. How could they possibly fail to subdue them? Not too difficult? Zhang Su replied with a peculiar smirk. It is manageable because there are not many zombies. 1 or 2 can be dealt with. Even 10 can be evaded. But what if 100 were to surround us? That night, the special police faced an encirclement of over 10,000 zombies. What do you think their chances were? Panic struck Tian Huojun, her plump face draining of color. What's wrong? Zhang Su inquired hastily, noticing her alarm. Zhang Xinyu and the others paused their tasks, turning their attention to her. In such dire circumstances, everyone was on edge, their nerves taut. Any unusual reaction could provoke anxiety. If the entirety of Qin City is overrun with zombies, would they resort to nuclear weapons to contain the infection? Tian Huojun asked, her expression one of despair. Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback, a strange expression crossing his face as he rubbed his own. Even if nuclear strikes were still an option, a small place like Qin City would be far down the list. The situation outside is dire, not just here, my dear. Wang Guangjuan chimed in at the right moment, his brow furrowing deeper. The term "my dear" offered Tian Huojun a glimmer of warmth, yet the chilling news plunged her into despair. If the outside is like this, with no hope for rescue, does that not spell our doom? She instinctively looked to Zhang Su. Zhang Su maintained a calm demeanor, smiling gently as he shook his head. Are you suggesting we should give up because there is no rescue? Such a defeatist attitude is unacceptable. Allow me to tell you. Many have managed to escape from their communities. Just today alone there have been dozens, if not hundreds. The situation is grim, but not as dire as you imagine. The outside world is terrifying, yet not as frightful as you perceive. Faith, do you understand? You must maintain hope. Zhang Su patted Tian Huojun's shoulder firmly, his words a mix of encouragement and bravado. A heart brimming with fervor may not guarantee survival, but a spirit resigned to despair is unlikely to find a way out. Tian Huajun gazed at Zhang Su in astonishment, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears as she declared earnestly, "You are right, big brother. I must hold on to hope. My daughter and father may still be waiting for my rescue. I must gather my strength." Well, a certain level of mental preparation is essential. However, what of your husband? Zhang Su shifted the conversation, inquiring. That scoundrel betrayed me. We divorced years ago. There are no men worth my time, she replied, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. Tan Huajun instinctively wanted to curse, but realizing that the fearsome figure before him was also a man, he promptly restrained his words. Zhang Su pretended not to hear and turned to Zhong Xiaoshan, saying, "Xiaoshan, Lao Wang, stop your work for now. Let us pick some favorite dishes and enjoy a proper meal." "All right," Zhong Xiaoshan responded cheerfully, stepping out to call Zheng Xinyu. "Shall I not hold back then?" Wang Guangjuan inquired tentatively. Zhang Su smiled. "Eat as you please, and fill a backpack while you're at it. That should suffice, right?" "Absolutely, absolutely, Brother Zhang. You are too generous." Wang Guangjuan beamed with delight. Zhang Su turned his attention back to Tan Huajun and asked, "Have you eaten? Come join us. We know you are not a bad person and won't harm you. As you saw earlier, that fellow attacked me first, and I only defended myself. Go ahead. Choose whatever you like." Zhang Su had clearly assumed the role of the convenience store owner. "Ah, thank you. By the way, we have a generator here that can boil water if started," Tan Huajun remarked, noticing Wang Guangjuan had taken 2 packets of instant noodles. Suddenly, he remembered there was a generator behind the house. A generator. Zhang Su's heart leaped with joy as he quickly asked, "Where is it? How do you start it?" In these times, getting hot water is not an easy task. It's just behind. Turn left after the restroom. However, it has some issues and hasn't been repaired yet. Plus, there are 2 zombies back there, Tan Huajun explained. "Really? That's unfortunate." Zhang Su waved his hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter. The generator is quite noisy. If we start it, it would be like sounding the charge for the nearby zombies." Tan Huajun rarely smiled as he replied, "That won't be an issue. The generator we purchased is a silent model. It operates at no more than 50 decibels. And as you mentioned, that Su fellow even added soundproofing, so it's quite discreet." "Oh, I see. Lao Wang, can you repair generators?" Zhang Su turned to Wang Guangjuan. Wang Guangjuan shook his head, then nodded, saying, "I tinkered with agricultural machinery at home before, so I can give it a try." Zhang Su looked at Tan Huajun in surprise. "You possess such skills? It's quite unexpected. I have some tools. Let us see if they'll suffice." "Xiaoshan, bring over the toolbox we found from the Q5. If possible, Zhang Su hoped to utilize the generator. The thought of warm meals was enticing, and one naturally wishes for a better existence. Moments later, Zhong Xiaoshan returned with the toolbox, its brand new latches barely having been opened. Tan Huajun examined the toolbox and nodded. "This will be sufficient, but if I go alone, I fear the 2 zombies might." "There are only 2 zombies, right? Lao Wang, let us go protect our technician Tan while he repairs the generator." Zhang Su called out, and Wang Guangjuan promptly picked up a crowbar in response. The 3 made their way to the back of the convenience store, and indeed, as Tan Huajun had mentioned, 2 zombies were lurking in the corner. Zhang Su gently whistled, immediately capturing the attention of the zombies, who came charging towards the 3 of them with their long, emaciated legs. With swift precision, Zhang Su and Wang Guang dispatched the zombies effortlessly. Meanwhile, Tan Huajun stood to the side, feeling somewhat queasy at the bloody scene. She remarked, "You see, one merely needs to thrust a steel bar into its eye socket to eliminate it." Zhang Su and Wang Guang exchanged glances before turning to Tan Huajun, incredulous. "Is that truly how you kill zombies? By stabbing their eye sockets?" "Indeed." Tan Huajun nodded. "All right, let us proceed to repair the generator." Zhang Su found himself at a loss for words. He certainly understood that piercing the eye socket could easily dispatch a zombie, yet the challenge lay in aiming accurately. Chapter 74. The long-awaited hot noodles. The generator was installed beside the air conditioning unit at the back of the convenience store. It bore the mark of an island nation, and I had initially assumed it to be of commendable quality. However, it malfunctioned after merely a year, likely due to prolonged disuse. Tan Huajun removed the soundproof cover, sat down on the ground, and deftly began to dismantle the generator's casing. "Technician Tan, I never imagined you possessed such skills. Have you studied this before?" Zhang Su observed Tan Huajun and Apos' adept technique with astonishment. While consulting the repair manual, Tan Huajun responded, My major in university was electrical engineering, but I only grasped the basics. Finding a job was challenging, so I eventually secured a position at a gas station, never expecting it would prove useful one day. Young lady, your field has immense potential for application in the future. Wang Guangyuan nodded in agreement. Tan Huijin smiled shyly, choosing to remain focused on her task without further elaboration. After toiling for over 10 minutes, she secured the casing and tightened the screws. With a pull of the starter cord, the generator emitted a sound akin to an old man's cough, yet it operated quite steadily. The noise was somewhat present, though not as exaggerated as advertised in the manual. Wang Guangyuan swiftly placed the soundproof cover back on, significantly reducing the noise level, allowing for undisturbed conversation even while standing nearby. Technician Tan, your skills are truly impressive. Zhang Su applauded with enthusiasm. Wang Guangyuan also offered his praise. This was born out of necessity. In the past, I would have simply waited for after-sales service. Tan Huijin remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she observed the functioning generator. We can finally enjoy hot noodles. This simple statement warmed the hearts of everyone present. This is all thanks to Technician Tan. Let us express our gratitude to Sister Tan. Zhang Su was the first to softly applaud. Sister Tan is truly remarkable. Indeed, Sister Tan is incredible. Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan expressed their heartfelt appreciation. In this apocalyptic era, the ability to enhance one's happiness was a rare gift. Oh, not at all. Brother Su and Brother Wang contributed significantly by helping fend off the zombies. I merely played a small part. Tan Huijin modestly deflected the praise, unwilling to take undue credit. Haha, Technician Tan. It seems you have the skills of a courtier. Your flattery is undoubtedly professional, Zhang Su jested. Tan Huijin, feeling a bit bashful, nodded with a smile. A bad habit. I apologize for the laughter. Let us not dwell on that. Everyone, choose your food and dig in. Zhang Su gestured as he made his way towards the instant noodle shelf. Everyone opted for instant noodles, having gone several days without a warm meal. With the outside temperature lingering in single digits, even a bowl of hot water could bring joy, let alone the fragrant instant noodles. Before long, steaming bowls of noodles were ready. They opened a bottle of special region sesame oil, savoring it alongside ham sausages, delighting in the flavors so much that they would hardly stop even if zombies approached. The food supplies were plentiful. Even filling a Harland would not exhaust them. Since they couldn't take it with them, they might as well indulge. Everyone indulged heartily. Both Zhang Su and Wang Guangyuan devoured 3 bowls of instant noodles each. The women did not lag behind either. The plump Tan Huijin matched the men's appetite, also consuming 3 bowls, while Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan each had 2. The floor was strewn with sausage wrappers, and they even managed to finish nearly half a bottle of sesame oil, showcasing the formidable appetite of the 5. After their meal, they reclined comfortably, utterly reluctant to move a muscle. What sheer delight! Zhang Su exclaimed. Zhang Xinyu mused. I can hardly recall the last time I was so moved by a bowl of instant noodles. It's simply blissful. Brother Zhang, where do you intend to go next? Wang Guangyuan inquired, gazing up at the ceiling. My clear objective is to visit the Yaowen convenience store, then head towards the countryside. In truth, my goal aligns with Qinya and the others. I plan to head towards Qin County. However, the reality is that we must take it one step at a time. He had no desire to venture into the so-called safe zone, uncertain of its legitimacy and wary of the constraints such places might impose. The conditions outside could very well be more favorable. Qin County, with its sparse population and abundant mountains, seemed a reasonable choice. Should that fail, they could continue toward the even less populated northwest. Surely, there would be a suitable place to set up camp. Leave a phone number. If we regain signal in the future, and should I still be alive, I will seek you out. Wang Guangyuan sat up, speaking earnestly. All right, old Wang. I hope you find us with your son when that time comes, so we can endure this wretched world together. Zhang Su found paper and a pen at the counter, swiftly jotting down his number and handing it to Wang Guangyuan. What? Brother Wang, are you leaving? Tan Huijin looked incredulously at Wang Guangyuan. With zombies roaming outside, the thought of him setting off alone was astonishing to her. Wang Guangyuan carefully folded the note and tucked it into his pocket, smiling. Indeed. My son is at the environmental university. I must go rescue him. He was uncertain of his son's fate but chose to remain hopeful. My goodness. It's still 3 or 4 kilometers to the environmental university from here. Can you make it? Whether I can or not, I must try, haha. Wang Guangyuan chuckled, determination shining in his eyes. By the way, Technician Tan, do you have any usable vehicles here? Get one for old Wang, Zhang Su suggested to Tan Huijin. He couldn't share one of his two cars with Wang Guangyuan, as many vehicles outside were damaged from collisions, and the streets were rife with zombies, making it challenging to find one that was operational. No. Actually, I can't drive, Wang Guangyuan replied, his smile tinged with embarrassment. You can't drive? Yet you delivered milk? Zhang Su asked in astonishment. I used an electric tricycle, the kind for deliveries. Modified with a slightly larger cargo area. No need for a driver's license, Wang Guangyuan clarified. That's perfect. Brother Wang, I have a small electric vehicle. Tan Huijin patted herself and retrieved 2 keys from the innermost pocket of her clothing. Haha, an electric scooter. Oh, sister, can this truly be mine? Wang Guangyuan exclaimed. His joy evident as he had long been troubled by the issue of transportation, contemplating resorting to prying open a shared bicycle as a last resort. Now, with this little electric scooter, his predicament was wonderfully resolved. Tan Huijin handed the keys to Wang Guangyuan with a smile, saying, It would be of no use to me now. I am delighted to assist you. I hope for your son's safety. Ah, thank you so much, sister. You are truly kind-hearted. Your daughter and father must surely be blessed by fate, Wang Guangyuan replied, overwhelmed with excitement, even resorting to using idioms. Chapter 75. Zhang Su and the others stood to the side, observing the reluctant gazes exchanged between Wang Guangyuan and Tan Huijin, both revealing a hint of peculiar amusement. Cough. Old Wang, how old are you this year? Where's your wife? Zhang Su inquired abruptly. Did I not mention it? I'm 46 this year, divorced for over a decade. Wang Guangyuan scratched his head and replied. Divorced. Zhang Su couldn't be bothered to ask the reasons. He pointed at Tan Huijin and said, The technician has no husband, and you have no wife. Doesn't that make a perfect match? My dear brother, you... Tan Huijin's face flushed crimson. Hey. Brother Zhang, don't speak nonsense. Wang Guangyuan suddenly felt embarrassed and turned his gaze away from Tan Huijin. In this apocalyptic world, one must seize the day. Every moment could potentially be the last. Any thoughts or feelings should not be suppressed. Just then, Zhang Su's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he crouched down, signaling everyone to follow suit. A vehicle is approaching. Zhang Su looked intently towards the source of the noise. The others were astonished. It was eerily quiet. After a brief pause, the unmistakable sound of an engine echoed. Old Wang and I will hide first. If they come here, you all should test the waters. Zhang Su organized the plan. Test what? Hey, don't leave. Zheng Xinyu whispered urgently as she saw Zhang Su and Wang Guangyuan sneaking towards the employee office. Whoever it is, just say there are already people here and ask them to leave. Let us observe their reaction. With that, Zhang Su quickly concealed himself behind the door. Oh dear. What if a gang of robbers arrives? Tan Huijin felt a wave of anxiety, conjuring images of bandits as fearsome as Zhang Su. Zheng Xinyu and Zhang Xiaoshan were much steadier, grabbing weapons and positioning themselves to discreetly monitor the situation outside. Don't be scared, Tenjie. No matter who it is. They won and Oppos, act rashly upon seeing us. They and Oppos, recoming. Zhang Xiaoshan reassured her. As she spoke, a robust H6 vehicle rushed into the gas station, slamming to a halt. A young man clad in a tactical jacket jumped out. After retrieving a machete from the car, he glanced nervously down the road they had traveled. Relieved to see no zombies, he hastily approached the passenger side, opening the door to assist an injured man with a wounded leg. Shuage. There are no zombies or anyone here. We can rest for a bit. The young man in the tactical jacket smiled with relief. Shuage, struggling to move forward, took a deep breath and muttered, What a misfortune. Suddenly, with a crude kick, the young man in the tactical jacket smashed open the convenience store's glass door. He had barely taken 2 steps inside when he froze in place. There are already people here. You should leave, Zheng Xinyu stated firmly to the 2 men. Gripping her baseball bat with unwavering composure, her tenacity shining through. Ridiculous. Just because you say there are people here, does that mean there are? My brother has sustained an injury and must recuperate here. You all should take your leave. The man in the tactical jacket, sporting a tuft of yellow hair, exuded an intimidating presence. Witnessing the audacity of the 3 women before him ignited a fire of fury within him. What do you think you are? How dare you prattle onto me? Bring forth the supplies for treating external wounds, quickly. The burly figure, known as Shua, with his crew cut and a twisted expression on his face, likely a consequence of his pain, was sweating profusely despite the bitter cold. In the past, Zheng Xinyu would have certainly avoided such an individual, but now, she felt no fear. If she could confront zombies, what was there to fear from living men? Do you think brandishing a knife makes you formidable? Why not go confront the zombies instead of threatening us women? Wait, could it be that this monk-headed fellow was bitten by a zombie? Jung Sin-yu's gaze fell upon the man and Appo's leg wound. Noticing the pant leg torn as if by a bite. Shaw, allow me to handle this. The man in the tactical jacket could no longer endure. Releasing the hand of his companion and raising his knife menacingly toward Jung Sin-yu. Am I giving you face today, brandishing a baseball bat, huh? Where did you even get that bat? Shaw, look at her baseball bat. Upon hearing this, Shaw turned to Jung Sin-yu's bat, his brow furrowing. Where did you find that baseball bat? Shaw, quick, look at that vehicle. Unexpectedly, the two men disregarded Jung Sin-yu's words. And the man in the tactical jacket pointed in surprise at the van parked by the gas pump. Damn it, Xiao Shua Bozai, you two. With your East Ge being quite the gentleman, has never insulted a princess even after a night of revelry at KTV. What have you learned from him? At that moment, a voice emerged from within the employee office, followed by Zhang Su and Wang Guangyuan stepping out. Wow, Sugu. It's truly you. The previously arrogant man in the tactical jacket beamed with delight at the sight of Zhang Su. Zhang Sin-yu and her companions were taken aback. Their heads filled with question marks as they realized Zhang Su was acquainted with these two ruffians, who appeared to hold him in high regard. I knew that lightning emblem on the baseball bat looked familiar. It truly belongs to Sugu. Haha. The man referred to as Xiao Shua forced a smile. Unable to maintain his facade, and sank to the ground, leaning against the display case. Bozai, what has happened to Xiao Shua? Zhang Su inquired, approaching them. He recognized both men, known for their long-standing associations with pool halls and KTV, both in their 20s, leading a somewhat disreputable life yet managing to earn a living. Sugu, Liu Yuba lamented, please help Xiao Shua. He was bitten by a zombie. Damn it, what terrible luck. Sugu, I know being bitten leads to infection, but I refuse to believe in such misfortune. I can endure. Xiao Shua gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. Zhang Su cautiously lifted the tattered pant leg of Xiao Shua, revealing a shallow bite mark that was conspicuously visible. Although the wound was not deep, it was torn open. And the blood surrounding it had congealed in the cold, the darkened edges of the injury suggesting a dire situation. Xiao Shua observed Zhang Su's silence and, with a bitter smile, said, Brother Su, I am fully aware that this is perilous. Soon, you will bind me, and if I were to transform, then you must eliminate me. Brother Su, please, I implore you to save me. Liu Yuba pleaded from the side. Let us do our utmost and leave the rest of fate. Zhang Su sighed inwardly before turning to Tan Huajun, Old Tan. Does the gas station have an emergency medical kit? Yes. Tan Huajun nodded vigorously and swiftly headed towards the office. Chapter 76. Inferior products can be fatal. Thank you. Brother Su, Xiao Shua exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke each word with great effort. Let's put that aside for now. What on earth happened? Zhang Su settled onto the ground, casting a glance at Liu Yuba, who appeared distressed. Brother Su, you bear some responsibility in this matter. Liu Yuba reacted to Zhang Su's inquiry like a wrong child, his eyes reddening immediately. Wow, you're really good at shifting blame. Zhang Su was utterly perplexed. With a clatter, Liu Yuba discarded the machete he held onto the ground, exclaiming, if it weren't for you selling us these inferior machetes, Shaw and I would have made it out unscathed. Upon hearing his companion's words, Xiao Shua let out a bitter laugh and turned to Zhang Su, saying, Brother Su, this knife is genuinely useless. It barely manages to sever a zombie's arm. Zhang Xinyu and the others exchanged astonished glances, while Tan Huajun, who was approaching with a medical kit, stood there in bewilderment, utterly confused. Zhang Su frowned, picking up the grimy iron blade and shaking it. Noting that the blade wobbled in response, a clear indication of its poor quality and the severe shortcuts taken in its production. I'm genuinely concerned about lives being lost. I specifically had my master forge these toys for minor scuffles. And you use them to battle zombies? I can't even. Zhang Su's head buzzed as he raised 4 fingers, 41 pieces, $100 for 3. You really dare to? Sigh. A mixture of frustration and guilt washed over him, hoping that no more individuals would resort to using the toy weapons he had sold to confront the undead. The group exchanged glances, astonished to discover such an extraordinary backstory. They hadn't anticipated that Zhang Su had previously sold weapons to gangsters. Brother Su, let me tend to his wounds first, Zhong Xiaoshan interjected, sensing the awkward atmosphere. She quickly took the medical kit from Tan Huajun and crouched beside the two. Professional nurse. Senior caregiver. High-ranking ward benefits. Enjoy it while you can, Zhang Su said half-jokingly, casting another glance at the iron blade before angrily tossing it aside. Thank you, sister. Xiao Shua said politely, flashing a smile at Zhong Xiaoshan. He then turned to Zhang Su. Brother Su, we don't blame you. Please don't be upset. Ultimately, it's just that you, Ba, and I weren't capable enough. If it were you, you could have made it out even with a folding stool. Sighing, Lu Yuba sat despondently, reflecting on their previous experiences. You two go to the gym for nothing but flirting or sneaky photos. When it comes to a fight, you just make noise. Now you realize your folly? Zhang Su remarked, aware that the owner of the billiards hall and KTV, Dong Go, had rented an apartment for the staff, housing many young men. At the mention of this, Qiu Shua and Lu Yuba fell silent. All right, let's not dwell on it. Zhang Su waved his hand, fully aware of the situation. 5 got infected, 3 died, and it's just us left. We can't reach our parents, Dong Good, or anyone else. We hid for days until we finished our supplies before we finally escaped. Lu Yubo raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, feeling utterly defeated. Hiss, hiss, hey, Brother Su, do you have any cigarettes? Beside him, Qiu Shua gasped in pain, trembling as he asked Zhang Su for a cigarette. Zhang Su retrieved some smokes, handing one to each of them before silently lighting up and taking a puff, at a loss for words. Any attempt at consolation felt utterly feeble. After a brief moment, Zhang Xiaoshan snipped through the gauze with a decisive snap, saying, the disinfection and suturing are complete. You should take a moment to rest. Your skills are truly impressive, Su Gu. You weren't misleading me, were you? This sister must be a highly skilled nurse. Qiu Shua managed to force a smile, his lips pale. Of course, the people around your Su Gu are exceptional. Xiao Shua, just rest for a bit. Zhang Su shook his hand, letting out a dry laugh. We need to restrain you. Qiu Shua, ever cheerful, extended his hands. It's fine, let's do it. Do you have any silver bracelets? Haha, it's been ages since I wore one. No silver bracelets, but plenty of plastic ties, Zhang Su replied. Oh no, I feel hot. Su Gu, Xiaobo, I'm burning up all over. Could this be a symptom of viral infection? On the ground, Qiu Shua shifted slightly. Zhang Su noticed the familiar crimson hue beginning to seep into Qiu Shua's eyes and silently shook his head, patting the increasingly anxious Lu Yuba. It's so hot. I'm about to burn up. My head feels like it's on fire. Suddenly, Qiu Shua began to struggle, his limbs contorted in grotesque positions from the restraints. A sight both horrifying and heart-wrenching. Zheng Xinyu and several other women turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight, their faces etched with sorrow. As long as this virus remained unvanquished, each of them could face a similar fate. Perhaps this was the inevitable end for all, a thought too unbearable to accept. Xiaobo, put me out of my misery. It hurts so much. Su Gu, hurry, act now. Qiu Shua's body stiffened, his eyes nearly fully crimson, while his skin turned a faint ashen hue. Thud. Technician Tan, where's the rebar you use for killing zombies? Zhang Su gritted his teeth and asked. Rebar? Oh, right here. Tan Huijin pulled out a nearly 1 meter long piece of rebar from beneath the counter. No, don't. Su Gu, don't kill Shua Gu. He can hold on. Believe in him. Lu Yuba exclaimed, quickly restraining Zhang Su's arm as he attempted to stab down with the rebar. Stop this nonsense. Qiu Shua's body, as if electrified, lay rigid on the ground, his blood-red eyes glaring at Lu Yuba. Do it, now. Bozi, I know you have a good relationship with Xiao Shua. Come and see him off on his final journey. With that, Zhang Su pushed Lu Yuba's hand away and handed the rebar to him. I can't, Su Gu. I just can't. Lu Yuba looked at his brother Qiu Shua, who resembled a lifeless dog on the ground. Then at the rebar in his hands, anguish etched across his face. Hurry up. Qiu Shua's voice had transformed, raspy and labored, nearly devoid of sound. His bloodshot gaze fixed on Lu Yuba, his limbs stiff and straight, the web-like veins beneath his skin becoming increasingly visible, on the brink of transformation into a corpse. I won T. You worthless piece of trash. With a fierce thrust downwards. In the absence of splattered blood, a soft sound echoed, bringing a hushed stillness to the convenience store. A few muffled groans emerged, evidently from Zheng Xinyu and her companions, causing even old Wang to avert his gaze. Qiu Shua, once rigid and tense, gradually relaxed and lay down, the fierce expression on his face fading away, replaced by a serene sense of relief. Chapter 77. A fearsome warrior. Zhang Su abruptly withdrew the steel rebar that had pierced Qiu Shua's skull, feeling a rush of warmth flood his mind, followed by a wave of dizziness. His connection with Qiu Shua was not particularly close, yet he was still a familiar face. Taking his life was an immense challenge. Fortunately, Qiu Shua had nearly completed his transformation into a corpse, alleviating the weight of Zhang Su's conscience. Brother Shua, oh? Lu Yuba wailed as he knelt on the ground. You owe me. Go collect Shua's body. Zhang Su glared at him, his anger simmering, but then he relented. Forget it. Forget it. Seeing the weeping Lu Yuba ignited a fire within Zhang Su, who considered kicking him, but was restrained by Zheng Xinyu, Zhong Xiaoshan, and Old Wang. In the filthy convenience store, the metallic scent of blood mingled with the lingering aroma of instant noodles, and the group's spirits plummeted into silence. The brutality of the apocalypse was a harsh reality, yet none had anticipated such cruelty would strike so close to home, affecting someone they knew. Zheng Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan stood by Zhang Su's side, gently caressing his hand, offering solace to his troubled heart. They understood that the burden of killing Qiu Shua far outweighed that of slaying 100 foes like Ma Xuechua. Lu Yuba, with a sorrowful expression, dragged Qiu Shua's lifeless body to the back of the convenience store, searching for a place to bury him. However, the cement ground was impenetrable, forcing him to lay the body in a clean ditch, covering it with soil from a potted plant as a symbolic gesture of burial. Brother Su. After his labor, Lu Yuba knelt before Zhang Su, tears staining his face. Stop calling me that. Get lost, Zhang Su snapped, his irritation evident as he cast a glance at Lu Yuba. Brother Su, I want to follow you from now on, Lu Yuba pleaded, sniffling. Follow me? You wouldn't even dare to fulfill your dying brother's last request. What use are you to me? Zhang Su's frustration mounted as he kicked Lu Yuba, sending him sprawling. Brother Su, I can fight zombies, I'm not afraid. But to kill Brother Shua, I just can't do it. Lu Yuba crawled toward Zhang Su, desperation in his eyes. His words only fueled Zhang Su's anger further. He sprang to his feet, seizing Lu Yuba by the collar, ready to strike. Darling, don't hurt your hand, Zheng Xinyu quickly interjected, affectionately addressing Zhang Su. Caught off guard by her sudden term of endearment, Zhang Su paused. Such words had never passed between them before. Damn it. The fire in Zhang Su's heart dimmed slightly, and he released Lu Yuba, exclaiming. Everyone knows Qiu Shua would undoubtedly become a zombie. He was your best friend. You couldn't bring yourself to do it, so I have to bear the burden? You owe me a great deal. Yes, Brother Su, I owe you. Let me follow you. I will repay you in action. I want to let you down. Lu Yuba pleaded again, his face earnest as he gazed at Zhang Su. Brother, he is just a boy. He cannot bear such a heavy psychological burden. He seems sincere. Let us consider giving him the dirty work in the future, suggested one of the others. Wang Guangjuan, upon seeing Lu Yuba, could not help but recall his own son. For the two were of similar age. He felt compelled to utter a few kind words. Indeed, uncle is right. Su Gu, I can handle any arduous tasks. I shall heed your words from now on, Lu Yuba declared earnestly. Everyone can speak sweetly. Now, go aside and let me enjoy some peace. Zhang Su waved him off. Observing Wang Guangjuan signaling him discreetly, Lu Yuba quickly crouched in the corner, too intimidated to utter a sound. What do you think? Zhang Su resumed his seat and inquired softly of Zhang Xinyu and Zhong Xiaoshan. If we are to venture to Qing County, it will be quite challenging with just the three of us. We might consider bringing along a few companions, but it ultimately depends on your wishes. Zhong Xiaoshan promptly expressed her opinion. Zhang Xinyu nodded in agreement. I share a similar sentiment with Xiaoshan. If someone seems reliable and agreeable, we should include them. Many hands make light work. After all, not everyone is like Ma Xuechua. Let me ponder this. Zhang Su furrowed his brow in contemplation. He understood the immense strength found in unity, yet the team members must be trustworthy and manageable. Let us give it a try. With this thought, Zhang Su raised his gaze towards the corner where Lu Yuba sat, and suddenly, three labels manifested in his mind: fearless, mindless, reckless. This. Zhang Su felt at a loss for words, with two characters swiftly surfacing in his thoughts. Brute. Such an individual should not be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Yet he could undoubtedly excel in straightforward tasks resolvable through sheer force. A true enforcer. Regrettably, no labels pertaining to loyalty appeared, leaving him without a crucial evaluative parameter. Come here. Zhang Su resolved to engage Lu Yuba in a more substantial conversation. Hearing Zhang Su beckon him, Lu Yuba dashed over and crouched before him, eagerly exclaiming, Su Gu, does this mean I can follow you from now on? Hold on, let me ask you a few questions, Zhang Su replied. What makes you want to follow me? Su Gu, you're remarkable. Brother Shua told me that 4 years ago, one night, a group of thugs came to Dongji's KTV to stir trouble, and you were there. You took down 3 or 4 ruffians in no time. Impressive. Lu Yuba gazed at Zhang Su with admiration, as this lowly street thug harbored a peculiar reverence for physical prowess. Zhang Su recalled the incident Lu Yuba mentioned. His frequent visits to Pang Haidong's KTV were primarily to expand business channels, and, admittedly, the alluring princesses there were a distraction. Damn it, thinking about that still frustrates me. I ended up playing security for free just to sell a few items to Pang Haidong. Hey, Donggu always praises you, Sugu, for your loyalty and skill. Though he does mention your prices are a bit steep. Liu Yuba's voice gradually diminished towards the end. When have I ever been steep? Just as Zhang Su was about to refute, he noticed a broken piece of metal on the ground and redirected. True, sometimes the quality may not be great. But I never charged Pang Haidong exorbitantly. One gets what one pays for. I have always been fair, neither deceiving the young nor the old. It is not my fault that you all wish to pay a penny but expect 5 pennies worth of service. However, his explanation seemed feeble, as those nearby continued to regard him with skepticism. Ahem. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Zhang Su coughed lightly and turned to Liu Yuba, saying, following me may not guarantee your safety. Some dangers you could evade alone, but I might compel you to confront them. What then? Brother Su, you need only command. And I, Liu Yuba, would bravely face any peril, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. However, if you were to end up like Brother Shua, I would find it impossible to act. Shut your mouth. Zhang Su scolded fiercely. I truly cannot bring myself to do it. Liu Yuba murmured, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Zhang Su's gaze. Is this truly a matter of will? I realize now that you are utterly lacking in discernment. Zhang Su thought, recognizing the accuracy of the insight. Chapter 78. Farewell. Liu Yuba let out a hollow laugh, scratching the back of his head. Back when I was in school in the village, my teacher said I was empty-headed. My father said the same. And so did Donggu and Shuagu. Heh, empty-headed. My brain waves are all over the place. But following me will be just fine. You need to use your head a bit more. By the way, go clear out the waste in the restroom. Zhang Su issued the order with an air of confusion. Liu Yuba froze momentarily before rising and asking Tan Huajun, Sister, do we have a shovel here? Just kidding. Zhang Su called out to Liu Yuba, pointing at his clothing. Both you and Qiu Shua are covered in blood. This doesn't seem to be from fighting zombies, does it? Liu Yuba's jacket was caked in grime, and he shrugged, replying. Shua Gu said that smearing ourselves with zombie blood would mask our scent, keeping other zombies at bay. Zhang Su's eyes brightened with curiosity. How effective was it? Liu Yuba shook his head. Not at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been surrounded. Well then, Zhang Su sighed and raised his hands in resignation. He had contemplated this very strategy himself, but had never acted upon it. Now, someone had taken the risk, paying the ultimate price. Have you eaten yet? I haven't had anything since last night. Liu Yuba said, patting his emaciated stomach. Just find something to eat. There's hot water over there, Zhang Su suggested, pointing to the kettle. Hot water, huh? I'm going to make a bowl of instant noodles. Liu Yuba exclaimed, bouncing off in search of his meal. Brother Zhang, that young man seems decent, albeit a bit single-minded. Alas, it's getting late. I must be on my way. After praising Liu Yuba, Wang Guojuan's tone turned serious as he patted Zhang Su's arm. Brother Zhang, thank you for leading me out of Shiqin Garden. Damn. A job that pays 3,200 a month nearly cost me my life, ha. Zhang Su glanced at the time. It was just past noon, with a tinge of reluctance. He advised Wang Guangjuan, Old Wang, sometimes you need to think more flexibly. Don't get stuck in a rut. Approaching problems from a different angle can often make things much easier. This advice from a senior left Wang Guangjuan slightly taken aback. But he soon smiled and shook his head. Brother Zhang, I know I'm a bit stubborn, and that's not ideal. Thank you for the reminder. I'll work on it. With that, Wang Guangjuan picked up his backpack and turned to Tan Huajun. Sister, if possible, stick with Brother Zhang. He is quite capable. Zhang Su felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected Wang Guangjuan to bolster his case as he left, proving to be a true boon. Tan Huajun rubbed her hands together nervously. Brother Wang, I don't have much talent. I might hold you back. Everyone has their role, Old Tan. You can take down zombies, and your mechanical skills are commendable. We need someone like you. You should seriously consider Brother Wang's suggestion, Zhang Su said earnestly. Initially, he had only intended to dismiss Tan Huajun after completing the challenge, but now he found himself genuinely interested in her capabilities. Ha, sister. Brother Zhang means he is willing to take you along, Wang Guangjuan said cheerfully. Tan Huajun was taken aback by Zhang Su's unexpected agreement to her joining the team. Momentarily flustered, she stammered. Brother Su, I am very willing. Well, I know you are concerned about the situation at home. It's just in the neighboring community, right? Let's rest for the night, and we shall visit your home tomorrow. However, you must brace yourself. Jiangsu, anticipating the gravity of the situation, cautioned her against being overwhelmed by a potentially harrowing sight. For the loss of a capable technician would not only be regrettable but would also jeopardize his own challenges. Tan Huijin's expression was tense as she nodded repeatedly. She had been mentally preparing for this, aware that with the world turned upside down, anything could have transpired at home. Uncle Wang, where are you off to? Lu Yuba, having just prepared a packet of noodles and holding a bag of snacks, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Guangjuan shouldering a backpack and wielding a weapon. I need to pay a visit to the Environmental University. Young man, listen well to Brother Zhang, and do not act recklessly. Wang Guangjuan affectionately patted Lu Yuba's head. Understood. Uncle Wang. Though Lu Yuba was somewhat impetuous, he could sense the affection others held for him, and he cherished this uncle, who often spoke well of him. Come on. Lao Wang, I'll see you off. Jiangsu surveyed the situation outside, listened intently, then opened the door, leading the group out of the convenience store. No one paid heed to the corpses scattered on the ground. Apart from Tan Huijin, the others had traversed a path fraught with death and bloodshed. Growing accustomed to the grim sights, this little electric scooter is fantastic. It runs silently and is a perfect tool for navigating the streets. Take care, everyone. And may we meet again under fortunate circumstances. Wang Guangjuan secured the crowbar in his bike's basket and kept his backpack on, ensuring both protection and mobility. Lao Wang, remember my words. Do not be stubborn. If the situation seems untenable, do not force it. Jiangsu cautioned. I know. You are more talkative than a milk shop owner. I'm off now. With that, Wang Guangjuan twisted the throttle, and the electric scooter began to move slowly. Uncle Wang, stay safe. Wishing you peace, Uncle. Take care on your journey, Brother Wang. The group exchanged various farewells, each with their own distinctive titles. Brother Su, do you think Uncle Wang will find his son? Jiang Xinyu asked, her tone tinged with melancholy. In this apocalyptic era, one could easily unleash violence over trivial disagreements, yet bonds could form in the blink of an eye. Though their time with Wang Guangjuan had been brief and initially fraught with unpleasantness, their relationships had warmed considerably. Old Wang has managed to survive alone in unfamiliar surroundings for 4 to 5 days. That's quite impressive. Rest assured, I believe old Wang will be just fine. Zhang Su remarked with a smile, watching Wang Guangjuan depart. Brother Su. Lu Yuba approached Zhang Su with a mischievous demeanor, saying, that machete is rather unwieldy. Do you have a more suitable weapon? Old Tan, what weapons do you have at the gas station? Zhang Su inquired, glancing at the dazed Tan Huijin. Weapons? Oh. Yes, we do have some. But, aren't these your toys? Using it to slay zombies is no jest. Zhang Su gazed at a cabinet filled with rubber sticks, momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth? Do not speak carelessly. Ahem. The 3 ladies instantly turned crimson. For none of them were underage, yet how could such matters be expressed so brazenly? Chapter 79. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Lu Yuba felt a twinge of embarrassment as he quickly brandished a helmet, exclaiming, Sister Tan, this protective gear is quite impressive. Su Ge, do I resemble a special police officer? Speaking of special police, I wonder how Officer Qin and the others are faring. Oh, Su Ge, do you truly have connections with the special police? Lu Yubo gazed at Zhang Su with admiration. A special police officer managed to escape the community ahead of us, heading in a different direction. His team was sizable, yet only a few were genuinely useful. Never mind them. Zhang Su preferred not to dwell on those individuals, for he believed that Qinya could hardly manage the team effectively, and there was a risk of complications arising from the hindrances posed by Yu Nuo and Lu Xuanyu. Forget the rubber baton. Take away the shield and the powerful flashlight. Xiaobo, Lao Tan, come with me. I'll fetch you both some weapons. With that, Zhang Su led the 2 toward his van. Ha. Su Ge, I knew you would have something good. Standing beside the van, Lu Yuba rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. The best thing is yourself, you fool. Zhang Su grumbled, bending low as he rummaged through the vehicle. He then produced an item that left the 2 of them bewildered. What in the world, Su Ge? What is this? A deadly hoe? Lu Yuba exclaimed, staring at the massive hoe-like weapon in Zhang Su's hands. But why was there a scale on it? Stop the nonsense. This is a caliper, for measuring. Zhang Su chuckled as he handed the gigantic caliper to the bewildered Tan Huijin. Here you go, Technician Tan. It suits your identity perfectly and will surely be effective against zombies. Brother, why do you have this in your vehicle? Are you an engineer? Tan Huijin had seen calipers before, but she never imagined encountering one of such enormous size in her lifetime. Typically, Calipers measure around 30 centimeters, and even the larger ones barely exceed 50 centimeters. Yet, the caliper in her hands measured a full 1 meter, capable of gauging objects of considerable size. It was no wonder Liu Yuba mistook it for a hoe. It indeed bore a resemblance, and held by Tan Huajun, its peculiar shape appeared particularly comical. Hee. A self-defense weapon, Zhang Su remarked with a grin. This item is not contraband. Even if Uncle were to check, it wouldn't matter. It brings a sense of security when kept in the vehicle. Indeed. Sugu, you clearly possess a cultured demeanor. Carrying a caliper with you is quite reasonable. Liu Yuba adeptly showered compliments. Seeing how eloquently he spoke, Zhang Su tossed a straight steel pipe to Liu Yuba. Here, take this. What is this? Liu Yuba held a steel pipe, roughly a meter in length, one end fashioned as a grip while the other was pointed. The pipe had a long groove carved into it, and upon testing the pointed end, he found it remarkably sharp. It was evident that anyone unfortunate enough to be jabbed by this implement would certainly incur a grievous wound. As a farmer and Appo's offspring, it is quite reasonable to carry a grain sampler. Zhang Su explained, yet this was no ordinary grain sampler. The most significant distinction lay in its material, the grain. Liu Yuba felt a shiver run down his spine, astonished that this device originated from a grain storage facility. He looked at Zhang Su with great admiration. Brother Su, you truly impress me, always managing to procure such peculiar items. Enough of your flattery, Zhang Su retorted. The use of the grain sampler is rather straightforward. You must be accustomed to attacking the zombies' heads with a stabbing motion, understood? Zhang Su demonstrated the action. When it came to serious matters, Liu Yuba earnestly began to learn. Old Tan, this is relatively simple. Although it's called a caliper, you can treat it like a crowbar or a hoe. I had someone craft the claws from special materials that are quite sturdy. They can crush a zombie's skull with a satisfying crunch. Zhang Su was brimming with confidence in the weapons he had on his vehicle. These items had never been shown lightly and were reserved for the direst of circumstances, having remained idle since their creation until now. Though Liu Yuba struggled with academic knowledge, he was undoubtedly a prodigy when it came to combat, quickly mastering the essentials of stabbing with impressive form. Tan Huajun, however, was somewhat lacking. Swinging the caliper appeared clumsy, resembling a penguin wielding a hoe from a distance, which was particularly comical. Shashan, guide technician Tan, Zhang Su said, rubbing his temples. Seeing Tan Huajun's awkward stance was a source of slight irritation as he was curious to witness how this robust woman would manage to dispatch a zombie with a steel rod, even beginning to question if she was being truthful. Nevertheless, the corpses of zombies by the flower bed had indeed been dispatched with eye punctures. That could not be faked. Throughout the afternoon, everyone practiced weapon usage beside the convenience store, humming and grunting. Zhang Su took this opportunity to inquire in detail about the Phoenix international community and her family's situation with Tan Huajun. In the apocalypse, the feasibility of plans drastically diminishes due to the multitude of unpredictable variables. Zhang Su had contemplated scenarios where individuals would disregard gas stations to scavenge supplies or even rob them, yet the imminent events were beyond his expectations. Just as everyone was rushing towards the convenience store's side entrance, a piercing screech of tires echoed through the silent street, reminiscent of a banshee's wail, sending a jolt of fear through their hearts. Quick, hurry inside, Zhang Su urged as he noticed the group halting. Oh my goodness. The last person to enter the convenience store, Zheng Xinyu, glanced towards the street and witnessed a terrifying scene. Following a series of crashing sounds, a flaming GL8 appeared on the street in front of the gas station, abruptly swerving in an attempt to cross the greenbelt toward the gas station. However, for reasons unknown, it flipped over right at the gas station's exit. Help? Is anyone there? Help me. A bloodied man crawled out from the driver's seat, emitting a chilling cry as he ran toward the convenience store. The man was oblivious to Zhang Su and the others, solely intent on seeking refuge for his own salvation. Regrettably, events unfolded contrary to his intentions. His frenzied screams attracted the encroaching horde of zombies. Coupled with his earlier injury, his unsteady steps led him to fall to the ground, where he was swiftly engulfed by the ravenous undead, his desperate struggles proving utterly futile. Bang! Before the zombies could feast, a blazing vehicle erupted in a conflagration, resulting in an anticipated explosion that sent a multitude of zombies soaring through the air. Fortunately, the fuel station was situated at a safe distance. Otherwise, the entire establishment would have been consumed by flames. This series of calamities transpired within a mere 30 seconds. Leaving Zhang Su and his companions huddled beneath the convenience store's wall, their nerves frayed as they beheld the slowly converging mass of zombies. Chapter 80. Escape our vehicle. Our vehicle. Zhang Xinyu exclaimed as she watched the zombies approach the car, instinctively ready to rush out to salvage supplies. It's over. Zhang Xiaoshan's face turned pale as she trembled. All our hard work to clear this area, gone. In a mere minute or two. More than 50 zombies had gathered at the gas station's entrance and the surrounding streets, with their numbers steadily increasing. Zhang Su's expression darkened as he observed the encroaching horde. Fortunately, the flames from the car had somewhat impeded the zombies' advance. Otherwise, even more would have wandered into the gas station. This was meant to be their temporary safe haven, a place to rest for the night before setting off. But now it seemed they would have to leave immediately instead. You have 1 minute to gather your belongings, then we move, Zhang Su commanded, prompting everyone to spring into action, hastily securing their packs, yet confusion soon followed. Brother Su, do we fight our way out? Liu Yuba suggested, raising the food sampling device in his hand with confidence. Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the ever-growing throng of zombies, which now numbered nearly 70 or 80. He pondered how they could possibly engage them. If only he had an RPG or a Gatling gun with infinite bullets, he might consider it. No, too many. Zhang Su resolutely shook his head. Though his combat prowess was formidable, he would never recklessly take risks, especially when a retreat was still feasible. Why gamble with their lives? Liu Yuba, undeterred, pointed at the H6. Brother Su, we can't abandon the car. I'll dash out to draw the zombies away, and you all can drive. Zhang Su cast a reluctant glance at the van, which held a substantial amount of supplies, while the Highlander contained newly gathered provisions and some armor. Regrettably, the zombies had already reached Ma Xuechua's body, now merely 2 or 3 meters from the vehicles. Bozy, don't take risks. We'll find another opportunity to retrieve the car, Zhang Su cautioned. Engaging in a desperate struggle now would leave them with no means of retreat. Unless it was a certain death situation, there was no need to act recklessly. With a frustrated sigh, Liu Yuba glared menacingly at the zombies outside. The situation outside the walls is definitely better than inside. Let us climb over from the restroom. Having spoken, Zhang Su moved towards the staff office, instructing those behind him. Be quiet. Do not make a sound. Technician Tan, remember, do not shout, no matter what happens. Understood. Tenhuojun nodded firmly, clutching her caliper. Having survived nearly a week alone in the gas station, her mental fortitude had been tested. Without further ado, the group followed Zhang Su out through the back door. The convenience store still contained many supplies, and with Liu Yuba's H6, they could have taken more, but that opportunity was lost now. Once you jump down, don't fall flat. Make sure to roll with the momentum. Any way will do, as it can mitigate the impact. During the climb, Zhang Su imparted some techniques for falling safely to a few of them. The zombies retained a fragment of their sight, and when they were about 10 meters from the restroom, a group of them noticed Zhang Su and his companions, shuffling forward in pursuit. In the distance, nearly 100 zombies meander ominously down the street, the scene both terrifying and chilling. The man who had emerged from the burning vehicle has been devoured to the point of near annihilation, leaving behind a ghastly skeletal remains discarded upon the ground, entirely ignored by the zombies. Fortunately, I did not leave my bag in the car, or I would be in dire straits, Zhang Su remarked with a sigh. Brother Su is amazing, Liu Yuba exclaimed, giving a vigorous thumbs up. He carried 2 bags, one his own and the other belonging to Qiushua. Had it not been for Zhang Su's repeated warnings, he would have carelessly left his bag in the vehicle. The alleyway posed little threat. Quickly, throw the bags over. Zhang Su removed his backpack and peered over the wall. The situation between the gas station and the residential area appeared relatively secure, with only a few zombies wandering near the depths and the entrance. In a swift moment, the group tossed their bags into the alley. Hey! Zhang Xinyu hurled her baseball bat to the opposite side and was the first to scale the wall. Upon landing, she realized it was merely a 3 or 4 meter drop. Recalling Zhang Su's techniques, she descended without hesitation. Thud! Oof! The solid thud of her landing was accompanied by a muffled grunt. The resilient Zhang Xinyu dusted off her pants and stood up, completely unscathed. Following her was Zhong Xiaoshan, whose physical prowess surpassed that of Zhang Xinyu. Having previously participated in climbing activities, she had more experience in such situations. Upon landing, she even rolled into a somersault. Although covered in dirt, she appeared all the more carefree. Liu Yuba effortlessly leaped down the wall. Brother Su, this is too high, too high. I'm afraid I'll break my leg. Tenhuojun, seated atop the wall, felt dizzy at the sight of the drop below. Seriously? Tan, you're afraid of heights from just a 3 or 4 meter drop. In truth, the height of the wall was comparable to that of a standard basketball hoop. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to leap. But when faced with life and death situations, choices become limited. Jiangsu gestured towards the gas station yard and said, "Old Tan, either you go feed the zombies or you jump down. You're all flesh. What is there to fear?" With that, Jiangsu took the initiative and jumped down, landing with ease. "Brother Su, zombies are coming from that direction." As Jiangsu touched down, Liu Yuba pointed towards the depths of the alley where 4 zombies, alerted by the commotion, were staggering towards them from about 20 to 30 meters away. "Hurry down. I'll catch you." Jiangsu called up to Tan Huajun, perched on the wall. "Let it be. If I die, I die." Tan Huajun glanced towards the gas station, her fear of the zombies clearly outweighing her dread of jumping. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and leaned forward, tumbling off the wall. "Damn it!" Jiangsu muttered under his breath in frustration. Tan Huajun had intended to minimize her fall, but naively assumed Jiangsu would catch her with open arms. Quick-witted, Jiangsu swiftly pushed her sideways as she fell, significantly reducing the downward force and redirecting her trajectory. With a thud, Tan Huajun felt her back collide against the wall, causing a jarring sensation throughout her internal organs, an overwhelming urge to vomit rising within her. Before she could actually retch, her body fell sideways onto the ground, her arms constricting her chest, and a wave of asphyxiation washed over her. "Do you have any idea how much you weigh? Is this intended as an act of self-destruction?" Jiangsu looked at the disoriented Tan Huajun on the ground, utterly speechless. Chapter 81. Surrounded by enemies. "Brother Su, I shall confront the zombies," Liu Yuba declared. Observing Tan Huajun lying on the ground, rolling her eyes in distress, it seemed she needed a moment to recover. Grasping the food sampling device, he boldly approached the zombies, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior. "Shaoshan, you tend to Old Tan. Sinew, did you injure yourself?" Jiangsu inquired, picking up the enormous vernier caliper that belonged to Tan Huajun as he moved towards the undead. Zhang Sinew, brandishing a baseball bat, followed closely behind Jiangsu, shaking her head. "I'm perfectly fine, don't worry." With 4 zombies, the trio swiftly dispatched them, and for Liu Yuba, wielding the food sampling device for the first time, he managed to eliminate 2 in one breath. His face was alight with exhilaration as he swung the device and exclaimed, "Brother Su, this thing is phenomenal." Just moments ago, he had merely nudged it forward, and the device effortlessly pierced through a zombie's eye socket into its brain, resulting in an astonishingly high kill efficiency. He felt that if faced with 100 zombies, he could conquer them all without hesitation. "Stop flinging it around. It's all blood. Clean it up and take care of it. I've already made your weapon lethal. It's exceptionally effective," he said, handing the heavy vernier caliper to Tan Huajun. Tan Huajun accepted the blood-slicked caliper, her expression a mixture of gratitude and complexity. "Thank you," she murmured. "Old Tan, once you cross this wall, you will truly enter a new world. Do not entertain any illusions, nor should you harbor unrealistic compassion. You may remain indifferent, but you must heed commands, understand?" Jiangsu admonished seriously, still uncertain whether she would seamlessly integrate into their group, hence refraining from using the insight tag on her, resulting in limited understanding. He felt compelled to elaborate further. Tan Huajun nodded earnestly, her hair styled in a whimsical bun, shaking off the dust that clung to her. As Jiangsu slung his backpack over his shoulder, he scrutinized the alley. Normally devoid of foot traffic, the cobblestone path was surprisingly clean, devoid of any bodies save for the 4 zombies they had just vanquished. He pointed towards the depths of the alley, declaring, "Let us proceed to the back entrance." From Tan Huajun, he learned that the Phoenix International community had 3 entrances: the main street gate accommodating vehicles, the secondary street gate allowing both vehicles and pedestrians, and the back gate adjacent to other communities restricted to foot traffic. As the group traversed closely along the community's wall, they soon reached the alley's end. "Halt, halt." Jiangsu raised his arms and called out softly. Before them lay a narrow path barely wide enough for 2 vehicles. Yet the situation here was far worse than in the alley. To the left, more than 10 zombies wandered towards the back entrance of Phoenix International, while the right side was scarcely better, with 4 or 5 zombies meandering nearby, alongside a mysterious metal shed of indeterminate purpose. Opposite them stood the wall of another community, with a back entrance not far off. However, due to the angle, the interior remained obscured, though it was likely infested with zombies as well. Jiangsu was acutely aware that turning left to confront the zombies would inevitably attract the undead lurking on the adjacent road, resulting in a daunting collective of approximately 20 zombies. Such a number posed considerable pressure. Even if various tactics were employed to eliminate the zombies, there remained no assurance that more would not be drawn into the fray. Should another wave emerge from the nearby residential complexes, an escape route would be entirely compromised. Brother Su, let me take the lead. No. It's too perilous. Recklessness is not an option. Zhang Su promptly halted Lu Yuba, recognizing that as the decision-maker, the fate of the entire group rested upon his shoulders. In moments of choice, one must refrain from undertaking uncertain ventures. He conveyed his assessment of the situation to the others, and even Lu Yuba had to concede. He had not considered the broader implications. Regarding only the artifact in his possession, dismissing the zombies as trivial. Climb the wall. Scaling the wall is the most prudent course. After careful deliberation, Zhang Su resolved to vault over the wall into the community. Climb the wall? Tan Huojun did not question the feasibility of this decision, but rather her own capabilities. However, reality afforded her no time for such doubts. At that moment, 3 construction worker zombies, adorned with hard hats, emerged unexpectedly from the tin shack to their right. And this was merely the prelude, as over 20 more swiftly followed. It turned out to be a temporary shelter for migrant workers. As if sensing Zhang Su and his companions deliberating at the alley's entrance, the construction worker zombies headed directly toward them. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Su's heart raced. He gestured urgently, lowering his voice. We must go. The zombies are coming. The others instinctively followed Zhang Su's gaze, spotting the throng of 30 or so construction worker zombies, clad in work attire and hard hats, advancing toward them with an unsettling urgency, inducing a palpable sense of dread. The wall of Phoenix International was significantly lower than that of the gas station, standing at approximately 2 meters. For individuals like Zhang Su and Lu Yuba, a simple tiptoe would suffice to reach the edge, with an additional half-meter of barbed wire serving merely as a token deterrent, easily surmountable. After sprinting down the alley for several dozen meters, Zhang Su discarded his backpack without a second thought, hurling it into the community. With a swift run, he effortlessly scaled the wall. Peering inside, he was instantly filled with relief. The community harbored far fewer zombies than the dire situation at Shichin International. Hurry, come up. As the zombies drew ever closer, each individual unleashed unprecedented potential, and with Zhang Su's assistance, they quickly ascended the wall, leaving only Tan Huojun struggling below. With the construction worker zombies nearing, Tan Huojun, panicked, felt her anxiety bubble to the surface, yet her plump form made it difficult to climb. Old Tan, push with your feet, quickly. Zhang Su realized that Tan Huojun could not manage alone. He and Lu Yubo each grasped one of her arms, while Zhang Xinyu bent down, gripping the barbed wire, and seized Tan Huojun and Appo's collar. A low growl echoed as the zombies surged forward, their rancid breath filling the air. They reached out, but ultimately grasped only at the void, leaving mere scratches upon the wall. Through the combined efforts of Zhang Su and the 2 others, they finally managed to pull Tan Huojun onto the wall just in the nick of time. You must lose some weight, old Tan. You must weigh over 200 pounds. Don't you? Zhang Su muttered with irritation. Tan Huojun, his face ashen, gazed down at the zombies below, panting heavily, and replied, No. I'm not that heavy, perhaps around 160 or 70. I might just be wearing too many layers. Chapter 82. Thoughts on publication and conclusion. This idea has lingered in my mind for quite some time. After completing the book, I did not immediately embark on writing a new novel. Rather, I delayed for several months before beginning a new project. This book underwent 4 rounds of recommendations, yet ultimately failed to break into the rankings. According to the esteemed editor, this outcome is already commendable, as many works are hastily published after just 2 rounds of recommendations. I must admit, I was pleasantly surprised to have completed all 4 rounds of recommendations. Initially, I had anticipated that the journey would conclude after the 3rd round. So discovering the 4th round was indeed gratifying. I yearned for but one thing: subscriptions, 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 an earnest plea for your support. Chapter 83. Welcoming new members 167 is indeed quite substantial. How much do Xinyu and Xiaoshan weigh together? Zhang Su pressed his forehead. I weigh 94. I weigh 80. Chapter 84. The Salvation Society? Zhang Su and several others joined forces to rearrange the furniture in the living room, clearing a remarkably spacious area. They then proceeded to instruct a few individuals in targeted training. Chapter 85. Quite impressive. Subscribe, duck. Do not rush. Wu interrupted the speaker, then shone his flashlight on Tan Huojun's face, chuckling. Sister Pang, I see that your delicate and tender skin has been well maintained. Chapter 86. Unable to prevail. Truly unable to prevail. Chapter 87. The unconscious animal. Thank you, kind sir, for granting me a chance at survival. Wu Daqiang discerned that Zhang Su indeed intended to spare his life, and he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 88. Alternative reserves 6K words. More to come in the afternoon, seeking subscriptions. Jung Sin-yu noticed the atmosphere was somewhat somber and quickly inquired, when shall we depart? In the afternoon? Zhang Su glanced over. Chapter 89. Infighting or collaboration. Zhang Su narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I have already stated that you did not clean up properly. We have eliminated a considerable number of zombies ourselves, and we have not received a single penny in protection fees. Then you. Chapter 90. Another speculation. 6K words. Second update in the afternoon. It's your turn to come up and practice. After Zhang Su finished speaking, he stepped back to make room. Zhang Sin-yu moved forward from the side and saw someone panting. Chapter 91. The student party, the daily mission concluded. No more today. What a situation. Following closely behind were 3 figures, making it a total of 4, 3 men and 1 woman. The group appeared rather disheveled, as. Chapter 92. Splitting up, a few minutes later. Brother Su, there must be a more detailed plan, right? I wonder if you could share it with us. Rest assured, we would never steal your ideas. Huang Miao said earnestly. Chapter 93. Unexpected consequences. Finale. This fellow has truly become more astute. Zhang Su, concealed by the wall, observed Liu Yuba's series of actions with a knowing smile. Recently, there have been numerous readers urging for the progression of the plot, accusing me of padding the word count. However, the crux of the matter lies in my perception while writing. I still feel that the narrative lacks detail. What you see has already been distilled. Often, readers critique authors, yet authors genuinely aspire to advance in the direction that readers desire. Nevertheless, skill and craftsmanship are not attained overnight. It is not that I wish to linger. This is the result of my earnest efforts to accelerate the pace. I am not asserting that my more elaborate content yields the same effect. Rather, I strive, to the best of my ability, to develop characters and the overarching events. My capabilities are limited, and I sincerely apologize to all of you if you find the plot to be lackluster and not meeting your expectations. You may choose to unsubscribe or explore alternative sites. I simply wish to calmly complete the narrative of this zombie universe. Chapter 94. Shattered glass. What on earth is wrong with this creature? Zhang Su was utterly astonished as he witnessed the zombie shattering the glass. How could a zombie exhibit such an effect akin to that of a gibbon? Chapter 95. Have you taken me for a caregiver? Ugh, ugh. Zhang Su cast a glance at the 2 individuals who were retching incessantly, silently shaking his head without uttering a word. After all, they were not part of his team. Let them be as they wish. Chapter 96. The rescue team at the settlement camp. Ahem. Please allow me to say a few words. The older gentleman coughed lightly, adjusted his glasses, and gazed at Zhang Su. Sir, first and foremost, I am not a cook. This. Chapter 97. Ha, Draven. Today and Apo's. Lengthy conclusion. Liang Deshang exuded an imposing aura, radiating a formidable presence that instantly unsettled the group of students. After all, prior to the catastrophe, they were merely students of the school. Chapter 98. I know a secret, all right. Splendid. Let us prepare at once. Upon hearing that he could procure medicine for his daughter, Yuan instantly felt invigorated and began to take action. Chapter 99. Shadows of the unseen. Barely 200 meters away from the gas station, Zhang Su halted in front of a well-preserved pharmacy, beckoning a few individuals to disembark and procure medicine. In no time, they filled several large boxes. Chapter 100. The strange corpse cluster. 4 vehicles advanced slowly along a dilapidated street, reminiscent of the tumultuous fates that awaited the crowd. The wheels occasionally rolled over the bodies with an unavoidable inevitability, while at other times they collided. Chapter 101. Wishing you good luck. The second update will be available in a few minutes. Here you go, your favorite chocolate bread. Zhang Sin-yu handed a plump plastic package to Zhang Su. How sweet. Chapter 102. Night operations. Today's contribution of 10,000 words. Liang Xiaocheng seized Xiaowu, shouting furiously, Who is it? Speak, who is it? Nearby, there is a gas station next to Phoenix International, and my brother saw. Chapter 103. Thank you, brother. The news of the discovery of the weapons weighed heavily on Zhang Su. The opening of the armory signified that these individuals not only possessed 2 crossbows, but also ensured that each person was equipped with a finely crafted weapon. Chapter 104. There, everything is fine. Today's daily update concluded. I will eliminate you. Zhang Su roared, not expecting that the person wielding the crossbow would possess such extraordinary luck. In the flickering candlelight, amidst the dancing shadows, unexpectedly. Chapter 105. Do you still like him? Zhang Su emerged from the dry cleaner, glancing around. The silent night was pierced by a chilling breeze, and within the visible vicinity, no zombies were present. He switched on a small flashlight and made his way towards the car. Chapter 106. You bunch of incompetents. Today's daily task concluded. It is simply unjust. Brother Su, you are excessively partial, Shui. Chapter 107. The perfect conclusion of the hole-in-one cup competition. It was either Sister Tan from the management or the keen-eyed observer who was deceived. In any case, hitting the target is what truly matters. Indeed, let us refrain from discussing trivialities. Our women's team scored. Chapter 108. Encountering the corpse horde. Today's update concluded. The arrangement of vehicles remains unchanged. Xiaoxue and Luizi, you shall ride in Lao Tan's vehicle. Zhang Su stood beside the van, issuing instructions while quietly calculating the status of each vehicle. Chapter 109. With pursuers ahead and the sixth brother behind. We shall assist. Zhao Shui glanced through the car window and saw Zhang Su leading the charge towards the mass of corpses. A surge of panic gripped her heart as she flung open the car door, eager to join the fray. Woo. Chapter 110. Impulsiveness leads to mistakes. Chapter 111. Can we change the approach? Help, please. Save us. Kind-hearted souls, do us a favor and take us with you. As the convoy rounded a corner, a sudden outcry pierced the air. Chapter 112. The barbecue awoke. Today and Appo's daily task concluded. The duck-billed cap stood frozen in place, clearly able to discern that the individuals across were engaged in nonsensical chatter. Shaking his head, he remarked, "This is the apocalypse. Yet one should still possess a fundamental sense of decency, dear friends." Chapter 113. I see you as a jester. Zheng Xinyu was amused by the appearance of the corgi, shaking her backpack in her hand. You don't believe me? Truly. If you don't, just take a whiff of this backpack. Is it not imbued with my scent from the journey? Chapter 114. Unveiling lies. As I stepped through the back door, the light instantly dimmed. Zhang Su could hear someone rummaging nearby, yet the figure remained obscured. It was not until the individual spoke that he recognized it was Lu Yuba. Chapter 115. There are people hidden inside. Let us set aside the matter of that scoundrel Xiaowu for now, and instead discuss how to deal with that group. Did anyone manage to count how many of them there are? Chapter 116. I just want the car keys. Each of us here has experienced something akin to your plight. Come, sister, raise your hands and spin around like I do. Let me see. Zhang Su did not relent. Chapter 117. I have a secret, wishing everyone a happy new year. The car key can also be a card. Indeed, it is a luxurious vehicle worth millions. Truly advanced. Zheng Xinyu and Appo's expression was exaggerated, utterly astonished. Chapter 118. The most important thing between people is sincerity. Thank you for your car and belongings, little boss. I shall take my leave now. At that moment, Qin Home approached, expressing her gratitude with a nod towards Zhang Su. Chapter 119. The discrepancy between reality and expectations. Zhao Dizhu's, following Zhang Suqi onto the vehicle, found his eyes widening in disbelief. His past mindset, characterized by feelings of inadequacy, rendered him hesitant to even casually reach out to phone. Chapter 120. The prodigy Zhao Deju, he noticed Zhang Yi standing alone to one side, seemingly. Chapter 121. The bridge is gone. Sugu. If the opportunity arises, we should stockpile more medicine. Upon witnessing the scene in front of the third hospital, Zhong Xiaoshan could envision the dire need for medication. Chapter 122. The family throne. Such behavior is simply, alas, Yuan wished to express his sentiments. But ultimately, he merely shook his head and refrained from continuing. Zhao Dizhu's glanced around. Chapter 123. Entitled Fortune. Benefiting from the rural transformation plans implemented over the past decade, the entire Qin city, encompassing its counties, towns, and villages, has witnessed remarkable development. Notably, the roads connecting the provincial highways to the villages have been significantly improved. Chapter 124. A rare moment of joy after dinner, around 7 o'clock. The moon remained unchanged, the night sky as it always was, yet the human world was no longer the same. Silence. Chapter 125. The great vessel avoids completion. Upon disembarking, Zhang Su took a deep breath of the crisp air of the countryside, carefully placing the cigarette back into its case. He gestured to Lu Yuba, indicating that the two should part ways and circle around to the vehicle. Chapter 126. The water is not a problem. Oh my, really? Sugu, he has truly unlocked it. Lu Yuba wore a look of astonishment. Upon witnessing Pang Daquan's genuine skill, he ceased his previous criticisms and even raised. Chapter 127. Entering the village, today's 10,000 words end. As the night passed without incident, the sky brightened once more. However, the sun did not grace the earth with its usual radiance. Instead, it was replaced by a canopy of ominous clouds. a stark contrast to the expected ambience of late autumn and early winter. Chapter 128. We are all his relatives. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, devoid of the sun as a point of reference, causing the passage of time to appear somewhat ambiguous. Jiangsu and his companions spent over an hour finally clearing. Chapter 129. Who moves? Who dies? Nonsense. The villagers at the field were infuriated, their teeth grinding in frustration. They were fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the Peng family. How could so many relatives suddenly emerge? Chapter 130. Winning hearts with virtue. Sinew. Take a few people and keep watch at the barricade. Ensure that the zombies do not break through. Jiangsu commanded, gun in hand, remaining steadfast in his position. No, don't. Chapter 131. A bizarre scene. Oh my. The slightly plump man at the forefront, wearing a pair of spectacles with a cracked left lens, exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, "This is utterly outrageous." So we. Chapter 132. Caught in the rain, gain strength. Indeed, haste makes waste. We must wait for the rain to cease and for the water to recede slightly before we can embark on our journey. Jiangsu made up his mind. Even if the rain. Chapter 133. The onslaught of the corpse horde. As time progressed, the sky became shrouded in dense clouds, casting an early nightfall upon the earth. The group each indulged in some sustenance within their vehicles, where the recreational vehicle offered a modicum of space for movement. Chapter 134. The importance of defensive stacking. Inside the Mercedes-Benz RV, there were a total of 7 individuals. Aside from Yu Qing, who was somewhat less formidable, the remaining 6 possessed formidable combat prowess. Peng Dakuan was reluctant to slaughter the familiar faces from Shuiwa village. Chapter 135. A desperate gamble. Jiangsu was driving along the highway, his eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. Although the sky was shrouded in darkness, the presence of a horde of zombies could still be discerned if it loomed large. Before he could catch sight of any undead, however. Chapter 136. Human. Not a ghost. The sky gradually brightened. Jiangsu stared with bloodshot eyes, and fortune lay at his feet, having washed off the mud from an unknown puddle. Chapter 137. A difficult choice. Is that truly the sound of zombies? Did Brother Su not say it was merely humans? What on earth is it? Are they humans or zombies? The crowd. Chapter 138. A tragedy unfolds. Rest assured, Brother Su, we shall handle this matter, Zhong Xiaoshan declared with unwavering confidence before swiftly turning to depart. Wait. Jiangsu called out, halting her as she headed towards the warehouse. Chapter 139. Do not waste the opportunity. The scene of the little zombie devouring its prey caused many around Jiangsu to turn away, unable to bear the sight. Sobbing softly, Zhong Xiaoshan suddenly choked on her words, and then. Chapter 140. The King of Hell does not collect. What would you have done if I had refused to allow you to join the team? Jiangsu took out a cigarette case, discovered it was empty, tossed it aside, and remarked, You should. Chapter 141a. Good place. Walkie-talkie? Quickly, Brother Zhao. Let me have a look. I understand this gadget. Wulu bounced over to Zhao Dishu's side. Zhao Dishu's. Chapter 142. New discoveries. After dinner, the leisurely moments of the day commenced. Except for the sentinels and Chun Hanzhou, everyone reclined against the wall, facing the fields while seated on the soft couch. Chapter 143. The attraction hypothesis. In the early morning, Jiangsu pointed at the 4 lifeless corpses of zombies sprawled at the entrance and inquired of Lu Yuba. Did you bring them here for amusement? Lu Yuba, still clutching the food sampling device in his hand. Chapter 144. The midnight visitor. In a fleeting moment, the clock struck 12. Jiangsu, having seized a mere 2 hours of slumber, rose from his bed and proceeded to the place where he replaced Cheng. Chapter 145. All out, wishing everyone a happy Lantern Festival, those assigned to keep watch continued their vigil. While the rest of the individuals within the glass factory were now wide awake, all gathered inside the workshop. Jiangsu and his companions sat in a circle, with Jia Shiqin among them. Chapter 146. Jinyuan Mal Tang Huajun knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the crowd, rendered speechless by her overwhelming emotions, unable to find the words to express her gratitude. Please rise. Chapter 147. A critical situation. Puff. Outside, the rain poured heavily while the interior of the mall remained remarkably dry. Before long, the tablecloth caught fire, and the elderly man was unable to intervene in time. Chapter 148. Racing against time. Old Tan, the situation is intricate. Please refrain from shouting recklessly. As they hurried along, Jiangsu cautioned Tan Huajun. Others merely heard a few shouts, yet he. Chapter 149. Abilities, elevation. Go. Hurry. Jiangsu made a swift decision, pulling Zheng Xinyu as they leaped through the safety door. In a rush, Liu Yuba followed closely behind, cradling Lanlan in his arms as he rushed in. Chapter 150. It is indeed easier to kill the good than to spare the wicked. Suga, what is the matter with you? Just as Zhang Su was immersed in the sensations of a new world, a hand waved furiously before him, startling him into a retreat. Chapter 151. Understanding this cruel world, Zhang Su's words instantly chilled Tang Xiao and Tang Xiu to the bone. Elder brother, elder sister, we have done nothing. We are merely focused on escaping for our lives. Chapter 152. The tank exploded. Old Tan, Lanlan, come quickly, let us scavenge for supplies together. After enduring a significant blow, Zhang Su did not allow Tan Huajun and Mo Qianlan to wallow in their sorrow alone. Chapter 153. Where did he come from? Zhang Su approached Tan Huajun and inquired. Tan Huajun gestured towards the street diagonally across, saying he came from that direction. Taking a day off. Greetings, dear readers. I am taking a day off today. For the past 4 or 5 days, I have found myself at a standstill in my writing, producing a disordered mess. Yesterday, I deleted over 8,000 words of content, feeling utterly speechless. Some readers might wonder how a renowned author could experience writer's block, and how could a struggling writer not? In truth, both the celebrated and the obscure may find themselves ensnared in the same predicament. With the new year behind us and children returning to school, the bustling areas of the city have quieted, while the previously tranquil spots have come alive. I believe my creative stagnation stems from being cooped up at home daily. Thus, I plan to venture out aimlessly, seeking inspiration. It has been over 2 months since I began writing, and this is my first day off. Just 1 day a month seems reasonable, doesn't it? Surely, readers would agree that it is entirely justifiable. Chapter 154. Elevated once again. Allow me to introduce. As familiar faces gathered around, Old Li's demeanor appeared noticeably more relaxed than before, as he pointed to each person beside him one by one. Chapter 155. A challenging situation. Gratitude to the benefactor for the support. At approximately 2 in the afternoon, Zhang Su and Old Li, along with a total of 20 individuals, took refuge in a muddy wasteland located in the northwest of the camp. Behind them lay more than 10 lifeless corpses of zombies, clearly indicating. Chapter 156. 10 o'clock 10. Difficult to handle? Chapter 157. Steady now. 10 rings are simply 10 rings. There is no such thing as a fractional notion. You, my friend. Zhang Zi wore a countenance of utter discomfort, more repulsive than having ingested a green bottle fly. Chapter 158. The mark of loyalty. Dear brother Zhang, I genuinely hope that you and your companions can stay. Would you not consider it? As we part ways, Old Li once more implores, for he truly values Zhang Su and his entourage. Chapter 159. West Camp Village. The firearm in our possession offers 2 modes of fire, semi-automatic and fully automatic. However, it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing the fully automatic setting, as the recoil is exceedingly substantial, and the effective range can. Chapter 160. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Haha. Old Village Chief, how can you be so certain that there are supplies in the vehicle? What if it is empty? Zhang Su shrugged his shoulders and replied with a smile. Chapter 161. Just as one wave settles, another rises within the span of 2 cigarettes. 300 pounds, each of rice and flour were delivered. Pillar, are you not observing the loading? Chapter 162. Only with a thunderous hand can the Bodhisattva's heart be revealed. The sound of safety locks being disengaged echoed from several vehicles. And the expressions on each face varied dramatically. Some were filled with conflict, while others bore. Chapter 163. Who is in favor? Who is against? The villagers of United Village, crouching in the vicinity, were terrified by the gunfire, repeatedly darting in the opposite direction. They harbored a sense of skepticism, to varying degrees. Chapter 164. Pegasus Island. Hey, enough idle chatter. Who among you has visited Pegasus Island? Zhang Su picked up the walkie-talkie and inquired of everyone. I have. Chapter 165. The long-awaited aroma of fireworks. What is your name, my friend? Zhang Su inquired as he extracted a cigarette from his pack and offered one to the man. My surname is Zhu, a rather uncommon family name. Chapter 166. The Virgin creates thunder. After lunch on that day, Zhang Su led a few members of the team on a grand tour around the homestay area. The entire cluster of rural homestays was built against the mountains, ascending in a series of terraces from the bottom to the top. Chapter 167. A narrow path for enemies. Sugo, where are you headed? Wait for me. Cough cough. My dear brother, how can you forget me in the face of good fortune? Please, wait for me. Chapter 168. Time for slaughter. Within a room on the 2nd floor of the Qifeng Xiaozhu, Liang Xiaoqing held a pair of binoculars, vigilantly observing the circumstances at the Wangshan Inn. Due to the limitations of his vantage point, he was unable to glimpse the interior of the dining hall. However, he could view the entirety. Chapter 169, Sorrow and Joy. Well, all is past. Chapter 170, Observational Experiment. Second sister-in-law. The grain supply is secure. But what about our spiritual sustenance? Hiki, how much tobacco and alcohol do we have left? Lu Yuba inquired with a cheerful grin. Chapter 171, The Town of Cow Circle. Dear companions, each of you has been meticulously chosen by my discerning eye. I trust that none will be idle during this time of mutual support, where I serve for all and all serve for me. While I do not demand excessive labor, I must attend to a pressing matter and will require a leave of absence tomorrow. I wish you all a delightful weekend. Chapter 172, Each according to their role. By heavens, I would rather confront a horde of corpses once a month than encounter 3 or 5 of them daily, which, though harmless, are utterly bothersome. Zhao Dizhu's was exasperated. Chapter 173, The gunshot. On this day, Zhang Su contemplated that it should. Chapter 174, The Foolish One. Alas, this is run. The individuals hiding on the second floor of the mobile phone shop had no chance to react. Chapter 175, The Despicable Townsfolk. What is this? A grenade? Approximately 4 kilometers northwest of Tianma Island lies a village known as Beitazing, where more than 10 individuals have gathered within a courtyard, their faces. Chapter 176, Solar Energy. The night at the secure camp is the most leisurely time of the day. Having concluded a day filled with toil and training, individuals can relish a moment of relaxation and tranquility beneath the starry sky. Chapter 177, Turning the Tables. Where on earth did this unfortunate child come from? Lu Yuba couldn't help but comment upon seeing the boy clad in a funeral garment. Zhang Su furrowed his brow slightly and remarked. Chapter 178, The Unfortunate United Village. Gratitude to the generous support from Brother Fan Jinxiang. Do you have detailed information regarding by design? How many people are there? And how many firearms do they possess? Furthermore, where is their village located, and what is the route from Nuzhuanzi town? Chapter 179, Taking the initiative. Experiments necessitate a period of anticipation. One must not be hasty. Zhang Su, accompanied by his team, set forth in their vehicle. Chapter 180, Unexpected Gains. Chapter 181, The Survivor Alliance. Harlan drove upward, arriving at the entrance of the secure camp. Although the grand gate had yet to be installed, there were barricades in place, and spikes adorned the ground, with a line of guards stationed behind them. Chapter 182, Thunderous. After dinner, Zhang Su personally brought food and walked to the guest room where Guo Dachao and Yang Wenjie were under house arrest. Would you like something to eat? Zhang. Chapter 183, A Great Constriction. Lie down. Before Zhang Su could even finish uttering those 2 words, a violent explosion erupted the moment he pressed the accelerator and threw himself onto the central armrest. Chapter 184, Bounty. They play with explosives, and we shall make them taste bullets. The murderous intent in Lu Yuba's heart was profound. The coldness in Zhang Su's heart was no less intense than that of Lu. Chapter 185, There is always one side that tells a lie. Even you are aware of the Survivor Alliance? Zhang Su expressed his astonishment, noting that the villagers of Shida camp seemed quite well informed. At first, we also. Chapter 186, The Assault of the Zombie Horde. Howling. A dozen or more zombies, lured by Qi Shushui, surged towards the obstacles. At the moment of confrontation, the walkie-talkie hanging from Zhang Su's chest emitted a series of. Chapter 187, Composure is key. Frenzy only leads to defeat. Prepare, fire in bursts. Flank and assist. The sound of bolts being drawn echoed as Zhang Xinyu and her 4 companions persevered through the relentless passage of days. Chapter 188, Those who are named. Follow me, Brother Su. What shall we do now? We cannot locate that group of scoundrels. Lu Tianji, one of the more peace-cherishing members of the camp. Even at this moment. Chapter 189, An eye for an eye. Those whose names I have called, follow me. Zhang Su expressed his concern that prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. He was reluctant to linger any longer, fearing that the soldiers from Beitazing might take advantage of the cover of night. Chapter 190, Deceitful Schemes. In a dilapidated courtyard of a humble abode in United Village, the air was filled with the haunting echoes of sensual melodies. The fervent sounds of a man engaged in a fierce struggle intertwined with the profoundly satisfied murmurs of a woman, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 191, It might hurt a bit. Sure, do not make a sound. Zhang Su's gaze instantly sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the source of the noise. simultaneously gesturing for those beside him to follow suit. Chapter 192. Eliminating the remnants. Wang Xingguo could not suppress his astonishment based on the incriminating evidence presented by Zhang Su. The annihilation of the Baitatsi camp seemed hardly excessive. Chapter 193. A triumphant return. Alas, what a predicament! Wang Xingguo furrowed his brow into a tight knot, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It is not that I belittle you, dear one, but what merits do you possess? Chapter 194. Do you have any medicine? I truly hope that in the future, there will be no more internal conflicts among humanity, and that we can unite and collaborate. You provide me with an 8-fold scope, and I shall grant you an extended magazine. Lying in bed, Zhang. Chapter 195. To achieve freedom with pork. All right, Boss Zhang, we only require half. Just tell me, what do you wish to exchange with me? Anything that is unique to Zidang village will suffice. Let us agree in advance, we shall not. Chapter 196. An uninvited guest. I did not bring down the gasoline. I will go and fetch it. Chapter 197. Nodding yes, shaking no. The concept of a transaction? It is rather novel. How should one comprehend it? Scarred Face looked at Yuan with a hint of confusion, awaiting his explanation. Of course, it is a transaction. Chapter 198. Reactions from all sides. Goodbye, sir. After Yuan watched the other party depart, he finally turned and entered the door. Teacher Yu, what is the situation? Chapter 199. The choice of Zidang village. Hey. Ma Changsho opened the car door and stepped out, his face adorned with a beaming smile. To the unknowing observer, one might think he had just become a grandfather, for he appeared exceedingly joyful. Chapter 200. The exciting show within the dining hall of the Lucky Inn. Everyone eagerly awaited their meal, and naturally, the conversation turned to the matters concerning the Azure Dragon Brigade. Elder brother, today I caught a glimpse of. Chapter 201. Double-edged sword. Lu Yuba sank down onto the ground, discarding his cigarette and fork to the side. As he gazed in astonishment at the flaming corpse that lay before him, scarcely 2 meters away. Chapter 202. This person is unfit. Upon visiting Brother Zhang for the very first time, we took the liberty of preparing some modest gifts as tokens of our goodwill. I humbly request that you accept them. Wang Xinggu walked over to the car. Chapter 203. Recruitment. Guizi, speak honestly to me. Are you the mastermind behind the events in the village? Do any of the decisions reflect your intentions? Jiangsu. Chapter 204. Peculiar behavior. Alas, young brother, you all. Chapter 205. A new beginning. The town of Nikwanzi remained unchanged, with the barbed wire untouched, indicating that the survivors in the vicinity were indeed few and far between, as no one had come to scavenge for resources. Chapter 206. The first day of the first month of the first year. In the light calendar. Searching for illumination amidst the darkness, the light calendar, splendid. Yuan Zhang nodded emphatically and initiated the applause. Everyone followed suit, their hearts. Chapter 207. A frantic thought. The RV slowly departed from the campsite, the concrete road remarkably dry, devoid of any trace of the snowfall from the previous night. The wind had intensified, bringing with it a palpable chill, and the temperature had decidedly dropped. Chapter 208. Livewell walked towards the light. As noon approached, the caravan was filled with an array of supplies. The greatest achievement was undoubtedly the successful acquisition of a clothing store, where the warehouse was stocked with last year's unsold down jackets and styles. Chapter 209. A familiar presence along the journey. Zhang Su keenly observed that in the once desolate fields, shadows of zombies began to sporadically emerge, undoubtedly having fled from the nearby village. Chapter 210. Emergence of Memory's Master. We fled from the city, and there is truly nothing of value in our vehicle. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself. If there is anything, I shall gladly offer it to you. Chapter 211. A significant background. Chapter 212. Fu Weijun, Ph.D. in biomedical medicine. Zhang Simei raised an eyebrow, astonished by the impressive background of the individual in the vehicle. She marveled, I cannot believe there are such remarkable individuals in Qin City. Chapter 213. The astute village chief. The transformation of corpses is not due to a virus. Zhang Su calmed himself and furrowed his brow, saying, Dr. Fu, please elaborate on the specifics. Very well. Chapter 214. 2 sentences that shocked 3 times. Duan Wuhu opened the trunk of the golden cup and retrieved a folding wheelchair. He then addressed Zhang Su, saying, Brother Zhang, although the food and drink in the vehicle are not plentiful, there are quite a few bullets. Please attend to the brothers. Chapter 215. I do not believe in God. It is no wonder that some individuals undergo the transformation into the undead at an astonishing pace. Some succumb to this fate in less than 10 minutes after being bitten, while others manage to endure for 2 or 3 hours. This aligns with the rapid division of the zombie-like automatons. Chapter 216. Please share your story. Wow. Zhang Su grasped Fu Weijuan's arm, examined it, and gently touched the scar. The sensation was strikingly real. He inquired, what is the principle behind this? Chapter 217. A quarry's sudden turmoil. Do not worry, Mr. Zhang. Even in the absence of any equipment, as long as you can provide me with fresh zombies, I can still conduct some research, whatever the conditions may be. Chapter 218. Continuous surprises. Ding, 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 ding. Within less than half a minute, a melodious chime resonated from the loudspeaker at the entrance of United Village. The placement of the loudspeaker. Chapter 219. Minkorsa, I have been bitten. My arm. Stalemated. The number of humans is already fewer than that of the zombies, and during the course of the battle. Chapter 220. A difficult situation. Bang. Run. Wang Longzhong picked up a firearm of unknown origin from the ground and shot a zombie that had chased closely behind him in the head, the ammunition. Chapter 221. The Master of Human Contours? Hurry to the 3 vehicles behind. As Wang Longzhong and his companions approached within 30 meters of the Mercedes-Benz RV, Zhang Su shouted towards the rear, although. Chapter 222. Capable of wounding oneself, yet also inflicting harm on others very well. Even if the obstacles you constructed cannot deter the zombies, it should not have resulted in such a tragic outcome. I am now eager to ascertain how the fire ignited. Did I not caution you? Chapter 223. One task at a time. Chapter 224. Arrival of the Alliance according to the intelligence brought by the United Village. There are certain exceptional individuals among the zombies that have emerged this time. Their defenses are remarkably strong, making them exceedingly challenging to confront. Chapter 225. They lie very well, he chuckled, albeit somewhat forced, as he expressed his complete faith in the Survivor Alliance. The barriers on the bridge were cleared. Chapter 226. The other side of Ma Changsho team, leader Zhang narrowed his eyes, reluctant to place his trust in someone like Xiaoshan. However, given the scarcity of reliable information, he felt compelled to take action, even if it meant taking a shot in the dark. Chapter 227. Effortlessly obtained in the FJ cruiser driving northward, Captain Zhang perused an old, weathered map of Qin City. Pointing at the yellowed pages as he remarked, from the Outsea River to Beidong Town, there are 5. Chapter 228. My surname is not Zhang. After giving a brief explanation, Zhang Su once again started the vehicle, gradually moving forward while attentively observing the situation ahead. His mind immersed in contemplation. Chapter 229. Strike first, Brother Zhang. On this outing, we have a mission at hand. Once we have completed our task, we may reminisce. What mission? Excuse me, you are obstructing my way. Chapter 230. The urbanites truly know how to have fun with a soft thud. 3 lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. A chilling breeze swept through, its icy touch striking against their cheeks. Zhang Xin and his companions stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene before them. Chapter 231. Until we meet again, by the way, could you elaborate on the internal structure of your alliance? Zhang Su wished to seize this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the Survivor Alliance, after all. Chapter 232. Discovering the target. Xingyi has changed significantly. His temperament has softened considerably, and he has become more courteous to others. Tan Huajun peered out to watch the departing tank 30,000 and remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Chapter 233. Capturing the zombies. Oh my. Zhao Di's, whose expression was more sorrowful than tears, disregarding any bets or stakes, he hurriedly fled into the distance. First and foremost, he had to ensure his own safety. Chapter 234. Truly remarkable. Chapter 235. New materials? How astonishing. Speak while dining. Zhang Su urged Fu Weijun towards the basin. Having studied zombies for quite some time, it was imperative to indulge in a meal beforehand. Chapter 236. The sudden departure. The previous skirmishes with the Northern Tower's forces merely served as an appetizer, while the Qinglong Brigade is the main course. However, there is no need for undue anxiety, as they are fortified by their military encampment. Chapter 237. Mind your image, Sugu. It seems that everyone's spirits are somewhat low. Zhang Xinyu lay in bed, cocooned in her blanket, with only her head peeking out. She murmured softly. Chapter 238. I feel a bit off in the morning. Zhang Su instructed Tan Huajun to drive several technicians to New Quanzi town to continue the repairs on the excavator, while he remained at the camp to engage in various tasks. Chapter 239. Allow me to examine your appearance, Mr. Zhang. Chapter 240. Strength within. Hope for the future in the winter of Qin City. The sun is reluctant to linger in the sky even for a moment, and the night descends unusually early. Chapter 241. Premium Materials. On this day, Zhang Su was conducting the daily training with his team when an urgent voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Brother Su, Brother Su. There is a zombie with petrified skin. Chapter 242. The puzzling little girl Zhang Su observed Fu Weijun intently scrutinizing the scene, expressing a sense of wonder. Chapter 243. Uncle Zhang is a kind-hearted man. He is coming our way? Understood. I shall proceed to the monitoring room at once. Chapter 244. The headband, equipment. In green powder upon facing Zhang Su's cold inquiry, Su Xiaoya's expression tightened, her small hands clutching the corner of her garment, on the verge of tears as she emphasized. Uncle, what do you mean? Chapter 245. Terrified? Oh dear. So fragile? Chapter 246. The wretched little spy Zhang Su and Zhang Xinyu exchanged a glance. And the credibility of this answer increased significantly. One moment it's Guanzhuang, the next it's Quanzhuang. It seems you are indeed overseeing Quanzhuang. Chapter 247. The strategy of driving away the tiger and swallowing the wolf. Do you still wish to indulge in a bit of green powder? Chapter 248. A night of sleeplessness, ah? You want me to tidy up? Upon hearing the request to clean her room, Su Xiaoya found that the significance of eating and drinking diminished. She was all too aware of the state of the room. Chapter 249. The C plan. Be careful on the road. At 2 in the morning, Zhang Xinyu, on duty in the surveillance room, took a break and stood in the parking lot, helping Zhang Su adjust his windproof cap, checking on him. Chapter 250. Journey to the south within Tianma Island. Many individuals heard Zhang Su's voice, and a sense of unease settled in their hearts, for they all understood the implications of Project C, knowing. Chapter 251. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. You 6 teams may be indifferent to points, but I am not. Do not be so hasty to take action in the future. Indeed, 50 points can be exchanged for quite a number of fine cigarettes and exquisite wines. Chapter 252. The grand entrance. One by one, the lights illuminated, hanging from the rearview mirror, casting a brilliant glow over the parking lot of Tianma Island. Members of the Qinlong Brigade began to disembark from their vehicles, each brandishing a firearm, their hands steady. Chapter 253. Master Coin will not lose. The crowd fell into a profound silence, each individual wearing an expression of utmost seriousness. Their defenses were at maximum capacity, and their destructive power reached unparalleled heights. Chapter 254. The battle commences among the members of the Azure Dragon Corps. Zhang Su stood in a slightly more reclusive position, his presence almost imperceptible. However, when Peng Daquan engaged with that particular member of the Corps, his eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. Chapter 255. A resounding victory. Chaos erupted in an instant, and the shift in circumstances required but a single breath. As the explosion resounded, the crowd took up arms to retaliate, successfully claiming their targets, and ultimately. Chapter 256. Who else? Thud. 03 collapsed heavily onto the ground, and a momentary silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Su and Peng Daquan were on high alert, brandishing their electric shock devices. Chapter 257. Simple encounter. Zhang Su stepped out of the courtyard and mounted the small electric scooter parked nearby, heading straight towards the mountain gate. Who could it be? From a distance, Zhang Su spotted Wang Xin at the entrance of the mountain gate. Chapter 258. I ask, you answer. I never expected that Tianma Island would gather such a ruthless group of survivors. Chapter 259. The Azure Dragon Corps. Then does this imply that the 9th and 10th teams have been rather fortunate? Not only do they have minimal tasks, but they also face little to no danger. Zhang Su furrowed his brow as he inquired. Xian Qi. Chapter 260. Submission or conquest. After listening to the words of the middle-aged man, Zhang Su fell into a prolonged silence. The information he had just received was of utmost significance to him. He had contemplated the idea of utilizing zombies for an offensive strategy, far surpassing. Chapter 261. The essence of swift action. Hey. Zhang Su's expression tightened. Since his vision had improved, it had been quite some time since he had faced a challenge. The sudden appearance of the subtitles took him completely by surprise. Chapter 262. Dunbar's number. The captives divulged that the Qinlong Brigade would not dispatch personnel to investigate the grain collection team until tomorrow at the earliest. We have a brief respite to make our preparations, awaiting the evening's arrival. Chapter 263. A brief word alone. Dear readers, I kindly request your support for the monthly votes at the end of the month. There is no need to worry about the bulletproof materials. I still have some finished products that were hastily prepared. Are you planning to launch an attack on the Azure Dragon Legion? Please exercise utmost caution in all your endeavors. Chapter 264. A click grants you rewards from dawn to dusk. The daylight hours on Tianma Island are spent in a flurry of activity. As the setting sun casts its golden rays upon the forest, it brings not only warmth but also a gentle breeze that can evoke a sense of. Chapter 265. The empty building. The light is dim. In the driver and Apos' seat of a van, Ten Huijin leaned down, aiming a gun through the passenger window, casting his gaze towards the pristine church illuminated by the faint moonlight. Chapter 266. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, utilizing the telescope personally. No wonder the path has remained so pristine. It seems the zombies have converged into the ranks. Zhang Su observed through the telescope for a while. Chapter 267. 100,000 people stay here. I shall investigate the situation myself. Zhang Su could no longer remain idle. He resolved to ascend to a higher vantage point to ascertain the status of the Azure Dragon Legion. Chapter 268. This place is not suitable for staying long. What on earth is that? As Zhang Su took out a cigarette, preparing to light it, he heard Wang Xin, with one hand holding binoculars and the other pointing towards the battlefield, exclaim. Chapter 269. The fleeting terror. Zhang Su was uncertain whether the raging flames could indeed extinguish 04, yet the enhancement of combat prowess was a tangible outcome. He also pondered if 04 had genuinely sensed their presence moments ago. Chapter 270. Wide Zhuang. The sound of gunfire echoed like fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. It startled me profoundly last night, rendering me too fearful to witness the unfolding events. When I finally opened my eyes, I beheld. Chapter 271. Are you questioning our strength? Cooperation. There is no need to enter the village to converse. This place suffices. Zhang Su outright declined Lei Yuliang's invitation, asserting that a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. Chapter 272. Unyielding. Well, if you're unafraid of the risks of a catastrophic explosion, I could indeed provide you with a batch of defective grenades. Lei Yuliang shrugged his shoulders, wearing a peculiar expression. Chapter 273. The strange pheromone. Zhang Su had no time to linger over trivial matters. As long as the information was conveyed accurately, the rest was left for Lei Yuliang to contemplate on his own. What occupied his thoughts now was how to. Chapter 274. Negotiation. Leverage fireproof materials? I shall find a way. Fu Weijun agreed with great alacrity, then continued, Mr. Zhang, what you have observed regarding 04 is. Chapter 275. A sudden drop in temperature. All right, let us proceed as planned. Everyone, make sure to rest well. As dawn approached, after thorough discussions, Lei Yuliang dismissed the crowd, weary from the day's deliberations. Chapter 276. The influence of temperature. Teacher Yu. Although the Qinglong Brigade was overwhelmed by the zombies, there is no doubt that the barracks are likely to contain numerous valuable items. I intend to take my comrades for a tour. Do you have any? Chapter 277. Varied performances. Damn it. With a swift motion, Liu Yuba delivered a powerful kick to the approaching zombie, striking it squarely in the chest. Chapter 278. The Zombie Power Generation Project. Come, quickly secure it. Zhang Su signaled for someone to fasten the iron chain around the neck of Subject 003. While he remarked, the zombie with petrified skin is affected by the low temperatures. Chapter 279. Review conference. Are you truly intending to go to the Qinglong Corps to retrieve supplies? In the evening, within the confines of the room, Zhang Xinyu gazed at Zhang Su with a hint of astonishment. Zhang Su clenched. Chapter 280. The Awakening of the Yellow Sparrow. What if? Might Lei Yuliang also take people to the barracks to gather equipment? Wu Lu posed a question. If it had been just a moment ago, surely someone would have intervened. Chapter 281. We must reason. My name is Ming Changwei, and I have come here with my brothers from Daqiao Fortress Township. How should I address you? My brother? Ming Changwei patted the assault rifle hanging on his chest and inquired with a raised head. Chapter 282. Victory is within reach. Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, Meng Changwei could not help but feel a tremor at the corners of his eyes. Each of the opponent's remarks exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. Chapter 283. The new mutation of zombies amidst the fierce battle. A middle-aged man in the crowd of Daqiao Fortress dropped his weapon and rolled on the ground, covering his face with both hands as if. Allow me to share a few thoughts. Firstly, I extend my utmost respect for the sentiments of the esteemed readers. Now, I shall express my own perspective. The notion of a woman, 3 months into her pregnancy, arriving at a matchmaking event and expecting men to be magnanimous and responsible is, frankly, a narrative that would invite scorn if portrayed in a novel, particularly when one considers the shocking nature of certain criminal cases, which can utterly shatter one's worldview. As usual, I will provide an update today at the regular time of 9:40. Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 284. Bringing the corpse back, the zombie with petrified skin. Meng Chawei murmured with a pallid complexion, then furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the perpetrator responsible for the deaths of his 3 companions, saying, "So it is." Chapter 285. The early bird catches the worm? In an instant, both convoys arrived at the southern gate of the Azure Dragon Legion's military camp. The main entrance of the barracks is located to the north, while the south features a large iron gate, 5 meters wide, typically. Chapter 286. The ruthless speak little. I certainly urge you. I hope you can spare my sister. I wish for you to engage in a calm and composed discussion, and to refrain from resorting to violence at every turn. Chapter 287. What grievances and resentments. As Zhang Su supported Zheng Xinyu to rise, he turned his head and beheld Meng Changwei and others, their faces ashen, peering from behind the cargo of the vehicle. Zhang, Master Zhang. Chapter 288. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Mother's Day. Don't forget to bless your mother. Where have these fellows scurried off to? Zhang Su, feeling somewhat dejected, stroked his chin, just as he was intently listening for any sounds. Chapter 289. Where else is there? Boss Zhang, I am filled with regret. Ma Changsho sighed deeply, gazing at the heavens. Regret what? Zhang Su looked at him with a smile that was more ambiguous than clear, observing this self-proclaimed. Chapter 290. The Tank Hiders. A group of individuals approached the so-called command center, a name that sounded imposing, yet in reality, it was merely a dilapidated 2-story building, surrounded by no fewer than 50 lifeless corpses of the undead scattered across the ground. Chapter 291. 3 No kill good man, brother. I have sustained injuries, quite severe ones, and I am uncertain whether there is hope for my recovery. However, at this moment, I am in need of a drink of water. Is there any available? Pan Guoyang. Chapter 292. Every opportunity counts, brother Zhang. Please make up your mind quickly, or you will miss the chance to become a new parent. Pan Guoyang had not eaten for 2 days, subsisting solely on a bottle of water. Chapter 293. He always acts this way, brother Zhang. What do you need a tank for? Pan Guoyang inquired with curiosity, wondering why Zhang Su abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. This was not characteristic of an elder brother, as elder brothers typically. Chapter 294. Human or zombie? How astonishing. Chapter 295. A brief bloom. What manner of creature is this? He is Li Xiaohua, the captain of the fringe squad. Pan Guoyang leaned forward to gaze at. Chapter 296. The expert in drilling has arrived indeed. Upon hearing Zheng Xinyu mention Dr. Fu, Zhang Su swiftly glanced around, searching for a pathway into the pit. He called out loudly, Bozi, Xiaoshuai. Chapter 297. Not a single one missing. The formidable Pang Dakuan, intent on pushing forward, paid no heed to the discussions outside. He was wholly absorbed, exerting strength through his toes, fingers, elbows, and knees, as he advanced within the confines of a span of 4 to 5 meters. Chapter 298. The Frantic Edge Squad. I extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of Pegasus Isle. Zhang Su greeted Xie Yanshan with fervent enthusiasm. For now, his thirst for intellect surpassed that for physical strength, smiling. Chapter 299. Zombie Transformation Serum. The previous matter remains unfinished, Mr. Xie. What transpired afterward? After Li Xiaohua injected himself with the transformation serum, what occurred? Zhang Su no longer lingered on the details. Chapter 300. Challenge completed. Upon listening to the report on supplies, Zhang Su discovered that they consisted solely of conventional weapons. Puzzled, he remarked, that night, I distinctly observed drones. Where have they vanished? Chapter 301. Something seems off. How can the reserve energy bar be replenished? Oh, it charges automatically. Quite intriguing. Zhang Su observed closely and noticed that the second energy bar, which appeared completely empty, had a faint. Chapter 302. Self-interest. You seem overly excited, Zhang Xian remarked, fixing her gaze on Zhang Su. Zhang Su's lips twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Xinyu and replied, looking for. Chapter 303. It is I who have a limited perspective. Chapter 304. Trouble arises from words. Those who have received gifts, please display them. Impossible. The elderly woman, leaning on a cane, exclaimed with disbelief. Liang is certainly not the kind of person you describe. I have watched him grow up. He is honest and treats others with sincerity. Chapter 305. Good man. Bad man. Yang Liehua glanced around at the villagers. There was no need for verbal communication, as their gazes conveyed everything. Brother Zhang, we are willing to join. Each expedition by comrades to gather supplies from the camp was fraught with peril. Chapter 307 The moment of witnessing a miracle, is it truly that perilous? Even death seems acceptable. The primary motive for survival is to validate another hypothesis. Come, Mr. Zhang, please take a look at this. Fu Weijun. Chapter 308. Further testing, casually applying the versatile mini high-explosive bomb. Zhang Su swiftly summarized the object in his hand, then pondered and remarked, Dr. Fu, regarding the dosage. Chapter 309. The power of explosion. A group of uninformed bandits, yet old Wang possesses discernment. Today, you shall witness the artistry of explosion. Zhang Su was quite displeased with the reactions of the crowd. Chapter 310. Handcrafted nuclear bomb. Woof, woof. Good fortune roared as it surged towards the mountain gorge, its furious voice seemingly accusing Zhang Su of having obliterated her workplace. Chapter 311. His thoughts differ. The three individuals arrived at the laboratory, where the dissected venomous zombie lay upon the cold, unyielding table. As Zhang Su gradually acclimated to the notion of the zombie robot hypothesis, he observed them with increasing intrigue. Chapter 312. Transformation in adversity. Silence enveloped the room following Zhang Su's pronouncement, leaving only the sound of breaths. After a brief moment, Su Xiaya softly inquired, then, what happens next? Chapter 313. Firepower is just as something seems amiss. As Zhang Su stepped out of the room, he heard the voice of Zhang Xinyu nearby. He had already sensed the presence of this individual stealthily approaching. Chapter 314. The great cold wave. On this frigid night, the temperature plummeted, and the population at the Tianma Al camp surged to double its usual count, with nearly 30 additional individuals. Consequently, arrangements had to be made for 2 people to jointly tend to the boiler while also maintaining patrol duties. Chapter 315. Letting go of the past, Zhang Su smiled and said, All right, Lao Ma, today you will lead all the villagers from Zidang village, along with our friends from Lianhe village, to move to Meidianzwang. Over there, in Chapter 316. Do you seem quite familiar? Is this all you are wearing? Zhang Su inquired, his fingers brushing against Su Xiaoya's lightweight down jacket, his brow furrowing in disapproval. This is all I have. Is it insufficient? Chapter 317. Is it a deception? Where is Brother Su taking the young girl? Observing Zhang Su and Su Xiaya walk away, Wu Lu approached Zhang Xinyu, filled with curiosity, and inquired, Zhang Xinyu. Chapter 318. I shall compete with you all. Su Gu possesses remarkable learning abilities. He can even comprehend the intricacies of tanks. Indeed, it is our Su Gu, truly impressive, truly impressive. When? Chapter 319. Survive first. Drag this scoundrel out for me. Bang. Qi Shuai, dazed and confused, was unceremoniously thrown onto the road. First, let us give him a good beating. Chapter 320. Where shall we go first? After listening to Xiao Shuai's words, Brother Jie and the others posed a few additional questions, to which they responded with ease, leaving no room for further doubt. The members of your camp do not count. Chapter 321. We want our share, Brother Jie. For vehicles are approaching from the direction of the barracks. The hefty passenger in the front seat of the Camry exclaimed, pointing ahead with one hand. Chapter 322. Misunderstanding. Zhang Xinyu leaned closer to Zhang Su and inquired, Is there an issue on the opposite side? A conflict is about to ensue. Zhang Su replied succinctly. Chapter 323. A misunderstanding, a terrible misunderstanding. What else is there to discuss? Focus, please. Zhang Su waved his hand at Brother Jia, having noticed that the latter's gaze was fixated on him. Chapter 324. The consequence of being talkative. Lu Shiji and the others wore expressions of terror and unease. For just 5 minutes ago, Qi Xiaoshui had been on the brink of death, yet now he sat before them in the trunk of the car, brimming with vitality. Chapter 325. It's time to prove yourself. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of arduous convulsions, Lu Shiji's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, having endured significantly less suffering and torment than the portly fellow. It could be considered. Chapter 326. The instability of the 5 elements. Happy holidays to my great friends. Lu Yuba noticed Su Xiaya approaching, his expression peculiar as he made his way through the crowd, stealthily positioning himself beside Zhang Xinyu. In a hushed tone, he inquired, Sister-in-law, why does Su Xiaya elicit such peculiar behavior from Sigu? Driving from the barracks to Tianma Island, if one were to accelerate, the journey would only take 30 to 40 minutes. On a previous occasion, when LV Lei Yang transported the injured Jia Shirqin at breakneck speed, it only took 20 minutes. Chapter 328. Compassion without authority. Gratitude to the esteemed reader. You're just a nobody for the generous patronage, Mr. Zhang. The expansion of the population presents both an opportunity and a challenge for us, which certainly warrants our utmost attention. Inside the Little Fortune restaurant, Chapter 329. Everyone must contribute in the evening. Tianma Island experienced its most bustling moment since the outbreak of calamity. To ensure that everyone gathered together, it was ultimately decided to set the banquet in the parking lot. Chapter 330. Exceptional comprehension. Everyone discerned that Zhang Su was conducting a thorough appointment for the newly arrived individuals at Tianma Island. Each faction had been allocated a specific role, and within this arrangement undoubtedly lay profound significance. Chapter 331. A gift? As night gave way to dawn, the sun cast its golden rays upon the mountain stream, heralding the arrival of morning. Winter mornings are notably delayed in brightness, and thus, the inhabitants of the camp tended to rise a tad later, their daily routines unfolding. Chapter 332. The thoughts of Gong Chiming. It is indeed troublesome that Captain Gong has been preoccupied with this matter. Would it be too much to ask for us to conduct an inspection? Zhang Su believes it prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 333. Are you deceiving me? Xiao Xuezhen observed that Zhang Su remained lost in thought and, after a brief pause, continued, the other camps and shelters are relatively modest in size, typically accommodating between 30 and 200 individuals. My computer is malfunctioning. I will take a day off. Chapter 334. To come without giving. His uncivilized Xiao Xuezhen wore an awkward smile as he scratched his head, uncertain how to navigate the situation before him. Faced with the scrutiny of a faction leader, a faint sheen of cold sweat began to form. Chapter 335. Not a single good mind. No. I even took a special stroll several rounds. Heh. Xiao Xuezhen leaped from the vehicle, greeted a few companions, and then said, the group. Chapter 336. Achieving a 3-to-1 ratio. After a brief moment of silence inside the FJ cruiser, Zhang Su turned off the radio and remarked, no wonder the signal is poor. It seems that over in Tang City, this matter is quite. Chapter 337. A ruined landscape. Let us depart and resume our own affairs. Zhang Su waved his hand, signaling a few individuals to disembark. The emergence of the Zhengdao Society marked a pivotal moment for humanity. Chapter 338. Someone. How long can the drone sustain its flight on electric power? Zhang Su inquired with a hint of apprehension, sensing the formidable energy of the unmanned aerial vehicle, akin to an internal combustion engine that surges with increasing vigor. Chapter 339. This person looks quite fierce. Brother Su, what shall we do now? Should we continue to probe further? Wu Lu gently swayed side to side as the drone moved steadily through the air. Chapter 340. Demonstrating strength. The enigmatic woman pressed her well-defined lips together, seemingly aware that her appearance would undoubtedly leave an impression on the other party. She displayed not a hint of surprise, and within her eyes, there was an absence of. Chapter 341. A master in skill. Indeed, the threat she posed to me was particularly formidable. Chen Hanzhou expressed his feelings. Hey, while you two are engaged in a contest, neither of you is permitted to. Chapter 342. The sequence of events, wishing the esteemed readers a joyous and healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Stop. Zhang Su, sensing the precarious situation, shouted urgently. The individuals beside him swiftly raised their rifles, aiming at the woman from the island nation, should she dare to make any further movements. Chapter 343. Orange Dance. Sakura and Xiaoling. There is something I am exceedingly curious about. From whom did you learn your martial arts? It is difficult to discern the style, yet its practicality is remarkably strong and impressive. Zhang Su was exceedingly generous. Chapter 344. The Three Obsessions. Do not thank me just yet. Please share what injuries you have sustained and your current condition. Zhang Su raised his hand, signaling the other party to clarify the situation. Chapter 345. Is this wine truly unavoidable? Chapter 346. What were you searching for earlier? Brother, how is this medicine to be used? Yi Shaoling inquired, holding an object resembling rubber, her confusion palpable. I am Zhang Su. How would you like to, with the absence of the small translator, Yi Shaoling? Zhang Su reopened the translation software, turning to Zhu Wuying. He asked, is it far from here? Zhu Wuying remained silent, merely. Chapter 348. You can't always go back on your word. A group of 7 or 8 individuals worked in unison to load supplies into the vehicles. Just as the available space in the 2 cars became insufficient, Zhu Wuying emerged from the room holding a set of car keys. Chapter 349. There are hidden forces at play. Brother Su, I recognize this wave of corpses. It was the day I lured them alongside Brother Zhu, and it seems to have multiplied significantly since then. Wu Lu's voice echoed. Chapter 350. She has a unique skill. Zhu Wuying cast a fleeting glance at Wu Lu, and with a measured tone, she uttered a few words. It was merely her concern that your capabilities were insufficient, fearing for your very lives. Very well. Chapter 351. Thinking far ahead. May I stay with Xiaoyu while Xiaoju accompanies her? As Yi Xiaoling spoke, she learned from Wang Xian and Chen Hanzhou about the significant. Chapter 352. Astonishing discovery. Previously, I had expressed to Sister Zhu Wuying my desire to learn martial arts, but she had declined. In the car, Su Shaya softly spoke up, helplessly pouting her lips, feeling. Chapter 353. Those deceitful individuals wait. Hold on a moment. The three turned to leave as two voices resonated simultaneously. One of those voices, of course, belonged to Zhang Su. The child had made plans early on, intending to set aside a portion of his New Year's money and allowance to treat me to an outing and a meal. Haha. While the entertainment may not involve me, I certainly can indulge in a meal. Taking a day off to relax and stroll around the Beha district sounds delightful. Chapter 354. Exceptional skills. Welcome to the two beautiful ladies. A warm welcome to Yi Xiaoling and Zhu Wuying. The crowd responded with Zhang Su's approval. Chapter 355. Must squeeze her dry. Is this even possible? Zhang Su raised his brows, casting a peculiar glance at the poised and dignified Mikan Wuying, and remarked, this notion strikes me as rather juvenile. Truly. Chapter 356. Within 10 meters, the fist moves swiftly. Here. Take this and tuck it into your pant leg. It's bulletproof, ensuring your safety. Zhang Su handed the bulletproof leather to Zhu Wuying. Previously, Zhu Wuying. Chapter 357. You cannot even change your own mother. Chapter 358. The key to mutation. Snap. Fu Weijun snapped his fingers, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, indeed, both Dr. Xie and I share this belief. And it is precisely due to the remarkable properties of the zombie transformation fluid. Chapter 359. Stay vigilant in times of peace. Indeed, it is precipitation. Fu Weijun and Xie Yinshan nodded in unison. At present, we are unaware of what the rain or snow may contain. Chapter 360. The Yinlua Legion not far away. Individuals from the camp occasionally pass by Zhang Su and Yuan, stopping to exchange smiles and greetings. However, their conversation remained inaudible, leaving one to ponder. Chapter 361. The Ambition of the Great Eagle. Chapter 362. It was originally ours. Zhang. Chapter 363. Surprisingly, a love-struck mind. The Maple Leaf Inn is situated at a relatively elevated position within the cluster of lodgings on Pegasus Isle. From the perspective of clientele positioning, it can be considered the most upscale. Although referred to as an inn, each suite is exquisitely appointed, akin to those found in the city. Chapter 364. This is a gift for you. Oh, what an impressive woman. Zhang Xinyu nodded in astonishment and suddenly broke into a smile. Fortunately, she is a lace enthusiast with a romantic mindset. Otherwise. Chapter 365. Such actions are not manly. A tranquil night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke the following morning, the sky brightened, yet the sun did not grace the slopes with its warmth. Heavy clouds loomed, obscuring the light. Zhang Su rose from his slumber. Chapter 366. The warmth-bringer Zhang Su and Pang Dakuan entered the dining hall, their eyes scanning the room, but failing to locate the figure of Zhu Wuying. Instead, they spotted Yi Xiaoling seated in a corner, dining alone in solitude. Thus, they approached. Chapter 367. The Compromise of Orange Dance. Sakura. Zhang Su cast a perplexed glance at Su Xiaya, removed his gloves, and retrieved a cigarette from his case, lighting it with a composed demeanor. Chapter 368. In my dictionary, the word give up is absent. Therefore, let us commence from today. First, impart to me your extraordinary sensing technique. Come, let us seek an appropriate location. Zhang Su felt an immense pain. Chapter 369. What does it mean to be dragon-like and tiger-strong? What's the fuss? It's time to eat. Zhang Su, sensing the overwhelming awkwardness of the situation, raised his voice and then gently picked up a spoon to begin his meal. Reluctantly, he put down the chopsticks. Chapter 370. A Peerless Talent. Chapter 371. The Shattered Tranquility. You possess an immense secret. Zhu Wuying exclaimed, her expression exceedingly grave. You hold a formidable legacy of esoteric techniques. I shall teach you, and in return, you shall impart your knowledge to me. Chapter 372. Confronting the Horde. Sugu. This is Wu Lu. The Horde is approximately 2 kilometers from the camp. I request permission to bomb the Horde. Zhang Su had just dashed out of Jingxin courtyard. Chapter 373. Stunned in the next moment. Come, everyone gather around. Let us examine the map. Zhang Su retrieved a paper map from the vehicle and spread it across the hood, subsequently commencing his briefing to the team. Chapter 374. Gossiping. What? My husband, what should we do? Yang Wenjie was momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, she had fastened her seatbelt, or else she would have suffered a considerable jolt. She recalled this vehicle. Chapter 375. Go over there and listen to the sound from today and Apos' events. It is evident how crucial reconnaissance is to the camp. Thus, I have resolved that the sentry post should extend to more peripheral areas, not merely to monitor every blade of grass. Chapter 376. The world is so quiet, Sakura. What are your thoughts on this afternoon and Apos' endeavors? Jiangsu observed Yi Shaoling engaging animatedly in conversation and laughter with the group, while Orange Dance Sakura remained solitary. Chapter 377. The student surpasses the master, Brother Su. The task you entrusted to me has been successfully accomplished. On this particular evening, within the tranquil confines of Jingxin Garden, Jiangsu was engaged in a practice session with Zhu Wuying, the items set aside. Chapter 378. Last lesson. As night descended, the chimney atop the Lucky Star building billowed with wisps of smoke, signaling the arrival of mealtime. People gradually gathered in the dining hall. One day. Chapter 379. The first battle of the reserve team in stark contrast to the past. Both satellite villages now boast an almost universal military readiness among their inhabitants. The reserve team comprises over 40 members, who promptly abandoned their meals to assemble in the streets, where they then coordinated. Chapter 380. Assault with splash damage. Final day. Please cast your votes on the front line. The most valiant were undoubtedly the three captains of the reserve team. Yang Liehua, wielding a steel rod in one hand and a chopping axe in the other, at the age of 50, exhibited no signs of. Chapter 381. Provide me an explanation. On the right wing, Zhao Dizhu's led his team, his father-in-law and wife by his side. He appeared as if infused with an electrifying energy, fervently calculating the combat losses and casualties in his mind. Chapter 382. The termite is me. In response to Jiangsu's reprimand, both Yang Liehua and Pan Guoyang had yet to utter a word when a voice emerged from behind Jiangsu. The garments were tattered by the zombies. Chapter 383. He is on the verge of madness. He could hardly be bothered to acknowledge Zhang Zhikai, who was crumpled on the ground. That individual was hardly worth mentioning. What he truly needed at this moment was. Chapter 384. A warning through a chicken's death. Ah, foolish one, dear child. Yang Liehua rushed forward, seizing the collapsed Zhang Zhikai. At this moment, blood gushed from the latter's jaw, while the Chapter 385. Returning to the team. The combat capability of the reserve team is somewhat lagging behind. Our pace has been quite swift, yet unexpectedly, some individuals still fell victim. The meal at Tianma Island was a stroke of fortune. Chapter 386. Collective respite. A positive attitude is commendable. However, I must issue a forewarning. The level of difficulty will far surpass your expectations, and you must refrain from. Chapter 387. Find a way to get rid of them, my dear brother. At the pace we are eliminating the zombies, it seems we may never cleanse them entirely. With tens of thousands of these creatures wandering in our vicinity, it is undoubtedly a looming catastrophe. Chapter 388. Is this turbid water we can tread upon? Sugu, do you think there are other camps that have encountered mutated zombies? Wulu reached into his collar and tugged at the neckline of his bulletproof vest. The unique texture elicited. Chapter 389. The Survivors Alliance headquarters. It seems that someone intentionally led us to the North 2nd Ring Road. Earlier, while searching for supplies in the village, Xiao Lin heard the sound of a car. Someone pointed. Chapter 390. A life to envy. Zhou Lu and Xiao Lin joyfully trotted up to the 5th floor. The layout of the 5th floor was rather uncomplicated, as the spacious buffet restaurant was partitioned into 4 sections. Chapter 391. The winds rise and clouds gather. What nonsense. Upon hearing Zhou Li's report, Lao Yoji kicked the coffee table 2 meters away, the legs of the table emitting a. Chapter 392. The informer. If the tension level in the lead team's vehicle is at 60%, then the tension in Captain Zhang Xian's vehicle from the 3rd team of the Vanguard Corps skyrockets to 80%. Chapter 393. Last time it was permissible, but this time it is not. Let us record these accounts for now. When the day arrives that I truly visit you, it will not be too late for you to fulfill your promise. Haha. Rest assured, old Zhang, our friendship. Chapter 394. The Guardian of Civilization. Li Zhongkai. Although it is not advisable to take the initiative, this time we must push our defenses outward. Teacher Yu. What about Teacher Xiaoyu? Jiangsu looked towards Zhao Dizhu and Yuan. Chapter 395. The 4 Tigers of North City. President Li. It has been over half a month since we last parted ways. Haha, come, take a seat. The lavish decor of the private room remains unchanged since before the disaster struck. Chapter 396. Voting as Li Zongkai noticed Liao Yoji's gaze upon him. He was about to speak when the door of the private room was knocked upon, signaling the arrival of the dishes. A server opened the door, accompanied by a chef. Chapter 397. The investigation team Liao Yoji proposed, let us each dispatch 5 brothers to the northern region to investigate the circumstances. Agreed. Let us proceed. Li Zongkai and Yang Xin. Chapter 398. What are you competing with her for? Xiaolu, you just mentioned that such ultra-long-distance remote-controlled bombs are difficult to manufacture. Does that mean those at a closer range pose no issues? Zhang Su inquired of Lu Tianji. Chapter 399. It has truly arrived. Stop pulling, my ribs are broken. There is nothing else on the road. Simply being able to see the foundation without falling into the fields is sufficient. Why turn on the lights? It draws attention. Chapter 400. Urgent assembly. Oh, wonderful. Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, Zhang Xinyu hastily retrieved her walkie-talkie from her waist pouch, entirely neglecting to contemplate how Zhang Su had managed to see. Chapter 401. A little bloodletting Lu Gu adjusted his trousers with a mischievous grin and remarked, leaning against the window. Chapter 402. Is the king of hell easy to meet? With a deep, thunderous roar, Lu Gu swiftly evaded the knife's trajectory, narrowly escaping the peril of a slashed throat. I know you have finished speaking, Zhang Su gently remarked to the lifeless body on the ground, before wiping the long untouched military knife on Lu Ming's figure. Chapter 404. Strike where it counts. I curse the heavens. At this very moment, Zhang Su, concealed in a shadowy corner, was adorned with beads of sweat upon his brow. He never anticipated that Yuan would make an appearance at this critical juncture. Chapter 405. What is the nature of our relationship? This marksmanship seems somewhat familiar. Wu Daqiang and Xiao Tiao exchanged glances. The scene of perfect shots hitting their targets appeared to have been witnessed before. Chapter 406. In control, several of you. Come this way. I apologize for the trouble. Upon hearing Zhang Su's command, Zhang Xinyu and the others immediately approached to assist Wu Daqiang and his companions. Chapter 407. Empty the magazine if you dare to cause chaos. Hey. Zhang Su leaped from the vehicle, shutting the door with a decisive thud, and addressed the survivors of the alliance as they disembarked one after another. Here we are, you. Chapter 408. Come and take over this huge mess. I have a way to get in touch with President Li. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Daqiang resolutely informed Zhang Su of this matter. Chapter 409. An utter conspiracy. Chapter 410. I shall become the king of hell. Chapter 411. Do you have someone you care about? Upon hearing someone enter the room, Wu Baokong initially had no intention of acknowledging their presence. However, when the light illuminated the space, and his peripheral vision detected Zhang Su, he swiftly sat up and began to express a torrent of emotions. Chapter 412. The ultimate weapon of the Survivors Alliance. If I were to achieve a narrow victory, can you fathom what might transpire? As Zhang Su spoke, he stepped into the light beneath the lamp, and as the illumination shone down, his eyes were shrouded in a deep shadow. Chapter 413. Avoiding beatings and being obedient. How about that? This news carries significant weight, doesn't it? Come, swiftly honor your promise and release me. Wu Baokong looked at Zhang Su with an expression of triumph. Chapter 414. Heed the advice and satisfy hunger. Wu Baokong struggled to rise, his body aching painfully in numerous places, contorted in discomfort. The combat prowess he once took pride in. Chapter 415. Completely unconventional. As night deepened, the tranquil facade of Tianma Al slowly descended, yet beneath the surface, many remained restless. Among the 10 captives, 6 or 7 lay wide-eyed, unable to find solace in slumber. Li Zongkai inhaled deeply, swiftly reviewing the plan in his mind, and said, Very well, shall I set off to gather the others? Do not be hasty, my old. Chapter 417. Chaos is the ascending ladder. General Zhang Su grasped his saber firmly, twisted the door lock, and pushed open the door to room 202. As the door creaked open, voices resonated from within. Utima Island. Chapter 418. President Li, why are you late? Hee. It is often said that the leader of the Apocalypse Group is a coward, and his subordinates are even more timid. Cowards have a penchant for grandiose titles, believing that such names confer strength and power. Chapter 419. You are a traitor. Liao Yoji still donned his signature attire, his face obscured by a black mask, revealing only his captivating eyes. His keen ears picked up sounds in the stairwell. Chapter 420. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? Commander Lu and General Yang. What are you up to? Do you think I summoned you all this morning for no reason? It is, of course, Because I have received critical intelligence. Chapter 421. Are you a problem child? TSK. The actions of this fellow named Zhang Su seem rather unimpressive. He relies on his subordinates to do the heavy lifting while he merely boasts with his tongue. What worth does he hold? Chapter 422. Release? You are overthinking it. With a suppressed chuckle, Yang Xinqi could not help but emit a stifled laugh, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation. He quickly cleared his throat and assumed a serious demeanor, declaring, "This is not good." Chapter 423. A disagreement leads to conflict. Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, Liao Yoji felt a slight sense of relief. However, he quickly became infuriated. He, along with Lu Yao and Yang. Chapter 424. Please confirm the delivery address, dear. Liao Yoji, after listening to Gong Qingming's words, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, Yang Xinqi abruptly interjected. Indeed, Deputy Chief Gong. Chapter 425. Ambition and Conspiracy. Zhang Su, I am not easily intimidated. Please refrain from making a fuss. We are currently deliberating on the location for our meeting and will provide you with a response in 15 minutes. Liao Yoji clenched. Chapter 426. Must be completely eradicated without the constraints of traffic regulations. Qi Xiaoshui pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling down the straight road towards Zidang village, taking just over 5 minutes, primarily due to the uneven terrain. Chapter 427. The anticipated uprising. Very well. If you must go, then go. Since you are taking matters into your own hands, you will undoubtedly succeed in eliminating Liao Yoji. You are far more formidable than that woman. Zhang Xinyu. Chapter 428. The emergence of the mutated zombie. Hello. Liao Yoji ceased his rambling, tapping the microphone, and immediately a cacophony of static filled the speakers, soon followed by the sound of his voice. Chapter 429. The four-gored children. Zhang Su stood behind the bread van, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the fiery red zombie across from him. The heat energy surged beneath its skin, warping the air around its body due to the intense temperature. Chapter 430. Everyone remained still. Liao Yoji could not fathom why Zhang Su insisted on blindfolding the hostage. Perhaps he had learned this from the television dramas of yesteryears. Nevertheless, having already verified the situation. Chapter 431. No one is more important than you. Crack. Do not move. Everyone, remain still. Lower your weapons. The members of the Imperial Guard witnessed Liao. Chapter 432. He dares not kill me. Gong Qingming, undeterred by Jiang Sana's temporary mastery over the fire-breathing zombies, exerted his strength to firmly restrain Liao Yoji. He declared loudly as, Chapter 433. The King of Hell takes action. A bomb that transforms corpses? Upon hearing the term corpse transformation bomb, Lu Yu and Yang Xin were utterly astonished. Such a terrifying and malevolent biological weapon. Chapter 434. Hand in hand. Walking together on the road to the underworld, Zhang Su caught sight of Li Zongkai hiding behind the car, performing a series of gestures, and immediately understood that he was conveying a code. Fortunately, his exceptional eyesight allowed him to decipher the intricate signals. Otherwise, he would have struggled to discern the subtle movements. Chapter 435. Who would like to be my friend? A faint explosion resonated through the flames, prompting everyone to recall Liao Yoji's mention of the corpse transformation bomb, powerful enough to devastate an area as vast as the entirety of Qin County. Chapter 436. Who is unconvinced? As Zhang Su finished speaking, he observed the survivors. Chapter 437. The three individuals with distinct personalities. My stance is unequivocal. The King of Hell has slain my three brothers, the Little Eagles. Unless appropriate reparations are made, there is nothing further to discuss. The northern region is vast. Chapter 438. Do you wish to experience it personally? Count me among the three brothers who have met with misfortune. It seems that trouble is destined to follow closely behind. Chapter 439. Indifference and discontent. With such a multitude of spectators gathered, it is indeed a favorable circumstance. Should he lose, he would have no choice but to acknowledge it. Brothers, the rise of the Little Eagle Society begins today with the conquest of that formidable beast. Chapter 440. Utterly convinced. Everyone, even the members of Tianma Island, were astonished by the formidable power of Zhang Su's kick. My goodness, this kick possesses at least 20 years of mastery. Chapter 441. The bug has been fixed. Zhang Su felt a bit out of place as he celebrated with exuberant cheers, yet the others showered him with praise. As for the members of the Yinlua Legion, each one wore a radiant expression, their faces. Chapter 442. Such an important matter cannot be overlooked. 80%? The sole challenge of this option lies in the number of participants, as at present, both Little Eagle and the Guardians of Civilization have already joined the fray. Chapter 443. Only when in charge does one understand the value of resources. Presently, your efforts in safeguarding civilization are commendable. As for our Enlightenment group, the area we occupy has always been sparsely populated, particularly near the automotive park, where the numbers are quite limited. Chapter 444. The onslaught of the corpse horde. Feeling unwell, no leave for additional chapters. One cannot claim invincibility. As long as one is not shot dead in a single blow or reduced to mere fragments by an explosion, there exists a glimmer of hope for salvation. Although Zhang Su appears modest, he is undeniably. Chapter 445. Spirited determination. Regardless of the circumstances, the duty of vigilance must never be neglected. Zhang Ye and Yang Wenjie did not partake in the battles of Beidong town. Instead, they steadfastly maintained their post, keenly observing. Chapter 446. A prophetic raven's mouth. The Yama Legion, poised and ready at the scene, were predominantly equipped with walkie-talkies, their voices audible to the majority present. Those who had mustered the courage found their resolve swiftly dissipating. Chapter 447. Something exciting is needed, damn it. Where is that Jinx? Lu Yao. Yang Xinchi felt the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. He turned his head to seek out Lu Yao to vent his frustration, only to discover that he had long since taken refuge at a distance. Chapter 448. Let us blow bubbles. Did you bring the dropper? Zhang Su took out a small bottle, only to discover that he had no sampling tool. He certainly would not dare to pour it casually. That would be utterly absurd. Chapter 449. The Descent of Divine Punishment. Puffed, few off few. Chapter 450. It is our turn to take action. Zhang Su's gaze continued to sweep across the horizon, observing as the scattered zombies in the distant wilderness were gradually drawn in by the echoes of shouts. He pressed his palm down to signal the crowd and spoke in a clear voice. It is. Chapter 451. The ants attempt to shake the tree. The initial skirmish of the first wave of contacts swiftly came to a conclusion. No one bothered to tally the number of zombies. Perhaps it was over 1,000, or maybe 2,000. In any case, it concluded in a remarkably short span of time. Chapter 452. Everyone is a living hero indeed, maintaining it well. The tank serves as the backbone in the battle against the undead. One can clearly see this from the current situation. Zhang Su was quite pleased with the Guardians of Civilization. Chapter 453. What a host of strange and malevolent spirits. Yama, King Yama, with each resounding call. The name of King Yama is carried further away by the piercing cold wind. At this moment, the sky. Chapter 454. Do not allow matters to conclude poorly. Previously, everyone gathered at the camp, engaging with one another. Chapter 455. One would not die if one did not seek death. Parting in another place. Single chapter update. Kai Jichao turned to glance at several individuals, feeling a profound sense of frustration. He was acutely aware of the caliber of his subordinates. Their unscrupulous behavior within the alliance was already troubling enough, yet no one dared. Chapter 456. The smaller the space, the greater the vastness. I have long asserted that these four entities are nothing but a sinking ship, and it would be far more efficient to eliminate them with a single stroke. Humph. Wu Baokong rolled his eyes, contemplating. Chapter 457. The fearless strong Lao Yu was indeed correct. You may simply assume the role of spectators, and do remember to applaud. Zhang Su, with an air of ease, nodded to his companions, shedding his outer garment and donning his gloves. Chapter 458. The final dignity. The King of Hell is invincible. Suddenly, an audacious individual let out a loud cry, akin to casting a piece of ice into a simmering yet tranquil pot of oil. Chapter 459. Looking ahead after a hearty feast and drinks, it is natural to announce significant matters. Just as Mr. Zhang Su was preparing to don his portable amplifier, he was pulled aside by Li Zongkai. Mr. Zhang. Chapter 460. The situation in the urban area within the Little Fortune Inn. Everyone maintained a posture of gazing at a 45-degree angle, attentively listening to the speaker on the second floor. Their demeanor was not one of fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 461. Commander Yang is quite a good person. Zhang Su took out a cigarette, puffed a circle of smoke, and cracked open a window. Lighting his cigarette, he remarked. Old Zhang, the Survivor Alliance has established a trading market. You should be aware of the surrounding. Chapter 462. Jealousy? The combined strength of our 5 families is undoubtedly the most formidable in Qin City. Yang Xinchi was the first to respond to the call. He could already envision the absolute. Chapter 463. The pace of development is rather swift, all right. Let us refrain from discussing Li Zongkai any further. Are there any other circumstances to consider? Jiangsu swiftly came to a realization. This is likely a side effect of the loyalty brand. Chapter 464. Former advice. This night in Qin City is destined to witness countless sleepless souls, particularly within the barracks at the eastern end of Cultural Road. Li Zongkai has mobilized the regular army for a comprehensive offensive, yet silence has reigned from dawn till dusk. Chapter 465. That woman must die. On the following morning, as the sky began to lighten, Zhang Su was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. It seemed that he had barely just fallen asleep. Brother Su, you. Chapter 466. Neither object nor human. Chapter 467. Welcoming the leader's triumphant return. Captain Zhang. This, you all, I. The leader. Little Shin stammered hesitantly as he stepped forward, pointing at the cargo truck, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Chapter 468. Racing towards despair before the leg mall. The atmosphere grew tense and stagnant, leaving both parties at a loss for words to shatter the prevailing silence. Yet, it was essential for someone to step forward. Chapter 469. The farce will eventually conclude. Yu Nua's expression was exceedingly grim. Her eyelids twitched incessantly. She raised her hand to point at Zhang Su, passionately declaring, "This fellow previously resided in the same neighborhood as me. I am profoundly acquainted with him." Chapter 470. Goals achieved. You wretched creature. Yu Nua felt a warm sensation spreading through her chest, yet the heat gradually ebbed away, and her strength swiftly dissipated throughout her body. Chapter 471. Tools have no good or evil. Zhang Su's mind raced. 298, 245. Which indicates that there are still 53 individuals whose intentions remain unclear. What a predicament. He pondered deeply. Chapter 472. Master Cohen takes action. 1 against 3. Let us go, dear sister, and see what we might acquire. Shortly, I shall arrange a most comfortable place for you. With an elegant gesture, Zhang Xian exuded an air of authority for he now. Chapter 473. The scheming boy. Zhang Su and his companions exited the room, traversed the corridor, and turned a corner. The expansive laboratory nearly occupied half of the 5th floor, a testament to Liao Yoji's considerable regard for it. Chapter 474. Lacking virtue. Zhang Su flipped through his notebook, glancing at the notes taken by Liao Yoji. The content was exceedingly disorganized, encompassing details about the search progress in nearby neighborhoods and accounts of battles at other survivor camps. Chapter 475. A gunshot shatters the tranquility. The sound of an explosion reverberated, sending a scattering of debris cascading down to the lower floors. The atmosphere within the Lugo Mall grew increasingly tense, as ordinary members engaged in hushed discussions. Chapter 476. I am not a member of the Apocalypse Group. Grandfather. A girl cried out in anguish, her voice piercing the air. The down jacket she wore was torn apart, and the soft feathers floated away like her very essence, drifting lightly. Chapter 477. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. The man with the surname Huang cast a disdainful glance at Chao Duoyang and remarked with a sneer, "Do not even think about suggesting that I accompany you to the Little Eagle Club. That is utterly out of the question." Chapter 478. Escape from death. Oh will. After hearing the words of the man with the surname Huang, Lei Zi let out a peculiar cry, stiffened his neck, and trembled slightly, resembling a creature that had just finished urinating, tilting to one side. Chapter 479. All of this will become history. Why the rush? Zheng Xinyu inquired of Zhang Su, as they stood by the entrance of the supermarket. She had assumed that everyone would take a moment to enjoy a bite at the store. However, Chapter 480. The automobile park was completely cleared. Greetings. Ma Shiyu wore an awkward smile as he nodded at Zhang Su, then turned to Lu Yao. Boss, this is rather sudden. Chapter 481. There are people there. Was the car park completely wiped out? How could this happen? Zhang Su, Lu Yao, and Yang Xian set out together. Chapter 482. Stubborn resistance? Difficult to divide into chapters, only a single chapter. How many individuals of absolute justice are heading to the automobile yard? And what is the nature of their armament? Please elaborate. Zhang Su raised the question, surrounded by several members of the Yanluo Corps. Chapter 483. Who said I would let you go? The death of his companion inflicted a profound psychological impact on the little duck. He had previously heard that the Apocalypse Group rarely took lives, but witnessing it firsthand today was nothing short of absurd. Thus, Chapter 484. Absolute pervert. Hurry up. I shall issue one last warning. Should anyone dare to lag behind, for the men, I will shoot you squarely in the basket. As for the women, I might just allow you a moment of indulgence. Chapter 485. The mad speak, the fool listens. This world is truly absurd. A weasel serving as a bridesmaid for a chicken. Huh, I can't be mistaken, can I? The little eagle has actually fallen in with the apocalypse group? Hey, are you all holding guns? Chapter 486. Stow? C4. Members of the Absolute Justice, armed with guns and knives, emerged beside the road. Zhang Su completely feigned ignorance, pointing at Yang Xinqi and others and said, Chapter 487. Pretending to be foolish is no match for true madness. 5K words. What? Is that truly a device used by bandits in counterterrorism games? I cannot believe it. AC. Capable of leveling an entire area A. Chapter 488. Do you still have treasures? Additional chapter. With a soft pop, Chen Hanzhou extracted the mechanical prosthetic from the man's head, rubbing the spot where the shot had struck. It was undeniably painful, to say the least. Esteemed readers, lend me your ears. As the narrative unfolds to this juncture, a significant plot twist lies ahead, and I find myself entangled in the direction and intensity of its development. The writing process is fraught with inner conflict, primarily due to my limited skill. I hold great admiration for those literary masters whose prose flows effortlessly like a gentle stream. Chapter 489. Capturing the Undercover Agent. Having temporarily settled the matters at hand, Zhang Su led his team before the rescued survivors. Upon the arrival of their unfamiliar leader, the crowd gradually fell silent. Chapter 490. The sky darkened. All right. Zhang Su stepped forward, approaching the three individuals, and gestured towards the distance, saying, You three should argue over there. We still have important matters to attend to. Chapter 491. The reaction seems too swift. In light of the current situation, Yang Xinqi cast a glance towards the south and said, Perhaps we should refrain from heading to absolute justice today? Discussing matters of humanity. Chapter 492. Pressure on humanity. I believe it is imperative to eliminate these few zombies. As Zhong Xiaoshan gazed at the frenzied zombies, their terrifying faces revealing tongues flailing wildly, a profound sense of urgency welled up within her. Chapter 493. Hard to withstand, make your move and kill. Yang Liahua exclaimed in shock as he witnessed a zombie climbing onto its kindred's back to approach him. Filled with astonishment and fury, he thrust his steel rod forward with great force. Chapter 494. Encounter Battle. 5K single chapter, no slacking off. Oh no. The Great Lake. Danger. Chapter 495. The Unbearable Horror of Reality Howl. In the blink of an eye, the zombies on the snow-covered ground exhibited not the slightest slip, swiftly advancing towards the convoy. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 496. The God who commands the raven's beak, brother. These things are utterly perverse. This damn situation is driving us to our doom. Zhao Dizhu's raised his leg and kicked fiercely at the. Chapter 497. Fearless Heart. One's own mountain with a resounding clang, the heavy steel plate that stood before the fire-breathing zombie was lifted. A visage reminiscent of a malevolent spirit rider emerged, with hollow eye sockets devoid of pupils. Chapter 498. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. The zombies have perished. The king of hell is invincible. Coming to his senses, Zhao Dizhu immediately raised his arm and called out, as his father-in-law had instructed him to. Chapter 499. The Underworld Legion does not harbor idlers. How could you, with such an important research subject, take it upon yourselves to cause its destruction? Fu Weijun observed from a distance. Chapter 500. One wave subsides. Another rises. Laughter seems to have a natural conflict with the apocalypse. As if the moment people experience even a hint of joy, it is mercilessly stripped away from them. The combatants. Chapter 501. Under the ruins. Can there be whole eggs? The scattered zombies posed little impact on the populace. Both psychologically and physically, they remained resilient. However, when confronted with hundreds, even thousands. Chapter 502. I have returned. It was unbearable. The strongest warrior, Wu Baokong, after vanquishing yet another zombie, suddenly found his vision fading to darkness. In that moment of bewilderment, he instinctively understood that this was. Chapter 503. The battle is not over. Ah, my leg. Dolly, have you lost your mind? Suddenly, as I valiantly struck down a zombie, a sharp pain shot through my calf. I looked down in alarm. Chapter 504. Do not lose the chance to survive, Old Tan. You are unaware of our previous encounters. Pillar, please recount our harrowing moment to Old Tan. Zhang Su produced a cigarette and lit it, struggling. Chapter 505. The mutated zombie emits dark energy as the full moon graces the night sky. Stars accompany its luminous glow. Family reunions are forever cherished, and wherever loved ones reside, there lies home. Being with parents embodies the notion of home. Sharing moments with a spouse evokes that same feeling. Time spent with children is equally precious, even as a solitary wanderer. One can find solace in the vastness of the world. Beneath the resplendent moonlight, I quietly relish the mid-autumn night. Tomorrow promises to be brighter, oh yes. Here, I present a brief poetic composition merging ancient and modern styles. Additionally, today marks a significant milestone for this book, a delightful coincidence I had not anticipated. Truly worthy of remembrance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the loyal readers who have journeyed alongside me. In return, I can only dedicate myself wholeheartedly to completing this work, ensuring the narrative reaches its fulfilling conclusion. Chapter 506. Disconcerting changes the mutated zombies. Brother Su, are we truly going to kill them outright? Chen Hanzhou and the others dispersed to take their positions, quietly gathering beside Zhang Su, inquiring in hushed tones. Chapter 507. Regaining confidence. Why bring it here? Just take a look. Chapter 508. A fragment of the dark energy, celebrating a special update. Bozi, you seem quite arrogant. Very well, let me witness your display. Before Zhang Su could finish his words, a swirling mass of black mist materialized in the corner of the office building and the others. Chapter 509. The slap comes so swiftly. Fire. Quickly, everyone, fire together. Having confirmed part of the black mist's abilities, the next step is to explore how to breach this layer of defense. Chapter 510. What has happened to him? The situation has reached an impasse, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Tank and 03 are on Pegasus Island, where the Ascension essence is even more ferocious than the flame-spewing zombies, if these are not employed. Chapter 511. Grant me a bit more strength. Is it truly that fierce? The members of the Yinluo Legion exchanged glances, fully aware of Chen Hanzhou's formidable prowess. Indeed, he possessed remarkable skills. Chapter 512. Do you wish to steal my thunder as the leader? Howl, howl, bang. The mutated zombie emitted a senseless wail, raising its desiccated arm in a sluggish motion, appearing slow yet. Chapter 513. Unleash your vitality. Chapter 514. The fierce tiger transforms into a sickly cat over 3 meters. Is this your limit? The larger the space, the more time it affords me. Zhang Su can evade distances far exceeding just 2 or 3 meters. Chapter 515. Delivered at the first opportunity. Yama, the king of hell, truly embodies a reliable leader. Indeed, having such a chief instills a sense of security, a rebirth, a renewed existence. Chapter 516. The walkie-talkie buzzed, as Zhu Wuying leaned forward to occupy the driver's seat, poised to close the door. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Su upon hearing Chen Hanzhou's words, the complexity of emotions evident in their eyes. The thought of administering medicine to him was far from agreeable. Chapter 517. Wishing you good luck, Sugo. Shall we not stay on the 4th floor? As the Yinluo Legion ascended to the 5th floor, Liu Yuba crossed his arms and rubbed his elbows. Indeed, there is. Chapter 518. I feel something is amiss. The frigid temperature invigorates the mind, allowing glimpses of the starry sky through the shattered laboratory door. Zhang Su shook the walkie-talkie in his hand and gazed across. Chapter 519. The price of gained power, content not easily divided. Remains a single chapter? Is something amiss? I too have sensed it. When you previously confronted the liquefied gas zombies, your demeanor was markedly different from usual. What exactly is going on? Please, elaborate further. Chapter 520. Is there such a good thing? 5K words. Please subscribe. Hey, this fool actually. My brother. The side of absolute justice must be in utter chaos. Upon hearing Ding Wei's curses, Zhao Disu's first. Chapter 521. Someone has returned. A group of individuals, filled with trepidation, stepped out of the shattered entrance of the entertainment complex. The sky was devoid of stars and the moon, enveloped in an inky darkness. If not for the flashlight perched upon their foreheads, it would have been an utter void. Chapter 522. All that remains of my play. The Lugo Mall truly is a splendid place. Its defenses are tight and impenetrable. Indeed, a marvelous location, absolutely magnificent. Several vehicles are parked. Chapter 523. I will not fail you. A group of foolish individuals. Zhang Su scratched his slightly itchy brow, just as he was about to speak. He heard the leading man. A flaw emerged, a complete rewrite. Upon updating, a significant error was discovered. The manuscript exceeding 10,000 words is no longer viable. Today, I take a leave to revise. Tearing apart the manuscript is quite distressing. Chapter 524. I give you a chance. Do not prove inept. You wretched creatures, each and every one of you, are utterly despicable, a collection of the most grotesque beings. Now speak. Where have you concealed the supplies taken from the automotive yard? Chapter 5:25. Striving for obsession as time gradually passes. The atmosphere within the Lugo Mall is not overly oppressive. The presence of the Yen Luo Legion brings a sense of security to everyone. Experience fosters growth. And upon witnessing Chapter 5:26, Ao Yoji's notebook, the alert has been lifted. The combat personnel have dispersed. Those on duty are fulfilling their responsibilities. And those who require rest are finally able to do so. The tumultuous day has at last settled into tranquility. With the Kindergarten Division. Chapter 5:27. Unlocking a new map. Wishing our esteemed readers a joyous National Day, and kindly requesting subscriptions, the Grapevine Valley does not seem particularly remarkable. Yet why do the zombies congregate there? Or perhaps, what events transpired subsequently to lead to this? Chapter 5:28. Where did the knife in your hand come from? Damn it. Upon hearing Peng Dakuan mention reporting to Zhang Su, Wu Lu's expression of covert delight instantly froze, and he rolled his eyes. Both of you are ascetics. Chapter 5:29. The Imperial Blacksmith Fruit Vendor. It is advisable that you speak truthfully. Zhang Xinyu harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Zhang Xian, finding it difficult to trust him. With her hands on her hips, she questioned him fiercely, as if. Chapter 5:30. Urgent matter. My dear Ding, I must apologize for my previous actions. It was inappropriate of me to take what rightfully belonged to others. Here, I return this knife to you. Zhang Xian stepped forward, his demeanor. Chapter 5:31. Departing now, there is no need to worry excessively about provisions. As for the barracks, President, something is amiss. Just as Li Zongkai was about to reassure everyone. Chapter 5:32. Trust your instincts regardless of the scale of the corpses along Coastal Road. We must certainly go there. There is no reason to passively await news here. It is merely a waste of time, don't you agree? Chapter 5:33. Further tightening Boss Zhang. What is happening here? Ding Yonghua and Zhang Ziwen tidied up their belongings and arrived on the first floor to wait. They witnessed a large group of people pouring out, each of them. Chapter 5:34. I'm here to join you. Those who flee shall flee, and those who perish shall perish. Does this imply that the other 3 members of your team still survive? Can this fruit vendor manage it? Zhang Su discovered. Chapter 5:35. Rejected at the door, a multitude of vehicles appeared on the mountain path, transforming the once serene Tianma Island into a place of tension. Upon discovering the identity and motives of the visitors, the crowd secretly exhaled in relief, maintaining a facade of composure. Chapter 5:36. Divergent choices, varied circumstances buzzing. Outside the mountain gate, vehicles roared to life, and as the convoy gradually departed, those within the mountain gate finally exhaled a sigh of relief. They began to walk. Chapter 5:37. We are here to deliver amidst the chaos. The sound of gunfire reverberated, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. A sudden pop, followed by a ringing ding. The tumultuous scene could scarcely contain the cacophony of gunshots. Observing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Brother Dog. Chapter 5:38. Who else? Impossible. This cannot be. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd below the stage. Dog Brother frowned as he directed his gaze towards the individual who had shouted. A slender figure. Chapter 5:39. Do you call this mercy? We surrender, we surrender. Spare us, have mercy. I do not resist. I surrender. Help, please save me. Old Li. Hey, Old Li. At this moment, Liao stepped forward, his expression solemn, and remarked, to discuss the joining of civilization guardians with Tianma Island. One must mention a. Chapter 5:41. Execution, handling, punishment. Zhang Su was somewhat taken aback by the scene surrounding him. He had not anticipated the remarkable effect of emotional contagion. He hurriedly suppressed the anger within him, keeping it within a more manageable. Chapter 5:42. The rampage of the corpse horde. Excellent. Zhang Su stepped forward and patted Li Zongkai on the shoulder, solemnly stating, lack of experience can be remedied through learning. I have faith in your abilities. Chapter 5:43. Just wanting to live well with you. Upon hearing the adversary employing drones to attract the zombies, Wu Lu was infuriated, his anger causing him to leap about in agitation. Chapter 5:44. The grand relocation. Should all survivors be accepted, the defense system of Tianma Island requires urgent reinforcement. Yuan did not question Zhang Su's decision as this matter. Chapter 5:45. Reunited with old friends indeed. It is commendable to engage in endeavors where one possesses confidence. We each excel in our own domains. Zhang Su concurred with Wen's assertion, observing the dwindling number of. Chapter 5:46. My father is impressive. Except for those with the surname Wang, everyone else covered their heads, crouching down and remaining still. After Jiangsu commanded, he gestured to his companions as they faced the adversaries. Chapter 547. No grit in the eyes. A multitude of individuals engaged in the task at hand. And before long, 26 survivors from Neo Yazi were bound at their wrists. They exhibited remarkable cooperation throughout the entire process, showing not a hint of. Chapter 548. Hurry to divide the cake. Upon hearing Xie Guangfa's words, Qi Dabin's expression remained inscrutable, yet his heart sank with a jolt. As anticipated, before he could utter a word, someone interjected. After engaging in a few casual remarks, it became evident that a touch of external stimulation was required to rejuvenate his spirit. Thus, he resolved to devise a strategy on his own. Chapter 549. Let us ascend the mountain together. Boss, what did they say to you? Inside the room, a group of individuals awaited Meng Changwei's arrival at the door, eagerly approaching him with anxious inquiries. Meng Changwei. Chapter 550. Why not join this great power? The events unfolding in Satellite Village remain unknown to the inhabitants of Pegasus Isle. All they can do is to ensure stringent defenses. For as the art of war teaches us, one must first defend before launching an attack. Chapter 551. We have no regrets. We fear nothing. They have discovered us. Nonsense. We are a multitude. Boss, what shall we do? Quickly, everyone smile, display friendliness, imitate me, observe. Chapter 552. What a Navi notion. Is this a plea for subscriptions? You all. Well, everyone has their aspirations. I hope your future lives are splendid. Qi Dabin anticipated that there would be those who would waver at the last moment, but he never expected there to be three. Chapter 553. I declare. I am guilty. Xie Guangfa was taken aback by the sudden ultimatum. However, he was not entirely unprepared for this moment, even when considering his actions from the perspective of Tianmao. Chapter 554. As steadfast as a mountain, certain death upon motion. Uncle, is this boss always so impulsive? Zhang Ziwen stood beside the old blacksmith Ding Yonghua, his face etched with anxiety. Chapter 555. You shall soon accompany him. Amidst the throng of spectators, Zhang Ziwen beheld Danny soaring past him, his expression contorting in an instant, a shiver coursing through him as goosebumps erupted all over his body. Involuntarily reaching out to grasp. Chapter 556. A kick to begin, a fist to conclude. In the arena, Qi Dabin panted heavily, his throat undulating with each breath. Shoulders rising and falling. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead and his gaze. Chapter 557. Please accept me as your disciple, Master Zhang, regarding today's unforeseen incident. I must acknowledge my share of responsibility. I should not have been so overly cautious. Had I spoken up earlier, there would have been no trouble. And now it has caused you to suffer. Chapter 558. We will only get better at last. We have arrived. Emma. Could this be a true paradise, untouched by the world? It is simply delightful. But hold your excitement. Do you think this place can accommodate us all? Chapter 559. All excellent questions. What? Zhang Su, somewhat astonished, took the note and opened it. The first rule stated, no stealing. The second, ahem. Chapter 560. Writing one's own story into history. Is it not possible to exercise a modicum of restraint amidst such exuberance? Zhang Ye rubbed her forehead, feeling a twinge of shame as a fellow woman. The end. Chapter 561. Do not speak yet. Hey, Lao Ding, where are you headed? Zhang Su observed the crowd descending the mountain and noticed Ding Yonghua and Zhang Ziwen converging amidst the throng. He hurriedly called out to them. Chapter 562. Even a dog knows. Zhang Su was unclear about Wang Zhitao's thoughts, yet he heard every word of their conversation. Damn it, what a disappointment. Chapter 563. I happen to need your assistance, rest assured. I believe it is only I who can resonate with it. How did you manage to achieve this? Is it a skill cultivated during your training in emotional perception? Please, do share swiftly. Chapter 564. I truly need it, please. This is the sword you mentioned before? Zhang Su examined it closely and remarked with a smile. I must say, it is quite well painted, showing some skill indeed. Juwu. Chapter 565. Learning to let go. A lifeless zombie lay upon Zhang Su's back, lacking a jaw and emaciated to the point of being smaller than even an adult woman. Yet, this diminutive creature wielded control. Chapter 566. A sudden awakening. Until now, I have encountered metals, petrification, venom, and flames. However, in my understanding, this individual's abilities are unparalleled, possessing an extraordinary command over atmospheric pressure. Chapter 567. The worst is yet to come. A woman, bound by ropes and lying on the bed, was missing a leg. She suddenly opened her eyes wide from a deep slumber. It was not a gentle awakening, but rather a startling jolt from her sleep. Chapter 568. I suggest you go outside upon reflecting on this. Zhang Su swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie to establish communication. Chapter 569. Golden Quality. Dr. Xie, how have you and Dr. Fu been faring? Zhang Su glanced at Xie Yanshan while inviting him into the room. Wei Jun was engaged in dealing with the zombies. Chapter 570. Take the medicine, what is this? It's dark and murky. Sniff, sniff. Oh, surprisingly. It does have a scent reminiscent of liquefied petroleum gas. Could this possibly be concentrated liquefied gas? That would be rather worthless. Chapter 571. Do not fool around. Ding Yonghua glared at Zhang Ziwen, who was chattering incessantly, and said, When I tell you to go, you go. Why is there so much nonsense? We are not merely moving a bed. Chapter 572. You are truly abstract. As the Toyota Land Cruiser FJ descended the mountain, Zhang Su fastened his seatbelt and leaned back in the passenger seat. The leisurely pace of the vehicle allowed him ample time to savor the surrounding scenery. Chapter 573. Who instructed you to strike with lethal force? Zhang Su followed. Chapter 574. What is this? You go to the passenger seat. As Zhang Su prepared for the return journey, he noticed Zhang Ziwen pulling the door of the driver's seat, ready to take the wheel. His proactive demeanor was rather commendable. Chapter 575. How could you do this? Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly dashed to Lu Tianji's bedside, seizing the severed hand with lightning speed. Gripping. Chapter 576. Acknowledging mistakes and standing firm in adversity, Mr. Zhang. I acknowledge my error in this matter, but I assure you, I am not irrational. Gentlemen, please do not rush to conclusions. Fu Weijun slowly shook his head, reaching into his pocket. Chapter 577. Are you unconvinced? However, Mr. Zhang, the research on liquefied gas zombies is of utmost urgency, not to mention the situation over at Qiuhui. Fu Weijun, undeterred, resolved to make an attempt. He took a day off. The child performed commendably in the midterm exams and promised to take him out for some leisure. So he took a day off to enjoy himself as well. Dear readers, may you relish your weekend. For those who must work today, may you find joy in the evening. Wishing you happiness. Chapter 578. You already know too much, Su Ge. Do you truly believe that my rebirth from the severed limbs of Deben relies solely on this? Lu Tianji gazed incredulously at the two pale golden objects in his hand. Chapter 579. Astonishing transformation at the end of the corridor. Qiu Huiyan lay quietly, the sedative steadily releasing its effects within her body. Although her headache had not entirely subsided, a persistent dull ache lingered. However, Chapter 580. This is absolutely amazing. Chapter 581. Sturdy bones. What is so impressive about this, Su Ge? I find myself in a state of limbo, neither human nor zombie. What can I possibly do? Lu Tianji expressed his frustration, along with the initial amusement he once felt. Chapter 582. Too eager for progress, one cannot indulge in alcoholic beverages. However, one may enjoy a pack of cigarettes alone. Over at Village 1, a throng of individuals gathered around Zhao Hu's, eagerly awaiting news. When they heard that drinking was off the table. Chapter 583. The feast, allowing the multitude from Miazi to descend the mountain first. Zhang Su took his place in the driver's seat of the dilapidated truck and started the engine. While doing so, he inquired, Old Jia, this afternoon I shall come to you. Chapter 584. Getting better and better. No, you are merely watching. I can hardly enjoy my meal. Please assist me in socializing. After entertaining a few more guests, Zhang Su felt somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 585. No time for rest, little Shuai, de Kuan. Chapter 586. A new look. Do you wish to venture out for a stroll? Chapter 587. The development of the camp relies on everyone. Good morning, my dear brothers and sisters. Zhang Su walked through the crowd, greeting everyone with a smile. Then, with a leap, he ascended to the platform. Chapter 588. A treasure trove. Brother Su, there was an incident last night on the North 2nd Ring Road. As a convoy of personnel departed, Qi Xiaoshui and Pang Daquan approached Zhang Su to report on the situation. Chapter 589. Temporary worker. Good morning, Uncle Zhang. Good morning, Brother Zhang. To all of you as well, it is quite chilly. Be sure to dress warmly and do not solely focus on keeping the vegetables warm. Chapter 590. 3 exceptional goods. A special team that does not attract zombie attention? Mr. Zhang's idea is indeed unique, yet it is undoubtedly challenging to bring to fruition. Xie Yanshan analyzed. Chapter 591. News of a ball. Haha, how utterly amusing. Come, share your situation. Zhang Su couldn't help but chuckle at the tales connecting these individuals to Liao Yoji. Chapter 592. I am a person who values honesty. Ah, my heavens. Were we on the brink of total annihilation? The three individuals harbored no doubts about Zhang Su's words, left utterly stunned and speechless in that moment. Chapter 593. Keep an eye on me. Zhou Haotian, I designate you as a temporary member of the Yanluo Legion. Do you have any objections? Zhang Su decisively accepted this quick-witted young man. Chapter 594. Identity as a burden. What? Not as incompetent as one might think. How dare one murmur such thoughts? Zhang Su tilted his head, raising his hand to cup his ear. In truth, there was no one murmuring. It was merely his own soliloquy. Chapter 595. Helplessness and guilt. Old Tan, Zhang Su, was left with only a short-sleeved shirt, his body exuding heat, and in his hand he held a water bottle filled with diluted salt water. Tan Huajun. Chapter 596. That kid deserves a lesson. The internal affairs have been largely organized, though a few individuals have been somewhat sluggish, leaving their tasks incomplete. They may address these matters at their own pace in the future. The Martyrs' Park has already been located. Chapter 597. The secret is revealed. Am I? Zhou Haotian, who was happily discussing anime with Ku Jiyu, Lu Tianji, and Wang Zhitao, pointed to his own nose. Indeed, there is. Chapter 598. Chaos and commotion. On Tianma Island, beside the parking lot of Washan Homestay, a shed was erected using scaffolding. Underneath this shelter lay an anvil, a furnace, and various tools commonly employed by blacksmiths. Ding Yonghua. Chapter 599. This medicine is remarkably potent. With a resounding clap, Good Luck paid no heed to Xie Yinshan's words. It was not until Zhang Su approached that he tossed the hen onto the ground, wearing a beaming smile of triumph as he wagged his tail. Chapter 600. Biological dilution and filtration. Very well, Dr. Xie. The wound has been attended to. It is not deep. The significant bleeding earlier was primarily due to vigorous activity. Just exercise caution moving forward. Zhong Xiao. Chapter 601. The head coach's blade, is it truly free? And you offer 3 portions at once. Have you, the miser, finally loosened your grip? I must seize this opportunity. As he spoke, Zhang Su looked at Ding Yonghua and Zheng Ziwen with astonishment. Chapter 602. If you can, go ahead and compete in Satellite Village. The combatants, awaiting the day's assignment, were taken aback by the news that the election soldiers in the Yama Legion had ventured out alone on a mission in the afternoon. Chapter 603. Hush, someone. All right, Godmother. Uncle Zhuzi, you may release your grip now. Peng Daquan effortlessly embedded half of his body into the maintenance platform, smoothly hoisting the ladder up. Chapter 604. Early sighting. Someone is approaching. Zhang Su removed his sunglasses and gazed towards the east along the railway bridge. In the distance, at the edge of his vision, more than 20 figures were making their way along the iron. Chapter 605. A shot that echoes. Walking for approximately 1 kilometer takes about 10 minutes. As both parties advance towards one another, the journey of 4 to 5 kilometers will be completed in just over 20 minutes. Wait, are they actually running towards us? I took a day off to attend an event. My elementary school child, having composed a commendable essay, is participating in an activity akin to a lecture with a competitive aspect. As the guiding father of this young student, I accompany him. For an essay is merely a matter of flowing thoughts. Chapter 606. The name of man, the shadow of the tree. Please spare us, brother. We are merely captives and hostages. Do not take our lives. Please, have mercy. Have mercy. Chapter 607. You are the boss, you call the shots. No, this is a misunderstanding indeed. I'm not entirely certain. Even if it is 100 kilometers, it will take us more than a day to traverse. With no food, no water, and without weapons, it is perilous. Chapter 608. Are they truly captives? The sound of gunfire echoed. Tat tat tat, tat tat, tat tat. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Zhang Su swiftly rolled over and launched a counterattack, for there was no time to squander. The adversaries before him had already. Chapter 609. I have regrets. No, they are not hostages. I speak the truth. May the king of hell spare me. The gaunt figure completely crumbled under the other's gaze, tears and snot mingling together. Having made a mistake, I apologize to my readers. Chapter 610. The marvelous zombie is here. Zhang Su gazed at the lifeless woman with an exaggerated expression, his brows furrowing into a knot. What on earth? Chapter 611. How to communicate. Realizing that they could no longer merely spectate, the group hastened to engage in their tasks. Zheng Xinyu left the rope for Zhang Su and joined in the flurry of activity. Chapter 612, Program Number 1. Bang, bang, bang. The female zombie provided an explanation to Zhang Su at the designated spot, as the zombies within the carriage seemed to shed their restraints, gradually revealing their ferocious nature. One by one, the zombies. Chapter 613, Program Initiation Excellent, Program 1 sounds melodious, and Program Sister is remarkable. This name is splendid, truly evocative. Sugu, impressive. Hey, I too. Chapter 614, Progress is wonderful within the carriage. The aisle was strewn with a chaotic assortment of debris, predominantly consisting of severed limbs. Often, it was impossible to find solid footing, necessitating the need to traverse atop the seats. Chapter 615, Who is the real target? Yi Xiaoling and Mo Qianlong simultaneously directed their gaze towards the entrance, where a well-dressed and impeccably groomed young man entered the vegetable shed. What you mentioned? Chapter 616, We should be more proactive so. Uncle Zhang truly has you engaged in farm work? Mo Qianlong found herself utterly perplexed by the intentions of the young man before her. Could it be that he was here to pursue Yi Xiaoling? Chapter 617, Is this correct? With a thud, the door slammed shut. What is this? Brother Su, who is she? What has happened to her? Zhong Xiaoshan looked at Zhang Su with a heart full of confusion as he brought in a frail figure. Chapter 618, Eventually arranged for him to go out in the chaotic neighborhood. As soon as things settled down, he began stirring up trouble. Does he have nothing but static thoughts in his mind? Zhang Su was infuriated. In this apocalyptic world, it was impossible to maintain control. Chapter 619, Another Assurance. Zhang Su arrived at Chui Longxian and coincidentally encountered Zhou Fengwan emerging from Qiu Hui's room, carrying a set of used dishes. After a brief exchange between the two, Zhang Su did not. Chapter 620, Humanity is growing stronger, Mr. Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Su approaching, Yuan and the others greeted him in the parking lot. Old Yu, come, bring paper and pen. We are heading down the mountain for the selection test. Chapter 621, Secondary Athletes, all present. As the general inspection concluded, with a commanding voice, Zhang Su ordered the combat personnel of each unit to stand at attention, though the formations may not have been perfectly aligned. Chapter 622, Strengthening Physical Qualities with the selection test rules clearly outlined. There were no more doubts among the crowd. Zhang Su and the others fell silent, stating, Starting from the military camp division, we will form groups of 10. Xiao Shuai, you and De. Chapter 623, The unyielding Zhao Dezu's a leader. Please do not place such unwavering confidence in us. It seems rather excessive. At the very least, 80% of the individuals may fall short of the standard. The lamentations arose from the crowd. Chapter 624, Is this a human? Ahem, no meddling from onlookers. Zhang Su exerted control over the situation and then spoke loudly to the crowd. Just now, Zhao Deju's movements were exceptionally precise, everyone. Chapter 625, Are you the king of hell? Sugu, there is a situation in the north. Like a voice from a savior. The woman's words brought a sigh of relief to those whose results were less than satisfactory. Finally, Chapter 626, The zombie army approaches. Do you recognize me? Zhang Su feigned ignorance to the conversation around him, curiously inquiring. Having long heard of the illustrious name of King Yanluo, we. Chapter 627, The Apocalypse Survival Enthusiast 5 Formidable Drones? Shenlin Rui's expression shifted, and he subsequently offered a wry smile, shaking his head. He raised his hand to smooth back his hair and remarked, The Longa camps. Chapter 628, The wagging-tailed Ding Yongwu observed as Zhang Su descended from the vehicle, holding an object slightly larger than his arm. Chapter 629, A shocking revelation returning to his little fortune. Zhang Su stood in the courtyard, listening to the sounds emanating from the room, his expression peculiar. Zheng Xinyu was engaged in a lively conversation with the primary program, discussing the latest trends and beloved celebrities. Chapter 630, As long as we are alive. There are no difficulties. Whoosh. The fierce wind swirled with sand and debris, violently battering the house. Inside the dining room, tables and chairs were tossed about haphazardly. Bang bang. Chapter 631, The Awakening of the Beasts. A series of precise directives were issued, ensuring that everyone was aware of their responsibilities, thus facilitating the mobilization of the populace. The inhabitants of Pegasus Isle responded with remarkable swiftness to the commands of Officer Zhang Su. Chapter 632, Widespread impact. While the aftermath at the mountain camp is undoubtedly significant, the urgency of the rescue efforts in the satellite village below cannot be overstated. In comparison to Tianma Island, the circumstances in the satellite village are considerably dire. Chapter 633, the importance of 3 to 4 floors. I am eager to ascertain the precise location of the explosion, unaware of how many lives have been tragically lost in this catastrophe, rendering the sacrifice of a venomous zombie utterly futile. Zhang. Chapter 634, The Freedom of Energy? Chapter 635, If Only, Beyond Imagination. I am certain that this black crystal cannot achieve the effects of nuclear fusion, yet it possesses its own unique qualities that are incomparable to those of nuclear fusion. Chapter 636, Night Raid. I recently returned from the village, where I overheard discussions regarding the decree from Yama, the king of hell. There are concerns that a horde of corpses may descend upon us tonight, prompting the need to double the personnel on duty. The preparations for defense are impressively thorough. Chapter 637, Lightning. Howl, oh dear. Squeak, chirp, squeak. Fortune is locked in a fierce battle with the mouse. The flowing long fur belongs to Fortune, while the short fur. Chapter 638, Everything is gone. No, this cannot be. Shenlin Rue suddenly exclaimed, breaking free from his companion's grasp with a vigorous movement of his arms, and in a swift stride, he rushed in front of the lightning, seizing it in his hands. Chapter 639, A return is necessary. 1/30th, that explosion ignited. Shenlin Rue repeated the keywords spoken by Zhang Su, his gaze gradually regaining clarity. Chapter 640, This task is no easy feat. All right. Thank you, King Yanluo. Now let us tidy up. Shenlin Rue inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Just yesterday, he was still preoccupied with the Tianma. Chapter 641, We need brains. No, my apologies, Su Gu. I spoke out of turn. Zhou Houghton's small face turned pale with pain, and he kept expressing his remorse. Zhang Su smiled and shook his head. Chapter 642, Journey to the Mountains and Seesaw? Me? Duan Wu, who could hardly believe it. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if it was because he had uncovered the secret of program number 1. Chapter 643, Your feeling is quite pleasant after completing the preparations for departure. The sky was tinged with a gray hue. By the time Zhang Su and the team heading to Shanghai arrived at the parking lot, Shenlin Rue and the others had already been waiting with mounting impatience. Chapter 644, The Blade of Shame finds it hard to see the day swiftly passed, and the restoration progress of Tianma Island had reached approximately 50%. The efficiency of the workers on the mountain was remarkably high, yet the devastated satellite village remained in disarray. Chapter 645, Have you grown your belly? Indeed. Moreover, there is another matter, that pertains to violence, specifically domestic violence. Yuan hesitated for a moment before broaching yet another topic. Chapter 646, Atonement outside. Those zombies sustain their strength through photosynthesis. Why does Lady Program still require sustenance? Yuan gazed perplexedly at the tightly shut. Chapter 647, A heart set on death. It was he, Brother Su, who truly proposed this. I had no intention of stealing anything. Please spare me. I did not harbor such thoughts. I am timid by nature, had it not been for his guidance. Chapter 648, The Deterrent of Strict Law. My lord. Yang Dongxing gazed at the retreating figures of Lu Yao and Huang Lankai, his voice trembling slightly. Just now, Huang Lankai was truly sincere. Chapter 649, The Old Corpse of the Desolate Village. Old Yuan, the youth may not readily believe such tales, so do not take it to heart. This skill is quite rare. Do demonstrate it to us. Duan Wuhu shifted his position. Chapter 650, With me here. No need to panic. Had it been a few days ago, the unenhanced zombies would have been easily ensnared by the harshly frigid conditions and the treacherous terrain. However, that is no longer the case. Those zombies. Chapter 651, Strange Individuals, Eccentric Corpses. Oh. The desolate village was alive with commotion. Upon hearing the crowing of the rooster, the zombies fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into frenzied howls thereafter. Simultaneously. Chapter 652, Sending them on their way. Hey. Moments later, a figure vaults over the wall, landing with an air of authority in the courtyard, entirely unguarded, as if it had never contemplated. Chapter 653, Night Battle in Hongo Village. Come, my friends, lend me your strength at the door for a moment. We must make full use of the resources at our disposal to vanquish the zombies. Duan Wuhu dashed to the entrance, rallying the forces at Longdu Camp. Chapter 654, A Sudden Strike. Brothers at the front gate, come quickly. Duan Wuhu shouted loudly to the defenders. During the battle, he quietly kept count in his heart. As the first wave. Chapter 655, What Lies Beyond. The sound of weeping grew increasingly louder as the mysterious figure lay upon the ground, unabashedly expressing a profound sorrow, desolation, and helplessness, weeping. Chapter 656, Take us along. Are you playing with us? Go, Quickly fetch the bag of pistachios for us. As compensation for our mental distress, Liu Yuba expressed his dissatisfaction emphatically. Chapter 657. A flame in Winter Master Jia. Seek someone else for the minor tasks. The matter of the generator takes utmost precedence. I shall take my leave now. You may continue your meal. Zhang Su wiped his mouth and exited the dining hall. Chapter 658. Old Hong and his stick technique. Look here, Old Hong. The zombies are no longer of the same species as humans. Can a human endure such flames? Duan Wuhu continued to murmur beside him, somewhat. Chapter 659. The mud bodhisattva crosses the river Zhao Di's, whose exaggerated voice resonated through the intercom as he Saturday. Chapter 660. How to divide. The scenery, both strange and familiar, swept by on either side as the vehicle continued its journey forward. The urban landscape of the mountainous coastal district began to emerge faintly in the distance, accompanied by several iconic structures from the suburban area. Chapter 661. The thought that Program 1 could manipulate through communication with the undead sent a shiver down Chun Hanzhou's spine. The combination of these two individuals, with Qiao Hui receiving commands, was unsettling. Yao flared up, necessitating a day off. Upon waking, the foot was swollen, hot, and painful, requiring medication. Chapter 662. The feeling of rebirth. Merry Christmas to the esteemed readers. Su Gu, I recognize that this plan is audacious. Yet I firmly believe that human effort can shape outcomes. I am willing to relinquish this opportunity, hoping that my request may be granted. Chapter 663. Day by Day. Board de terres. Xiaochen, have you made your decision? Are you truly allowing your sister Qiao to take the first bite? Zhang Su observed as Fu Weijun reveled in his delight, directing his gaze towards Chun Hanzhou's countenance. Chapter 664. The terrifying strength. Let us not beat around the bush. I have noticed a significant change in you lately. Could it be that the energy within you is having an influence? From the Tsuailing Pavilion towards the parking. Chapter 665. The Great Pit. Squeak. As Wu Lu was retrieving equipment from the vehicle, lightning stood atop a large rock, pointing into the distance and emitting urgent calls. Before the crowd could respond,